epic31 Valorant. It's an early morning here on the stream, but we are absolutely thankful that you are with us. I'm Rapcross. I'm joined by Digital Bacon here for this first best of three of the day. How are you doing, Bacon?
I'm doing good. We're all a little bit tired here early this morning. I mean, we've got the morning shift, don't we, Raptors? Let's
Yeah.
just get out of the way. I know you were finishing up at midnight last night, same with me over on some NA Rocket League stuff. So coming in, we're a little bit sluggish, a little bit slow. But let's hope that these two teams can, pick us up, give us that morning boost that we need. Because from what we've seen yesterday of these two sides, they should be able to.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic game, but it's an early morning for us and an early morning for the players as well. I have to wonder how that's actually going to factor in
Mm.
because it's always talked about when we actually do the physical lands of players coming in, having only just woken up, and then all of a sudden still have to play an official. There's always a massive struggle, and I have to wonder if that's going to affect these two teams here today. Of course, Purple Cobras and ROG are the teams that will be featured here this morning. Purple Cobras, one of the stronger teams in the competition, coming in as the third seed. But ROG, they've been making this lower bracket run so far. They've 2-0'd everyone so far in the lower bracket, so they're looking pretty hot coming into this one as well.
They are indeed. You talk about ROG there, being able to not only take down JFL, Paragon Aimers, Inside Games, who we saw go to game 3 yesterday against Purple Cobra. Unfortunately, just dropping to them in that game 3, but then take it in down BDV as well. So coming up against Purple Cobras, they have started all the way from the literal bottom to get here. And it'd be a shame if that run was to end right now, Ratros. But the problem is, it'd be a shame to lose Purple Cobras right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Purple Cobras have been looking pretty strong throughout this competition, having a decent run in that upper bracket. So with 2-0 win over Evicted Esports, they won. They went to 3 maps against Inside Games though, so maybe ROG were a little bit cleaner about how they dealt with them in that situation. Also, they took it to 3 maps against Oxygen as well. It was one of the top 2 teams in this competition. So Purple Cobras have had the fight in them. It's just unfortunate that they've sort of, with the seeding coming into the playoff bracket, they've gone up against some relatively tough competition. But now they're down here in the lower bracket. At least for me, they should be edging out that game, this game. But we haven't seen the maps just yet, and that might just change if those come through in a certain way.
Yeah, that's it. And when we saw Purple Cobras yesterday, they had some weird and wacky strats, should we say, and then they sort of mellowed on out. So it's more a case of Purple Cobras do have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. I wouldn't like to see them straight away.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see them on bind yesterday, and it's just play a little bit more normal, and that's where they are stronger. And we currently got the map bans, the vetoes and everything going on right now. So we should shortly find out where we will be heading. Looking at this, I'm not too sure we'll see Haven today. Like that was one which we didn't see the Purple Cobras go for yesterday, and it's sort of like a wildcard pick. So maybe they'll pick it today. Who knows?
Well, the important point is that we haven't seen a lot of splits here in this tournament. I haven't even casted a game of splits here at epic.LAN yet, so that would be a decent change. It just seems like the teams just aren't a fan of it. You know, with the way it plays, very heavily one-sided. So you just get those massive swings, and it can be a bit of an issue. But yeah, I'm very interested to see which way this one will fall. Whether or not it would go to 3 games or not, I don't know at this point. But like I said, I do think Purple Cobras have the edge coming into this one. But on the part of ROG, of course, I believe they are primarily a French team because I casted them yesterday. They had a decent amount of support from their fans in the chat, so hopefully we'll be able to see you guys once again today. But their sort of main fragger Gats on the duelists will be pivotal here today. He was absolutely brilliant yesterday, and if he can come online early on here, then Purple Cobras might have a bit of a problem.
Yeah, definitely could. And Purple Cobras, yesterday we saw a lot of changing up going on that side. Just talking about Machina, was a brilliant little player, but when you've got players like, I'm just going to say Nick Soon on that breach, not really getting just near enough any frags at all, just pulling purely utility. Vladdy D, who quite often was on the Omen, I don't know, when I'm looking at the Omen there, Ratros, I'm thinking
Mhm.
you've got to be a fragger, and quite largely on the flanks, right? But we didn't get to see that much from him, so I'm wondering what the picks are going to be today, because we did see a little bit swapping around over on the Purple Cobras, and of course Rog right there. They've got a couple of agents they've got up their sleeves, but it just comes down like I can't wait to see Mike and what he's going to be pulling out. Quite often he's got a few sick Reyna plays.
Yeah, and haven't seen much Reyna throughout this tournament either, but we do actually have those pick and bans come through. Purple Cobra's got themselves the first pick, first ban
Hmm.
here, excuse me, and they banned Haven. So ROG Esports, they picked us to start off on Bind. Then Purple Cobra's picked Ascent, so that means we will have Split left over. So if it goes to map 3, we will finally get a Split here on stream. But what do you make of those vetoes? Because Rog going for their binds, and I believe you've experienced Purple Cobras on binds.
Yeah, this is the exact same picks, exact same sequence as Purple Cobras yesterday against Inside Games, which we kicked off yesterday with. So
Mhm.
like it just seems, I don't know, weirdly deja vu-esque.
Well, I guess with the map pool being as small as it is here in
Hmm.
the still in the early stages of the game, you're gonna get a lot of these sorts of situations where the map pools between teams are so similar. So you get the same maps cropping up. But of course, with the new map coming with Icebox, then that might throw a bit of a change into things. Of course, always love seeing new maps. If we can get up to like 7 maps, just like Counter Strike, then in the active duty pool, then it's
Yeah.
gonna be an absolutely amazing thing. But early stages of the game, Riot have time to be able to bring us some new content. But it looks like we're going to be heading into the game in just a couple of moments' time. We head on to Bind here for this one. Agent Select has already happened, and they are in the freeze time just before the pistol round. So there's the agent selections for both sides, and it looks like a straight-up mirror match apart from the Cypher being picked up for Machina on the side of Cobras, and the what is going to be the Phoenix picked up by Tidus on Rog.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna say Makina. That's fine. We saw him on Cypher quite a lot yesterday. I'm looking at defense, for example, for Rog, and that's going to be very sort of like a low hold utility. I expect them definitely want to be going in for those jewels. But talk about going in for jewels, we're going to be kicking this off pretty damn quick. Hugstar dropping straight away. Vladid will trade though. Okay, that was fast.
I mean, I like a little bit of imagination on pistol rounds. Gats might have a massive deal to try and win here. He's able to go get one before he goes down. Trades across the board here for both teams as they look to try to explore the extremities of the map early on. But now it's a 2 versus 2 situation. Rog, all grouped up together here. They can take an easy trade, perhaps, to get themselves onto one of these bomb sites. It looks like they're going to be heading towards A, but that breach is definitely on the flank here, and it's all about the timing here for Rog. If Nixon can get in behind them, unsighted, he spotted one already, then it could be a double kill for him. Taps down one, looks to the head. Oh, Uzi, fantastic adjustment with the 180. He teleports towards the B site, but unbeknownst to him, this is exactly where this Cypher lies in wait.
Yeah, you look at Mackinac, probably definitely heard that. Would have heard these footsteps, so he knows. Gonna just catch the lad on out on the plant. And Uzi will. Unfortunate stuff there, lads. First round going in favor of Purple Cobras.
Yeah, very, very scrappy first round as well, especially early on with those pushes through from the defensive side. Cobras really just not waiting around in this game, it has to be said, with those pushes through to try and find the early advantage. They do find the round in the end, though, just due to the positioning from Machina just remaining on that B side. So you just hear the teleport come through, and all he had to do was just wait for the plant sound. So 1-0 here for the Purple Cobras. Rog still on the pistols here. They're going to take an eco for this one, but let's see if they can at least get a spike plant in here. That would be beneficial, but it looks like they're all going to be quite swiftly cut down as they try to make their inroads towards short.
Fancy on that Marshall, just gets in the free case so quickly. He's moved up. Tidus has somehow snuck in here. No. I wish we could get a replay of that. If Fancy got the scope on him for that, that's incredible prediction.
either way, scope or no scope, that was a nutty shot for Fancy. So brilliant stuff. It is up against the Eco, of course. But now we get the guns out there. Cobras, well, some of the Cobras players will take this as a little bit of a bonus round. That's Marshall is still out there on Fancy. Machina still with the SMG, but it's a 5 Vandal setup for ROG. Who are they? Vandals only? That's another team in this competition. But, great peek there from Hugstar. Wow.
I didn't even notice Hugstar was, going in for the operator there. The Marshall as well, so a 2 sniper setup. We don't see that too often at the moment in the current meta, but here we go. Hugstar has been fantastic on that operator so far this weekend. Smoke coming on out, so the Omen is known of. It don't matter with that kill as well. He's definitely known of. Aldrin going to be picking up Gats there, and Gats will drop to Vladidi once again.
Yeah, he will. Oh, the hot hands just burns Vladidi alive. Tidus just throwing that in and finds another headshot onto Fancy as well. So ROG really trying to knock on the door of this A-bomb site, but they're still at a man disadvantage here. Hugstar with the paint shells in will disrupt the plant. Well, not quite disrupt the plant, as that players are able to get away just in time. But now it's a 2 versus 2 thanks to that frag from Mike. The Cobra's players just teaming up here as they try to get this retake in full swing. The ROG players, though, certainly very prepared for what's about to be thrown at them. That Phoenix on half HP, though. Mike goes down, and now it is that Phoenix left alive, and they get flashed up here from Nixon, just being a massive nuisance right now. He's just flashed 3 times in a row. Oh, you hate to see it.
I guess, is that what you call assurance? Making sure that he's flashed? Like, no one's going to waste 3 flashes on 1 man, right? And then goes and pulls it off. That is, I don't want to say a nutty play, but someone might want to get Nixon checked on out for that. It don't matter. He's got the money. Definitely 3,600 left in the tank. Ain't going to be hurt at all.
Yeah, if they can't see anything, they can't clutch, right? That's the logic. That's the logic in this. But ROG still yet to get off the mark here in this one, as they've gone down onto the pistols once again. So Cobra's with the fairly heavy early advantage here. ROG looking to try and make some progress here towards B, but they're being sectioned off at the moment thanks to those Omen smokes being deployed. So they're just gonna have to wait for another couple of moments and look to see if they can get some sweet headshots with those sheriffs.
They will indeed. A very slow progression on both sides here. Not really wanting to give too much away. Of course, Italian has got good sight onto the B site. But that smoke just going to hold him back for a little bit. And all big noise being made. But is it just a juke? Is it just a fake? What is the mindset right now? With only 45 seconds left to go, you've got to get your butt into gear. You've got to start thinking of where you want to plant this spike. A or B. Decisions here, Raptros.
Yeah, and Cobras haven't readjusted their setup at all in this one. Now they start to have a little bit of a think, and they rotate 1 player off of A, and this might just be the timing that's required here for ROG as that Sova sits in defender spawn. And now the flash through from Mike. Let's see if ROG can get anything done here. The hot hands in towards Lamps will section off Vladidi just a little bit, and now 15 seconds left remaining. The Cobras are holding strong here on the A-bomb site. 8 seconds left remaining. Hugstar from up above. He jumps out with the C4 to get the peek onto the plant, but he's whiffed it. Mike takes him out, and now it's Tidus up against 3, looking for the headshots. The spike defuse is being stuck at the moment, but there's still nothing that Tidus can do.
Yeah, you look at Hugstar there, and it's very much the same story as yesterday. Very over-aggressive, arguably, on that operator. And naturally, Nixon can just pick it up, give it on back. It's not lost. But with the most recent update to the game, that sort of like jump out playstyle on the operator has been nerfed, hasn't it? You know, because whilst you land, like, you've got to get that shot off whilst you're flying through the air. So I guess in some ways, Hugstar's satchel jumps do help there, unlike the jet. But once he lands, it's then all over. The accuracy is just, you know, you're just shooting into the abyss. There is no hope to land those.
4-man stack for Cobras towards short with the push through nets them a kill. That's an interesting one. Interesting little setup, and Fancy will send this Aldrone all the way through as well. So much information gained. As long as they check left side there, then they know that A is basically clear at this point, and they do find Tidus. So ROG working their way in now. They just have the Cypher to deal with on this B site. So they have found the weaker site here for certain, but it just is how much that Purple Cobra Cypher can do in this situation. And they've gotten from the shadows behind. So Vladede is already on the flank here, and no one is watching him from long here. Almost able to net an easy kill. He gets it through the Cypher's cage, and now Mike able to respond with 2, but the response is quite muted in that respect. It's another round going the way of the Cobras.
And a dominating one. Who knows? The Purple Cobras, did they even go to bed last night? Are they just completely fueled from yesterday on adrenaline, coffee, and whatever energy drink is their choice? Because they don't look sleepy at all. Unfortunately, Raptros, the same cannot be said. You look over towards ROG, and response time's a little bit sluggish, aren't they? And that's just straight up one-to-one fragging I'm comparing there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The heads-up duels between the two have definitely gone Cobra's way so far in this game, and well, there's something to be said about waking up early on. Here comes the showstopper through from Hugstar, and Tidus gets completely and utterly blown up. So it goes from bad to worse here for ROG. At least they have 4 ultimates to use in this particular round. Ooh.
And he gets away with it. That Cyber Cage scared ROG enough to back off, to facilitate the rotation on a round. Machina was the only man on site. Of course, naturally, ROG don't know that. But because it slowed them down enough, the rotates come on through. And both sites are looking pretty healthy right now. And they've actually stacked it 3 on B. Machina going to drop there by Gats. Looking for another. Smoke coming on through. And definitely you've got the Omen. Vladede moving back on through. Satchel jumps across, but that's only going to be a trade. Metallion does get some sort of advantage. 2 on 3. ROG in the driver's seat. But look at Vladede coming on through big right now. Mike trying to go in for the kill. The double, they're going to move through defenders spawn, and they're going to try and rotate around to A. An ingenious play right now from ROG.
30 seconds
they hit
left.
the teleport from the Raze, so it was the only really best option that they can go for. So they will get that spike plant in. Hugstar now 1 versus 2. Retake for him. Clinical onto Mataleon. Great shot direct to the head. Spots out the breach as well. Syringe round, but Mike is good enough to win out the gunfight and find ROG's first round, even with the BM.
That's it. And it's the one thing I love so much about, you know, CS and Valorant. It's that sort of, whilst, yes, you've got Pika's advantage, technically, it's not as large on, you know, 120... tick servers, but the Pika also has that movement penalty, so it sort of equates it on out very slightly, and Mike there just standing still is able to tap the dome of Hugstar. And so this is, I guess, the start of maybe a comeback. We know most maps defender sided here, Raptros. But could this be the beginnings? They're going to have to turn this into a win. And, I mean, straight up, a timeout has been called right now. And that's got to be, you know, formulating a plan for ROG, because if they don't win this next round, their economy is going to be shattered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot for them to be in, but now they have the round in the bag, and maybe that was just the... you know, being winless here in this game was the weight stone around their neck, and now they've been able to lift that off, and perhaps they can get a few more onto the boards. Of course, bringing it close here on the attacking side into halftime is going to be so beneficial for them, and if they're able to, you know, bring it to within a couple of rounds and then get pistol round win in the second half, then it could end up being a very close game indeed. But the pause has been ended. Here comes the pick again from Hugstar with the op inside of mid, but this time it doesn't find any result apart from the damage onto Raze.
And again, I still don't like that on defense. Machina will get Gats, but Metalian drops Machina. So trades coming on out. Nothing really gained by either side. Arguably, you could say this is a little bit better for the defenders. Like I said, it's arguable. The Aldrain's not really getting much info as well, you know, not more than they already knew. So that being dropped down is only probably going to hurt right now, and they're moving off of B, moving on over to A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Not the right call, but Nixon might be able to get a little bit of information if he
No
stays
targets left.
quiet.
Titus is basically selling the fake here towards A, and is basically meant that ROG have a free B bomb site to plant on, so that's a great little adjustment there to try and pull the rotations around, and they've at least been able to find a spike plant here with 4 players left as well, which is the man advantage going their way. This could be their second round on the board, but Cobras, they are certainly poised to be able to get this retake going. You got Vladidi up inside of Hooker as well, and he's being closed in on by the Phoenix, but he's ready and waiting to line up this shot as the Phoenix rounds the corner, but it doesn't work out for him. Titus beats him to the punch. Meanwhile, inside the site, there was just an absolute collapse of Cobras as they just got nothing done.
Yeah, and with 4 staying alive, it is good for ROG right now. The opposite end, they've got 1 final buy-up. Going to be seeing some light armors come on through as well. You know, Nixon going for that Spectre. He's got a lot of utility to buy. He near enough gets through everything each round. So, well, that's at least 1,000 easily, if not more. Well, he's not the biggest fragger, but, you know, he can pick up a gun later on. It's not the most harmful thing. Aldrin getting caught on out there by Metalian on the tripwire. And they're just going to back off, play it a little bit slow, but look at this flank coming on through. Nixon going to drop one down alongside Fancy. Gats will get the drop on Hugster. So of course, those portals, so loud.
Yeah, that was a big commitment there for Cobras to go for that teleport, and it has found the desired results. It's really startled ROG and stopped them in their tracks here. Cobras fast rotate with the players back towards B though, because they had no information towards that side of the map, so it could so easily have been that ROG were able to gain a foothold there, but no, they're still here grouped up as for heading their way into showers. And well, Breach versus the Cypher inside the site. A Breach and the Cypher inside the site. Nixon, he was able to do here. The recon bot comes through, gets flashed up. Here comes the showstopper from Gats. He's able to find one. There's the response though on the ultimate for Fancy, and both Hunter's Furies are being used at the moment as ROG bring it down to a 2 versus 2. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and Vladidi on this flank. Let's see if he can get clutch mode engaged. He has the smokes to use. He has 1 shadow step as well, if so required. And those ROG players are tagged up just a little bit, so it just makes it easier for him to tag them all down the rest of the way. But Uzi will deny.
Yeah, and you look at Uzi picking up the operator on his journeys as well. So that's going to be massive over on the ROG side. Not only are they flush with cash right now, I mean, look towards Battalion, look towards Mike, able to easily buy it for teammates. So they'll be safe for another round here. Same cannot be said. You can see this sort of like, I don't even want to call it a half buy. It doesn't even feel that much, you know?
Yeah, it's just bits and pieces that they've been able to buy with their pocket change at that point. But great recovery from ROG early on in this game. They went down 5-0 early on against the Cobras, but they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, and Titus is pulling himself up at the moment. 3 kills in quick succession up against the eco that Cobras attempted to pull out of the bag this time. Machina gets the consolation kill as far as I'm concerned before ROG take the round pretty easy.
Yep. I mean, like we said, basically an eco. What do you expect? The full buy is going to come on through now, and 4 in a row, good damage control from ROG. They did not start off healthy, but they're starting to bring it back now, and who knows? I would argue a 5th round, they'll be happy with that attack. Most teams would. you know, but if they can somehow push it to a 6th, that is going to be incredible.
Yeah, it would be so, so strong. Cobras, what's the response, though? They've been able to get the guns out this time. Looks like they've decided to go for a little bit of aggression towards the B side. No one from the ROG team are towards that half of the map at the moment, so they're going to continue to try and gain control of the routes outside of A. But they're being very passive about this. They know Cobra's tendency to push on some of these rounds, and they're just scared.
How did he get tapped there? That's so lucky, but it don't matter. Tidus has got the run it back, and you can see it's just that weight right now. Smoke on out, and there's the run it back. Flash as well around the corner, looking to just get heads. But that paranoia just going to slow him down for a little bit. He does have to run it back in the end, but so much information is gained over onto the safe side, and now the full execution coming on through. The spike plant as well from Mike. And so the cavalry needs to pick up the pace for the retake. And well, Mackin has done exactly that. 2K, but no, he got a bit greedy trying to put the cam down and got caught off guard.
At least he was able to pop the ult, though, so that information was still going over to Cobras as Nixon tries to push his way, secures control of Lamps here, flashes around the corner, and that's a great one onto Matalean. And now it's the advantage going the way of the Cobras. ROG, they have these two players towards short here that have an angle onto that spike, but Hugstar holding it down with the op, but there's the response from the opposite raise as Gats closes out the round for ROG and they bring it level.
Oh. This top prayer which Gats has just gone picked up, it's just, I don't know, it's made the rounds, right?
Yeah.
Like, around the bind in 80 days for that one. Is once again, look at that buy up. Oof. Not pretty. ROG, somehow. You wouldn't believe it right now if you're just tuned on in, I don't know. I'm looking at the stream delay, right, on Twitch, and 5-3 currently in favor of Cobras. I'm like, ooh, boy, this is looking to get close to the 7-5 in favor of ROG. How quickly the tables turn.
Yeah, very, very good recovery after a poor start for ROG here. And that just shows how, you know, some of these teams, they can panic in that situation. And ROG simply haven't panicked. They've just, well, we'll take every single round as it comes. And if we get the round win, that's great. If we can get some momentum off the back of it, even better. And that's exactly what they've done here. And Cobras are left wondering what adjustment needs to be made for them to deal with the very clean executions that ROG have been able to pull off so far. Just this omen towards this A site here. He has backup on the way, but ROG, they might be able to find the timing if they go pretty soon, and it might be an easy side for them to take. But Vladidi, with the Sheriff, has been able to cap one, and that's the second. Hugstar with the ultimate. The commit to the plant was a little bit too premature, as Cobra somehow finding around at the moment. Just Tidus left up against 3, but two of those players are oh so low. But so is Tidus' bullet count inside the magazine at the moment. If he commits to a spray, then he might run out of bullets. But here we go. He might be challenged here on the angle. 14 seconds left remaining. He's going to swing it. He takes out Hugstar. Now pulls out the pistol for the low HP player. But he still has to commit to the spike planet at some point. And that wasn't looking at all likely. Cobra's come away with it and bring it up for 6.
So, I don't know about you, Raptros, there, but that just felt like a round that was purely on timing and luck. You know, both teams had decent executions. Arguably, the defense of Purple Cobras did not expect that. You had the omen of Vladidi throwing the smokes out, and he should have been catched. Like, he got one kill perfectly on timing, and the rest of the team were just only on the start of the transfer, the rotation on over from B, and yet it still worked, especially in an eco. So that's just like sometimes, I don't know, the way the cookie crumbles, you get unlucky. But they've got to right those wrongs right now. Just equalize it on out, 6-6. So we're at the last round of the first half.
Here we go. The last chance for Cobras to show us what they're made of here on the attack. They could bring it level here coming into the second half, and if you said that at round 6, I wouldn't have believed you, but they've been great in terms of this recovery. Now, setting up for that B-bomb site, Uzi will attempt to deploy the smokes, Paranoia through the Rolling Thunder towards Elbow as well, forcing those Cobras players back. The run it back has also been popped here for ROG, so they're committing everything to this, and why not? It is the last round of the attacking half for them. Spike plant has been completed, and the Cobras, well, it's a 5-man retake that they're going to have to find a way in on.
They are indeed, but with 4... Looking around sight, it shouldn't be the hardest. There's going the Rolling Thunder. Flash is coming on out as well, but Gats and Mike drop 2. More in favor of ROG by the second. And here it goes. Vlad clutch your kick right now, lads. Unfortunately, Gats has got his number.
And Gats didn't even get the chance to use the
Switching
ultimate,
sides.
so there we go.
Not needed.
6-6. Yeah, not needed at all. 6-6 coming into the second half here. Cobras, what can they do on the offense? As they had a very good amount of traction early on, but it slipped through their fingers as ROG were able to readjust and regain the advantage. And now, as ROG go onto the defender side, which is classically thought as the easier side here on binds, can they close it out? That's the question. Titus has been so good for them. 12-10 here on the scoreline. Uzi, not so much. 4-8, but the rest of his team has been doing so well that his services haven't really been required.
Yeah, and once again, it's the same problems with Purple Cobras here on bind as we saw yesterday. Just a little bit too ambitious, too bold with their plays. Like, just weird and wacky strats coming on out. Play it normal. Play it safe. And like we said earlier, I still truly believe that Purple Cobras are the better fraggers right now. But they're just putting themselves in very odd positions. And quite often just 1 versus 2. You know, one man pushing on in for an attack, trying to maybe get flank elsewhere, but it's not pretty to see. So this has been a slow creep towards the A site, and I'm wondering if they're going to try and use Machina as the distraction, but no. Nixon's got the spike as well down in mid-link, so what is the
Gone.
Well, the plan was slightly squandered inside the showers. That wasn't the engagement they were perhaps looking for, but still 4 versus 4 situations. Vlad is able to dodge the flash and try and chase this Phoenix inside through Lambs. Blinds him up the Paranoia instead, but there's the teleport. There's the readjustment from Cobras. They look towards the B site to find some success. Uzi is here ready and waiting inside of Elbow. But does he have the timing flank through? No, he doesn't. He's being actively watched by all 3 of those players. And now ROG are all penned in towards defender spawn.
That's it. That camera is just such a safe way to find a player around Elbow. But here you go. Everyone moving onto site. No one is there right now. Concussion coming on through. Are they going to make themselves known? That's a nice little hot hands. The tap of the spike. And he's looking on the wrong side, but Vlad couldn't get the connection, looking to just teleport on out. Got denied. Defuse coming on through, should be able to stick it. Don't even need to.
Yeah, absolutely plenty of time as far as ROG are concerned in that. Very, very good retake there for that defender side. And, well, Mike opening things up on the retake with those 2 frags really caused Cobras to have a little bit of a problem, and in the end they just couldn't hold on even on the pistols. And well, ROG, they continue on their winning ways, it seems, as it's basically been, well, since round number 7 they've won 7 rounds out of the 8, as you can see there on the score tracker. So yeah, Cobras, it's been a long time since they've had put a string of rounds together, and it looks like they're going to have to wait just a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, and I'm somewhat intrigued by Uzi just sticking to the Ghost. Not buying on up, that's definitely, you know, trying to save it on over for next round. Respect it. Oh, that position up on the boxes.
Yeah. Well, Cobra's finding some success here towards the A side, and they've got some upgrades as well. VladDD picking up the Spectre, and epic.LAN able to respond, though, in that instance. The long-range spray for VladDD just about able to teleport and get away, and that's a free bomb site as well. So VladDD just about able to get away by the skin of his teeth. He'll commit to the plant here on low HP, and he's got his teammate there in the Sova to try and give him the cover required. Here comes the push through, though, from Brog, as now it's just Uzi left. The decision-making to push that smoke might have been a little bit questionable. Cobras were all over it.
The problem right there is Fancy. That lad is a monster. You can see it on your screens right now. 14 kills, top fragging in the server. And that's just normal for him, right? you look at it as well, the number of assists. So, yeah, he might not be able to finish some of them off, but he's just putting out so much damage. And I'm calling it now, by the end of this map, he will be MVP just because of how many engagements he gets in.
5-man stack towards the end this round for ROG. Cobras just so happened to be exploring the other side of the map. So, unfortunately, the gamble stack hasn't worked out here for ROG unless Cobras take their sweet time as far as this B take is concerned, but it looks like they're already starting to prepare themselves and work their way in just a couple of moments' time. So, I mean, you might as well, on an eco ROG, just try and stack one site and see if you can get anything done and catch a couple of players out. But unfortunately for them, it hasn't quite happened in the way they would thought it would be.
That took ages to put that spike down, and Makina's going to drop in Mike right here. So it's not looking pretty for the retake. Caught in the smoke. They don't want to push through. They don't know what's on the opposite side. Currently it's VladDD. He's just spraying. Uzi, Omen on Omen action, and it is not pretty. Yeah, just hug those walls. Try and not get caught in that. But Titus does find Makina. Respect.
Yeah. Well, another couple of free kills like that, and they might be able to make their way in, but it's I doubt Cobras will give them the chance. As there we go. It's all sorted out. epic.LAN, the only player left alive, and, well, Hugstar's down, and epic.LAN's going to continue to try and push in here. He's found Nix, and he might be able to find one more. No, Fancy will deny, but you can see the worry there because two of the Cobras players are already teleported all the way to A. If he's able to find Fancy there, he might still not have had enough time on the spike left to be able to get the defuse in, but would have caused a bit of a panic.
Well, that went in the play. It's just to get exit kills. He knew he was dropping. All he's losing there is a ghost. It does not matter. He's going to be buying up in this round anyway, and you don't, you know, you don't care about your pistol when you've got the Vandal there in your hands or the Phantom, do you? So he's just there to try and just hurt the economy a little bit. Make sure that they have to spend the, what, 3,900 at least to rebuy up. So clever playing. He didn't mind if he got hit by the spike.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about the more macro play with the economy. Drone through here for Fancy. Finding no one at close, so Cobras are able to push forward just that little bit more. Pinchos inside the side won't be doing much, but they've really penned someone in here towards the Kirby. The Aftershock forcing them out, and there we go. Finally, the kill comes through. Mike does fall, but there was a lot of utility used on that kill, though.
It was indeed. But, hey, one man down. Slight advantage now in favor. Two Purple Cobras as they're looking to make a little transition. You can see the spike in mid-link.
Careful.
And a little flank, should we say, coming through the showers. But, oh, that's not a bad trade for Gats right there. But the hat hovering on over. He's going to find everyone. They know positions right now. They know the solo man on site. And you can see that smoke coming out to cover heaven. They've got to be quick, though, here. And no, their little patience has hurt them. VladDD dropping. He's paying the price. And Titus is only going to go find himself a second.
Oh, Hugstar pushes off the back of that. 10 seconds left remaining. 1 versus 2 here from Hugstar, and he can't get clutch mode engaged. But Titus there inside the lamps, playing the off angle. They're just not expecting it. He swings with the crosshair tighter to the angle and just can't readjust onto the player just completely sitting out in the open there. And wow, 8-8. This game very, very close
Can I
here.
get a drop?
Very
That's why
close.
when you
indeed.
go for that push, you got to go. There we saw the lads sort of, they already had the information, so why did they not just instantly say, oh, we've got 2 on site? We're 4v2. That is an easy win. Have that confidence about yourself.
Yeah.
And just absolutely sprint onto there, taking heads, moving in pairs. But you just saw the impact Tyler's had, a single man over in U-Haul, who was just able to take 2, and that is what turned the tide.
It really did. And now Cobra's on the Sheriffs here for this round. Hugstar able to secure control of Hooker. Both these Rock players playing relatively passively on this B side. They're going to be
Joke's
easily
over.
smoked off
You're dead.
by that Omen one.
Satchel
Once
out.
this tape comes through, Hugstar, showstopper active, but finds no one in the front side of the site, so he's just going to have to use his legs and run all the way in towards Lamps. Tidus with the push through with the ultimates. And again, Rog has just basically given up this B-bomb site for free right now. Hugstar able to bring the numbers into his team's favor, so even though they're on the weaker buy here, Cobras, they've been able to secure the spike plant.
Flash out.
Have indeed. Flash coming on out. We'll catch off one, but of course, Hugster should now have sight once again.
Blinding.
Another
Off
showstopper
your
coming on
feet.
out, and Gats this time trying to look. Not going to be able to find anyone. A hopeful shot down into elbow, but look at this. They're just all split up right now. Defuse coming off. Is he going to be able to stick it right here and now? No, he's stepping off of it. Why?
Yeah, because the Hunter's Fury coming in and just kind of disrupted everything there. Fancy with the value ultimate to bring Cobras their 9th round here. But it's still so close. These teams fairly equally matched at the moment, but Cobra's getting the slight advantage here in this second half, trying to string some rounds together on the attacking side, and now it's Rog that are on the eco situation.
It is indeed. As this is not looking pretty right now.
Revealing area.
This eco just, I don't know how they're going to be able to handle all this pressure being thrown. You can see a lot of clustering up on that B site. Hoping for the stat to come through. Hooker, and there's one. Hugster is there. Decent little spam, and well, that's easy pickings for him and Vladdy. B site is free, and quite frankly, that defense is shattered right now. They're just going to be lucky to find, I'd even argue, a single kill.
Yeah, that would be basically the best situation that Rock could be looking for at this point. Just that exit frag, see if you can steal a rifle away. But you can see the respect, though, that Cobras are giving them. They're not immediately pushing on towards this B site. Instead, they'll just take the safe option, take the teleporter, go back towards A. So, yeah, so again, this sort of timidness from Cobras, it's okay in this sort of round, but sometimes they have been punished for it.
And I guess it must be a plan there, because I personally cannot understand it. When you
Spike
have
planted.
Hugster on an operator, Satchel jumping into your face, and then they're not willing to plant on B when they've secured the site. Instead, they'll choose to rotate because they've got 30 seconds left. Like, what is the thought behind that? I do not understand the lads at all. And I guess it's working.
Yeah, but
One player
you can
remaining.
just so easily see how that sort of thing can be abused. It already has been in this game. Gats, the only player left remaining. Machina's looking at the wrong angle, so oh, he almost readjusted onto that. So I was a little bit too quick to count him out.
Naturally, the save coming on through for Gats, but
Nailed it.
ooh, that flick was pretty nice. You gotta give that.
Yeah, I'll give it. I'll allow it. But Cobra's 10-8. They get up to double digits first. Fancy top of the scoreboard. Hugstar. I mean, every team has put in a lot of effort here. And you might say, oh, Nixon, he's only got 9 frags, but he's on the breach, and he plays it more like a passive breach, just using it to help out his team rather than go for the solo play. So it's fine that he's only on 9 frags right now. His utility has been on point throughout
and
this
you
game.
look at his assists as well on 8.
Yeah.
That shows it through.
It really does. So, I mean, like we discussed yesterday, I believe it was with Yumi at the time on the co-cast. There's a couple of different ways that you can play breach. You can either just play it as a hard support, or you can play it as this sort of more fragger-oriented role. But here we go then. A-site offensive for Cobras, and they sort out the anchors just fine. It's still 3 versus 3, so ROG still with the potential for the retake here. They've committed 2 players up in towards heaven. Fancy has already found one of them. Uzi looking for the trades here as he steps out and drops down, spotted out by the camera, as that spike camp dart will reveal his position, and Cobras will be able to find the round. That was pretty clinical from them.
Yeah, that's what we want to see from Cobras, just well thought out stacks. And again, I guess this sort of leans into the weirdness of Cobras, because you argue, right? Why were you not doing that earlier? I mean, they're still in the driver's seat, don't get me wrong, but why are you not doing that every round? And I guess it is that thought of, as us as casters, if we can't figure out what they're thinking, the players on the opposite side who don't have as much information of us are definitely not knowing what they're thinking.
We'll see a push come through here from ROG, perhaps here towards short. Very pushed up as far as their positioning, but Nixon, he has it in his mind that this might happen, so ROG do have to be very careful here to not push too far unless they're able to win the heads-up duel with the pistols up against this Vandalist. Oh, there we go. Oh, he gets dinked. That almost worked out for ROG.
Yeah, 140 damage coming on through in smoke. Just laid down. You can see the transition on through to Showers, and they're probably going to look to just hide away in there. Plan right now, they know this is probably going to be a loss. Go 12-8 and then have to aim for that OT. This is a very respectful, like, passive play coming through from Purple Cobras.
Yeah, they've just slowed everything way, way down. It seems like they just want to go as a group, which is commendable. You can see that Hugstar now jumping out the window to try and find this player inside of sight. Smatalayan not long for this server.
30 seconds left.
Unfortunately for him, but yeah, Cobras, they just want to get these structured takes in, but sometimes they're losing a bit of the spontaneity as far as the attacking side goes with those individual plays. But Mike with the drive-by, completely blind. Vladity has no idea what just hit him, and this might just be the chance that ROG need to get themselves back in. Mike has been able to find a Vandal here as he flashes himself out the window and readjusts on towards
2 bullets.
Fancy. Brilliant stuff. 2 bullets and a dream. Machina inside the site. Can't hold on for the Cobras, and Tidus able to clean him out.
I can't believe this just happened. There is no way this should have happened, but it did.
I was casting like that was like it was a done round. I was going into the analysis of the next one. It was just like, no, but somehow ROG get back in.
By all means, we should be looking at 12-8 right now, but somehow ROG, like you talk about it, Mike with the drive-by, had no clue the player there. It was just, I don't know, spray and pray with a sheriff as well. Unprecedented stuff, but hey, there's always a little hint of luck in victories. And the chance for a turnaround right here and now. The buy-up coming on through. ROG have just got hold, and I'm liking these lines they've got right now. Maybe not so much for Uzi. He's looking down into elbow, but it's a very passive hold from the defense.
Yeah, it is. It really is. They're super scared about that Raze showstopper, I think, because you can just jump out like this and find multiple kills. Look at the P-hop through as well, but gets caught up by the Rolling Thunder, but there's an angle for that showstopper. It doesn't connect. If it went a little bit deeper, that might have been a multi-kill with the rocket launcher, but the flash is so good here for Hugstar as he's able to pull out the rifle instead, but that would have been a highlight if that showstopper was just a little bit deeper.
And that right there, is why Nicksoon is such a good player. It's not the fact that he's getting the frags, but that he's enabling the frags. And right here, enabling some longevity, maybe the OT. Defense is coming on through. As, yep, they don't want to lose any of these guns, and you can't blame Gats there. With an operator, that could be the deal maker. Like, you can't just guarantee the eco once again. They could take it, you know, 3v4 is possible, but that is a risk not worth taking right now.
Yeah, Gats will be challenged as far as
He's
his
gonna get
possession
caught.
of this operator. Oh, misses the first shot, just has to back away. I think he'll still be able to keep it though, but still, it would... Oh, able to get a frag at the end there, backing it with the wall bangs through. Titus able to bail his operator out of that situation. So that's actually some decent damage there done by Rog to the Cobra's players. It keeps their economy slightly in check, but it's still starting to run away.
That goes there.
I mean, you look over towards the Cobras right now, their money is not a problem for them. You can just see Huxter's brought on out a Vandal for Vladidi, or carried on over one, sorry. And so we'll be getting a Phantom of his own, 5,600 left in the tank. Easy money. Here, once again, another interesting little hold, but here you go. Quick execution onto site, and Titus is ready for Vladidi. Is he ready for Nicksoon? Yes, he is, with the run it back as well. But Huxter will stop him. Quick little double there. 3v4. Defense looking pretty good right now. Concussion coming on through. Huxter just trying to get out of dodge, trying to get through that portal, and that is a very nice little recovery play.
It's a panicked play, but it's a recovery nonetheless. And now it puts the question mark inside of Rog's mind. With those teleporters,
I love it.
yeah, I do love this. It was the topic I was just about to get onto, because they could just have done the fixed teleporter play, which they have done so, or this they're attempting to, and rotate their way back towards A. And well, it's going to be still up against it for Cobras in this one, but they still have
30
Fancy
seconds
left
left.
alive, and he's doing so
player
good, but he's not
remaining.
expecting a tight angle. Mike just completely and utterly outplays him there, and he's able to get away. Huxter left in the 1 versus 4, but Gats from up above makes sure that Rog gets their 10th.
What a good play by Mike to just quickly creep on up there. Gives the info on over, and then gets out of dodge. That is inspired stuff. And Mike here, like, this right now shows 2 different ways to play Breach, doesn't it? You've got Nicksoon over on Purple Cobras, and then on Rog, you've got Mike. 2 very different styles, and you'll notice Mike quite often going for those solo frags where he's using his utility for himself. Nicksoon does not do that. It's entirely for teammates. And it's a very interesting little change-up.
A change here for Rog as well, as they finally found themselves into pushed-up positions on B. They usually like to play this one inside of halls, inside of elbow, but no, this time around, they want to take more of a forward positioning. That's a great readjustment there from Mike with the flick. Fancy with the Hunter's Fury now, looking to try and get things done. Just the information perhaps given away in that instance. Cobras have full hookah control here, but still 3 players on that B site to contend with. And they're just going to split up for now. Let's see if they can add some more prongs to this attack.
Yeah, you can see, trying to go for that flank, leaving Huxter up above. Would imagine currently looking out that window, does not know. Metalian just sitting on top of the boxes. He's now going to start trying to look out and down into hookah. But here comes the execution right now. It's a dodgy one, still nothing gained. They don't know where they're coming on through, and
30 seconds left.
Vladidi just so close to getting it, but Mike will drop him down. Nicksoon does get the trade. Continues on, and Uzi will drop Nicksoon. Huxter needs support here, needs this spike dropped on down. Titus coming on through, 2 on 2. Titus has been fantastic on these duels so far, and Huxter gonna just drop to Gats. Easy peasy. 12-11. This is not pretty for the Cobras.
No, it isn't. They've squandered that match point, or that map point, excuse me. They do get another one by the time we get to overtime here. But
My thanks.
at what cost? Because they're just going to have to try and fully invest into this. Huckster's gone for the judge here.
This
So,
goes here.
I mean, they had enough to buy up rifles on the rest of the players, yes, albeit not full shields.
This is a
But
nice spot.
still, the judge, where's that going to be used then? I'm just having a, you know, on the defense, you can justify it, but on the attack, it can probably get a little bit less done.
Just wait for the satchel jumps. That's what he'll do to try and get on out there. But he's trying to wait for the information. You can see he's so overextended here. But there's the satchel jump, and there's the kill. And Tidus is a big kill right now. Gonna just trade that on out. Hey, that's a free Vandal. Happy days.
Look, I doubted the judge decision, and it looks like it's worked out for him. Able to close the distance with those satchel jumps, as you quite rightfully mentioned, Bacon. And, well, Rog, they've committed all 4 of their players towards this A side of the map to put up the best defense possible. Machina flashed off the angle, so Rog are able to secure control of Showers here, and that really, really does help as Cobra's on the 3 players that they have alive. They're not entirely sure what to do. They might be worth them playing the time here and try and bait some of the rotations back over towards B, which is happening imminently.
It's working. Machina are going to be the first one to
Eagle
strike
eye.
on through, and he's just clicked ahead. Gats there with the operator, though, is a threat. Flash coming on
30
out.
seconds
Gats
left.
just has to tuck on away. Concussion thrown on through as well. But get that spike planted. Time is running out, but there's the head
One
drop.
player remaining.
Nixon coming in clutch right now.
Spike planted.
1 versus 2, and we've seen what Mike can do. So clutch, but he's dropped by Nixon, and that is it. Purple Cobras are going to be taking bind.
It was a bit of a slog in the end, but Cobras are able to get across the line, and they take the, well, their opposite team's map pick. So, wow, Rog maybe looking for a little bit more on binds there. And now they've dropped their road map and heading into the second map. That's really put them on the back foot once we get to Ascent now. But it was a hard-fought game, though, but there's a little bit of sloppiness on both sides.
There was indeed, but from what I've seen yesterday, anyway, of the Purple Cobras, didn't really get seen much of Rog, but considering this was their pick anyway, I'm scared for Rog. This could be a 2-0 for Cobras, just because Bind is not their map. You know, it's their weakest out of the 3 standard 2-site maps, and so going into Ascent, that's where they really turn it on up. And yeah, Rog have got a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, they really, really do in this situation. But we said the same when it came to the Rix versus Vandal game at the end of yesterday, where we thought that Rix wouldn't have a chance on Bind because it's the map they never played. It was their opponent's map pick, and they were able to bring it oh so close. But in this situation, it might just be that little bit different. But that's all done here for map number 1. We head on to map number 2 in just a couple of moments' time. Don't go away. everyone, and welcome back to the final day of Epic 31 Online Valorant. I'm Raptrus, I'm joined by Digital Bacon for this series. We've already had the first map that went the way of Purple Cobras in this game, their game against ROG, as they were able to take ROG's map pick in the end after a bit of a slog of a map, all things considered. It was a bit scrappy, a bit messy at times, but it's the team that gets up to 13 rounds that wins at the end of the day, and Cobras were able to put up that performance.
Yeah, 13-11 is not bad at all for ROG, but the problem is, like we said, that's generally, Bind is generally a weaker map for Purple Cobras. So coming on further into Ascent where they're super comfortable, this is going to be scary for ROG right now, and it's just going to come down to, can they pull out the strats? When we look at them, they've got to start, like, we saw it right there on their defense. They didn't have any utility to be able to get information, like no ciphers at all, you know, nothing whatsoever. And that's what I want to see. They've got a team that near enough should be going for frags with their makeup, you know, of the agents. But right here, they just don't have that one-on-one sort of fragging prowess that Purple Cobras have. So what changes do we want to see coming into this one? Like, maybe an operator change, you know, the agent change there for the ROG side.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you know, options would be open to them that are kind of in the meta right now. I mean, if they want to throw out something surprising, then like a Reyna or a Sage or something like that, you know, to really surprise us, or even the Viper. We haven't seen any Viper so far this tournament.
And we won't see any Viper. Come on.
Look, I want to be hopeful. I want to be hopeful. Okay.
Reyna's a possibility, but when you've got Tidus on the Phoenix and probably, I'd imagine anyway, sticking on the Phoenix this one, if he does change, like if we do see the Reyna, I reckon it is going to be Tidus changing off the Phoenix for the Reyna, because they share some very similar roles, you know, in how they play. It's just Reyna's got a little bit more range, what with the Leah going on out, whereas when you look at Phoenix, that curveball, you just cannot deny is a powerful asset there to have to just, you know, spin that around the corner and flash out your opponents. But yeah, right here, it's just, you got a lot of angles for the Cypher, you know, up high for his camera, as well as being able to put the tripwires down so that you can cover off the flanks. But other than that, who else could we see? Maybe a Sage just for the reses and the walls. Slow Orb, not incredibly impactful here, should we say?
Yeah, definitely not as much as it once was way back a couple of patches ago, but yeah, I mean, there are choices that need to be made. They can just remain with, you know, their tried and tested composition coming into this one. I would like to see a Cypher this time around, though, especially when it comes towards that A site on Ascent, where Cypher is so particularly strong. You can basically just set all of his traps and just not worry about it at that point, and just try and get retakes going on that side of the map. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle here for ROG coming into this one. I think Cobras, they're going to be much better prepared here on Ascent, given it is their own map pick. It's really a map that really lends itself to some individual plays as well, with some microaggressions here and there. So it's going to be a massive struggle for ROG, but there are certain win conditions, but it requires more on Cobras making mistakes than it requires ROG stepping up.
It really does, and let's just hope. We could see a Jet here as well, actually, thinking about it, just because that operator down mid is very, very powerful, especially on defense. I'm trying to think what else we could get. Maybe we'll get a Brimstone, you know, just to drop those sky smokes, but we haven't seen massive amounts of Brimstone this weekend, have we?
We've seen it,
enough.
but again, it's not one of the most popular picks here. Maybe some teams preferring to go for it just you know, for player preference a situation. But I mean, we could possibly see it. I don't think he's as popular here on Ascent, at least if I'm remembering correctly. It's more the Omen, which is the main smoke deployer on this map, and it's mostly because he can play around his own smokes a lot more effectively than what Brimstone is able to.
Yeah, that's exactly it with Brimstone. You just want to set up for your teams as more of that utility. So possibly with this setup, that could be a change, but I highly doubt. Like I said, I'd imagine with when we look at their current setup anyway, moving on over to Jet for the Jet Smokes is probably the slightly better play. You know, if you got Jet and Omen, which again are very like equatable characters, you've got so much just rapid kill potential. Maybe that's it. Rog just suddenly up it there, but and you've already got the Phoenix or Tidus or possibly that changed the Reynar. That's like a lot committing on into it. But then we say that maybe Tidus sticks with the Phoenix. You see, might go on to the Reynar. Like there's a lot of possibility, and I'd imagine, especially at this level, you know, no one's going to be expecting just the full send into frag in here. And maybe that's the weird, wacky, wonderful change up that Rock make, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, especially on defense, they might just need to step forward and get up in Purple Cobra's faces, because we saw in a couple of times there on Bind where on attack they were very, very careful. They were very cautious, and if you can exploit that and find flanks in behind by those aggressive pushes, then it might cause Cobras a little bit of a panic, and it might fluster them somewhat. But you know, doing that on ascent sometimes quite tough, especially if you have a Cypher on the attacking side that can cover off those flanks. So yeah, again, like I said, it's going to be a tough one, but there's certainly a possibility that we'll be able to see splits as map number 3. But personally, I wouldn't bet on it.
Nor would I. Would love to see it because that was quite an interesting map yesterday, actually, for Purple Cobras. And Split generally is one which, like, I guess it's quite cool right now. We've only 4 maps currently in the rotation, but all 4 maps have their own feels, a lot of differences between them. So you've got that going, and Split right there is one, especially with the sewers. Like, I feel like the map does need a rework, but the foundation is there, and I just love, like, imagine if Split just had like a whole sewer network running the whole way, you know, down towards mid vents on the opposite side, you know, some like little tricky hallways, so you've got a little bit more workarounds there. That'd just be quite a nice little cool, like, mainly for the stealth flanks, I'd love to see. But we should be getting into this one pretty quick. All the players are ready to go, so not long till we find out what's going to change up here.
Yeah, they had a bit of a situation where they had the one player AFK so they can swap the teams. Please fix Riot. Let them swap teams properly.
Riot, please fix players AFK.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we are getting more spectator slots soon, so maybe it'll be a little bit easier in that respect, and maybe the production can also be a little bit better. We can get more cinematic observers, we can get more actual observers, we can do a lot of things, but we're just limited to those 2 slots for the moment. But we're just about to head into Agent Select here. In fact, I'm actually saying Cobra's still not ready. So yeah, they're just gonna have to wait. I mean, they're allowed the time. They're allowed a maximum of 15 minutes to be able to get the map started. So it's gonna be fine. But in this one, I just kind of can't wait to get going. Cobras, I think that first game for them, the reason why it looks so sloppy is that it is the first game of the day, and it is the morning here. And you know, esports players, they don't like mornings. You saw the whole drama on Counter-Strike Twitter that some players were complaining about a 10 a.m. start. We had a 10 a.m. start here if you're British, so maybe that factors in. I don't know. Maybe I'm clutching at straws.
Yeah, just maybe. That's like, it's the LAN. Like, right now, yes, we're not playing on LAN, but I don't know, what you call it, a WAN? Where it's the exact same thing, same weekend, as if we were at epic.LAN in Kettering, but due to the current world climate, we can't do that. But the show must go on, and I mean, there is a beefy prize pool to play for this weekend, isn't there?
Yeah, £3,750 up for grabs. Thank you very much to Logitech G for helping us out with the prize pool. They also have a lot of giveaways, throughout the course of this weekend. Of course, there's going to be a link once we get into game for you to enter into a competition and to win a Logitech G headset, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for their support. And well, we are in Agent Select at the moment, just about 30 seconds before we actually get into game here. And just talking about this tournament more generally, it's great to see the Epic community just embracing the new game, embracing Valorant, getting the full maximum 32 teams out there with support from our friends across the channel in mainland Europe as well, deciding to turn up. That's absolutely brilliant. And if we can convert that back into the LAN setting then and get some players over for doing that would be absolutely amazing. But this is about as ideal as a first tournament goes here for a new game.
That is it. The first Valorant tournament for Epic. And, well, if there's a demand for it, we'll put it on. People will come. 32 teams, an incredible number. And the absolute caliber that we've been seeing this weekend is something else. But let's stop, I guess, hinting at it. Let's stop teasing it. We've got players into the lobby. Let's get this underway. Ascent is our second map here. ROG versus Purple Cobras. It will be ROG starting us off on defense. Purple Cobras on attack, and let's just see what happens. Any change up? Titus off of the Phoenix onto the Killjoy. Okay. And Mike, like I said, moving on over to that Reyna. Gats off of the Fuse onto Jet. So big changes here.
That goes there.
Yeah, we were talking about this coming into it, and it looks like they have decided to commit to these agent changes. So I'm very interested to see how this one works out now. Of course, with that Logitech G sponsorship, you can see the link in the bottom right, epiclan.uk/Logitech to enter to win a Logitech G Pro X wireless Lightspeed gaming headset. So, into the first pistol round then. Cobras on the offensive, ROG on the defense. And Cobras already found themselves a decent amount of control towards mid here. They'll explore up through Catwalk and in towards Tree Room in just a couple of moments' time. But the readjustment is there from ROG. They get a push coming up through B that might be challenged by that Omen, but they're just going to fall off for that one. But ROG certainly prepared for an A play here as Cobras decide to readjust. They head their way through mid, and they might be able to find a timing here if they head through market. It looks like that's going to be the option that they're going to go with. The Jet here on the side of ROG has to do so much. Gats here, ready with the machine pistol, takes out 2. Brilliant value there for Gats as now Cobras work their way into the B bomb site, but at a slight disadvantage. Now a major disadvantage with the man down.
Planted.
Yeah, man down and looking pretty lit up. A lot of damage onto the players right there. Mike has got the right idea. He knows it's coming on through. Oh, was that a self flash as well?
Oh no.
Oh,
might have been.
Hurting his own teammate there. Not a well executed hold of the site. And so, ROG take the first. I mean, that is much needed compared to the first map. You know, ROG coming out strong straight away is great to see.
Yeah, Gats does so much with the frenzy there in the early part of the rounds. Just able to cut off the vast majority.
Metalian's going to go for the wall bangs.
I mean, we've seen this. We've seen this towards B. Usually with an Odin, but
yeah,
the LMP.
They're not going to expect this. I can't wait to see this unfold quickly. Look at that perfect position.
Oh my god.
Oh, but he's just deviated off target. Not going to get any heads. And, well, we'll get a little bit of tick damage, so it's something.
Here we go, then entry towards the site. Scat still holding on, and so is Mike. The Reina's able to get away as well in that situation. This is a strong hold this time for ROG as they cut down all of these players. Mike with the 3rd frag of the round as well. Unfortunately, I think our client might have crashed. Oh no, it's back.
Yeah, it's here. It's fine. Oh, I love the start of that. Mike just running onto site. Like, all I could think of was like the Zoidberg, you know, as he just ran across through the smoke, dodging all these bullets. It was just awesome to see, and I couldn't help but love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. What's this from Cobras now? The double Marshall. Looking for some decent tag damage here in this one. That might be intriguing. Let's have a look to see how this one works out then, because I don't know. That seems like a bit of a weird buy to me.
I don't know. I'll allow it just to see if it works. It's interesting. at the very least, you know. We get on into this. Sheriffs as well. It's a big, heavy one-shot potential. I didn't know the Sheriff with a full blast could not break that door. That seems like a massive hindrance.
Here we go then. Machina able to gain a foothold here towards spawn, able to take out Mike as well. So Machina delivering on the Sheriff, able to get an upgrade onto the Bulldog as Cobra is going to readjust here towards the A side. Uzi able to sort out Machina, so that's that weapon now on the floor once again. But Cobra's looking to try and collapse here with this split towards the A site. And the Hugstar paint shells in. There's the opening for
30
Nixon.
seconds left.
Gats able to respond. Fancy there with the Marshal as well on the attacking side. It does work out slightly in their favor here as they're able to get the spike plant in 2 versus 3 situation as Fancy tries to hold them back from upper.
Yeah, so spike plants in with only about 10 seconds left, so they
Spike planted.
cut it close. Titus dropping it on down. Looking to just get a couple of heads. The concussion not really helping at all. Nixon is dropped. Metallium with the Ares is doing work. DD 1v2. What can he do right here? Trying to teleport on in and actually got through. No way. Vladidi dropping one. He's going to try and look for the second, but time is running on out. Killjoy and Titus has an idea where he is able to spray him down with the classic, and can he stick the defuse? It's going to be close. No, he's not got it.
Oh, that's so close though. Titus, a big old attempt, and he almost would put it in the bag. But now the scoreline is 2-1 here. Early on Ascent, Mike, big performer on the sides of ROG so far, 6-1. That arena really has delivered. Matalean going with the Odin this time. We'll see another bit of a spam towards that B main side, potentially. He's not in the position for it just for the moment. But again, it's an interesting decision.
Are we muted?
Here we go then into the next. ROG, no signs of aggression, and Cobras are waiting for the aggression right now. They're just sitting very passively. They're waiting for ROG to push their way through, but it simply isn't going to happen, and they're going to have to make the play off the back of their own strategy here. Machina continuing to get inquisitive with this mid position, pushing on forward here is that Cypher. But ROG still aren't giving anything for Cobras to work with. Here we go. Oh, a little bit of an awkward exchange there. Inside of mid, forcing players off. Still no one dropped from the server just yet, as far as the frags are concerned. It's been a very quiet, very passive round indeed.
Has indeed. But here comes
30
the
seconds
cavalry. Hugstar going to be able to get in on site, and no, not quick enough to turn around onto Metallion, and his Odin flash on out. It's into the back of the site. You can see ready for it. Gat's going to be able to drop Fancy, going to be able to drop Nick soon, but Machina does get Uzi, gets Metallion, gets Titus. Mike will drop Machina, but Machina's job has been done. Time has run on out, not able to get that spike on down. Mike does drop Vladidi in the end. And well, the defense, very serviceable.
Yeah, very serviceable indeed. And ROG, they do extend their advantage here in this one.
Turret out.
I know exactly where you are.
early exchanges have already happened here in this one. Advantage early on goes to the Cobras as they had that little bit of an explore towards the A site. Foul going through here for Fancy. Trying to spot out a little bit of information towards that defender spawning.
Area.
Send the recon dart in through to try and spot out those rotations. Just gives Cobras a little bit of cover when it comes to an actual site take here. But again, they go for this early setup for A, but then they decide to back off of it, and B is what might be where this round ends up on.
Yeah, and you can see the cam over in tree. Just trying to see if there's going to be a rotation come on through. No. Only one man on site. Here's Matalian, and he does have that
30
Odin,
seconds
so
left.
big spray downs, there's a possibility, but time is ticking. Lads, you've got to get onto that site right now. They're leaving this into the final second. Once again, I do not like this, Raptors.
Reminds me of Na'Vi and CS, leaving it until so late here in the round. But Matalean is here with the Odin,
10
ready to
seconds
spray
left.
players down. One's jumped over his head. They haven't checked his position at all. He takes out next to
That's
and
it.
That is it.
They've got
That
it.
is it. They can't get the spike plant in unless they've immediately got on it here. That is a massive play there for for that Sova inside of the B site with the Odin. They just jump over his head.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cobras, all you did was play yourself on that one. They've got no one else to blame. Like, realistically, you can't even argue it's a great defense. I mean, that's a very standard position to hide away. If not there, then in the back, of course. So, it's just, what was the thought from Cobra? Like we said, you know, just don't leave it until 20 seconds to push onto the site. You try and leave it for the 30-second mark, and it seems they might be overcompensating here with a very quick push.
Maybe. But, yeah, that has a massive misplay. I don't see a universe where you don't check that angle. And the player that does check it has the spike with 6 seconds left remaining onto the site. That's absolutely horrible. And like the Na'Vi plays that I alluded to in CS a little bit earlier, it hasn't paid off for them as they drop the bomb drop the spike prematurely.
Enemy
But
marked.
here we go then into
Run!
site looking like it's on the menu, at least as far as Cobras are concerned. Fancy it with the Hunter's Fury. Not getting anything done in the grand scheme of things. The Rolling Thunder is so good, and Uzi's just trapped in the corner there,
One
trying
enemy
cower
remaining.
and trying to maintain his life,
Spike
but
planted.
it's not gonna happen. Matalean on the Odin. 1 versus 5 Odin.
down.
Here we go. That's the one. Surely it doesn't happen like this, right?
Possibly look at Machina. Trying to just go on that flank. Is he going to be able to catch anything off? Naturally, you see the door is closed, and that's that. And like, right now, worth saving. You know, not going to be able to stick the defuse. Just get out of dodge, hide away in a corner, carry that on over to the next round. No shame right there.
No, oh, I mean, he might have a bit of a task to hold on
This
to
is
this
going to be
Odin.
tricky.
Ooh. Teasing with the corner. Cobra's not pushing any further. Matalean would just hold the angle, and he does save that Odin into the next round. And considering his team's money, that might be pretty
this is a nice
worthwhile at this point, considering that some of those rock players will have to go down onto pistols this time around. So here we go. Matalean. If he can make that,
This goes here.
if he can go for the spam through in the wall in this round, that would be so amazing. And if he can line up the shots as well, which is the harder thing to do. But let's see if he's able to manage it. And he's got one. There we go. There's the response, though, through the wall. Hugstar direct onto the head of the Sova.
I don't know how Hugster does that. Like, that's just nuts. One bang through the wall. What a response. Hopefully going to be able to
No more
recover
charges
that
left.
Odin. Yep, you can see. So Machina. There's so little threat on mid, but oh, he's going to be slow on that.
Enemy down.
Mike
Machina.
that should have been free for Mike right there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a whiff from him, all things considered. And now the Killjoy inside his free room. What can Tidus do? Well, he's more distracted about the Roomba at his feet rather than the players approaching him. So A-site certainly looking likely here for the Cobras. Omen inside of Upper. Oh, Rosie! He's able to find 2 with the Odin, and it might have turned this round in his first favor. Got the from the shadows as well. He can teleport deep in. He teleports towards the center of site just to get the information. Hugstar will send him back to whence he came. The flank is on here from the Jet as well as she works her way in towards A main. So it's going to be a 2-pronged attack here. The showstopper's out for Hugstar. Doesn't quite connect onto the Omen. He's so low HP here is Uzi, and now his chances in this round are near 0. So he's going to back the hell out.
I mean, it's a weird strat, right? Save the Odin. That is the ROG baby right here and now. Nothing may touch it. Dare I say, it's a bad luck charm for them. You know? Oh, just... This defense, where did it go so wrong?
Well, at least in the last couple of rounds. They still hold the advantage here into the next, but... You get the sense that it's starting to slip once again here for ROG. They're going for a double operator setup.
Are you kidding me?
Plus Odin. Interesting.
That's just got to be a misbuy, right? Like, that is a big spend. And I guess, again, it's, well, if the last couple of rounds ain't worked, you throw it into the mix. But last cannons ahoy.
There.
Yeah. Here we go then. I mean, I appreciate the imagination, but the actual execution of it.
Aggressed.
Yeah, and they're exploring towards A as well. So both sides of the map, ROG are just trying to take aggression, and they found some results, at least towards that B side of the map. But A is where Cobras have been abusing the advantages here. VladD going to be the first one out here. The Now Swarm actually pushes him back, gifts ROG a little bit of time to work with. The Paranoia does tag up that player inside the site, but they're not quick enough on this to try and capitalize. Fancy is able to take the heads-up duel, though, when it matters. There's the response from Matalean, and now Mike jumping out, seeing if he can make a play. Matalean still trying to deliver with this Odin, but it's just getting 1 or 2 frags here or there, but it hasn't come up clutch in these rounds.
Hasn't indeed, but 2-on-2, this is a possibility. You can see Gats has swapped on over the Vandal. Wise choice, get rid of that operator, just have a little bit more versatility, but health is low for Matalean.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he did connect. That could be massive right here and now. The spray coming up through, and there you go. Finally, the Odin works.
Yeah, using it to good effect finally in that round as ROG are able to extend their advantage
for the
here
operator.
in the first half. Yeah, I mean, they did invest 2 operators into this, so you might as well try and save at least... did they save 1 or both of them into this round? I don't think they were able to get the other one, so it's just the 1 operator saved over. So that's kind of... again, there's still a lot of money going to waste, considering the changes.
Wait! Tidus is on the judge? What is this buy-up? Well, you know what? Allow. Just... I'm wondering where Tidus is going to go, because on the Killjoy, that's a very weird combo, you know?
Take flight.
Is he just going to sit on a high angle at B and just beat his team, basically?
Yeah. Tidus must have told him, oh, they just jump over you on the B site, and he's like, oh, okay.
It's an Odin judge setup on this B site. I'm not sure what to make of that, as far as things go. They get tagged up by the recon bot as well. They do have the support of the Reina from the spawn though, so at least they got that going for them. But that's just a weird situation. And Fancy has a lineup here, maybe for the Reina with the shock bolt. Doesn't quite connect onto it though. They'll continue to try and push the issue here towards B. Hunter's Fury out, try and force the players out of their little cubby holes, their hidey holes that they're trying to hold right now, but in towards this Odin and Judge site. And, well, the support has been isolated there towards Defender spawn. VladD, he's not going to expect what he's about to make into. Judge spamming at him, Odin trying to hold him down as well, but still, it's no problem here for Cobras as well. Well, actually, it might be a bit of a problem because
30
now the frags
seconds
have
left. Enemy
turned and
remaining.
things get a little bit more interesting. Mike left in this 1 versus 2. Gets inside the smoke there, and the Cobras, they did not have spike
Enemy
control.
remaining.
They had to go back and recover it.
Oh,
Mike
that
picking out
was
with the
close.
information with the
bullets.
oh no. Glad he's able to manage it. Oh, confusing round though.
A risky play at the end as well. 3 bullets on the Reyna of Mike, just hoping for a headshot. The jump out or, well, run out with the heals. Like, I don't know.
I think we've just Bacon, you sound very dejected about everything going on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, surely that's just you're not keeping track of your bullets, because if Mike had, let's just say I would be fine with that play, you know, 2 quick bursts, you can do that because you've got the time for the readjustment. But with 3 bullets, I believe he truly did not know he was that low. And so when he, you know, ran out, oh, that's a big dive in.
Yeah, Gats. Hoping for the miracle play, just with the hopeful push. Oh, Hugs almost got caught up with the rumor in hand. Somehow he wasn't punished for that.
One
But
player
Cobra's
standing.
easy out on towards the A site now, and all of a sudden it is
Spike
Tyler's
planted.
left alone. It wasn't Eco though for Rog, so it's not going to be a massive loss, but it does mean that Cobras will be able to bring themselves level after this one.
Yep, and so Titus just... Ooh, that's a lot of utility. Just get Titus to move. Titus getting 1 kill though, and that's fair enough. Like, that's all we needed. There is no harm there. Only dropping a ghost. It's only going to cost you 500. Nothing at all.
So 5-5, even Stevens.
What
Cobra
is
is
this
having.
buy up again?
This must be deliberate now. This must be deliberate. Are they trying to make a double operator and Odin setup on this defense work? I get the feeling I'm being trolled, but I'm like...
They quickly swap off back to the Vandal. Because
Yeah.
that is so much money being used up here when your rounds are not going favorably. In defense here, like 5 is an absurd amount to win on attack, and you've just got to, I don't know, change it up right now. These weird off strats are not working.
Rolling
Some
Thunder.
normality. What an attack from Hugstar!
Looks like he's gonna push even further as well. He'll be able to cut off the rotations from spawn. Rock still have been able to put up some form of defense, mostly due to the op of Gats, but he quickly goes down to Machina, and Hug's still waiting for the timing, but Matalean
One enemy
with the Odin,
remaining.
to be honest, he's making it work. He has 3 frags in the round with it now, and Mike is able to recover. We're really questioning how Valorant is played at this point.
Last round.
You are
before the
indeed,
hash.
but notice it's the Odins. Sorry, not the Odins. Sorry, the operators that got nothing out of that round.
Yeah, and they lost
So-
both of them.
Yeah, they lost both of them. Gats has just had to rebuy up. The Vandal coming on in for Uzi. And yeah, just back to the 1 operator, of course, naturally, because they can't buy a second. But a much better round. And it's just coming down to, when you've got these very aggressive attacks coming on through from Purple Cobras, which we have seen time and time before, it's much better to go for the Vandal because they're coming right on into your face. Because when you look at how these operators are played as well, it is not in the back lines, you know, up towards heavens. It's very close. They're trying to get a very quick early frag, which will not work here.
Just gonna get aggressive with this one, and it delivers. The aggressive operator play towards the B site has found itself a kill. Now, Cobra's the response. Control of mid is theirs. Oh, the double spray down from Mike, and he spots out 1 more before he's able to get away. Great play from the Reyna. Been waiting for him to have an impact in these last couple of rounds, and looks like it's happened with the Empress popped. So Cobra is looking pretty desperate now in this particular round, especially with Mike's ultimate up.
Definitely, and so... Oh, he's just gone and spotted that gun. Here they come around the corner. Empress has just
I
dropped
know
and
exactly
Machina
where
has
you
got the
are.
head. He's got the hat as well, so he's going to be able to see where everyone is at.
30
And
seconds
knows
left.
that A site is free. A quick spike plant.
Spike planted.
So the retake must begin.
Oh, the Odin does so much damage to it with the wall bang through, though. Hugstar.
One enemy
Well, the
remaining.
Killjoy is ultimate. Is that? And it's not even needed, to be honest.
Nope.
That Killjoy. I mean, it's the last round and a half, so it doesn't matter. But still, using all the utility possible to be able to make sure this round is secured in their favor. ROG will lead into the second half here.
Switching sides.
Good recovery, ROG. Like there at the end, it did not look good. So well done. We'll give them that. They've just got to do better on attack. And I feel like just naturally with what we've seen from ROG so far, especially with their agent picks here, attack might be just kind for them. We'll have to see though. Because with how Purple Cobras play, I'm not sure if they're going to expect what is thrown at them for the very start of the defensive side of theirs. And then, of course, they'll just transition into a much more normal and natural defensive playstyle. So, yeah, we'll just have to see how this unfolds.
Titus has been very quiet this game.
Mm.
But Killjoy on the attacking sides, in post-plant situations, is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But ROG, they need to get that spike down first before they can even consider the Killjoy becoming a massive problem for their opposition. Slow pistol round this time around, though. No immediate commitment from either side. Although Cobras have been able to push their rays inside of that A-long cubby. So that might be something that ROG are not expecting. But it requires them going that way, and they might end up doing that. They have got no control of mid still. At least, well, now Mike's working on that. He's going to head his way towards market. Both the Cobras players on B very far back, opposite to what they have on A.
Just waiting for this execution. Mid-control firmly in favor of ROG right now. Not going to fire. The smoke's coming off. I guess a little bit of a waste of utility if you want to be hopeful. This market door is just going to get absolutely smashed on open.
left.
The Ghosts have got so many bullets in those mags. And so, again, still slow. Back of sight, of course. Full send on to B. They do have two areas to push from. They're going on out. And sitting at the back is the correct choice, but they've got to wait for reinforcements to come. They've got to try and stall Bloody D.
10
Not going to be able to
seconds
get ahead. Gats dropping fancy as well, and those are two big frags.
Just about able to get the spike plant in time as well as the Cobras try to deny the boom bot in. Might do a decent amount of damage. It does find the frag after Hugstar's death. But ROG able to find the round. But I'm so scared all the time with these late round plays that ROG have been trying to pull out of the bag. It's simply, it's putting them in such a tricky spot sometimes because they need to be clinical when it comes to these takes. Because if that spike carrier goes down, there's going to be an almighty panic on their side trying to recover that. And it might be just enough that Cobras were able to win the round, but not so in that instance. Scoreline 8-5 here in the second half of this second map. Purple Cobras lead 1-0 in the series, but they're behind on this map. But that can definitely all change, especially here on the defensive side of Ascent. And that's a good opening there from Hugstar coming up through mid. Takes out Titus, who, as I've said, has had an absolute mare of a game so far. So it doesn't look like his performance is going to get any better from this point forwards. He has to sit out of this round after going down early on.
There.
ROG still looking to try and take some of these extremities off the map right now, but they're being really shut in here. They haven't been gifted these opportunities to be able to take so much map control, and ROG are just you know, having to go for these one-dimensional attacks now. It looks like this is going to be setting up just for a straight-up run through B main.
Yeah, and so slowly creeping on up. Do Purple Cobras know this storm, this wave, this tsunami that's about to hit onto them? Here it
30
comes,
seconds
Gats
left.
dropping fancy. quickly tucked away. Vladidi with the classic drop scats. Mike is going to get revenge though. And so B-site is officially theirs. But 3 on 3,
Spike
damage
planted.
going both ways. This could turn ugly for Rog. Up Cobras. Need to make this execution good, and that's a good trade.
Yep, 2 versus 2 now. Nixon with the concussion through. He even has a flash to use if so required. That raise is so low. So 1 body shot with that pistol and he will go down. Nixon upgrades to the Sheriff to try and find
One
the heads
player
of these
remaining.
players. There's the flash deployed. Forces the raise back. Tries to find the head, but the aim isn't there as Mike gets 4.
And that is it, like... Understandable trade up to the Sheriff, but you gotta be thinking there in that situation, if it had stayed on the Classic, you know? The what ifs. Would he have been able to spam that out and just get 1 bullet on over? Who knows? Hindsight, it's 2020. But...
I gotta say though, Mike, he's basically carrying his team at the moment. Look at that. 20 and 9. Well, definitely carrying Uzi and Titus, that's for sure.
Well, it's an interesting one, right? Because Mike has now moved on to a heavy fragger, where Titus has just gone full utilities. Like, I don't want to say the roles entirely changed, because whilst Mike was a utility player, it was also quite a heavy fragger there. But it's just quite strange how teams can just absolutely flip it on themselves like that.
I mean, it goes to show that sometimes you do need to be adaptable. Of course, in Valorant, we do have the concept of mains, but you still need to have a depth of knowledge on every single agent, just to play against those agents, to be honest.
Well, if patches change up. Oh, talk about changing up. There's Gats trying to change things up, but Hugster with the reliable, the judge. Set in trial. Just gets 2, and that's a massive difference to this map.
Oh, caught out in the tripwire. Machina has the lineup for that. Rog penned in here
30
towards
seconds
mid. The
left.
2 players that they have
Last
remaining.
player
Hugster trying to
remaining.
push through. Fancy has the trade available. And now Matilian 1 versus 4. Here with 20 seconds left on the
Revealing
clock.
area.
Probably not going to happen. But let's see if he can do some damage to the economy here as he tries to find his heads. And, well, Vladidi just holding him down from the markets. And, well, Cobras are able to get themselves onto the board. 9-6 then coming, well, in the second half. That's the first defensive round there for the Cobras. So it's something to build off of now after a 4-round deficit.
It is indeed. So, can they start this going? Because you look at this eco and it's so doable. Like, to keep it going. Like, basically this eco round will set them up for the next, and then with the loss bonus they'll be able to buy up each round. So right now it's got to be so threatening. Cobras,
Okay.
but good start from Hugster.
Okay, that might just be what is needed. Rog on the eco though.
Enemy.
Oh, Fancy with the owl drone through. Oh, there's nothing Mike can do about that. I'm sorry. He just gets aftershocked and then he peeks into 2 players. That's a tough one.
Is indeed. So, I was about to say 2 players down, but let's make it 3. Battalion with the Sheriff there. Oh, does click ahead. Able to get second? No. But look at Titus. Able to do it with the Ghost. Takes down Machina. 3v2. Now it is a possibility. Crouch trying to just sneak on past. Caught in the smoke there. Titus looking for heads on another. Gets it. Picks up the Vandal. Is he able to just pop the last man? That's the question right there. And then, of course, naturally, Nixon making his way through. This is a
30 seconds
right
left.
now. Just going to be able to sneak around, but they expected it. Oh my days.
That was great foresight there for Cobras to predict the fake plant and the push through. That's exactly what they needed here. Again, another round to their name. 2 on the bounce now, and as they close the gap to Rog. Rog have been so damn good throughout this game, though. But those two players at the bottom of the scoreboard, Uzi and Titus, they just haven't made an impact.
We
Yes, of
survived.
course, Killjoy is more of a utility hero, but the Omen should be doing a lot better here, on, especially on Ascent.
Especially when Uzi. Oh, Hugstar again.
There.
They just do not anticipate his showstoppers. And I mean, it's not a fitting name because it's more of a show starter here, being able to get that opening kill. Metellion already dropping the spike. A little bit weird, he stopped it there for a second. Don't know if it was just a little visual bug. But yeah, as easy as can be. They're on to the A site. Just a lot of spraying going on though.
Yeah.
Metellion looked out. Oh no, it's from inside, it's fine. I'm being dumb. Fancy's definitely locked out there though, look. And now they can attack.
area.
One player detained. Now Cobra's looking to get their way in. The Omen teleporting forward to try and get things done, and he has. The aftershock works out for Nixon as well on this retake. Just those two players penned in towards A main at the moment. Now, well, there's none of them left as Cobras are able to secure the round and, well, again, close the gap on this recovery here on the defensive side. Nixon's certainly happy about what he's just seen, and he'll let them know about it. But one round separate the two teams now.
Indeed so. Scary, scary stuff. Of course, finally, they're eco in this once again, Rog. Look at that. The shares coming on out. Got the money they could buy in, but I mean, it would be with light armors, admittedly.
Yeah, I mean, they could commit the armor to that, but unless they want like operators in the next round, I mean,
that's got to be it,
possibly
right?
might be the plan, but yeah, it's just a weird one for me. East side the objective this time. Again, no presence towards any other portion of the map. Tigers are going to be the first one in here, perhaps. Would have thought the Reyna would be the impact play here. Well, Mike has been throughout this game, but let's see if he can do it again then. Out on towards the A site then. Gax has already pushed forward with the Blade Storm and takes out Nixon. He might even continue to push here. Cobras are expecting it, but no, he's just able to recover the gun and throw it back to his team. That's great presence of mind there for Gats to recover that weapon, especially in a round where Rog are really desperate for that firepower.
And Hugstar coming on through, dropping Gats. The living room man not getting a tip there. Bloody D getting Titus dropped down as well, so it's not looking pretty for the attack here. Oh, Hugstar! Oh, he'll trade. But I mean, 2v1, they know where Metellion is. And he's sort of just trapped in there.
Oh, he hits the wrong player.
Are you kidding
though.
me? Oh, Metellion!
Still the round going the way of Cobras, though. The defuse was able to come in. He killed the wrong player first, Bacon. Oh, that is so unfortunate, especially since, as you saw, he was certainly capable of killing both players.
Wow. Well, they just won that on an eco. Big stuff there. The risk showing a reward as the operator is in play for Gats once again. But you look at the cash they're able to buy, they'll probably be able to buy another time Purple Cobras. So, Rog, they've got to make this count.
Yeah, 9-9, all things that one. Metellion just avoiding the shots, but Hugstar wasn't able to avoid the wrath of Gats with the operator. Uzi aggressing up through tree room now. He's been very quiet throughout this game, and if there was a time to step up, it would be now, in this moment where you're getting very late on into this match, and the score oh so close as well. Rog have been able to score this A site, and the instant call here is Cobras to save. They can't go for this.
No, they can't. They've got to save it up. They do not want to lose that, and so it's going to just be looking down towards the Fender spawn, maybe try and get an exit frag, but nothing more in it. You can see Uzi as well going on a little bit of flank. I'd imagine try and cover mid. Even then, that might be a little bit too ambitious. Yeah, just stay towards B main and stay safe. The fake smoke is an interesting one there. Trying to just make them, you know, run out towards mid, but they were already past. They weren't worried. They were damn sure that it was a save, and they were correct.
Yeah, they were. So, Rog hold the very slender advantage coming into the next round, and
Slender? Have you seen their money? They haven't. They don't
well,
need
in
to
terms
buy
of
up.
rounds, yes.
Like, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this has to be a win, otherwise it's over, straight up.
Yeah, there's no ifs or buts about it. Double operator setup for Cobras here in this one. Fully invested, looking to get things done. But again, it's been another slog of a map here. It's just a very long, drawn-out affair, long, drawn-out rounds as well. But Rog, at the point now where if they can capitalize on this round, then maybe, just maybe, they can bring it to a map 3. But a great little pick there from Hugstar as he holds with the op inside of B. Drops one player and brings the Cobras the advantage. So it might not be done just yet. Matillion with the drone through, spots out one, but gets nothing more in that respect. Cobra still with their full complement of 5 players as Rog readjusts. A site. Breach pushed up, though, inside of A cubby.
Yeah, and look at Hugstar as well. Trying to go searching. This bomb's got a long way to go. The spike trying to make its way towards A. And if you look there,
Here.
Nixon just
30 seconds left.
hiding in wide. Oh, but he's just been shot, but he's given away. Concussion is perfect right there. Smoke's coming on out just to hide themselves. 20 seconds left to go.
The Nano Swarm might prevent the foot push. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. That breach inside of Cubby is
10
doing so
seconds
much.
left.
The clutch concussion from the breach, and now Nixon goes down, but there's not enough time for Rog to get this plant in. They have to go for the frags. They have to try to get it done with the bullets, but they're not successful. Gats at least holds on to the operator, but Cobra is able to pull the round out the bag.
They are indeed. So, like we said before, money not going to hurt Rog at all, but the one incredibly needed win coming on through for Purple Cobras 10-10. They're going to be able to buy up here. Interesting to think, what is Hugstar going for? You can see he's contemplating it. The operator is possible, and you know how much he loves that thing. But I reckon, I hope he goes to the Vandal here. Just have a little, you know, the tiniest bit of insurance to carry on through, but who knows? Who knows?
Oh, look, he also does have the ultimate. So the showstopper could really be pulled out of this round, and it's so important to be able to gain those entries. Titus Ultob secured 2 away from that Killjoy ult. Cobra's 2 players here towards A, and it's just also tense at the moment. I have to feel. Rog not really wanting to overstep the mark. They're just waiting for these coordinated pieces of utility to be thrown in. And here they go then. Titus, the first one, going to be stepping out here. Cobra's just hiding, cowering, waiting for the push to come through. Titus will go through and check this. Oh, but the smoke covers off the Omen. And Vlad D is able to make an impact, but there's the showstopper as well from the Cobras as they cut down this push towards the A site. It's a convincing round win for them here, despite the spike plant, and they gain the lead here late on.
They do indeed. So moving swiftly forward. Gotta see the economy right now for Rock, because I'd imagine they're back to square one. Operator thrown on out. They're going to try and go for a double op setup. I wonder. No. No. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. No. Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps. Yes.
I mean, it's You need all the advantages into these rounds that you can get. And Cobra is looking very good at the moment. Very, very good indeed. They've won the lion's share of the rounds here in the second half. ROG have really, really struggled to get off the mark here on the attack, and they're really at risk of now dropping out of the competition 2-0 to the Cobras here, as Cobras have done so well to try and recover what was looking like a bit of a struggle of a game at points, but now they are very much in the driving seat, and this round win in the bag will perhaps, for all intents and purposes, seal it, since ROG have invested into this. And let's just see. Cobra's set up for a B defense here with the 3 players that they have. Now they'll try to change it up, and if ROG commit off the back of this, they might find a little bit of an easier bomb site.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. The defense of A just in a little cubby area. Possibly waiting for that little swing out across mid. Catch them off over on B. Here comes Recon. No. You're in the boom bot. They've got to push this little bit swiftly. They're just so scared to dedicate to this. But here they go. And oh, Hugster and Fancy. Double warps. So effective.
Brilliant. They thought the teleport came through from the Vladid as well, so it's a massive defense of this B site. They have all the numbers required, and the time is running low once again. Titus 1 versus 3 lines, 1 up, tries to take the fight with the next, but all he needs to do is play the time at this point, but Vladid wants to end it early, and Cobras get themselves up a match point.
Match point.
Operators picked up once again. Vladid just going to throw that on over, I'd imagine, to Fancy. So I'll swap guns. Does he want to take a turn on that one? We'll find out in a second. But if you're ROG here, Raptrous, what has got to be going through your head? How do you turn this around right now?
Well, you're counting your lucky stars that you have the money to invest up into this one. So at least you're not fighting what's potential a final round on an eco or a scrappy buy. So they have that advantage here, but they don't have any sort of advantage in terms of the numbers anymore, because again, they've fallen foul of an early pick here, which is what they really needed to cut out, because Hugster's been doing so well on that race, finding the early advantages for the Cobras, and they've got it once again, and Cobra's just one step closer to continuing on through this lower bracket.
That turret, it's like white noise, that sound. I hear it so much. Like in a sleepy Sunday morning like this, you're like, oh, that's relaxing. What's not relaxing right now is this current situation for ROG. They have got to be on the edge of the seat. They've got to be tense. You can see a very long rotation. The op on Vladid as well on B main. Watch that. They are not ready for him here.
No. He needs to land this first shot at least. Readjust onto a second, that would be brilliant. So there's the jet down. The paranoia is brilliant as well. Tags up both of them, so it gives Vladid the space to retreat. And ROG, it puts a question mark in their mind about what they're going to do in this round now. Mike might be able to fight. Oh, the Breach is just jumping around with his knife out inside of spawn. There's a bit of a misplay there from Nixon, and now Mike looking for more as he overheals and tries to swing onto the next player. But Cobras are just holding strong here. Another late round play here for ROG, and Titus has to try and commit to the plant here. He's going to be able to manage it here. It's just the turret's helping him out inside of the main position right now, keeping that raise preoccupied. He swings onto Fancy. 2 more to find for Titus to be able to keep ROG in this game and in this tournament. Spots at the Omen, chases him around the corner. Somehow he's been able to get away. Oh, that's a brilliant shot onto Hugster. Titus, he might single-handedly keep ROG alive, the alarm bot down to give the early warning signal. The ultimate is active as well. It forces the Cobra's hand as that Omen works his way in. But Titus, he has all the cards in his favor. The spike will be tapped, but Titus will win the round with the 3K.
What a clutch! What a save from Titus! Incredible play. The lad might have been a bit quiet throughout the majority of this map, but here he is showing his worth through and through. And you look at Rog, enough money to get somewhat of a buy up, maybe not entirely on the utility, but Armors and Vandals ready to take this on the opposite end though. Cash for days. A small tactical pause right now as so much has got to be running through these players' minds.
It's either the series going to Cobras, or it's overtime in map 2. Those are the only 2 results at the end of this round that are possible. We're going the distance regardless, full amount of rounds in regulation time. What's the adjustment here from Cobras? Because they seem unsure about where they want to go. Of course, we're under a bit of a pause at the moment. But I think it's from... I'm not sure which side that is. Maybe it's even a tactical. It could also be that.
I reckon it's a tactical. That's what it is. 30 seconds, which should be ending any moment right now, and we'll be back into it. Resuming the 11. Oh, it feels like forever, though. That's the problem, ain't it? I would hate to... Go on.
Yeah, Cobras are actively still readjusting their setup right now.
Well, that's it. They've got to be so nervy. This is it. One round, and already Hunter's Fury coming on out. That's got to be just purely searching for information, having a look on site. Are they there? One is dropped by Gats. Makeda, a big player, just removed from the lobby. Boombot might get a bit of idea, but again, they're backing off.
Yeah, it's pulled the rotations around from the B side. Gats up on the angle. Won't be able to find any players aggressing at the moment, but Rog able to gain the early advantage here. First time in quite a while that has happened. They'll push elsewhere. They'll find themselves towards mid. They get ahead of the dark cover. Uzi crouched up, waiting for those peaks to come through. Cobras, oh, another kill for Gats towards A. This might be a bit of a awful situation now for Cobras. They are 2 men down here. Once this take is going to come through, and Rog are going to capitalize off the back of this. They'll try and find their way towards A here, but Nixon with a great shot to take out Gats. And now Matilian with the recon dart in to try and keep
30 seconds
the
left.
Cobras at bay as far as this retake is concerned. Cobras, if they want the series here and now, they're going to have to go for it. Otherwise, we're going to go to overtime. They're still paranoid about some presence in mid as well. That's why they've been delayed so much, trying to get this retake going. Nixon with the aftershock again gets blinded up by the paranoia as he tries to support his team with the utility to get onto site here. They have some presence inside a door so that they can get another prong to this retake. Here comes Nixon then jumping off, spots one towards underneath as Mike has done so much to shut down the push through door, and we're going to overtime here in map 2.
Switching sides.
Oh, baby. This is big. This is everything right now. And look at Gats. A full buy-up. All 5,000 credits going towards that operator. Rog have bought this map back from the grave. They are
This goes here.
legit fire chicken in this. Full Phoenix time.
Here we go then. Overtime. Wasn't expecting it, but it's what we have. Look at the buys though. Gats on an operator. Matilian deciding to go with the Odin once again here in this one. And, well, Fancy looking for some progress here towards mid as he jumps out. Cobras on this offensive. Again, it's just such a tense situation for them. Of course, overtime win by 2. Round side swap every single round if you're unfamiliar here, if you're watching Valorant for the first time.
No more charges left.
Again, just trying to search for the information of his team. Gets the camera out there, doesn't spot anyone, but Roger just still prepared.
So spread out here on this attack. That's what's worrying me a second. There's the operator, and operator is down. Gat's not going to be able to find anything. Nano Swarm is on out, but Cyber Cage there. They don't know of the turret behind, but Mackin is going to drop to Tidus. Tidus was absolutely clutch. Can he come into effect once again? Smokes up towards heaven, but that's not really going to hurt anything. The attack, it's all a beautiful decoy. It's a fake as the bomb. The spike is moving towards B.
Yeah,
30
Vladimir is
seconds
doing
left.
oh so much here, and now the question mark is in Rog's mind. Now they consider to go back towards B as they hear all the utility being deployed towards this side of the map. It's basically a free bomb site here for the Cobras to be able to secure the spike plant, and it's a 4-man retake. 4 versus 4 here
10 seconds
in
left.
overtime
Spike planted.
for this first round, and now, Haruji, they're just so tentative in terms of getting in. They section off the main side. Hugstuck here at this ledge, able to swing out onto Mike, but Mike bests him in the heads-up duel. Fancy is the response, and there's another, a third for Fancy, and Matillian's all stunned up, so it's an easy frag for Vlad D as Cobra is able to get themselves
Switching
another
sides.
series point.
OT, match point.
Here.
Another 5,000 on offer. And gets this time, because of the attack, going for the Vandal. Not going to risk it with the operator here with no armor. Near enough anything. A gentle breeze can knock you over. Hugstar on the opposite side, though, is contemplating it, and he has picked the operator. Defense, of course, more understandable here, but this defense. Look at Machina so far forward.
Yeah. Blinded up by the Leo just for a moment. Forced back. Avoids the nano. Oh, Fancy has to be so careful. Gets a little bit of tag damage done. As he was on his drone, I believe, being sent through. Uzi looking to try and regress here up towards short. Spotted out.
Shadows traveling.
Again, it's a heavy room focus. Mackin are able to find the frag as he has the peak coming through short, but there's the attempted response from Mike. It just doesn't work, though. Now Cobras have the advantage on the defense, and Rog are the players looking to try and recover the round.
45 seconds left to go. It's now or never. This single lookout towards the B site could be so
One
costly.
area
Turn around the corner, and Vlad D, I reckon that's just secured it. Metallion's now got to do a whole
30 seconds
team's
left.
work. Clutch,
Shot down.
or it's over. This is so scary right now for him.
He's being... Every piece of utility is just being thrown at him at the moment. 4 players to find, but 15 seconds left. He tags Nixon down, but I'm afraid
10
that is
seconds
going
left.
to
No,
be
that's
it.
it. He's not got it. He knows.
Simply not enough time in this situation. It is done as the Cobras will go through to the next stage of the lower bracket.
Defenders
As
win.
Matillion can't do anything. Rog drop out of the competition, and Cobras win the series 2-0.
Well, I feel so harsh there because I don't want to say I called it after the first map, but Rog did turn up, and we have to say, Mike, what an
Yes.
impressive performance in the first half as well. Metallion wasn't big, but the second half, Metallion really showed his worth. So, by all means, like, Rog is not a performance they should be disappointed of by any means. It is just Purple Cobras are a team that, for some reason, do not die.
Yeah, I think that probably sums it up pretty well. As well, Purple Cobras, we kind of expected them to win here, but they will run pretty close in both maps here today. But still, they continue on and they go up against the winner of Unsigned and Vandal here,
Which is
in the lower
Unsigned.
bracket. Yeah, Unsigned. Yeah, I just had the news come through. So Unsigned have gone through. So it's the 3rd seed versus the 4th seed here. So it's going to be pretty spicy one between these two for the next match in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and you look at Oxygen waiting further on. 2nd seed, of course. So I don't want to say the admins have done a great job with the scene here, but it seems so.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. That's us done here for this particular series, but Don't go away. You'll definitely want to stick around for the next one. Digital, Digital Bacon, you're going to be still here with your longtime casting partner of the Eternal J. I'll be back for the grand finals, but we'll see you guys just after this break.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the epic.LAN and Valorant, the epic.LAN and Logitech G Valorant tournament here into our final day of action and our second best of 3 of the day. I'm being joined by Digital Bacon, of course, my man from the where is it from again? I forget, like Buckinghamshire or something like
Berkshire, dude.
Yeah, that's it, Berkshire. I keep forgetting where like the actual specifics of the place.
Ew, very bad. Not really.
Yes. We are into our lower bracket, as I mentioned earlier. Of course, our second matchup of the day, where we just saw the likes of the Purple Cobras beat out the ROG side. Now they're taking on Unsigned for that spot in the lower finals against Oxygen Esports. Now, we had a chance to see the Cobras already 2-0 ROG out of the way. It was a very close second map at the very least. But in the end, the Cobras coming out on top, now taking on the Unsigned side, who yesterday had a little bit of on-stream pressure. Couldn't quite get it going against Summon Rep Bacon.
Yeah, you see it there, just like straight up, just going to literally bring up the maps and everything, you know, our little records to dive on in a little bit deeper. What? There we go. Unsigned, yeah, dropping, unfortunately, like you said, and for me, it was that first map, and I was just going in for the stack. I was there, like, was it 13-5 or 13-4? 13-4 on Bind is, I don't want to be mean, but damning. Like, in some the first seed, they're in the grand finals waiting for everyone, so understandable. But the big change, and I guess like the good sign from this morning for Unsigned, is taking down Vandals only, like, what was it, 2-0 in their series. It was a close one, don't get me wrong, but still, that is a big comeuppance, because I think everyone expected Vandals to make it through that match.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that, you know, it could have been a relatively close affair regardless of how it worked out. I mean, you know, I could have imagined that some of those maps would have been relatively close. You know, they went 13-9 and 13-7, so really we got a couple of decent affairs in for the Vandal side. But, you know, Unsigned being the 4th seed, definitely expecting them to go quite deep in this tournament. And, you know, up against the Purple Cobras, like, you know, they definitely got their work cut out for them, because I think this will probably be the toughest challenge they've had so far in the bracket. Now, I don't believe that they faced off against each other in the upper bracket. They definitely didn't get seeded together in the group, so definitely going to be looking at this scenario where it's going to be a brand new challenge for Unsigned. And again, you know, it feels like right now with their performances, they had all these 2-0s over the course of the upper bracket, and then in the lower bracket, they dropped down to also get another 2-0 all the time when they're not on stream. So I feel like at certain points, it seems like whenever they got the audience in front of them is when they can sort of like really feel the pressure and when they can really crumble in that respect. Like, you know, maybe I'm reading too deep into that. Maybe I'm just pulling out of thin air. But to me, it definitely feels like these players aren't living up to their expectations, at least so far from what I've seen in this bracket so far.
Oh, definitely. And you got to think, like, we've been talking a lot about how you've got players that are finally stepping on up into Valorant, you know, opportunities not coming on through in CS. And so here they can finally show their worth and have that chance to shine. I mean, we've seen these lads before, Jay, definitely. But here, like, when you're on stream, when you're on broadcast, you've got all eyes on you. There is that subtle bit of nerves, and that's where, you know, your IGL or whoever's trying to keep the team together, you know, keep everything relaxed, comes into play. And from what we've seen over on the Purple Cobra side, they're a pretty relaxed side. They actually play some entertaining Rocket League when they really want to, but I haven't really. I wouldn't expect any change up here for them. But Unsigned. Not too sure. You know, if they want to get signed, they've got to get used to that pressure, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. Did you just say like good Rocket League, by the way? I think you're getting into the into old habits again, Bacon. I literally think you just said they just played some entertaining Rocket League. I'm pretty sure that's not the game that we're playing out today.
Press X to doubt.
Go back on
think you're hearing things, Jay. Shush.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm the one who just woke up, so, you know, it is what it is. We're going to have our map vetoes coming in right now. We have got a Haven ban from Unsigned. Purple Cobras picking Bind. Ascent will be that second map, and the last map will be Split. Glad to see Haven getting taken out, because that was what they got decimated on against Summon in the upper bracket. So, like, you definitely want to try and avoid those maps. I mean, personally, I don't think they had a good handle on how to play the attacking side. And on a map like Haven, when you don't have a good attacking side, like, things do just not going to look good for you. So I'm glad that they got rid of that map very early on here.
The thing is, though, that Purple Cobras have been banned in Haven as well, like, continuously throughout this tournament. So, realistically, nothing earned, nothing lost from that one, Jay. Again, we're going to see Bind come up first. Purple Cobras picking Bind when, arguably for me, I think they're stronger on both Ascent and Split. So that's an interesting one that they want to start it off here.
Yeah, I can see what you say with that one. I mean, for me, like I'm definitely also looking at Bind also being a bit of a suspect map for the unsigned side. I think they took a look at their Summon series and they're probably looking at that map again that was also played out in that best of 3 and looking at it potentially to be on with a good playbook to try and counteract them. For me, like I'm looking at this matchup thinking that I'm honestly kind of favoring the Purple Cobras overall. I was kind of favoring them going into this matchup before the veto, and definitely I'm on to see them sort of have their moment in the sun. I think honestly they're going to be the favorites in this series. I think that honestly they're going to be in the best spot to take on Oxygen in that lower finals. What says you?
Yeah, I'm probably going to agree with how they looked just straight up. The big change is them coming into the first maps. Purp Cobras just seem hot here. It's all going to come down to the first half realistically for me. Unsigned, I am looking over towards DFX, see what he can do on that side because he's got to keep his team in order. If they can have a really strong first half unsigned, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes 2-0. Like, I don't expect to see the third map. I don't expect to see split here just because, again, still early in the morning, still there, everyone trying to just get their heads around it, and both teams probably coming in hot off those last games. You know, a lot of morale boost. Not hot, like, fragging-wise, you know, mechanically, but just straight up off of the mental.
Well, obviously, Purple Cobra is coming in off the back of the series on stream, so they've definitely got the pressure settled into their own right as they're ready to jump in to our first map up of this series. Bind coming up for you. The defensive side will be picked, of course, by Unsigned, so they'll be getting onto the early sort of defensive, which makes sense for a map like this, so very defensive-sided. And I'm imagining that they'll be able to get at least a good half in to start things off here, Bacon. I'm kind of sort of like, again, watching some of those common FBS sort of familiarities. Again, I'm not too familiar with the players individually from the Purple Cobras. As a team, I know exactly what they're capable of. But again, sort of like looking at Unsigned, I think that they want to turn a decent round up here. They need to look at Neph and Misfit because those are the guys I've relied on in the upper bracket, and some of them went a bit quiet in that Summon series.
So that's quite interesting here because you're the one that knows more about Unsigned. I haven't been able to see them, I haven't been able to cast them yet, whereas I've had 2 Purple Cobras games this make my third. So we've got this between us, Jay. We're quite good. We're well knowledgeable here. And realistically, for Purple Cobras, keep your eyes on Hugster just for entertainment value alone. But Fancy is really the one to pull off the clutches and the 4Ks.
Here we go, pistol round, the Purple Cobras over on the attacking side of things. They have got the early plays into the hookah position. Boombot goes down towards that corner just to try and clear out the common positions, and the Recon Dark to try to look for information. They spotted one player, paranoid on targets as part of things, does try and aggress fast forward, does get suppressed and stunned. There's the opening kill from him. Honeybee and Vlad will trade it back and forth for a 2-for-1 all in all favor to the Purple Cobra's side. No spike plant secured just yet. They're trying to wrap around towards those backlines, and DFX is ready to try and receive them here. One flashpoint through, catch off one player completely blind. Can't capitalize on the kill though, and Fancy comes up with that trade as a result. 4-on-2, retake scenario, spike plant finally goes through.
Yeah, good flash there from DFX, but unfortunately, the tap's not coming on through. Misfit here needs to find one, but there's 3. Good little double swing there. Left needing to find it. Gets 1, gets 2. But the third just going to evade him.
Clutch scenario, one player's tagged up. Nades up, coming closer to the spike. Will just force them even further back into the back. Deeper into the B-site play. Net round that corner, sees the first player now. Drop stack down, sees the second, now has info on both individuals. Trying to take that fight though, running out of time and running out of chances to take the swing. No kills presenting themselves, and just jump facing. Eventually get that flank together from Hugster, who gets the final frag and gets the opening pistol for the Purple Cobras.
Well, if you're Unsigned right now, you've got to be, I guess, somewhat happy that the spike has just gone and dropped them, but realistically, no massive change up there. I mean, just losing a couple of ghosts, no biggie. The buy up here is going to be interesting, though, I will say, coming on through from the Purple Cobras. You can see it's going to be a little bit awkward. I would definitely, prefer this heavy armor buy up and go into Spectres. The Bulldog from Vladdy D, he's one to actually look out for as well. A lot of flanking potential from him.
Well, for now, it's Fancy playing forward here on the Recon drone, spotting out at least one player to the U-Halls. Fault line will catch every single player on that short position. This could be a chance for some damage here. Nep will get that kill on Machina first. Tulip gets Vladdy D. The 5v3 scenario, a lot of damage being done here to the attacking forces. These rifles could still get overwhelmed. They're teleporting back on a rotation towards the B site. Only one player to defend against it.
Yeah, but they have an idea that Honeybee is there. Oh, not going to be able to get the taps out. Fancy will drop him. Headshot to remove. And Cypher up.
Spike planted.
Spike
enemy
plant finally
remaining.
coming through. Fancy and Nixon are going to clean things up eventually as they come forward and detonate the remaining rotators here. DFX is still here for a chance. His location is going to get revealed now. That's going to lead to a simple wallbang for Hugster. 2-0 for the Purple Cobra side. But a very expensive round. Just pistols coming out. All of them suppressed towards that A-short area. And a lot of damage being done by the defensive force.
It was indeed, but again, they didn't buy all the way down. So coming on into this, yeah, you can see a couple of Vandals coming on out. Hugster's got 3,900, which would be great for next round. He's saving on up for the operator. No, he's going to go buy the Phantom for Nick soon. I respect that play. That's a big change for Hugster. He has just been wanting that operator and jumping into people's faces on attack, getting into these layer phases. He's getting a little bit more passive, and that is brilliant for the lad.
Right here.
4 rifles up for both sides, and operators have been a lot less prevalent here in this tournament as we have seen so far in the past.
Put down.
Now it's just facing from Machina, opening things up against DFX. Gonna upgrade his SMG to a Phantom now. Fall back even further. They found that opening kill, so now Cobras can play at their own pace. A little over a minute to go before the hit. Very quiet across that B and A site contact.
Shadows traveling.
Setting on up the fake to put it on over towards B, and then they'll push to A. Heaven has been covered, but no one's up there, so it won't change anything. One man left on site. He's just going to back up and, I reckon, go for that retake.
Hugster aggressing forward first. Will not see the player that's out there. Meanwhile, Machine is going to get a secondary kill over on the B long play.
Planted.
Spike planted the 5v3 retake. Netflix still trying to force forward. This Vandal looking onto the backlines. Honeybee will finally find a trade back on Machina, but now in the U-Hauls, the engagement over Omen. Misfit will not extend so far out. We'll put some cover up towards the bathrooms area and look towards short, look towards that back line, see nothing, no contact. Cobra's so passive on these post plants. Finally, isolating 1 and 2, Misfit. Great sequence to get us back to a 3-on-2. Trades back from Vladdy, and Nep will hold on to the player advantage. Vladdy's got face up from U-Hauls, takes that fight, doesn't win it out against Nep. 2 HP for him though. He doesn't go down, he'll barely stay alive for the defenders to get there first.
Big round 1 there, Jay. Misfit coming in clutch. By removing those 2, it gave so much freedom on the site to secure. And so, maybe the chance of a turnaround, because you look over towards the money of Purple Cobras, this has got to be an eco. And again, possibly a decent one. You look at Machina and 4,700. Play his cards right, they've definitely got a lot to play with next round.
Got the spike.
Oh, plenty of investments coming in, and of course the pistols mostly out for the attacking side of the Cobras, and you can see what that second round damage really did to them here on this buy-up. It's going to be a much more awkward offensive than you might expect here, and Hugster's already going to take that first face, do some damage, no kill though. Vladdy D. I mean, they'll let this product go pretty far, actually. I mean, they've actually just walked straight into the site. You're going to get a spike plant. Let's see what else Van can do here. Facing forward, seeing 1. Tulip will get that kill off. Loads of damage done towards 1 more in the back lines. Nixon getting DFX. They'll have some rolling thunder to force the defenders back, and they're stalling for a ton of time here. 4v3, the pistols have turned a player advantage, and I think they're going to try and fall back. Yeah, here comes the backstep from Machina. 1 frag found. Even more up to try and get here. Face up against him here, no damage being done, stays alive, gets Tulip on for the triple. Not quite getting it, Net will at least get a trade back, but even so, this is not a round that the Purple Cobra should have won.
Machina always amazes me. As a Cypher playing that sort of like flanking role, you would expect that of the Omen with Vladdy, but instead, he's holding the B site solo, the rest of the team going for A, and where he's just near enough going for information grabbing, it's all about confirming who's on the B site to see if his teammates are happy to move on through. If not, they'll fall back and just have a little rethink. But where he can have a little look on site, doesn't see anyone, it's completely clear. he can just give his teammate that information so that they know how many people are on the A site and where to look. You know, because you can sort of guess,
Cover
you
going
can make
out.
good assumptions onto where your opponents are going to be.
Very quick into the B short aggression from the defensive side. They make their way right back out towards the B site itself and onto standard rotation positions. I mean, there's a stack in towards A, a stack up to try so they can find that kill in the early B site positions, but moving forward slowly and carefully here. Camera up for Machina.
Enemy
Sees one player over in the back lines. Actually, we're going to see the recon join a Tulip, so there's some information being gained there and towards both of the teams. But dark cover goes up, Cyber Case to spot the cross. There should be easy entries here for the Purple Cobras.
Should be indeed. Our drone just going to look on out. Catches the breach, so they know someone's around there. Towards the back of B.
I
Nick
know
soon.
exactly
Bloody D
where
with 1K. Going to look for the second, but instead backs off, and I do not blame him. They've got the man advantage. They've got the spike down, and now it's just time to hold.
New catch one with Paranoia. Net will go next to hands of Nixon. They're all stacked up here. After shot coming through, going to try and force them back away. 1-for-1 trade there for Misfit and Machina. Tulip to go down, but still 4 standing for the Cobras side. And these pistols unable to get the entries here for Unsigned.
One enemy remaining.
And Misfit falls. Honeybee left to the clutch, to the exits to save his Vandal that he's picked up off one of the dead opponents. So there you go, 4 to the board of the Purple Cobras, and ever since that return, it has looked all to the favor of the attacking forces. Unsigned can go for a buyback, but need to get something out on the board soon. They're only 1 round deep.
And you look at Honeybee, just 1 Vandal. Is that going to help him massively? Money's going to be a little bit wonky. Might mean a buy-up for a teammate, and will indeed. That's good. But look at the cash over towards Purple Cobras. 4-1 as well on attack, Jay. This is damning right now.
This is my concern when it came to talking about the Unsigned side. When the pressure gets to them, the stream pressure, it seems, is when they could capitulate the most. And saw it yesterday against Summon. There's such a good run there in the upper bracket by comparison to Summon's sort of own run. And here we are. To get worn down by them very easily, 2-0 out of this one. And in this first map, could get easily overwhelmed by the Purple Cobras side.
Clearing out.
Yes, it is a Purple Cobras pick, but even so, Unsigned need to get something here on this defensive side. They've got the rifles back out here, and the slow push is coming in again towards the short control.
Setups. Just waiting. These slow pushes, they always worry me from the side of Purple Cobras. That's not where, you know, they have their bread and butter, but it is something that they need to learn and pick on up. And right now, yeah, their opponents, after what they know from the rest of this weekend, starting to rotate off. So 5 feet free execution just about hit.
Defender standing back up, can rotate in. The question is, where will they go? They've got no long control, so the teleporter might not be as viable.
30 seconds left.
Now Machina makes his way in. We've got Showstopper out for... I don't even Nep actually pulled that one out. Won't be able to use it, unfortunately. Now they've got information in Hunter's Fury from the defensive side. Will try hold off. They've got plenty of ultis to use right here. They will try and catch one player. Information being gained. Misfit and Bloody D will get trading it together now. 10 seconds to the
left.
entry. Nixon trying to get out. DFX will shut him down. And they've got no time left for this. They can't get the spike plant in time. It's been dropped out in the open, so they just got to save their weapons. Disaster push coming in from the Purple Cobras as this time Unsigned come up good.
And that's the second time today Purple Cobras have left it too late, Jay. Like, Rapturous earlier compared it to Na'Vi in CS, right? Where they're just going for that final, you know, 20-second push. The bomb carrier, the spike carrier drops. That's it. It's done. They've got to back off. It is way too risky to be trying to pull off that strat, especially in these early stages where, you know, every single angle isn't entirely known. You know, you're still learning the game. We're only, what, nearly coming up on half a year into the life of it. So just give yourselves a little bit more. 35 seconds, easy push. You have been able to recover that Purple Cobras.
I mean, even from a basic perspective, you saw how that spike carrier pushed out alone. There was no real, you know, support behind him. His teammate just kind of left him for dead as he walked out and got picked apart by the defensive side. So, second to the border, the unsigned side. Cobras at least get themselves the rifles back in, and rebuy can come through for them. But need to shut down unsigned right here. Reset that lost bonus so they can't get another buyback. Very few casualties taken though, so there should be some saved cash in on the defender side.
Should indeed. Location revealed. They know there's at least 2 up top of C long. And the response coming on through. But look at that flank going through showers, Jay. That'll be an interesting if that ever comes off. And who knows, maybe if they use B-port, it could catch them off guard.
1-for-1 trades, Misfit on the operator for the first time here in this game. Hugster will take out Tulip for a frag, getting himself so far up towards deep in the site. Gets the kill now back on Misfit, and the rotations are coming in from the defenders over on the A site play. Nixon drops DFX. And now Showstopper coming out from Hugster will try to stop those rotates. They know where they're coming from. Spike plant will be secured, and a 4v2. Unsigned want nothing to do with this round.
Is not pretty right now for Unsigned. Another round on defense lost. They will get a save here, but I mean, Jay, you look at 5 rounds in attack, you're happy. If any team is happy to take 5 rounds in attack, like, that's already a win. You've done your job. And the problem here is that the defenders, whilst yes getting a save, are once again under threat next round, and this could snowball. As the first map, this is damning.
Yeah, definitely not the side that Unsigned wanted right here. They can still recover the half if they get it together. Those 2 rifles saved, it will enable them to buy back here. I mean, Net still got 4.4 thousand credits. It's Misfit on 2.6. It's a bit lopsided on the economy basis, but they can still work with something here. And it's not out of the woods just yet. Again, Purple Cobras need 2 more to take the half, and of course 1 to equalize at the very least. Now, Unsigned have shown that they have potential in this defensive. The issue is always trying to, capitalize on mistakes of the Purple Cobras. I feel like nothing really forced out on their own part. Purple Cobras are the ones offering up these opportunities for Unsigned to take. They're gonna pass it towards these defaults. Unsigned might give up the ghost here or take some decent frags towards B long.
Again, another passive push. I'm looking at the top of B long, and that is a very interesting angle. You can tell they're waiting for the push up. Camera in a good position to see it, but is it a little bit too late? Who knows?
Definitely wants to the player that's out, or the 2 players I should say, out towards that corner. Honeybee will catch them meanwhile. Now can swing, deny the teleport. Very, very quick and efficient there, the swing and the hit. And that takes out some of the defaults here towards the B site. Now over towards A is where they'll start to form up the push. They spike in towards short, 2 players in showers coming in against the Rays, forced to the back line here for the defensive side. Hunter's Fury will come out, tries to then get that attack set up. Fancy just looking for info, looking for players. I think he might know of the 1 individual here towards the site. Teleport out from Vladdy D, make his way very quickly up. Information spotted, 2 players seen. Frag on the first, gets the second in the midst of smoke. And 30 seconds, Misfit will trade back on Nixon, get Vladdy D to fall as well, and Hugster is not going to last much longer. 3K for Misfit, finally standing up with a big defensive round.
Misfit's come in, and there's a massive fragger on that one, and it could have gone so dire. Vladdy DJ there with the teleport across the stack in the middle of A was ingenious, because of course naturally they didn't get a chance to see him go across there. You'd think you'd be able to hear teleport, sure, but in all that madness, all the gunfire, it can get drowned out. So he had a perfect swing out to be able to get that 2K. So Misfit has just saved the day.
Yeah, again, a big, massive sequence from him. I was always watching him and Net as being the main guys here from the classic lineup. They did a wonderful job, I think, on the defensive on that particular round, especially for Misfit. Purple Cobra is not ready to lose that short control. Once they did, they were in a whole world of trouble. Not quite a world of trouble I think they were expecting, or that they actually got there. They definitely weren't expecting that level of play from Misfit. And it's a big round for Unsigned, again, need to try and get these rounds together and try and get something to turn the lead to their favor. Already got pushes coming up.
I
Huckster
know
here towards the back of the
exactly
site. Gets himself a kill. Machine also finding a frag. Honeybee gonna enable the Cypher ult to get information on the offenders, I should say. But it doesn't matter because they're getting overwhelmed. Net will find one trade back on Vladdy D, but Nixon's has site control. Spike plant can be pushed towards the corner. And now it's retake mode for the remaining of Unsigned.
And we have to say, Hugson's like little satchel jump there at the start, again, is so dangerous because, of course, naturally, all eyes then turn to Hugster, who's just flying into your face, and the rest of the team follow through with a very efficient push afterwards. Ooh, close.
Misfit not spotting that play though. Could have got a good shot on him if he kept that angle held. He just kept keeping his lives on the upper boost areas. And now it's going to be a rotation and a save call coming in for the Unsigned side. They've been pretty passive when it comes to holding onto these weapons, and I could definitely respect the style here. Although again, you can see the economy state just being a bit lopsided. Several players on thousands and a couple on 100. Well, taking this operator and this Phantom in play needs to be a top priority. I think they'll just about get away with it, and indeed they will. But I'm not sure if the buyer's going to look confident here from the defensive.
It'll be fine. Like, that's the beauty of Valorant, is that because it's so easy to buy up for each other. Look at Misfit there, 6,700. He can just straight up go buy 2 Vandals. So you look at, yeah, net there, 2,500 can get utility and heavy armor. And this is just the team aspect, which I love that it's been changed up. Like, we're saying maybe try and put a little bit of counters and differences for each side, you know, just that economy can play a much bigger part, because here it is so forgiving.
Aggression coming through here for Hugster and Nixon. Very quick kills against DFX and Tulip trying to get their way around this corner. There's 2 frags, 3 frags actually overall found, completely untraded by the Unsigned side. Both players now knowing where that spike is. At least Misfit will come up with a good operator kill, but now Paranoid Cybercage will also cover off his position, teleporting towards the inner portions of the site. Now forget Bloody D, and the operator brings it back, 2 on 2. Looking up towards Hookah and now towards Long. Got a player wrapping around from the back lines though, and they could catch the rays looking the wrong way. Perfect chance for that Cypher to get the pick off. Keep your eyes on that position. Sees the one, pushes back into the B site position now. Will catch Misfit, get that kill, and now drop it to leave it all on 1 of the retake.
Time is going to be so important here. Look at that raise. Not going to be able to swing out in time. Fancy up high. Did get the tag, so knows that Neff is moving way through, but good little. Remove the tag and then swing back round.
Hang on.
Satchel out.
Hearing some noise. It's now Satchel trying to get him in. Cybercage trying to trap him. Gets that kill regardless. No idea of the second player being so close towards him. Info being gained there by the recon dart. Grenades up towards the back of Hookah. Sticking the spike, but Fancy's got all the time in the world. Knows exactly where he is. Knows exactly where he can go. The net will fall very quickly into a 7th. Purple Cobras will take the lead and take the half.
So confident here. Jay? I'm a little bit worried that this could be a quick 2-0 at this rate, you know? Like, yikes. On attack as well, this is just damning. There's got to be a massive recovery come on through. Like, yes, sure, they're still okay economy-wise, but that's just because they've got the loss bonus going in their favor.
Take flight.
For the lads of Unsigned, they've got to pull out a new trick. They've got to change things up. And Nick Sooners and Hugster are already damning them.
Straight far pushed up. Look at how far Vladdy D was really in that site position. So far as to get to the entrance of the A site.
Spike
Does get traded as a 4v3 comes in. The spike plant will be secured and Unsigned. I mean, they're still trying to get those rotations together, putting up some tripwires in the backline just in case there was a backstab coming through. That did hurt them prior in previous rounds. Shock darts catching Tulip for some damage. Flashed on all 3 players, completely blind. Cyber cages to buy some cover. Showstopper also coming out from both sides here. Fire onto the site, gets the kill for Hugster. DFX and Honeybee do get a couple of trades though, so 2v2 scenario. Unsigned not out of the woods just yet here. Onto the spike, they've got 2 players to face them. Hugster a bit more passive, will spray through this wallbang damage. Rotation revealed on the spike dart, and Hugster will get that kill for a 3k, leaving Honeybee to rotate back and save the weapon. There's no chance for a retake here. 8 to the attacking side. So much looking so good right now for the Purple Cobras.
Yep, and Honeybee just
Last
keeps
round before the
running.
hash.
He cannot stop. Otherwise, they'll be on him. Yeah, last round. Blimey. Buy up. No need to save any more. Well, Bloody D's gonna get himself an op. He's feeding it, and I don't blame him.
Take him. Right there.
Curious choice there in terms of weapons, but alas.
Revealing area.
See what you can do with it. I mean, so far with the way the Purple Cobras are playing, I think you can imagine any weapon would be good enough for any of these players. The frag potential, in terms of the single, just raw duels, they've been absolutely perfectly played so far for the Purple Cobra side. Sprays up from the first of Hugster, trying to catch someone in the midst of the dark cover. No one on that boost spot though, no one out on the corner. There's information being given up here, but only one player being loud about it, so they've only got info on the single person, of course, here on the A site here.
That's a pretty nice use of the ult there, but of course with the side cage in place, this attack is going to come through ferociously now. Neff's already got 2!
Hugster trades back DFX, switching a bit too far forward, so not out of just yet here for the Purple Cobras. Nades on, big showstopper with the nade coming through. Boombot does come out to get information, try and force players away from sight. Fancy looking on Honeybee and Misfit, catch him looking the wrong way, and now Nixon left alone. Honeybee will close it, and Unsigned will get a big 4th round. Neff in particular, standing up and doing the work for them. Perfect use of the ulti and the utility, and that buys them a chance here on the attacking side.
So clever as well with DFX using his ult as well to push the opponents into the corner opposite side of A port. Line them up, both as well, incredible. But it's only a constellation, Jay. Like on attack now, to look for 8 is going to be, you know, world-changing plays for Unsigned.
Yeah, 4 to go at the very least. I mean, you know, they can get the pistol round, get the conversion off the back of that, and then another good rifle could potentially lead into that equal standing. So it's not that far out of the woods here for Unsigned, but again, a lot of it relies on them getting the pistol together. You can see how passive they're playing around this. I think even more passive than Purple Cobras were. At least they had contact out towards the top of short areas, but a major aggression. Instead, it's going to be the Purple Cobras who will push up at their own right, straight up and out into B short, now wrapping around towards the back of A short. I believe a tripwire just got tripped, so they're going to keep their head on a swivel. Honeybee's watching and waiting for 3 to come up against him, and they're not going to face him directly. Back around the back lines, and now the A hit comes through.
Cage trigger.
Problem is, because this flank is so long to come around, there's only 2 to defend A site. Fancy duck it one, but he's knocked down by Honeybee.
Planted.
Bloody D is finally there on point, but now it's got to be a 4-on-4 retake.
I've gone passive about this here on both the front and back line defensive, and the backstab comes through. Vladdy D will finally get off the ghost here. Machina will go falling. Hugster there with a trade. And Nixon up at heaven needs to look on towards that site, needs to catch those players over at the U-Halls. Will flash in the potential for Vladdy D, or at least catch them blind and put some fault lines up on the opposing side. Hugster comes up with the kill. Nixon continuing to move further forward. They're on the spike plant. Nixon just trying to cover up his teammate. No one's directly able to challenge him from the short control. Honeybee gets that 3K. Now Hugster forced to swing, and DFX will close it down. Unsigned in with a big pistol, a big win for the attackers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that going, could Hugster really not stick the defuse? I know, it's a nervy time, Jay, isn't it, right there? But maybe a Christmas miracle for the lads of Unsigned. Being able to get their first round should hopefully grant them another, you know, by all means. This should be theirs to take. And the start of a turnaround, a comeback, could be on.
Also, a Christmas miracle in October, Bacon.
Yep.
No, we're not even going to acknowledge Halloween as a thing, come on.
Well, you don't get Halloween miracles. Come on.
I mean...
Maybe Christmas has come early, Jay.
You and your holidays.
Hey.
Rifles, of course, coming out. SMGs in Honeybee. Actually going to get baited in
That
by that
is so
boom bot.
sick.
That was really good from Fancy and Co. I mean, they had no right winning out that frag, but the Pistols come out on top early on here.
And you got to think, look of the omen of Vladid. He's going to be able to push forward and go pick up that Spectre. But they've all transferred over towards B. Vladid, the only one left back. And he knows now that he is under fire.
Spike
Oh
planted.
boy, this has quickly turned ugly.
The timing on the swing worked well here for Unsigned. 4v3 as Misfit gets Machina as well.
Take flight.
Recon's running around the corner. Hugster standing by here with the Shorty, hoping to catch some players off at the showers area. Get tagged up a little bit, but nothing really going to present themselves here to the side here. Satchel's out, might get way in, taps his way through, but Nep shuts it down. Great sequence if it worked out, but in the end not to be. Fancy shut down a point blank. Misfit with another 3k. I think he's posting the top frag of the board so far here for Unsigned.
I wouldn't be surprised. The lad is absolutely popping off. There you go. 14 kills, only matched by Hugster. So both sides comparable. But I guess the incredible part is that, you know, you look at Neff, they were 13 as well. Honeybee with 10. Honeybee near enough coming in with so many saves there. Look, 6 deaths, lowest across the board. It just comes down to, I guess, we need to see more come out of Tulip and DFX, right?
Bomb buddy out.
I mean, I guess you could say that. I mean, they've definitely been leading the frag counts ever since the turn of the half. You know, 2 players on double digits by the time we got to the first pistol, or the second pistol round. Only 1 for the Purple Cobras, so definitely having 1 player being the main star at the moment. Unsigned. In the driver's seat for the moment. They've got a bit of aggression coming through over towards the long control. Rotation out from one of the players for the Unsigned side, and it looks like a fast play will come through towards the B side. There are 3 players to defend against him here. Satchel going to allow an entryway. Here comes Depth right around to the back lines. Paranoid by the Omen there. Honeybee will fall to Nixon though. Machina goes down. Nixon trades it. Owen gets a 3k overall. Misfit trades it, picks that spike up. So a 2v2 retake is in order.
Yep, and they know with those shots, Hookah is going to be the hit. They rotate around to A, but those ports have been heard. Look at that, already up in heaven, ready for this. The port as well coming on through behind. Misfit just thrown over the spike. So he's got to watch his rear.
Spike planted.
Oh, bit off the default, so Fancy
One
couldn't
LA
go for the
remaining.
spray on the wall. Bang, Hugster will get Tulip though. All left to Misfit now. 1 on 2 for him. With a star man, an incredible fragger. Not so much a clutcher so far in this matchup. They're sticking onto that defuse. Got to swing, got to take that face. No, Fancy just gets that kill easy. And Hugs will have all the time in the world to get the spike out of dodge. Light to the board of the Purple Cobras. Good retake coming in from them. And again, the trade game was so fantastic towards that B side. The fact they got out with a 2 versus 2 basically enabled them to go for that retake.
Yeah, and the A side coverage there, 1 up in heaven, then 1 over towards the U area, mainly towards Pillar and A port. Just had so many angles covered because they knew their opponents were split. And coming into this one, you got to think after that, being able to come on in after
Right there.
Nico basically is big.
Back on Spectres here for Unsigned. The money game's not fantastic for them. Damage most certainly being done in the last couple of rounds, but they can still afford to buy up. Misfit will lead the charge on his Phantom. A bit of hookah control coming in from 1. They'll hear the teleportation of one of the recon drones. They'll know at least where the raise is, and he's going to be challenging onto the players that pushed up towards that long position. Meanwhile, the real hit's going to come through. Misfit getting caught with paranoia. Counter actions could come through for the moment. They're going to teleport back towards that front line. Shock Dart going to catch Misfit for some damage. Got a swing and a hit. Good headshot on the first player. Not quite the second Fancy. Therefore, the trade back. Nep continues to move forward as a 4v4 will ensue. They have A site control. The spike's rotated to B though. They've got to sell him on a fake at this stage.
Yeah, and you can see that. The spike... Wait, no? Making his way back round to A. What on earth is going on there? Don't matter. Fight's going on A. As Tulip tries to just get his way back. And things have gone silent for a moment.
They have indeed, but you must be confused about how they're going to be playing this one out. Again, they had a perfect chance to plant towards that B site.
Spike planted.
Rolling Thunder will force Tulip off. He'll just get onto the spike plant, though. Completely stunned up for a bit. There's the one-for-one trade from DFX and Hugster. Nixon looking up towards the short control. Knows there's a player out there. Will try flash forward, but not able to attack Honeybee. The swing is perfectly timed from the attacker, and Unsigned to get right back on track.
Do again. And well, we asked of DFX to turn it up, and he definitely did that, Jay. Still bottom of the board for his team, but the utility in that round alone was massive, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, you know, like perfect usages to get Cobra's, to get to Unsigned into the site. But again, very miscoordinated on their part, you know, giving up the spike to rotate towards the B site essentially. And then trying to figure out where to go from there. Like, okay, well, we can rotate it back towards the A play, but then now we've got you know, contention on that A site, which did look a bit confusing for me. I mean, either way, it does work out for the Unsigned side, but very miscoordinated in my opinion. 5v3, Eco coming through from the Cobra side. Unsigned should be able to clean up this round.
And right there, A site is pretty much free. I have to see, Vladdy, will he catch the man out here in showers?
One down.
Honeybee, yep, easy peasy for him. 2v5, it's as good as done, Jay. They're just going to be looking for exit frags, I reckon.
There's one. Rifle gained. And Machina can just run away from here, just hold on to what he's got. Be 8 to the board of Unsigned, and you were worried about that simple 2-0 series. Well, now Unsigned are starting to roll. Looking much better here in this game compared to the Summon game from the upper bracket, but can they follow it out? Follow it suit into the rest of this map up and this series. For now, it's just going to be the passive defensives coming in. They hold on to most of their weapons. Still, two Spectres might get upgraded into the next round. Losing that Phantom actually going to be quite costly to them, all things considered here.
Yeah, because you got to think then it gives Machina the opportunity to buy up. Potentially, even an op for teammate. No, just going to go for that armor. Hugster, though. Oh, he's gone for it. The glass cannon, Jay. And he is good on the operator.
Set in here for the big snipers of both sides, Misfit and Hugster. Standing appropriate here. Tulip was going to look for the early information here towards the bathrooms. They're playing these defaults more bathroom centered. They're going to put the recon drone in first up, and they've got the info on that one player. Tulip's going to try to use Hunter's Fury to take him down. Doesn't do the damage. He might spot one of the other players in that backline, but for the most part, it's just going to be a bit of a wasted ult, I think.
Well, they've definitely still got info, knowing that they're at the back of A towards defender spawn. But still a very passive push once again here, Jay. Good to see both sides really turn it up on attack, which is so surprising.
Again, for Unsigned, in such an awkward position, that's a great positive element here. Hunter's Fury out from the defensive side will try follow suit, do some damage. Fantasy comes up with 1 frag and 2. And that's so much better for the Purple Cobras compared to the Sova of Unsigned. And now Misfit looking on here from the short control, trying to get some actress here for his teammates. Tulip will fall though. Spike drops with him. And from there, Unsigned in a really awkward
30
position.
seconds left.
30 seconds to get back in here. Operators firing away. They'll get rid of that drone, but this Misfit gets us to a trade. It's now a single player advantage for the defensive side. Information going to get gained onto where Honeybee's coming in from, but time's ticking. They haven't got spike control. The defenders are pretty set up for this, and I don't think they can recover this round.
They can't, but well,
10 seconds left.
Well, they've got the spike. They're going to be able to plant it. That smoke's going to be
Spike planted.
pretty darn close, so he's got to get out of there. And a retake, very doable, but they've got to execute at the same time from all these angles.
Shadows traveling.
Vladdy D playing very close to the back line, might catch the Omen off with his back turn, with all the attention being drawn
One enemy
away
remaining.
from this back position. Now suddenly all left to Misfit as Honeybee falls. The operator can't do much. Nice and patient there from the Purple Cobras. Do lose one player on the trade, but they come up good with the round itself, and that's the main thing. 10-8, the slow war of attrition, the grind up to the 13th. And unsigned, they need to swing momentum truly to their favor. If they can't do that, then they're never going to be able to surpass the lead.
You got to be thinking right now, if Purple Cobras can take this round, that is it. It's done and dusted. Just because their economy is going to be in such good shape. Right now, it's a little bit awkward. You can see there Nixoon on the judge. Shouldn't be the biggest deal. Misfit going to be able to buy up the operator again. On attack is so peculiar here. You'd be thinking they want to at least try and save a little bit and just go for a Vandal.
Revealing area.
There's full investments, of course, coming in from both sides. The heavy rifle play. And for the moment, it's very carefully played from the unsigned side. I mean, they've gone more passive in this round than they have ever done before. Just got that short control coming in from the Cypher and the Omen.
Cage triggered.
But very quiet. They don't want to lose those opening picks here.
Well, no opening picks just yet. A lot of action going on around Hookah, and you can see the Cypher up the top of C long. They're ready for this B push, and here it comes.
Net opens things up, finally isolates Nixon into a corner. Hugster can find the trade. Honeybee's got Cybercase to buy him a little bit of cover. But meanwhile, Showstopper comes out from Net, looks on towards those backlines, gets Hugster, triples up against Fancy, and now has Spike control. Spike needs to make its way in from Hookah, though Vladdy's paranoid for the moment. Sat back and waiting for contact. Dark cover will keep him suppressed, him and Machina up for a 3v2 retake.
Problem is, though, it's Machina and Vlad DD. 3v2 is entirely possible right now, but with Machina down, Vlad DD has got to do 3 man's worth in one go. The concussion not going to connect. Yeah, right now you just play it passive. Vlad DD just trying to look for taps through the walls, but oh, what a dirty angle from Misfit.
Comes up good, they get the round together, they get the kill, and 3 alive for unsigned. That might force us back to pistols for Purple Cobras once again, seeing 2 sheriffs coming out already, but not expecting any major rifles from them. Massive round for unsigned to get themselves back within 1 of the lead. They are slowly but surely trying to grind their way back forward to this position. Just need 2 to get to the lead here. Only 1 to equalize. They'll at least be guaranteed that 1 round, unless Purple Cobras do something absolutely stupid. They've got 2 ultis in their back pocket. Misfit, however, will get the opening kill on Hugster, immediately dropping him the only A-site contact. The long control will come through from B. They'll realize quickly that there's nothing else here.
Yeah, it was, I wouldn't say a risky play, but just
Spike planted.
want to try and catch their opponents off. They pay the prices.
Shock
I
dart.
think 45 seconds to try and get this retake to work, and
Shock dart.
you're thinking now, are they going to do it, or are they just going to save? Like, this is a really peculiar, very slow movement around towards the A site.
I mean, either way, it's probably not going to be much coming through from them. I mean, the pistols, especially in the case of the armor and some players, it might be more worth it to hold on to that for the next round. Nixon and Fancy will actually be able to trade off each other and do some damage here. 3 players to 3 now. More rifles they can pick up here, especially that operator, so they can get an op for free. That's good for Fancy. Does get traded back by DFX in the end. Machina does come up with another good kill, so again, rifles can get just picked up, but he goes up with the spike radius. So only damage being done to the unsigned side for Purple Cobras. No free rifles, but they are on a buyback.
They are indeed, but you got to think with 2 saved there, it's not the worst. Money's A-okay for unsigned, enough win as well. Puts them in a good place.
What's Hugster going for on this buy? Doesn't look like operator here, going for the heavy Kevlar, so I would have liked to see it coming out from him. I mean, we've seen it several different times, but no, just the regular rifles in it seems to be for the defensive side. For the moment, it is just control out on the default set in. DFX, what can you find around this long control? I mean, it's passive from both sides, just playing around those corners, hoping for one team to overextend. Eventually, it will have to be unsigned here, but Cobra's information hunted. Tulip's only going to see that one player. Actually going to sneak past it in the smoke, but no information being gained here. The entries will come through. They do quickly get towards that B-site presence. Spike plant can be secured, but they've got some really good positions here.
Spike planted.
Showstopper just fired on out, but that's going to be of no use. Vladdy D and Nixon coming through with 2 massive kills. So hopefully for any hold here. Good, nice little shots coming out from Fancy, but Hugster will get the kill. Fancy dropped as well by Neff, who's coming in massive, but Hugster saves the day, dropping Neff. DFX, the only man, and well, what do you do in this scenario?
Gotta try and hit the spike diffuser right now. Shoulder baiting, gets Nixon to get the kill. They'll do some damage over on the Purple Cobra's side, but it will be a victory for the defenders. Unsigned, a bit miscoordinated, a bit too quick for my liking. They couldn't properly clear out the back lines. They couldn't properly clear out the long controls. They got players in elbow, players at garden, players, of course, in the halls and cubby. Like, you know, from there, the whole round was basically just a convergence from the Cobras to quickly get the retake together. Unsigned. They just took their time with that round. It probably could have been a very different result.
Problem is as well, Jay, you look at this pattern, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. That ain't what you want right now. I mean,
it's positives for the unsigned side at least, because that means that they could be in with a chance. But look at Hugster, already aggressive. Daddy towards short. This crossfire actually could work well for the Cobra's side. Operator pick up against Tulip, and just like that, it's a 4v2 for the defensive force.
And they've got the spike. That's it. They've won. I do not see in any realm how this is turned around other than an insanely nutty frag play. Because you look at that defensive hold here, that is concrete.
Minute to the clock. Net will pick up a kill. Satchel trying to get some exit frag, trying to recover this round. Information being spotted, but so focused on the dart, he couldn't quite find the players. Honeybee now left alone, has info on at least one, gets caught by the tripwire though, so they reveal that information on him, and they're just going to suppress with abilities at this stage. 1 on 2, if you can isolate the kills, then fair play to him at the edge of that cyber cage, will sneak out, but Mackin is there with the kill, and we will have map points for the Purple Cobras.
Purple Cobra's looking really good in that one there, Jay, just to be able to take the initiative. And of course, you look at the economy over on the side of unsigned, and this is going to be, I don't want to say an awkward half buy, but you know it's all Spectres coming on, and maybe Neff going with the Judge there, 1,500. That's a very awkward amount from him. The actual Phantom coming on through from Misfit as well might help, and nope, Stinger with Neff. They've got to get close.
12 to 10. 2 rounds for unsigned to try and see if they can equalize here against the Purple Cobras. Obviously in a bit of a raw deal at the moment. With SMGs coming out to support this. I mean, I don't know how much unsigned will realistically have here. They've got to work real hard to get back control of this next round and this matchup. And look at the aggression coming in from Purple Cobras. This is sheer confidence to go out from long through Fountain, now get towards the attacker caves and probably backstab in from the short control. They'll look for info here with Tulip, the drone out, trying to catch some players. Ultimates with Hunter's Fury, catching one frag from Hugster. Information gained as Fancy comes up with a kill. Hugster able to get Net. Nixon will try recover this as Honeybee goes down. Misfit, last player standing, been a stellar player so far for his team, but flashes, abilities, paranoia, and kills going the way of the Purple Cobras. 13 to 10, they take their map pick of Bind. A very well played effort there, but in the end, it is the squad of the unsigned side coming out on the bottom foot.
Yeah, give it to unsigned there. On attack, really starting to turn it around, but I think it was a little too late with the attack that Purple Cobras had. I mean, we sort of already knew the deal there. And hopefully, going on over to Ascent, unsigned can really turn it around here, Jay, and send us that third map.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they had some players on really good performance. I feel like the team play was what the thing was, is what really wasn't there. You saw the scoreboard a moment ago on your screens. 23 kills for Neph and Misfit each, okay, by the end of that match. So they were keeping pace with the game overall, you know, like 23 rounds and 23 kills. That's a respectable average for their own right. Hugster was the player that got the most over on the Purple Cobra's side. But like the thing about it is that, you know, like it's some of the players on the lower end of the thing is the one getting as many frags on the board, and I realize that that's, you know, that might play into their roles, but it's just like, you know, overall, like when it came to coordination and team play, like I don't think it was 100% there all the time from the unsigned side. But for Purple Cobras, though, they were constantly sticking at a pretty good average, a pretty good split of kills and deaths, and you know, they were getting some decent assists into to aid their teammates. You know, in particular, Fancy and Nixon, 15 assists and 10 assists between them. Like, you know, they were always enabling guys like Hugster, especially Hugster, to try and shine here.
That is it. It's that big, like, direct comparison between Fancy and Nixon and DFX and Tulip. Same roles. And, like, it's not like we saw earlier when Purple Cobras went up against ROG, where, you know, the breach is used in very different capabilities. Nixon uses that breach to enable his teammates. His flashes are not for himself. It's flash and then a very quick swing out instead of you've got the other way of using the flashes for yourself, almost like you're, you know, using the flashes of Phoenix, where you can just put it in 2 boxes and then quickly swing on around. So there, when you look at DFX and Tulip, you've got to make good on those chances. Your teammates have to convert off the back of them. And straight up, like you said, the assists are damning. Fancy getting 1 less assist and kill, and 15 assists, 16 kills. 16 kills alone is, I would argue, what you should be aiming at, just as a player in general. Like, that's pulling your weight here in this series. So to get those assists as well is just incredible.
Well, obviously an incredible map up there from the Purple Cobras side. It was their map pick, so it was a close affair from unsigned. The question is, can they turn it over on Ascent? It's our second map of the best of 3 coming up after this short break, so do not go anywhere as we roll on with the epic.LAN Logitech G Valorant Cup. Welcome back to epic.LAN and welcome back to the epic.LAN Logitech G Valorant Cup. We're getting into our second map, of course, between the Purple Cobras and Unsigned. If you're just joining us, then you didn't get to see the first map, but 13-10 was the result, a close result for the Purple Cobras. But again, it was a very slow, arduous game, one that ended up seeing top performers, of course, being the kill counters of Depth and Misfit. But in the end of the day, very little support around them did mean that the first map of Bind did go the way of the Cobras side. It will be Ascent up next. Hopefully a bit more of a familiar map for these guys. We talked a lot about this weekend how it is very similar to the likes of some of the Counter-Strike maps that the guys like Net for Misfit will be very familiar with. So hopefully they have a decent handle on how to play this, because honestly, like they need to bolster themselves. I mean, I honestly think that this could actually be a 2-0 on the basis of, you know, one team looks very well drilled and coordinated from the Purple Cobras, the other team that just got 2-star players and unfortunately not much support around them.
The big problem though, Jay, is that when we look at Purple Cobras, Bind's their weak map out of the three, you know, 2 spike site maps. So coming into this one, Ascent is when they generally turn it on up, and especially in attack. On attack, Purple Cobras are pretty impressive, albeit when they just don't want to leave it until the last 20 seconds to actually plant. Like we've already gone over that, and we've seen that crime on Bind. So coming into this one, I still feel like it's going to take a massive turn up for Unsigned. Big thing I'm going to be interested in though is definitely the agent picks though, because you'll notice for the side of Purple Cobras, they'll probably stick with the same. They don't really change up. They've got their roles and they're very, you know, stuck in their ways. What are you thinking for the Unsigned side? What are they going to make any changes here, buddy?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like they need to go to some of the more supportive characters, and they need to try and sort of like, again, they need to look to those support individuals, the guys who weren't necessarily at the top of the board, because I feel like without the enabling to let Misfit and Neps shine, like they're really up the creek at the moment with these sort of positions. Like, I'm not sure specifically how they're going to change things up. We'll take a look at how that works in the game itself and trying to weigh up potential there. But in general, the style needs to change. I feel like for the Unsigned side, like it's not been as impressive as I hoped it would be. And again, the 2 players that are standing out, that I expected to stand out, have been standing out okay. But the issue is, of course, is that it's not enough for a full 5-man team to be able to get a win on the board.
Yeah, could see the Jet come on out here. Definitely the Rainer as well. We've definitely seen a lot of power coming off of those 2 agents. Cypher as well with those cameras can really catch some long angles. So it's going to be an interesting one to see what Unsigned change up, because like I said, from everything we've seen so far this weekend, Purple Cobras are pretty much stuck in their ways. They're grouchy old men. There is no change in them.
Grouchy old men. I love that being the notion of being the notion of exactly, like, you know, what the characterization of Purple Cobras is. But you know, at the end of the day, like grouchy old men or not, they definitely are capable men who have been putting us capable series. And honestly, going into this second map, I feel like it could be even more one-sided, as you mentioned. Bind being that very awkward map for the Cobras side, I realize it's also the same thing for Unsigned as well. A bit more of a closer affair for them compared to their Summon series, which is again the main thing we saw on stream. But like, again, you know, like just the coordination is the main thing that comes down to me. You know, Purple Cobras look like a really unified team, whereas Unsigned just really don't. And in that respect, in this isolated one matchup, in this isolated series, like that's not going to be a very encouraging sign for them.
No, it isn't. We're just getting a quick lobby remake here. I think one of the players had technical issues, so we're just getting back on in. No harm, no foul. I mean, we hadn't even started, so realistically, nothing happened, right, Jay?
Exactly. Yes, of course. That's exactly how it goes down. But you know, like, I wanted to ask you. You know, like obviously I've been talking a lot about how I perceive the game and how I perceive that matchup. What about you? Like, what do you think the Purple Cobras need to do to win the second map?
Straight up, there's realistically, it's don't try and push. You know, when they're playing passive, maybe not incredibly passive, like we keep banging on about, but when they're leaving it up to that 40-second mark, they look so good because they actually get really into the minds of their opponent, where sometimes, every now and then, it is good to throw out those really quick run-ins. They have so many little cheeky tactics in their play that their opponent just keeps on guessing. And realistically, Purple Cobras are so good at getting their opponents to rotate over to the other side, so that even though, let's just say, Purple Cobras drop a man and then just fall back, their opponents will move one player off to the other side, thinking that, you know, that there's going to be attack there. That's why they're being so patient, as they're trying to just traverse on over. And then Pub Cobras are in a, I guess, at worst, a 4 versus 3 site take, which still puts them at advantage. And then their opponents are there, left with 3, maybe even 2 for the retake. And they're just so clever at dictating the play and owning the map.
Well, since obviously this map has been introduced into the pool here, Center's definitely been one of the more popular picks, I think, across the UK team. So I'll be curious to see how that will play in. Again, a lot of that familiarity with its layout and its concepts being very similar to a map in Counter-Strike. So I'll see how well Counter-Strike experience goes, especially in the case of Netfend Misfit. So let's see how they do. Of course, this was the map pick of the unsigned side. Therefore, the side choice will be starting off over for the Cobra's choice. They decide to go for defense. So obviously, on the defensive, I expect it to be a relatively good affair for them to kick things off. And of course, this map being relatively defense-sided, I can see where they can go particularly well with this one. So let's get into the pistol round here. Purple Cobras, mostly, I believe, having the same, having similar picks to their agents in the last map up. We have seen Honeybee switch out, though. They are going to be going with a Killjoy this time around.
Yeah, and we got to see earlier against Rogue that the Killjoy can play a big part. Just near enough trying to get ideas onto site. And of course, Neff, Jay moving off of the Rays onto the Jet. So definitely for open and just maneuverability around. Plus the smokes is also pretty useful utility there.
Well, Arlie, pistols moving up for the unsigned side. We've got Tulip taking contact here. Spike on his back, though, so could end up offering up the early information and the kills to the favor of the defensive forces. Machina watching for that contact. Cyber Cages go up. He manages to land a tag on one player, I believe. Honeybee moves forward, gets caught in that Cyber Cage, and now they move into the site itself. Hugster gonna get taken out first. Misfit kicking things off with a frag back. They're looking towards those backlines. There is no players there. Rotations coming in as Vladdy gets the effects to fall. 4v4 for the retake.
How did the turret not go for Misfit when he made his way around? That's strange. Anyway, yeah, the retake coming on through here is not the worst of them. Oh, but that little drop over there, definitely going to hurt. Pushing them on back. Vladdy D, just so much pressure being emitted there, but Honeybee comes good. Twice!
Second headshot. Oh, he jump faces and gets fancy as well. 3K for the onside side, making it a quadra kill. Honeybee goes nuclear in the pistol round, and unsigned get a crucial opening advantage. A very, very confident start here.
I was thinking there in my head, what would I like to see changed on up front side? Maybe, the Killjoy and Cypher, and just basically just run absolute zone control. But hey, Honeybee can do everything himself.
That's going to get in the Phantom out already here. The kill bonus is going his way. Cool, Spectre's out for most of the other unsigned players. We're going over to the Cobra's side with the basic pistols in check. Seeing the quick turnarounds over towards the A main position. DFX will grab the old steel aftershock towards the back line. Good flash to support in, a peek in, but Nep's going to get himself 2 quick frags. Nice and easy to get the kills on the board. SMGs cleaning house. 2 more players here towards the A site. Honeybee is playing off the off angle. Sees one player up at heaven. Tulip making his way in towards garden as Nep gets 3 kills. Honeybee with 1, and what's left is Machina in mid.
Spike planted.
Turret. Just a couple of taps onto Machina, but considering now that he's down to 8-4, the Spectres can actually just, 2 body shots, he's gone. Which is quite big, and he's just going to sit there, hopefully get an exit frag. Not really much else to do, is there, really?
Camera taken out.
Oh. Tulip. Is Machina going to go for this? Oh my god. No one's actually on the site itself.
Run for that, though.
His Spike is right there. If he closes the door, he might have enough time here. There's nobody on it. Oh my goodness, Machina. Machina's going to stick the whole thing. Can anyone get there in time? Machina's going to get it. Oh my god, I can't. Yes. Oh, that's tragic.
Well, what's the saying, Jay? You gotta keep your eyes on the prize. And well. I can't believe that just happened. When you're there going, looking at Machina, Tulip runs on out, you're like, hey, he's got to go for this kill. He's not. Why is he not? He's got to be expecting a second person to come. No, he's not. Big brain plays coming out from Machina. That is something else.
I can't believe that. Oh my god. Well, at least they've got rifles to work with in this next round, and this time they are back with a vengeance. 2 opening kills immediately coming in. Hogster will turn around on Misfit at least, get a trade together, but Tulip hunting for that information, might catch him in the midst of the dark cover, so they know at least one player coming in from the garden. But a plant down will be secured for Unsigned. 4v3. Don't concede this one, boys, at the very least.
Fancy just trying to go
Revealing
for
area.
the wall bangs, or floor bangs, I guess you could call them. But yeah, that site is well and truly owned.
Yeah, no chance to enter for the Cobra's side. One more kill going the way of Killjoy, and now Fancy and Co going to go back and save their weapons. Oh, that is upsetting. That is so upsetting for
Look,
the Cobra's side.
Honeybee now has to put a nano swarm on the spike. Not gonna happen a second time.
That's good call. I love it. I love it.
Like, fair enough. You know, it's you know, fool me once, fair play. Fool me twice, and you know, that's just not good. That's not the saying at all. I know. Don't call it.
I don't know what you're on today, Bacon. Like I've got no read on what you're doing right now.
Look, this is the second series. I am absolutely sleep deprived right now. Once this is done, I'm going to bed.
Honestly, I could make a good guess on that, to be honest. So, you know, fair play. Well, to the board of the Unsigned side, returning off the back of that failed conversion round.
Revealing area.
Now looking on towards rifles. Once again, Tulip is going to look for some information towards that mid-control recon bolt. Destroyed in an instant. A very clear, defined mid-stack coming in from the Cobras. Misfit might see some of those players. I don't know if he saw all of them. They could rush straight in through A main right now, get a simple spike plant.
Could indeed, but of course, making a bit of noise there. So rotation's coming on through. You can see Machina covering, the cubby. And a tree in case anyone wants to come through that way.
Drop the spike.
Having well and truly owned up there as well.
I have the spike.
Well, it's this last minute of the round for the moment. It's just careful, slow plays. They've found that kill so far on the
Revealing
Cobra
area.
side. 4v4 scenarios. Nixon can trade. Time's ticking. Net captains
You should
Machina
run.
over on the catwalk position now. Might catch some players in the Killjoy ult. It
30
might drive
seconds
some of the
left.
defenders away. I mean, Misfit try to support it here as they make their way up to position. It will drive them away from the main side defensive. No players to take in. Spike plant will be secured. Nixon will go fall into Honeybee. And now 2v4 scenario.
Spike
Unsigned
planted.
playing this one slowly, carefully, methodically, and effectively.
Just look at that Fancy. The door is open. But I'm looking at SJ thinking that there's got to be another save coming on through. If you look over towards Hugster, that's still so far he's got to go. Can only hope for those exit frags. Yeah.
Yeah, Hugster
One
packs
player
positions
remaining.
out towards the attacker spawn, holding on for some exit frags. Fancy's going to go falling. And again, slow plays from the Unsigned side. Much more methodical in this round. And in this game as overall, actually, by comparison to the last one where it was, you know, a bit passive-aggressive. It's very coordinated, very carefully placed. And they're not allowing any opportunities to go the way of Cobras. A kill for Nixon, Hugster, and Vladdy each. Nothing for Fancy and Machina. And they've had no presence so far in the early game.
That's an interesting little point there as well, just seeing Hugster on top of the stack at the bottom right of attacker spawn, he can see all the way down into A lobby and, well, really into the arch of A main. Yet the map up top left doesn't show it, so just a little tidbit.
Revealing area.
Get out of my way.
We've got Bladestorm from Net coming out on this one. I believe actually on mostly pistols though for the Cobra side, so it seems like a bit of an over exaggeration. I mean, I might be wrong in that respect, but for now, it's just going to be playing out towards that mid control for Nep. Smokes out, back to the back lines, wrap around against a backstab. We're going to lean in towards the A split. Misfit going to start challenging. All players held out towards main, though, so most of it's going to be these rifles coming up for the actual main execution to do the damage here. Nep comes up towards Fancy, gets a kill, no use to the Bladestorm. Hugster can trade him back. Damage done, and 2 more kills with the FX and Tulip, leaving it all to the Omen of the defensive side. Purple Cobra is being just kind of stomped so far in this second map.
Yeah, but you look at it for Unsigned after the display in the very first map there on Bind. Like, this is everything they need right now because, well, naturally they've got to go to the third map and they need domination straight out of the gates because, well, on attack is always a little bit at a disadvantage. They're definitely making good on their chances here.
Now 4-1 start here for the Unsigned side. Purple Cobras to get some sort of basis to work with here. They are having nothing so far in this matchup. I mean, just so confident on the attacker side. The defenders still waiting for that opportunity to present itself. Make their own opportunities, hopefully, if they can do. I mean, at the moment, it's just seeming like anything would be nice for them because Unsigned have swamped them at this stage. I don't think there'll be a buyback coming through on this one. There'll be a little bit of heavy armor and pistols, but not enough cash to go for the full rifles this time around.
No, so definitely going to be awkward. The Vandal at least gives you a little bit of an option, but Vladdy needs to make good on that. He needs to get frags, he needs to get heads, and potentially even go for the flank, but I don't mind this up as well. For the first time, look at Purple Cobra is actually trying to get control of mid.
Leaning from Unsigned again towards the A main position though. Dark cover out. Tulip sees one. The sprays come through. There will be some rolling thunder going down, but none of which will catch any of the players in the main sort of contact positions. Nep on site, turns around for a 3K. Easy cut for the rotators. Quadra up for him, gets up top towards heaven. Face in, headshot found. That is brilliant from Nep. And Misfit to clean it up. All 5 players alive. Not a lick of damage being done to Unsigned as well.
A perfect, as the game states it, flawless round for Unsigned. But right now they've got to worry, Jay, because Hugster has got the option of the operator. Is he going to pull this on out? 6,600. Easily able to buy up heavy armor, the op, and utility, but no. Playing conservative, going for the Vandal.
When will it come out here? We've seen a couple of operator plays so far. Nothing incredible and fancy, but definitely something to keep your eyes on. That recon bolt's going to get so much information, however, for the defensive forces. Seeing 3 players, I think. Rotations will wrap back over here as they try and bait in the aggression towards the B main area. Got that turret set up to hopefully catch off any of the over-aggressive Cobra's side. Mackin watching Catwalk, you can see his position over in that corner. He'll be ready to take that contact. Sees one tag, gets dealt with. The cage also get triggered as well. Makes his way out of position here. Is he going to swing? Get it hit on towards one player. And they're going to make their way quite up close and personal. Nep there with Bladestorm. Finally with a kill. Back on towards the second headshot of Hugster. Get upstairs against one individual. Oh, Nep! Beautifully played. Gets out of dodge as well. Evades the danger. These A hits have been so good from Unsigned.
That's it. You look at it for Purple Cobras, just forget about B. It doesn't exist. A is where it is at because you need as much help as you can get over there. The Nano Swarms, though, sitting on the floor, just alerting them that Vladdy D is lurking. And yep, he's got to get these 2 kills, which he does! Incredible transfer. But I reckon it's a little too late.
Yeah, definitely won't be able to make this round work. Might get the excellent frames on the players creeping close to him, but no, Misfit shuts down the last kill. And that's 6 for Unsigned. Confidence coming out from these guys. Incredible stuff being shown up so far in this matchup. And again, this attack has gone so well. They are 1 round away from taking the half already. And the buyback from the Purple Cobras will look a little bit suspect here. I mean, they've got the operator out for Vladdy D, but no armor to back it up. Only heavy armor for Hugster. I think the abilities might be looking a little bit rusty as well for the Cobra side. It's not exactly a great buy into this one.
No, it definitely does feel like everything is dropped off here. Little recon dart. You know someone's over there in B main, but how many?
Shot dart.
A little bit of tip damage. Just throw that on down.
Vladdy D opening things up. Hunter's Fury coming out from the attacking side, going to try and drive players away from Market. Doesn't catch anybody with the kills. There's a 2-for-1 trade to the favor of the Cobras. But Unsigned have cleared out the site. Tulip ready to receive the back line. Backline being taken here by Vladdy D, trying to look for info towards that back of the site. Operator still focusing in, knows there's a player there, trying to go for that wallbang, doesn't connect it. The flick doesn't land either. Honeybee's allowed to kill. Tulip and Honeybee are bringing this back, and a 3K sequence from Honeybee in the end. Unsigned, man, unstoppable more like here.
We asked of it after the first map as well, Tulip to really turn up. Not only is Tulip's, I guess, recon abilities really turned on up, but just engagement abilities. Sure, only still on 3 frags, but it's just always such a threat and getting so much information for the rest of Unsigned. It is unreal. Other than that, Honeybee, damn, has been playing an incredible match of Killjoy. And that's not even focusing on her abilities. It's just purely not having to worry about using the Cypher abilities and can just focus purely on fragging once they've just been left alone.
It's Honeybee out towards his main control, spraying through the cyber cage, hoping to catch some damage or a kill or two. Here comes the ulties with Swarm Nades out. Here they come with Hunter's Fury as well. Fancy trying to catch players off. They'll see at least one. Mackina's going to get the kill on a Misfit here. A good start again for the Cobra's side, but Mackina's going to get caught there. Trying to get out of dodge, sees his teammate in that mid position. No one will be able to challenge him and take him down.
Spike planted.
Spike plant will be secured, but he's still here to the back of the side. Gets that frag. Knows that there's 2 more players also close to his position. Rolling Thunder going to try and stun him out, enable a kill to come through. Evasive for the most part here. Machina with the 3 frags though comes back to turn around. Netf in a 1v3 has found that first. No health for him, 11 points. Needs to land his headshots, will smoke up, try to buy some cover. Sees the player, Vladdy D, turns around, gets the kill, and that'll be a second for the Cobra side.
Yeah, Vladdy D just popping off there. Down in hell. Hopefully a turning point here, because it needs to be. You got to think here, Jay. If they don't win this, their economy is shattered, and that's it for the half. They are done.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, this could be a one-sided scoreline still for the Unsigned side, just on the basis of the buy alone. They've got plenty of cash in the bank, could force another one out in the follow-up round. The same can't be said for the Cobras. Really, aggression coming in as a result here. Go try one out this opening fight. Oh, the time on the fault line is not good. Fancy goes down. Netf only gets stunned after the fact. No damage sustained. Now hunting for the kill. Knows that a player close. Gets it off and dashes away. Big frags for Netf. Really, really stepping up here in this game.
That was pretty clutch from Netf. Well done. So, 5-8-3. How on earth Pub Cobra is going to be able to turn this one around? They know the attack is coming on B, and you can see Hugster just trying to get on out there. Quiet as a mouse, but does have a bit of a bite.
Yes, those 2 kills, 3 on 2. Backstab from Misfit though. Spike plant can't be secured just yet. It's a little bit too dangerous. Tulip's got to get to this position, and both these flankers have got to try and support Nep. Here comes Showstopper. Nep with the headshot. Comes up to shut down Hugster immediately. And Vladdy D now up against 2 for a 3K of his own. 35 seconds. He'll sneak back out towards mid. Try and attack from B main here. Spike not planted just yet. It can get picked up now. 30 seconds. They've got to go for it in the end.
Smoke on down. Just a little bit awkward.
Spike planted.
Smoke's going, just cover the back, try and get as many angles, but no, Misfit walks on out at the perfect time. Well played on site by Unsigned.
The shooting accuracy from them has just been turning heads so far. 19 kills on Nep already, by the way. 10 rounds played out. I don't think I've ever seen a performance like that, like at least not in like a close, like, you know, 4th and 3rd seed, you know, context. Maybe in an open qualifier somewhere during an early stage, I've seen a ridiculous pop-up performance from the clear and obvious favorites. We talked a little bit in that break about how, you know, individual performance won't be able to get a team through a full series, and that was the case in the first map here for the Cobras, though. Nep is just on another level right now.
He is indeed, Jay. The problem is, he's got to keep on continuing. You look at how close the first map was. This is just the second. That third map, a split, can go either way. Just seems like preference right now, you know?
Trevor! Blasting!
From in clear positions, DFX going to flash through this wall and allow his teammates to start entering here towards the A site. Actually, not even a flash, instead just Rolling Thunder will catch info on players. Paranoia will catch several players blind, but again, Net for the entry. Sees one player, couldn't pull out the gun in time. Hugster with that kill. Misfit with a trade. Honeybee tries to aggress. Vladdy D is going to be able to get that frag to return, and Purple Cobras hold their line here. 4v3. Spike plant faked. One's going to force players to peek out from heaven. Fancy will be able to get the kill on Tulip, and Misfit trades it back onto him. 2 on 2. Unsigned. Have sight control. Misfit trying to fake a teleportation, makes his way up. 2 players standing against 1 individual, and the defensive side will be able to hold it off.
Last round in the hash.
Gotta respect the fake. Gotta respect. 8 rounds on attack. I'm still boggled at that one. As this full buy on in. And yet, on the opposite end, they've got to make a magic off of scraps here, Jay.
I mean, it was the defensive side that was the most awkward for the Purple Cobras. It was enough to get them past the edge of it. Hold that thought for a second, because Exco Bladestorm knows that there's 2 players around this corner. Gets that 1 kill. Fancy trades it. Tulip comes up with a response kill, and now makes his way up towards the site. Hugster with a frag. Misfit in the backline is going to get Vladdy D. And Honeybee tries to hold off against him. Gets that kill on Hugster. Very quick and coordinated again from the Unsigned side, leaving Makina alone in a clutch scenario. Bulldog out against 3 individuals. This is a very, very difficult round.
Yeah, with the gun comparison here, he needs to hit heads. Does have the burst fire as an option if he wants to aim down, or naturally hit fire it, and you get the full auto. I don't think he's going to catch this, the walkout. He's going to get caught so off guard. No!
Where is everyone
How did
hiding?
Misfit not get that?
Got info now, though. That kill's going to be crucial towards him. Evades the damage. Aftershock against his name. Does not see the player that's pushed up towards the front foot, though. Makina sees the back. Turns around for the kill. 1v1 still on for a chance. Flash will catch him blind for the moment. And DFX can swing to get that kill. Get that round together for Unsigned. 9-3 at the half. And what a brilliant performance they posted up so far. Again, 20 kills for Nep. 12 for Misfit. Fragging far and away beyond anyone on the Cobras camp.
Like you said earlier, Cobras were better on the attack here, on Ascent, but that only means they've got to win this first round. Otherwise, you know, they're doomed for 2. And that is just going to absolutely ruin them. I watch whilst... I'm not going to bite my nails. Let's try and not do that. It is a nervy moment, Jay, isn't it?
Indeed it is. They're going to need to step up to the plate here in this second half if Cobras want to try and print this back. Again, it's the attacking side. They had the best in that first map up. On towards the
Cage
catwalk
triggered.
area for the control out. Machina to round this corner, look on into the short control. No contact established, no kills can be taken, and with a minute on the clock, it's very carefully played from Cobras, much like the early half was from Unsigned here. Fancy, look for information.
Revealing
Gonna
area.
catch that much out at least to try and find
Shock
the
dart.
entries here. Boombot will also come through. Shock darts. Catching at least one player in that back line. They will do some damage. Machina sneaks up from window,
Careful.
gets Tulip to fall, kicks things off here for the Purple Cobra side. Spike plant can't yet get received. Net will get dealt with as Machina and Nixon get themselves 2 more picks, and Cobras come out on top.
They do indeed. 2-man
Spike
retake.
planted.
It is possible. Can be done. Of course, they've got nothing to lose, so they're going to full send on into this. They know Machina's around the corner. Gets the head. Misfit has done millions. Going to remove that dart drone. So they do know he's over there towards a tree. Do they know that Honeybee is up here on Heaven?
They've got an inkling, they got their crosshair set towards it. As soon as he peeks one player, not looking the right way, taps up, gets that one kill, gets the second, supported Honeybee, going massive. Hugster can't hold on. I can't believe that retake went well for Unsigned.
What's another death?
Wow, that is a brilliant 10th for the defensive force.
It just shows a good plan with good execution by good players. Leads to a good retake. Simple as, Jay. Don't need to say any more, do we?
No, we don't. Unreal, absolutely unreal there from Unsigned on that pistol round. And it's going to work for them. I mean, you know, that's credit where it's due. I don't know whether the Cobra side will be able to recover from this. So one-sided here by the Unsigned side. And again, I'm so surprised that that's been the end result here. I've got a lean in from Hugster that has started to make his way up with the Sheriff. Good catch off that one player. Missing a shot. Second shot does connect. 2 more players to find here in the back lines, and the FX will get the trade together. Machina spotted out into that mid-control. And they slow, actually quick play back in towards short control here. They've got rifle set for Misfit. Vladimir can find the trade, does catch one player, at least will do that damage as Honeybee gets the kill to return. The 3-on-2 scenario, Unsigned are decimating here in this round. Expected round as well with the automatics versus the pistols. They've got backup rotating towards the A site. They're going to spike plant at least, but that may be their best of days.
Spike planted.
Oh, and good fake on the door. Expected Machina to make his way on through as
enemy
well.
remaining.
But here you go. Last man back, and that was easily dealt with. Well done, DPX and Tulip.
Right here.
2 more rounds to go for the Unsigned side in what would be a very impressive turnaround by comparison to their previous map-ups. The rifles to get brought down, obviously. We're seeing the Phantom coming in for Honeybee. I imagine Misfit and Net will also follow suit with similar rifles. Indeed, they will. The Vandals out for everybody on a Cobra's side against Spike Plant. Gets them some bonus cash. They can afford to get these weapons in check.
Run.
But they need to make their stand here. If they don't get this next round, Unsigned will be on map point. That'll set us up for a 3rd in this best-of-3 series.
Oh, indeed. Shock Dart's just doing a little bit of tick damage. Should see a recon make its way on through as well in a second. Oh no, another shock. Definitely mixing it up. And again, these quiet plays, like, whilst they have not got anything yet, Jay, they
Satchel
look
out.
like they should do the job. The problem is the defense. And what a... I love that satchel jump. That is ingenious. Never seen that before.
It gets them up to the advanced angle, and it's well placed there from the arrays. Opportunity set in. Vladdy D flashed out blind. Oh, peeks in towards one of the defenders as well. So many flashes in against him, he just can't catch a break. Another one back towards him. We'll try and some shadows up again to the main entrance. Fancy going to clear out positions here with the drone. Aftershock comes up and DFX gets the kill on Fancy. All that damage coming to fruition in the end.
30
Nixon going
seconds
to
left.
try and force it back here his own right. Doesn't do any damage. Again, just trying to do stun potential against the defenders. Unsigned are up by a player, though. Damage done towards the Omen and everything. Leaning in towards a spike plant here. Gonna have to go for it. Save 2 players in the back line's dealt with. Shoot it with that 1 frag and 2. Should have been DFX do 4 in return. 3v2 retake up for Unsigned.
10 seconds left. Spike
Yeah,
planted.
by everything we've seen
One
so
enemy
far,
remaining.
definitely doable. Oh, Mackinac, though, left the only man back, has the break market door. And, well, Honeybee just going to break his head.
Spike is
Drops him
diffused.
to the floor. 12-3.
Got a break market door and then the attackers break his head.
Match
That's a
point.
very good call. I like that. 12-3. Map point again for Unsigned. And again, what a turnaround from these guys. The incredible showing of Neph in particular is really what carried them through this matchup. He's had a stormer of a game. And Honeybee and Misfit have not been too far behind him, to be honest. They've been having a fantastic game so far.
Nev had an incredible game, yeah, but he's only had 2 kills this half. It's all Honeybee and Misfit really turning it up in the second half. So that's just incredible that... Oh, the prowess. And sorry, Nev, for talking bad about you. I'll
Done.
You will not steal his spotlight. Hugster shut down with a showstopper quickly dealt with here. Swarm nades, Neph with a 3k. Honeybee getting a kill of his own right, and DFX will close it.
Defenders win.
13-3. That is absolutely unreal from Unsigned. And what a second map to get as well. I'm so shocked, honestly, considering how well they were coordinated from the Purple Cobras, considering how, you know, well they faced up against the Unsigned team, like considering all the positions that they held, all the confidence they held. Like, I'm shocked this came through in the end. Like, I was not expecting this to be as one-sided as it was for Unsigned, let alone be a victory for them.
That's it. I would argue, I still thought it would be the 2-0 just for Purple Cobras, purely because from what we've seen, generally binds that weak map, it was a close one. Purple Cobras then really turn it on up here. But I don't know what happened during that break between maps 1 and 2. It almost feels like Unsigned went and got like their older brothers or sisters to come play for them, you know? Like when you're a kid and you're just like, oh, I can't do this level, can you do it for me? That's what that felt like, and damn was it an upgrade for them. Impressive stuff.
And I'm shocked as well because it's not exactly a map that they've had, like, you know, particular proficiency on in the tournament so far. So seeing them come to Haven and just absolutely, you know, and absolutely storm their way through it, like, I'm so impressed. I'm so well hyped for how well they've done. And going into this third and final map, this could well be an opportunity for the Unsigned side to turn things around. The problem I see again is that they're all relying on the main fraggers and the performances of the kill counts to be able to come through and sort of do that damage. You know, again, they've got to post similar numbers to what they did in this last map. Of course, 24 kills for Neph in particular is the main highlight standout. 16 kills for Misfit and Honeybee. If they don't get numbers like that, then this third map could end up being quite the little stomper again for the Purple Cobras.
It definitely could, but when I look at it from the Unsigned side, you look at Tulip and DFX, again, not, you know, putting up stats to write home about, but the way that they did it was so much better. Instead of them whiffing frags like they were beforehand, they just fully sent into the enabling aspect and it worked. And I feel like that's just the big difference there. Don't actively try and look for kills once you're in the middle of a fray. Just continue calling out what you're doing to your teammates to allow for it.
We'll call out to teammates, call out to the third map. Again, it will be coming up after this short break. We have split for you all the third and final map of this series, so do not go anywhere. The Oxygen will be waiting in the wings to decide who's going to face off against them after this short break. It will be one of these two squads, so stick with us here on the epic.LAN and Logitech G Valorant Cup. Welcome back to epic.LAN and welcome back to the epic.LAN Logitech G Valorant tournament. We're coffeed up. We're ready to go into our third and final map of this series between Purple Cobras and Unsigned. If you're just joining us, it was a close map to kick things off, going the way of Purple Cobras. A stomper of a matchup over on Ascent for Unsigned to take us to this third and final one. Split is the final map of the series. And once again, Bacon, I got to highlight the incredible levels being posted up by Neph and Co. Like, the frag counts were so insane, so easily played on the attacking side. Here on the defensive start, though, they're going to have to get a bit more strategical because it might not be quite as simple as just go, essentially just, net go kill.
Basically, and I'm legit right now going on over to the competitive Valorant subreddit. If I don't see any clips from that match right there, I'm going to be disappointed.
I guess you could see where that ninja defuse could come through. I mean, that's certainly Reddit worthy. So go ahead and get some free karma if you like, because I feel like that's the kind of round that could very easily get upvoted. But that's not up to me, and I'm not a Reddit horse, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that. The bottom line, however, is going to be this last map of the series for us. Again, splits left over, defensive start for Unsigned there. They picked that defensive half. Let's break it down, because when they started off defense on the first map, it didn't quite go as well for them, Baker.
No, it didn't. And I'm guessing that it just comes straight on down to trying to guess what your opponent's going to do, or see what your opponent is going to do over on the attack, and sort of try and play off each other. And just, you can get sort of ideas. If your opponent's like super aggressive on defense, for example, they're probably going to be quite aggressive on attack, and it's just a lot of mind games trying to get the advantage. The only difference is that both these two sides seem to be better attackers than defenders, which in the grand scale of a competitive shooter like Valorant it makes no sense, to be completely honest, does it? But I guess that's just because you've got incredible fraggers and you're utilizing them there. When you've got Neph, Misfit, even arguably Honeybee there towards that last map on the opposite side. Hugster, Machina, and even Vladdy, all incredible players. I mean, you look at it there, I guess the big difference on that last map was Fancy. Now, Fancy we normally see popping off with frags himself, but that last map there on Ascent, he just, straight up only got 4 kills throughout the whole of it. Now, he was still putting in some good information gathering, but not able to find anything himself, which I guess is also a bit damning. The same with Nick Soon. Like, we've seen Nick Soon quite often. We compared it, over to those two Tulip and DFX in the map before, where those lads were doing the job by being able to get, information, but at the same time, they're putting down absolute incredible numbers of assists as well as kills. Now, in that one, the big difference when you look at Tulip and DFX is that both those lads were able to get 9 and 7 assists, respectively. The opposite end, Nixon and Fancy were able to get 7 each, whereas then the kills coming through, like, Fancy was the most out of him and Nixon with 4 kills, where, of course, over on the opposite end, when you look at DFX, he was able to get 9, I do believe. So, big stat differences there, and for me it just comes down to the comfortability with maps.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't expecting that to be a map that the Unsigned side would be able to be comfortable with, to be honest. I mean, I kind of expected them to have a bit of a weird sort of matchup over on Haven. Also on Ascent, to be honest. You know, I looked at that and I thought to myself, listen, they played it a handful of times. I mean, they lost to Purple Cobras on it in the past as well. So I honestly thought that was going to be a bit more of a one-sided affair for the Cobras side. So, like, just thinking about how well they played in that particular matchup, like, I'm kind of shocked to have seen how well it really went for them. And again, part of it was down to the fact that Nep just popped off such ridiculousness. And I don't think it was necessarily the fact that the players went quiet. I just feel like Nep was so overwhelming, they weren't given a chance to frag. Like, we saw how quickly and coordinated him and his teammates were able just to force forward and easily get control of some of the sites on the attacking side, to the point where it's just like, well, we're in a 1v4 now, so like, what can we realistically do? You know, or we're in a 2v5, all of our teammates are dead. You know, it's probably best to save at this stage, and no one's got any kills whatsoever in those rounds.
Yeah, that is, of course, unless you're Machina and you just go for the ninja defuse right there. I still can't get over that. That's incredible. But we're just hopping on into the map, and I reckon we could see some agent changes here. Like, we saw the capabilities of Sage here on Split just to be able to wall off, because especially when you look over towards A, for example, just to be able to wall off A main means that you've got to go a long way around over on B if you're on the attacking side trying to block off B alley there, so that you've got to then go up through heaven. It just cuts off so many rotations where when you look at Split, there's very thin corridors into the sites, and I guess you could argue like that's a problem with the map design, but here, you know, it's by choice to give a lot of variety in these poor maps we currently have in the pool.
For me, I'm taking a look at it thinking it's a lot of close quarters combat. You know, not a lot of chances for the rifles and the operators especially to shine in this particular map. So I'll be curious to see whether anyone will decide to pick it up. Again, we see very little of it over the course of the weekend so far. So let's see whether or not it comes out here for the Unsigned and the Purple Cobras side. You can see, of course, the setups here for both of these squads in terms of their agent picks. Seems to be pretty standard for Unsigned in the context of this map up. The same could also be said for the likes of Cobras. That Killjoy is now gone from the Unsigned camp, so no chance to get the turrets in play.
No, but look at Misfit. Moving off the Omen, giving that over to Tulip, and picking up the Jet. So straight there, and the pickup of the Cypher as well. This is an intriguing, like, comp, just purely because seeing the Raze and the Jet together for me. Both sides are opting for it, but I'm just very curious about where this is going to go. You can see it's a lot of attack. You've still got the defensive setups of the Cyphers on both ends, and of course the breaches. So just different from what we've seen all weekend long is all I'm going to say here, Jay.
Wow. Pistol round about to go live here. Cobras on the attacking side again. Unsigned pick that defense. So need to get a good start in this one. If Cobras are allowed to run riot, this could be a much more one-sided map up than we were expecting, but we're hoping for a very close one indeed between the Purple Cobras and Unsigned. Final map of this series for that spot against Oxygen Esports in the lower finals. As we go live into the mid position here for the Cobras side. Nick Soon and secondary 3 players on an all total here towards the position. They'll try and look for the split in potentially towards the A site. It looks what it seems like, leaving that one Cypher back over to the main entrances. For now, there's contact established very passively in the vent area. Machina's going to go down. One player in Heaven's got to be wary of these 2 players. This could be easy pickings.
Could be indeed. Oh, that little shot. Got to give away their position. It's just very tempting right now. Here's the strike.
Straight out of the Heaven window. Machina darts forward towards Elbow. Takes some damage. Takes a fight in against Misfit. Wins it out as Nep gets fancy. DFX gets Hugster on the side. And Vladdy D's got to try and isolate this final kill on DPS. Running out of bullets though. Nep and Honeybee can get the trades back. Machina, last player standing, got the secondary kill and the triple as well. And now going to pick up the Ghost and get the ace because the spike has been dropped towards Elbow. Looking back up to the back lines here from Heaven. Going to sneak around towards main. Time is ticking away from him.
30 seconds left.
Indeed, that gong being sounded, so they now know what's going on here. They're going to sneak forward, though. They're going to try hunt Machina. He's got a perfect chance to get the spike and get it down.
Does indeed, but look up towards that Heaven. Eyes not on it, trying to look around the corner and caught off guard. DFX being able to just catch Machina sleeping there.
Yeah, keeping his eyes so focused on the back line, was unable to get the kills and realized that the flank was inbound. Both players pushed him as he pushed back. Around two very different angles in the end. The timing comes up good for the defensive retake. Pistol going the way of Unsigned, and losing that spike in elbow was very crucial for them because if they were able to pick that up and rotate it back, then there was a good chance that Machina could have potentially gone away and rotated that to the B-side play. With no defensive there, he would have been able to set up a decent post plant for it, but not to be in the end. That pistol going awry, and now Cobra is back up on the eco. Unsigned. A decent pickup. Ulti Orb just getting recovered here for this very simple and basic second round.
Basic isn't bad, Jay. Little touch of the orb to try and pull out a player. Clearly didn't hear the first one, but the second had got to be heard by DFX. And yep, sight coming on through, so Hugster definitely caught out.
Forced back, at least from the B main area. Boombot dealt with by Nick soon. It's definitely going to be a split in from B Heaven and main. You got the dark cover going up. Nick soon going to try and support it here. They've got one player behind that smoke. No contact established. Spray through blind. Will try and do some damage. In the end, it will be the defenders that take most of it here. Out and aggressive here from the attackers, and Honeybee gets himself 3 kills, nice and efficiently. Hugster will sneak forward. Cybercage to the end of it. Honeybee knows exactly that there's a player up here. Rifle picked up. Bag's turn. Hugster's going to be allowed a kill of his own right. Honeybee gets that quadra in over. Hugster spike out over towards that heaven position. I mean, he's got no real chance about this. He'll get the satchel up to try and get that spike picked up, but time's ticking way too far. Gone to isolate this kill first up, giving away his position, and yeah, he's out of the round at this stage.
Left.
10 seconds left. Picks it up, but no time to get this plant in. Even then, he's going to get taken out very quickly after the fact. So just swing and get another exit frag. Trying to take the rifle. Does get Misfit to fall at least. Spike plant a little bit useless at this stage. We'll get that little bit extra bonus, but in the end, it will still be a 2-0 for Unsigned.
Well, I don't blame Hugster there. So he did the fake plant to try and pull out the attackers and then just went on the 2 kills, trying to get it within the 5 seconds. Understandable. Most likely, there's a player on site, and so once Hugster tries to stick it, you know, it takes 4-5 seconds to put on down, his head would be popped. You get it. And especially since, you know, they know they've got a full buy into this one, it's fine to risk it.
What's this?
Nothing really lost.
Oh, the ulti's out for Machina. Take a look at this. Straight in with Bladestorm, paranoid, himself dashed in towards the smoke. Sees one player in the back line, so close to the rifle, sneaking forward of it, makes his way in towards elbow. Getting to get caught though, Misfit with 2 frags, traded back by Hugster, because Nick soon gets Machina on the site as well. They realize that it's completely open, spike plant very quickly over the elbow. Aftershock, not going to catch Hugster in the end, so 3v3 retake up to the Unsigned side.
I know exactly.
They've got a rocket fuse coming through as well. Here comes Hugster around the corner with the showstopper. But gets that kill on Honeybee. One player out from main. Net can't get anything done. Hugster with a triple. And now one player standing in DFX rounds that corner. Sees the player up ahead, sees the player close. 9 HP though. That is going to be a quadra for Hugster of his own right. And a massive round for Cobras.
And it just shows Hugster, when he goes on in with those jumps, those satchel throws are massive. 4K from him. Good use of the grenade as well. But area denial. And a second swing out from Machina. Same Machina. It was Fancy. Fancy's moved on to the Cypher. I don't know why I didn't clock that until now. I'm just so used to Machina being on the Cypher. Like, this is the first time I've seen him swap off it.
It's not the same setup in terms of the agents themselves. The opener coming in towards B main here. They've isolated that B site pretty nicely here. Only one player to defend against this. So Spike Plant can't come through. Nightfall find a trade back. Misfit on his own Bladestorm, hunting for players in the mid position. No one's going to be seen though. We'll see his teammates and try to go for the backstab setup. Spike Plant does come through as Machina gets another kill back. 4v3. Pistols out for this defensive line. Misfit will catch Vladdy at long last, getting the trades together. But time is ticking away. The defenders still need to find their way on towards the site here. Misfit still looking down range, does not see anything of these players. Dashes forward, doesn't expect Nick soon to be there. 2 kills for him, Hugs to close it down. 2-all, Cobras equalizing the situation.
Yep, Cobra's doing well there, but now Should expect to see a full buy up on both sides, and well, operator already out for Misfit. This is where I'm going to make a prediction. Winner of this next round wins it all, Jay.
That's very early to call the match.
It is incredibly early and very stupid. Yes, your point.
Really? Oh dear. Well, I mean, anyone want to take a money bet on Bacon? By all means, go for it. It's a good chance to win it at this stage. Satchel's in, and there will be Rolling Thunder coming in from the attacker's side. There's 2 kills for Honeybee, spraying through on towards that cyber cage position. Knows that there's a player inside it. Can he catch anyone? The player's going to get caught up. All sorts of manners here. 1 kill found. 3 kills all in all as Nick soon falls next. Spike plant can be secured. Looking for that spike cam. We get information back out. Enemy cyber cage here. Close. Honeybee's got to try and force through it. Sees Fancy and gets the Quadra. Now up for the ace, spraying blindly on towards Machina's position. Going to get inside that smoke. Trying to make his way on the left-hand side. No, Machina gets that trade together. Low HP, but still 2 players to find. Massive impact from Honeybee. Basically the defender of the round.
I feel bad for Honeybee, but personally I don't feel bad for myself because there are a lot of unsigned fans in chat, Jay. So I think they're going to be pretty happy that, you know, right now the prediction is in their favor.
Already they've found the lead here. Operators coming out for Misfit. We talked a little bit about whether that will still be a viable weapon over the course of the weekend. Again, it's seen its appearances here and there. Now left for unsigned. Hold that defensive, and already we see showstoppers coming out from the defensive side. Look at Netf into this mid position, facing forward. 1 player right there gets that kill on Hugster. Triggers off one of the tripwires, but gets away with the opening kill, and that's going to be more than enough for the defensive side.
It is indeed. Defenders were able to get so deep into B. Because of that, they've got a good assumption right now. It's not going to be on B, so they'll start rotating on around towards A. But the attackers have got Heaven here, Jen. That is a powerful position.
Yeah, for the execution basis, it definitely is. Carefully placed up, Pibba Machina and Co. Leaning forward here with the smokes up from
1 down.
Machina swings out on Honeybee, catches that rotator to a 4v4 now. Operator and Misfit trying to respond towards it. Nick soon will get DFX to fall next. Is this dark cover? Misfit, what's he going to be able to find here? Well, there's a kill from Nick out the Operator too, close towards Vladdy D. Gets a double, so it's all left to Tulip with his own Omen. 1v3, gets that kill on towards 1. No transfer to the second. Done some damage towards Nick soon, but Nick soon comes up good with the kill, and Cobra is going to bring it back. 3-all again.
I'm getting some map 1 vibes here, Jay. A lot of back and forth already, and you know what? We'll welcome that because you don't want to be seeing it so one-sided like we did in map 2, do we?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. 100% want to see that back and forth kind of a game, a close little affair from these 2 squads. The Cobras definitely bringing the heat when it comes to weighing up unsigned here. Rifles back in for the attacking forces. Unsigned going to go a bit more passively with their own rifles. They get rid of the boombot early on. Flash is in, going to try and catch players blind. Machina runs straight into that cyber cage. Honeybee is going to get overwhelmed by Hugster instead. So 5v4 already. Gain Net comes up with 2 frags. Fancy will trade back on him. So into that mid position, they will still hold their own. Spike plant can be secured. And look at that map control being taken by the Cobras.
Enemy
Spike planted.
Good kill coming through from Machina onto
I know
Tulip.
exactly where you
Smoke
are.
on out as well.
Player standing.
Well, Machina keeps it on going. Misfit will drop Hugster though. At least that's 1 back. 1-on-1 now. This has got to come in clutch. Spike is down, so definitely got the advantage, and Machina does good on it.
Misfit in a real good clutch scenario. 11 HP for Machina. An inch away from getting that kill. Those bullets standing on the taps. Blind as anything for that frag. If he tapped it and was able to force Machina to peek, he probably would have been able to get the frag. Hold that clutch together to the defensive side, but Unsigned will lose the lead back to the Cobra's side here. Rifles in against pistols, so there should be an eco cleanup coming in from the attackers. Sheriff's out. Basic stuff, light armor for Tulip. Phantoms in across the board here for the Cobra's side as they lean in towards the A play on A main. Start cover going out to try to stop them here. The Boombot will look for information. But ideally, nothing should come through here in terms of unsigned kills.
Execution onto site.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to drop the FX, but Tulip does good to drop Hugster. Oh, just a sneak there.
The player at elbow. Fancy stuck his way onto the B side. Well, it's actually a fake. They tried clearing the
I
players,
know
but the Pistols haven't been able to
exactly.
recover a couple of rifles, and now they realise what's really going on here. Info gained on where these individuals are at. She'll also have a good inkling onto where the spike plant's coming in from, but whether they go for this or whether they save these weapons is another thing entirely here for the unsigned cap. Making their way out on several individuals. Of course, again, smokes are up. They'll get that raised forward first. Neph with Spectre. Round of the corners, pre-firing every angle, literally. Paranoia up, Cyber Cage catches him, and Fancy and Nixon clean them out very quickly. Honeybee in a 1 versus 3. Up here towards Heaven, caught off by Bloody D. Paranoia keeps him blind. And no rifle safe for unsigned.
Nope, none at all. They will be able to bark on this one, so it's fine. That was why they went for the play, you know. It's off the back of Miniko, but
This goes here.
you gotta think. 3 on 3 and not even able to get one is so damning. They were just, quite frankly, fish in a barrel there, Jay. You saw them walking up into B alley, one after another,
That goes
dropping
there.
so quickly.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Interesting Cyber Cage.
Right, try to catch players in it, or otherwise just find some positional advantages. We'll put that Cyber Cage back out towards the main entrance. Try and block them off there at that T connector. For now, here on the A side, it's Makin forcing forward over on B. Into that mid control, just to force forward again to open things up. Try and isolate the player back over at the spawn position. Knows that there's 2 coming in from 2 very different angles. Face up, there's a kill, double up, make it a triple. Makina popping off once again for the Cobras. And now the last defender can get cleaned up here. Nixon up against Honeybee, gets that 1 frag. Honeybee doubles in. Fancy gets it trading together. Makina with a quadra kill, meanwhile, deals with Tulip. 6 rounds to the Cobras side. What a round from the attackers.
I'm absolutely loving this right now, Jay. You've got Makina absolutely popping off on the Jet, and Honeybee popping off, but on the Cypher. Cypher naturally an agent you don't expect those big aggressive duelist plays, but Honeybee has just been hitting out the park. Makina on the other hand, 17 kills in 9 rounds is ludicrous.
And Makina trying to regress further forward. Once again, look for the opening kill. He'll get Honeybee, get blinded offshore, but open up the site. There was only 1 real defender on it that can get the spike plant in so easily. He's extending for even more. These big overextensions can usually get punished by defenders, but not against Makina. He is just running riot all over this. Misfit and Nep do find some trades. Now these 3 versus 2s ensue. On to the A site is where they need to go. Nep flips onto the back lines. No idea that Makina's in that corner. Triple for him. Misfit can finally find the trade. Blade Storm up for him though, and Fancy is also holding in heaven. Again, Misfit not checking his angles. And the purple Cobras, now they're the ones looking confident here. I imagine the kill counts will be massive. Look at Makina and Hogster. 20 kills. Unreal.
Yes, this
And
should
notice one thing as well, Jay. 0 assists. So he gets the job done.
Doesn't need to. He's just like playing so far up to the defender's spawn essentially.
Just ludicrous scenes right now. And the rest of the team, like Hugson's not doing bad at all. Nick Soon and Fancy just doing respectful jobs. I will say, Vladdy D, you normally see on that flanking position, so Makina's gone and taken that. So Vladdy D is just largely being used for smokes and then paranoia as well. So a little bit of a different use of his utility there. But it just explains why he's down the bottom of the board. And that's not for a bad thing, realistically.
We've got Nep calling for a small pause here over on the unsigned side for reasons that will get confirmed in a moment. Oh, very quickly actually out of the pause, so never mind. Not even not even that long. I'm guessing a small tech issue with the player's hardware. It's the best I can think of, but either way, 7-3. Cobras moving in to the attacking positions. Honeybee has got lock on C's to that Judge ready to round this corner. Here come the players. Cages go up. Oh, he's got 2 frags. Makes it a triple. Rifle picked up. Macklin trying to recover with 2 big trades back. The spike has been dropped though. Needs support from his teammate on the B lurk. Rotating back now. It does get recovered, but where do they play from here?
Who knows? They're going to quickly try. No, not going for Sue. It's going to do the long walk around through attackers spawn. You got Hugster as well, gaining a little bit of information, searching on out for the B side, but you can see defenders just stacking up, waiting for the retake. They've got their man advantage. It's not worth trying to split, you know, 1 man one side, 2 on the other. Just keep the numbers advantage here.
B side plant coming in as Hugster clears out that back line, cut off the rotations as well. Trying to do what his teammate has done several times. Misfit first to fall. Nades up, will try force them away, won't do any damage. Net will make his way in regardless. Heaven control coming out, flash in, will try and blind them off. Here towards this corner control. Hugster is so ready for this. Are they even going to expect this angle? Here comes Showstopper, dealt with, spray through. Hugster comes up with a double. Gonna get dealt with here. Good shot, does just about connect. Hugster gets the kill on Net. The final frag going to be secured. Triple for him. The attack this one will win it out. What a recovery from the Cobras.
6 in a row, Jay. I was not expecting this. Poor prediction call earlier as well, I will say.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, buy up everything you can right now. First time we're realistically seeing the Guardians come out. Did get to see, I think, 1 earlier today, but it's in a very similar situation.
Get out of my way.
And the Boombot, just going to go hunting for info.
There goes Machina, opening frag on Misfit. 1 pop out from the defender player. Good kill to be found. Backed up here behind the smoke for the moment. Into that more male area. Only 1 contact defender there towards the B stairs and the B heaven area, but passive positions being taken. We'll have some rolling thunder to try to force players out as the he gets his way in. Machina solo HP still forces this kill on Tulip. How does he win these outs? They're always never expecting him to be there. And now it's a 2-player advantage for the Cobras that can walk into the A site, get the spike plant. Net for DFX do get some trades together. Now 3v3 for the retake.
Machina is slowly turned into the MVP of the weekend. Oh, Hugster takes down Neff. Just not only for the plays on Cypher, but then being able to transition over to Jet, 2 very different roles.
Where is everyone hiding?
And the info might just redeem them here, Jay.
2-1-2, moving up. DFX drops down to the worst possible moment. They know that there's 1 player there towards that main entrance. He dies, saying that kill spray is good. Fancy to the trade though. Now towards this corner, and DFX will clutch it. The fuse onto the spike. I think it's just going to come through in time. Yes, it will. 3 seconds to spare. The 4th round to the board of the unsigned side, at least converting this final of the defenders' half. And now switching to the attack side. This could be their chance to thrive. They had a great attacking side over on the 2nd map. Here towards the 3rd, they're going to need it to get themselves back in the game.
Still, again, just big shouts to Machina coming onto the Jet. 24 in 12, Jay, is... We saw 19 earlier from Nep, didn't we? So this is just something else. Talk about one-upping.
The pistol round, Machina is definitely the star player, definitely the MVP, I think, of this matchup, and at least of this map at the very least. And the way it's been taking his confident duels, you know, again, always pushing up towards the opponent's half into their spawn sometimes and just isolating the rotations, having massive impact in terms of the kill counts and, of course, in terms of the positional advantage. And here towards the attacking side, Unsigned are going to try and make their way into the B site. Passive control from the defenders, backstabs are inbound. There's actually a fake coming through, and they've drawn all their attention. The spike can go down to A for free.
It will do, but then you got to be thinking about that retake, because this B site is going to be deadly. Nice recovery coming in from Neff there alongside.
Spike planted.
effects, but I mean, look at this. 4 on 3, and they're all coming charging.
Yeah, player advantage for Cobras. That fate, not as effective as they'd like it to be. They did draw their attention to get the spike plant in at least, but now it's coming up to the post plant. Misfit comes up with 2 kills though, and makes it a triple. Fancy can trade him. Caught in Cyber Cage though, trying to grab an extra weapon or something of the sort. We'll look for the Ghost. Looking towards elbow on the entrance. Backstab's coming through again from the opponent's Cypher. And one player held back to the back corner. The spike is open for him and he realizes that he's in up the creek at this stage. Looks towards elbow, takes out the camera. Honeybee with the swing and Honeybee with the kill.
Well, not only Honeybee there, but the Yeoman down below of Tulip, perfectly aligned. One of the two was going to get it. So, brilliant little bit of coordination there, Jay.
That goes there.
Coming up good for that one round here. Unsigned with a brilliant pistol. And again, it was Misfit, the main man, that recovered it. 2 kills for him when they were at a major advantage on the Cobra side. And again, they need to get as many rounds as possible here. They need to get this conversion in particular to bring it back to evens. Much like that first map, Cobra's on a significant front foot. It's recoverable for Unsigned, but they can't play a war of attrition. They will need to convert here, and already they've lost that opening kill towards mid control.
3, 4. Making the jet just running on in. Mackin, unfortunately, first big mistake from him, but DFX, Nixon and Fancy will pick up kills.
That's massive. That's all sorts of players dropped by pistols alone here. To the mid control, Spectres can be recovered, as can the rest of the rifles. I mean, Leff's going to try to sneak around the back lines. Is he ready for the player in this corner? We'll take a fight against one, deal with Hugster. Check the left corner, takes that fight in, doesn't quite win it out. The satchel might force him out to low HP. He's putting 2 down here. Eventually gets that frag. Now it's all left to Fancy, still with the mid control, still with a spike control as well. It's been dropped towards that top mid area. They're struggling to recover it here.
So mid, bottom mid. Guess whichever way you look at it, but still. How did it actually get up on the frog? I don't know.
30 seconds left.
Either way, been recovered now. Fancy with the
player
Sheriff
remaining.
shot. Oh, he gets Honeybee through the wall on a headshot. Knows exactly where the last is. Swings, doesn't get the hit. Neph there to creep closer, pick it up, get that kill. Secure 6 for Unsigned. I mean, a lot of damage being done by those pistols, though, with the rifles back out for the Cobra side. Unsigned can get reset.
Yeah, well played there by Neff as well, moving up. The camera clearly not being able to catch anything out there, a little bit of a misplace. And Neff just, by subverting expectations moving across, you think right there, Neff would either just stick on that corner, hold in the line, or rotate around to B. So to B. So by moving up over towards the right-hand side, left-hand side, of course, of the Cypher, not expecting it. Good play.
Information bait now into the round bait on the main control here for the attacking side. Unsigned leaning into enter. Neph. Focus fire Tulip here into the backlines of Spike will get picked up and they'll try and make their way into the B main. B site hits. They've got no kills to open things up. Very little info being given away, but the fine execution. This could be the opportunity they need here. Bladestorm out from Misfit. Very little info being given up here. Caught in Cyber Cage. Will still get to the back line. Try to tap up towards Nick soon, but no. He comes up with a kill. They know at least one player is up towards the heaven entrances. Neph and Fancy get trading. A 4v3 scenario. Spike plant can be secured. It's a retake up for the Purple Cobras.
Yeah, and default spawn there.
Spike
just
planted.
into the little gap in center. How are they going to defend this? How are they going to retake this? Do have the man advantage on the retake, but they've got to get into positions a little bit quicker than this.
Tulip watching into that back line, expecting contact here. The FX trying to stall for time. Paranoia catches the Machina, sneaking up the back line though. Here he comes, sees two, sprays onto them both, sees that last player, he has a smoke as well, dashes forward. Honeybee gonna try and isolate his pick, but no. Machina again stands up for the Purple Cobras, gets that 3K in. The defuse just being stuck by the Omen, 2 seconds to spare. Defensive side, take the spike defuse, take the 9th round.
And a stop right here for Unsigned. They're going to have to either eco this, Jay, or, you know, at the very best, it's a very light bind. You can see the pistols coming on out there. It's uncomfortable for them right now. You know, by all means, this should be 10 and 6 at the end of this round, and then it's a lot of work. Who knows? Those sheriffs can do a lot of damage.
And the default play set in with the sheriffs coming out. They're going to fire away and reveal that they have gone for a sheriff buy. Do they think it's a force up? Do they think it's just these upgrade pistols? Either way, Cobras will be thrown off a little bit. Playing off their standard position, trying to rotate out, giving up mail control for Misfit. Fancy will still get shut down for it. Cyber Cage also gets triggered against Tulip's party. Tries to get back out of it. Machina can swing out, try and isolate the back lines, ensure that if he over-rotates back out to the defense, he goes down for it. So 2-0. Hugs to make it 3 with the judge. Next to fall. Cypher will get the info on the last defender, or attacker I should say. The FX looks on forward, sees that player up heaven, doesn't land his kill. All 5 alive for the Cobra side. 10 to 6 now. It's starting to get scary for Unsigned.
So right there, I'd imagine a lot of people be asking, why on earth would you waste Cypher's ult on one man, right? But it's just a guarantee that can make that hurt, go completely on down. And
this is a nice spot.
You've got good money, it's fine. Just don't lose a man, because you got to think right now, if you were the defense, like that, just losing one player, right, to a headshot from the sheriff could really break the economy a little. But what an aggressive play.
Hugs dealt with by Nep there. Good frag to open things up very quickly into this round. We've got Showstopper coming out. Nep's got 1 player to find. He will get traded by Machina, but Vladdy will fall. Honeybee gets a trade to a 4-1-2 there. Very heavily tagged up on this Unsigned side. Again, very fast executes coming through, wasting no time. Spike plant denied by Fancy. He swings up towards elbow. Now towards the second player. Tulip trades back on him all to Nick soon. 1-on-3, gonna try aftershock that corner, looks at the back line, get that kill on Tulip. Doesn't see the player up heaven. Misfit swings at the right moment, and Unsigned with a very fast and coordinated hit. An aggressive hit as well that Cobras are just not ready for. Shut down for the 7th, and Unsigned not gonna let them get so close to match point just yet.
No, not just yet, but you look at Cobras have the money to buy up once again. It's not gonna hurt them. Fancy, I guess, the closest, but Vladdy going for the operator here is an interesting one because he's not been able to get much performance out during this game. I reckon the better play is to just put the operator away and then go for 2 Vandals. He's got the money.
Either way, rifles coming in across that board. And set in for Unsigned as they look for extensions and aggression. I mean, there will be no aggression in reality here. I mean, you can see how far back passive that Omen is playing on the A side. The operator ready with that contact. Slight gap in that cyber cage. You can punish that takedown. Honeybee look for players. He saw one cross out towards the flower pot position. Gets the double up on Neb. Triple. Oh, Vladdy D going massive here on the A defense. Backup is on the way. They've got to get to heaven. Deal with that one player that's coming up now. But 2v5 here. The Cobra's side. Secure a spike plant at least for Unsigned. Misfit left alone. Fancy that final frag. But man, oh man, that operator doing absolute work there for the Cobra's defense. 11 now on the defense. And they're creeping closer and closer to just closing this whole thing down.
You know what? I love a good caster's curse there, Jay. Me doubting Vladdy D, and he comes in absolutely massive. No wonder Fancy there goes, picks up the operator, and gives it on back. Vladdy D has well and truly earned that round.
That goes there. My spot.
Been the bottom fragger for the most part here in this game. 9 kills off the back of that operator, now picked up and back in his hands once again, this time played towards the B site. Waiting on the main contact from one individual here. They'll try and round that corner, look for the frags against him. And don't quite get the shot off initially. Misfit actually were able to get that kill back on the Sheriff. Machina can find the trade though, so 4-on-4 scenario. Leaning in towards the B site, fancy Machina here. Machina, 2 frags all in all. 1 kill on Honeybee, Hogster gets Neph. And DFX, all that remains. We'll grab an ulti, that might be his consolation prize in this round. Has got a Spectre to work with. Oh, reloading at the worst moment. Hogster swings round back, gets us to map and match point for the Purple Cobras.
Match
12-7. 5 to make up for unsigned. I don't think overtime is going to be very viable for them. They're going to have one final buyback, but it's going to look so weak.
It is
This goes
indeed.
here.
You can see Misfit and DFX being able to get the Phantoms, be able to get heavy armor, but at what
This
cost?
goes
Is
there.
it full utility? I'd imagine so. What, with 400 left in the tank, you know, can get a little bit with that. But the rest of the team, it is not the same story. Light armor coming on out, so 2 body shot hits, and well, they're done for. This is got to be clutch.
Boombot. Give up the information towards one player. Maka's going to swing out. What a kill. He's been playing so well so far in this game. Well over 30 frags. And now hunting for a few more here on the B site control. It's going to be very passively placed up from the defenders. Same thing from the attackers. That spike not going in just yet. Operator shots will ring out. They'll know exactly where it is on the defensive half. As Makeda sets himself up against Misfit. Swing. No shots connecting from either player.
Well, you see right there, they've got the tripwire down in a link vent. They've got the players coming off of heaven, so they're going searching. I'm wondering.
Off your
Makeda's
feet!
going to follow or go up high. And Nixon going high to cover that side of mid. So they know nothing's there, and yeah, with these smokes come through, it's an 8 hit.
Honeybee caught in a cyber cage.
30
Tripwire
seconds
to the open
left.
position. Fancy comes up with that kill. 30
Get out of my
seconds
way.
for Unsigned to get a spike plant in. It looks like they'll just get it down here on A, but a 2-player advantage to hold off here. Machina getting out the Blade Storm. Last chance to use it here for the Cobras. Why not at this stage? See if you can isolate that pick back in the backlines, turns around. There's a player out here somewhere checking that long corner though. Misfit will
Get
shut
out
him
of my
down.
way.
So Machina unable to get more frags. Another Blade Storm out from the opposing half, trying to make their way in towards that aggressive angle.
I
Misfit
know
dealt with
exactly.
Satchel up against Hogster, gets himself towards the site. They're so blind. That's the backline held. That's both frags falling. And that's Purple Cobras with a 13-7 victory here on the final map of the series. A 2-1 series. They're going to the lower bracket finals to take on Oxygen here at epic.LAN and Logitech G.
That Satchel play at the very end by Hugster is absolutely nutty to be able to close it on out. And Machina, can we just say as well, ludicrous scenes.
Wow.
Maybe not as strong a second half, but to get an average combat score of 444. Like, when with armor, you're at 150. That's nearly 3 kills each round.
Can
That's
I
how
just
much
say,
damage.
that must have got to be one of the best performances I've seen so far in this game. You know, I haven't been casting Valorant long, I'll give you credit, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody hit a 30 bomb, and Machina has just gone beyond that. Like, he hit a 30 bomb like several rounds prior to the actual victory. They had such a bolstered effort on his part. And again, it was all done with his aggressive playstyle, which he was able to make it work. I don't know how he had the balls to just push all the way up to defender spawn and be able to get those kills, but it was working time and time again. Like, I'm so well impressed with how well he did. And it kind of puts Nep's performance in the second map to shame almost, because, you know, him and Misfit, they were having a hell of a game. Definitely gave it a one-sided performance there. But all in all, again, Purple Cobras consistently throughout the course of this series looked like a more coordinated team. They didn't need to look as incredible on an individual basis because Machina was just fragging away. He always had trades. He always had assists. You know, even Nixon, who was lower towards the end of the board, he got 12 assists in that game, and he had such a supportive element in part of this roster. And Purple Cobras, they deserve this win, man. They absolutely popped off in this best of 3.
They did indeed. Okay, maybe not the second map, but definitely that third and first. But you look at that and you just think Machina, not only being able to do so much work on a Cypher, but then also on the Jet. That's versatility at its finest, and definitely got his name out there today, we have to say, Jay.
Absolutely, yes. Some very impressive players from the individuals on both sides, I want to say. Credit where it's due, because honestly, this could have been a very, very different situation for both squads. But, you know, in the end of the day, Cobras were the favourites of this series. They did manage to turn it over and become the overall victors of this series, 2-1 in that series. And again, taking on Auction could be a very interesting matchup, Bacon. Honestly, I'm expecting that one to be an absolute brawl between both sides.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That is going to be one to watch, so... Jay, I'm a little bit jealous that you get to see that next on stream.
Yeah, I'm going to be joined by Yumi as as my color commentator for this one. Unfortunately for you, Bacon, you have to bow out. Thank you very much for covering the morning games, though. Yeah, you haven't got much sleep. I mean, I haven't got much sleep either, but you know, you've earned your rest. I've still got to earn mine. So we'll be back there with that lower bracket final after this very short break. A bit more of an extended break here, as it's set to start in the next 35 minutes or so. But make sure you're coming back here to epic.LAN, because we've got more of this Valorant tournament. Only 2 matches to go here, so stick with us. We're back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to epic.LAN. Welcome back to the Valorant tournament here, brought to you by Logitech G. We're about to get into our lower bracket finals. Once again, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by the wonderful Yumi himself, the big boy, the big man. We pay him the big bucks here. Definitely a worthy addition to the talent team. How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. I've been on a couple of times so far. We've had a few days of sort of darting in between. Obviously, my chops aren't quite there, but I think I got the analysis down for at least some of it. We've had, I think, probably a more interesting side of things here on this side of the tournament. Of course, we're running many here at epic.LAN, so there's a few different types of content that people are available for, but Valorant is really where the eyes are because it's so competitive between all the teams that are competing this time.
Obviously a brand new tournament here, first time at epic.LAN. Of course, we wanted to jump in on the action, us being from the CS background, so I'm not a man after my own heart in this one. And you know, I kind of wanted to pick your brains very quickly about concepts in the game, because I've only been doing this for, like, you know, this weekend essentially. I kind of wanted to ask you what you sort of thought about the level of play so far today. Like, obviously we've got some top European teams competing in the tournament over the course of the weekend. So, like, you know, what do you think? What's so special that you've seen so far over the last few days?
I suppose the biggest thing has been agent selection and how that differs from team to team based on what maps they're playing specifically, right? You'll see some players that are so dedicated to playing one agent, say it's a Sova or an Omen, someone that's core and integral to the roster, but then they move to a different map, say Split or something, and then everything switches. You know, that Sova becomes a Cypher, and maybe your Breach becomes a Jet, or other agent selections that make things a little bit more interesting because you're having to get a diverse set of agent selection, but you're also having to develop the skills on several players on agents that you were going to pick anyway, but they're just far more familiar on certain maps versus others. I think seeing how coordinated some teams have been versus I suppose the migrants from Counter-Strike as well has been difficult to process, because I see these CS names and I think, oh my god, they're gonna completely own it, and then because the abilities are maybe something a little bit more foreign to them, they do struggle against some of the more organized ones.
Yeah, I've noticed that trend as well, actually, myself. You know, just taking a look at some of the, of course, the CS players from the last match. Obviously, Net for Misfit had a bit of a difficult time when it came to posting numbers. You know, that's just one example, of course, of how that can, how it differs from other FPS games. Of course, most notably of Counter-Strike, where all those Counter-Strike players have come from. You know, I do also like figure that some of the agent choices have been a little bit interesting. Obviously, with the most recent patch, a lot of people have been focusing on Viper and seeing whether she's going to become viable. Doesn't seem to have been the case here, and like, the meta certainly has shifted over time with common agent picks. I remember when Raze was always going to be a common sort of like absolute must pick, but now I barely even see her out in competitions anymore.
Yeah, there are some teams that will be dedicated to running it, but then if you don't run it on a bind or you don't run it on a Haven, then you're not going to use it pretty much anywhere else. It's just like it's a play style choice that it seems to be the difference between certain teams. I think what's been surprising is that Breach has been probably the most integral part of teams as a part of this tournament, which is, I suppose, also you're bringing up the recent patch. He got a buff to how quickly his flashes were able to be implemented and just how much utilization he gets. And we're seeing, I think it was something I noted in a game yesterday, was that we're seeing Breaches picked up consistently, but we're seeing small stylistic differences between team to team, because some will play a bit more aggressive. I think it was Brody yesterday was playing it more as a first or secondary point of contact into bomb sites, but it wasn't something that a team like, say, Oxygen, which we'll talk about them much later, we're playing it far more defensively, using it as a setup for the more aggressive agents or players.
Yeah, you know, and oftentimes a breach would be used, I think, for the entries. Obviously, with the flashes on the offensive side, if you want to flash through a wall and then just get players around that corner very easily. Like we saw a lot of that over on Ascent when they're playing in B main, for example, actually in the last couple of days, where they just flash through that wall, get round towards the platform position, and just make a quick entry into towards the site. So, like, you know, in terms of like the way things have adjusted, like Breach was always capable of doing that, but I think he's become a lot more of a capable sort of entity. And then, as you mentioned, you know, a crucial setup of a lot of teams. You know, I think it would be very remiss to leave leave Breach out of a lot of these contexts. You know, his fault lines and rolling thunders as well, able to clear out positions. Aftershock can do the exact same thing as well, even if they can't get much damage in terms of in terms of actual HP, like in terms of suppression, in terms of allowing corners to be cleared. Like Breach has become such a key part of a lot of squads, and obviously for Purple Cobras and Oxygen coming up next on stream, you can imagine that their compositions are going to lean very heavily into a player, into an agent like Breach, for example. The other one I've also seen coming out quite a lot over, especially on Haven, has been Killjoy. Seems to be only a Haven sort of a character though. Like only ever seen her being played on Haven every now and then when I've seen her played.
And I think Ascent as well. I think there was a play the other day where Hype set up for a really solid retake where he throws the Nano Swarm out long, he throws the Killjoy ultimate down. It's perfectly designed so that there's a corner that they can sit in, and then the Nano Swarm just kills them all, which I think is beautiful. That's the type of niche gameplay that we want to see consistently throughout the tournaments, because that's a proper development of meta and strategy coming into character selection.
I made a mistake. I was actually supposed to say, "Hey, Ascent" there. I messed that up.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
because
I think that it's because the thing is that because obviously the concept of the map is it's being really high up in the heavens. So I think, oh, heaven, that works, right? That's my bad. No, but we saw a lot of it in that last match where they had where they set up the Killjoy over at B lobby, for example, just to expect any sort of pushes from the defender side. So when they bring those out, it seems to be very specific over to that map alone. So I'll be curious to see whether or not it actually whether Killjoy breaks out in any other sort of maps overall here, Yumi. But it definitely feels like it's very specific just to Ascent.
Man, I know that you're winding down from the game that you were watching earlier, but I am still so impressed with just how well Machina did in the last game that you saw in the lower bracket. The fact that we were talking about agent selection and the diversity for players to be able to play. He's a main Cypher, and I think that the game that most impressed you guys when you were casting, he was on a Jet. So why is he not on the Jet more consistently? Why is he the Cypher dedicated player? Is it just a split thing? Is it map dependent? Is it just playstyle dependent? Who knows? But he's we've seen some really strong breakout performances from, I think, Jet players primarily. Of course, your duelists are going to get the most attention, but to see them snowball in such a fashion can be really impressive, and it shows just the talent we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very versatile sort of stuff as well. I mean, that definitely threw off Bacon a little bit earlier on in that last matchup when he was just doing the agent swaps. I love it. Obviously, he's been tired for the last day or so. So he's not operating with full brain functions. So didn't recognize it at first. I thought that was kind of funny. But hopefully we won't get nearly as confused in this next matchup. So with about 6 minutes or so to go before the match actually begins here, Yumi, I kind of wanted to sort of transition into talking a little bit about the match itself. Obviously, Oxygen versus Purple Cobras will be able to decide a match to see who's going to be making it into that grand finals a little bit later on today. And these two teams, they've already played each other once so far in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and obviously getting pushed down to the lower bracket is not something you want to be seeing if you're Purple Cobras, but a chance for revenge. And maybe the fact that we see, I suppose, a stagnant agent pool for the Purple Cobras may lead into it. Of course, there's a bit of information that I'm kind of holding off on in terms of map vetoes and selections, because I think we're a little bit away from that. Don't want to do the research for teams in particular, but the fact that there's not a full ironed out map pool for Purple Cobras, I think, as well as another nuance that we'll touch on if we get into that sort of category. But a good opportunity for Purple Cobras to bounce back. A strong win in the lower bracket. They're making that run towards the finals, and the final boss comes down to another well-seeded team before breaking into the grand finals.
No, absolutely, you're right about that. I mean, for both teams, it's going to be a challenge getting into those grand finals, but they've got to get through each other first and foremost. So, I mean, let's just start talking about a bit more about how Oxygen have made their way into this position so far. Second seed overall in the tournament, top of their group, obviously took on Malik, BDV, and of course the Cobras to take on the Summon side in that upper finals where they did fall 2-1 in the end. Maybe in best of 5 context, it might be a bit more viable for them, but I'll be curious to see whether that actually ends up, translating translating overall later on in the actual matchup itself. For now, though, to get through Cobras, like it probably is going to be a great sort of a great opportunity just to get that leg up to kick things off. But to bring more details about that, we've got Yinsu Collins, who's standing by, just coming off back of the mainstream of a casual little bit of Valorant teaching. So Yinsu, hello.
Good to be back. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing
Pretty
good. We're doing good. We're just having a little discussion. We're starting to get into the nitty gritty of Oxygen versus Purple Cobras, and I know you are probably very keen to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I've been listening to what you guys have been saying. Also, Yumi, if my memory serves me correct, you predicted that the only way Summon FC was going to get in the final yesterday was through the losers bracket, right?
I was hoping that might have slipped your mind, but yeah, I thought maybe because I was biased going into it. I know that Raptros had the other side of things. He'd caught a Summon FC game. I haven't been able to watch too many of them firsthand, so I think I was just going in with a little bit of, oh, Oxygen, they look clean, calm, collected. They look like a good team. I'm putting my chips down on that side of the fence, but I'm willing to be convinced. I obviously the finals are, they're on the horizon. They're further on in the day, so I mean, props to Summon FC for doing a really good job, I suppose. But I still hold a little bit of hope for the Turkish boys.
I mean, in fairness, it was a super close game. I know that match happened off stream because some of the conflicts we had yesterday, but it did go to a third map, and Summon FC, I think, lost on split for the first time. Honestly, I genuinely believe it might be since the first time since they played against FPX, but with the exception of that game against FPX, I believe this is the only other time they've ever lost on split since like forming their new roster. So it was like a big deal. I think it kind of shook them a little bit losing that on split, and I believe that Oxygen might have the edge on some of the maps because obviously they're going to be playing a game before the final. And if it's anything we know about Summon FC is that their first game of the day tend to be extremely inconsistent. We saw that on Friday in the group stages. We saw that yesterday as well. They dropped a game. So you never know. You might be right. So who knows? But like as you guys were saying, in order for either of these teams to get to face Summon, they have to beat each other first. And I did catch with the Purple Cobras games earlier, and I feel like today has just been a day of upsets. Obviously, when the good teams finally get to play against each other, someone has to lose. But again, off stream, I didn't catch the game earlier, but Vandal only got knocked out. Taron Mill got knocked out. These are teams that we've been saying all weekend are teams that we thought that could get a bit further. But I am happy that we do have Oxygen and Cobras in this position. I think overall, given how they performed, they're probably two of the strongest teams we've had. But I don't know if you guys had managed to have a chance to talk over who you're backing yet. But since I'm here, might as well bring up. Love doing a bit of prediction. I love it when Yumi is wrong. So, any opportunity.
God, I see how this dynamic's going to go now. I'm just going to be the...
Well, listen, so far I haven't predicted wrong. I predicted Purple Cobras in that last series when we had the group stage matches. I predicted all those as well. I had Summon going up in the semi-finals as well. So I'm also pretty good in terms of my predictions. So I think if I can get a one up on Yumi, I'll also be able to join the club.
Yes,
so
yes.
I mean, I'm definitely backing Oxygen in this one. I've seen these guys play. They've definitely been a reputable squad over the course of all of Europe and not just here at epic.LAN. And obviously, they've already got the 2-1 victory above Purple Cobras with that big upset on split coming through. You're talking about that, map being lost on their part. Like, for Oxygen, it feels like they've got every little tangible point going their way in terms of history, in terms of performance, in terms of seeds as well. Like, for me, it's going to be all Oxygen at the moment.
I mean, it is going to be quite a juicy rematch. They were knocked down into the lowest bracket in the first place by Oxygen, and they once again have to beat them to go back into the upper bracket. Yumi, who's going through, and are you going to be right this time?
I still am a little unsure, but I'm going to back Oxygen again. I think they're going to go back for the rematch in the grand finals. I talked to Jay a little bit about agent diversity and just the ability to switch that up, the roles on Oxygen, and they seem to have that extra edge. They have a deeper agent selection pool, and I think they've got a deeper map pool as well coming into a best of 3. I don't know who bans first. I assume because Oxygen came from the upper bracket further through the tournament, they should have the first ban. And that does lead me to believe that they're going to take this, because if you look at the stats for Purple Cobras, Haven is a map that they refuse to play. Last 6-7 months, they've had one win, a 13-1 win in a national league. So, I mean, that's that's not exactly the best of stats to have coming into a full best of 3.
I think it would be fair to say that Purple Cobras are probably the underdogs coming into this matchup. But what I will say is the last time I saw them play in a tournament, they had shaky moments, just like they have in this tournament, but they show up. They really show up. I don't know what it is about this roster, but I mean, obviously, like Vlad Ade and Machina, I believe they played together before, or they played together for a while. But they somehow just are unflappable when it comes to pressure. And maybe they thrive off of these sort of situations. Like I said, the last time I watched them play, they actually played against Unsigned back when they were G2G in the final, and they managed to win that. And they did win it in a fashion where it was extremely convincing, and it was a Purple Cobras we hadn't really seen before. And if any of their results today is anything to go by, they're sort of on that. They have the momentum with them, and they're on that upwards rise. And I think this is where they hit their peak. They do like a good final. I don't know for sure about their head-to-heads against Oxygen outside of this tournament. I know they didn't quite beat them the last time they played each other in the upper bracket, but they did take a map off them. And I believe they're the only team, with the exception of Summon. Oh no, BDV also took a map off them. But taking a map off of Oxygen is not easy. They've done that once, and I mean, it's going to be a bit of exaggeration to say that they can do it again, but just take 2 maps off. But there isn't that much of a difference between being able to take 1 map off and 2 maps off. So I actually wouldn't really underestimate them that much. I mean, my sort of brain is telling me, based on what you guys said as well, and also if they do come out with that Haven pick, that Oxygen are just probably going to take this 2-0. But I think it will at least go to 3 games. And I'm sort of inclined to say that it could be either way for me. Of course, we don't know the map vetoes yet, so maybe once we do know the map vetoes. Having said that, just as I said, we don't know the map vetoes yet, they've come in. So this could change things. So they are going Split, Ascent, and then Haven. Well, so
Okay.
yeah, so Split was Purple Cobras' pick. And then obviously Oxygen pick Ascent. Both of these teams, I love playing Ascent. I feel like I haven't seen so many teams play Ascent in a tournament ever, other than epic.LAN. So does that change anything, guys? Is this going to be a 2-0 to Oxygen, do you reckon? Or can they can Purple Cobras take it to that map 3?
I think Purple Cobra's best chance is going to be on that Split, obviously being such a notorious map for them. Maybe last time was a fluke, but having seen Ascent and Haven, obviously with Haven being one of those maps that they absolutely want to avoid, and Ascent already being a victory for Oxygen in the upper bracket, we've got a lot of positives again for the Oxygen side now, just in the map vetoes alone. If they take Split, then sure, but I think if Purple Cobras want to win this series, they've got to get this in 2-0 fashion. I don't see them winning out on Haven, so I think probably it could go all 3 maps, but it's going to be 2-1 to Oxygen.
What about you, Yumi? Sticking with your prediction?
Yeah, I'm backing pretty much the same sentiment. It has to be, I think, the first map taken, because I'm pretty sure if it goes to the 3rd map, it's just gonna be a hard uphill battle. Of course, with the fact that they don't play Haven too much, maybe they work in it. Maybe it's that sort of pocket strategy. That's giving them a lot of leeway. I'm giving them a lot of benefit of the doubt there. So if they have that up their sleeve, sure, fair play. You win it 2-1, you go to the finals, fine. I'll take that L. But if they don't, then yeah, Oxygen should just be able to take this. But I do agree with you. It should go 3 maps.
I mean, I did watch some of their game against Summon FC yesterday. I was fortunate enough to be able to watch some of the VODs that the Summon boys had, and Oxygen looked scary on Split. And this is against a team like Summon FC who are unbeaten, almost unbeaten on that map. So now they're playing Split first. For me, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. And obviously Oxygen were the first seed, so they had the opportunity to ban Bind, and I think have been doing quite well on Bind, so that's sort of unfortunate on their part. But I don't know, I feel like if Oxygen managed to take that Split as dominant in the fashion they did against Summon FC off the bat, it could potentially put like a mental dent into Purple Cobras. And having watched them play Ascent earlier today, Purple Cobras as in, there was a lot of refining they needed to do. I don't know how much time they've had between the games, if they had a bit of a break to be able to maybe go over some things, fix a few issues, because I think on that Ascent game, I believe it was against Unsigned, they were making their lives very difficult for themselves, and you just can't make sort of you can't create problems for yourselves when you have to go up against a team like Oxygen. And speaking of Oxygen, we don't usually do this, but I feel like I'm obligated to give a massive shout out and thank you to all of Oxygen's fans. I believe they are probably the most passionate and the most vocal fans we've had at epic.LAN. Every single game I believe we've streamed, there's been at least 3 or 4 people coming in chat asking us, when is the Oxygen game? You know, guys, we're super sorry we couldn't bring you the upper bracket final yesterday, but they are here today. We are going to show you an Oxygen game. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Even now, looking at chat, I don't know if Yumi and Jay, you can see chat, but it's just pure like hashtag go Oxygen, Oxygen win. It's just, I mean, we've skyrocketed in views, and that's not a coincidence. You know, these fans really, really, really love this team. And that's always beautiful to see. You know, you don't see that on this level of Valorant that often. So this is really great. But yeah, do you guys have anything you'd like to say to the Oxygen fans who are supporting their team right now in chat?
I mean, just in general, shout out to the Turkish esports fans. You know, I still remember doing Odyssey qualifiers, on my own personal channel, and I just got 5,000 followers because they all supported BBL.
Whoa!
You know, like that was one broadcast. That was all it was. So you know, like for them, you know, I mean, it's great to see passionate fans, and definitely going to have the support for the Oxygen guys. You know, Oxygen definitely favorites in this series, and with that extra momentum behind them from their fan base, like I can imagine that it's only going to bolster them even further. So, you know, shout outs to coming out and joining in with the festivities today. You know, you could have watched GLX, for example. So, you know, we're definitely happy about that.
We don't talk about them. Oh my gosh, we do not talk about them. Yeah, Yumi, anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, the same vein. We see it all the time in Counter-Strike as well. When it was the old Space Soldiers lineup, I think was the big one for a long time. I know that they go and support Calyx as well on Envy. You see them in the chat all the time. Just big up the Turkish boys. They've got a lot of national pride behind them, and they're really, really excited when the teams do well. Even when they're doing poorly, it can be very, very difficult to sometimes accept the loss, but it shows that there's so much passion behind the fan base, and like Jay was saying, it's just going to fuel these guys even further.
Yeah, I completely agree as well. I just think it's like, it's kind of wholesome for them to constantly being like, the Oxygen are playing, why can't you just show the Oxygen game? I just want to clear up to everyone in chat, in case it does happen again. You know, we only have like limited amount of resources, observers particularly, here at epic.LAN, and to be fair, at any tournament. So if we, you know, in the sort of perfect world, we would have an observer in every single match that is playing, but unfortunately we can only have time for one. But you know, this is a huge game. So if we're going to stream any of their games, I'm glad it is this one. And I'm sure if they get into the finals, you will no doubtly see them there as well. And now, you know, speaking of, you guys have asked us all weekend for this. You know, finally, we're giving it to you. It's Purple Cobras versus Oxygen. They're going to be playing on Split. And Yumi and Jay will take you through this map one.
Yes, indeed, we will. It's going to be an opportunity for the Purple Cobras to get some revenge on Oxygen Esports, but you can imagine that Oxygen most definitely are the favorites in this series, Yumi. We all have a 2-1 up on our board. We are expecting Purple Cobras to take this first map at the very least, but after that, I can really see where Oxygen can run away with it.
Yeah, that's best case scenario for Purple Cobras. If they can get that same reproduction that they had in that previous lower bracket game that you were able to cover, if they can still get Machina to be that hot hand for them and create that space, then yeah, they can maybe get a bit of momentum under their sails. But things don't bode well if this first map doesn't go their way. We're thinking a 2-1 with the first map going to them. So Oxygen have all these advantages. They have all these cards on the table. They've got the fans in the chat. Purple Cobras come in with just a chip on their shoulder. Revenge instead is their main motivating factor that I would think it can be strong. It can be. But if Oxygen are as scary as Sue was saying, the fact that Summon FC had such a close game on Split on a map that there's consider a home staple, it is concerning for what this best of 3 could bring.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, this is going to be do or die time for absolutely for Purple Cobras. I think that they could take a 2-0 victory, but it's all going to come down to getting this first map first and foremost. So, like, we can expect that sort of being this being sort of like the familiar territory. It's in the second map is where I think that they'll really be able to sort of try their hand at an overall series victory. But that's all to come up in the next hour or so. For now, we're just going to go to the defensive side for Oxygen, of course, getting that choice of side, not getting the choice of the map itself. So, here to start off on defense, that makes a lot of sense for them. As we go off with the Ghosts on the setup, a lot of armor being brought out by the Cobras side. A small pause coming through very early on, of course, being a little bit delayed to get this matchup going. So maybe a small technical issue before we can get us started here, Yumi. So not quite as hype and not quite as quickly into the matchup as we want to see.
But it does give us the time to look at the agent selection, because we have the staples. We have a pretty traditional set of core agents for either side. Of course, we got the Omen, the Killjoy, the Jet. We see both these teams stylistically as well shift out the Sova for in line for a Cypher, or if it's in the case of Purple Cobras, they'll switch that Cypher onto a Jet, get their Sova player into the Cypher. So, you know, they're making some small compromises. They're switching things up, and they'll keep it very interesting as we now get into the pistol. Of course, starting things out, this will be a bit of control in through middle to start here for Purple Cobras.
This is the same setup on agents that Purple Cobras have played throughout the entire event so far. They're going to lose the opening frag for it. Toronto opening things up. Makina gets right up at point blank, kisses his opponent before he goes down for it. Mavera with 3. And just like that, it's a 1-on-5 for the Oxygen side. The last player just held out towards that entryway in heaven, and probably with no real chance to get this. Spike is under their control. Fancy does isolate one good frag, but there's no chance of him isolating the round.
Yeah, solid set of engagements. They tried to take Rook's control early. Surprised that Oxygen let them get that much breathing room, but it's swiftly taken away. Cobras not getting the start that they were looking for on the pistol. Of course, things can start to shift. Of course, the investments will come through for Oxygen, given that they win the pistol. Cobras not getting much of anything, so keeping just the classics very much on the cards.
Yeah, good confident start coming in from Oxygen. Exactly what we want to see from them played out here. Simple frags coming in. I mean, they kind of stacked their way into that mid position and got ripped apart for it. So not too much you can break down tactically, but we'll see how well they'll contest. Again, same setup with the Breach, putting things up here to the middle position. A lot less contact, a lot less aggression coming in from Oxygen. They're going to back up pretty passively against these pistols. Don't want to take close quarters fights against these guys here. The Rifles could do better at range.
So they know where they are. Containing them in towards ropes and trying keeping them at middle is a firm priority. Of course, not investigating too heavily towards A or B main. Of course, the classics with that burst can always catch you out in close ranged engagements. Keeping their distance. Like you said, the Rifles and the SMGs will certainly favor those types of fights. It's just a patient game. Just waiting it out. Seeing if there's anybody on Oxygen just looking for a bit of information.
Very slow default set by the attacking side. Cobras have gone for this kind of passive control a lot over the course of the weekend, especially in that last series we saw them to slow the pace down effectively against Unsigned. Zisto
30
with
seconds
the
left.
kill to kick things off. Hugster to fall. Nick soon makes his way up here alongside his teammate into the defender spawn entrance. We'll flashpoint round this corner. Trying to get that spike up to get it planted down here, but there's no real options available for them. Makina's going to fall towards main. Taps up. Nixun does get one good frag back.
10 seconds left.
Well, let's see if I can try to say the name here. We'll get towards site here, but Turco still holding off. Mavera and Toronto will close down a couple of good frags, and that's a 2-0 start for Oxygen.
Yeah, so they've been able to limit things to just 2 kills between the past 2 rounds, so it doesn't mean that they're losing too many of these players early. They can, of course, keep any sort of armor that they brought forward in either the pistol or the follow-up round as well, so there's really not too much that has been able to get going off the back of these pistols for the likes of Purple Cobras. But I imagine now that we'll get ourselves into the rifle rounds, we should get to see things a bit more clearly, how things will be approached, and whether we'll get to see that consistency we got from Makina, in particular on the attacker side.
Obviously, a confident start for Oxygen, so they've got their early momentum swinging over to their favour at this stage here, Yumi. Going into the rifle buy-ups, of course, for the Purple Cobras. We'll see whether or not they can contest against it here. Again, being suppressed passive outside of the main position. Hugster will open things up, at least getting the frag on Toronto, the overextending defender here for the Oxygen camp. Carefully placed, of course, across the rest of the defensive forces, covering off that mail room. And again, a mid-control setup coming in from the Cobras that might push forward to backstab against the Omen. Killjoy just ready and waiting for the defensive, but again, they go super passive and super quiet. Finally, Zisto will get a response frag, so back to 4v4 as bottom mid.
Yeah, they'll spot out the spike with that kill that they find, and of course now that does leave a bit of exposure. Machina, there's that entry towards B. The Killjoy, Turco still sitting around the corner. Flash does hit him initially, but not gonna be any presence from B main, but he's so distracted by that, still holding. Machina can flank him out easily. That B site crumbles in an instant. Really, a couple of nice clean entries on that Jet, pace breaking his way into a successful spike plant, and what's looking like a 1 round. Oxygen still gonna fancy a look in.
Just baiting in those kills. Oxygen giving up the ghost, especially into the main area. Still going to try for this retake here. Mavera's checking corners. We'll see nothing coming through. They'll clear them out and now look towards the back lines. Dropping in main. There's Amitez with a kill on Machina. Good catch on Mavera. Hugster gets that kill, and Amitez with all the pressure against him. 1 on 3. Nasu's vision gets that one headshot, sees the other 2, but turns towards the left player as the right hand peeks in instead. And Cobra is with the first rifle round and the first round to their board.
Solid site progression. Actually, a lot more competitive than I think Cobras would have liked that to have been, given that it comes down to 2 players staying alive. Of course, with the limited casualties in the past rounds for the defenders, they can, of course, reinvest. They get their hands on the op as well on Toronto. We'll see if they go for anything slightly more aggressively facing. Already postured up for an A main peak.
I will find
Fancy hasn't been really pushing this all too much, throwing a cyber cage, trying to sort of feign presence and the ability to flank out Heaven. They shouldn't get much production to start, but early B main control going to be on the cards. On the other side, Turco committing for a very wide angle face. Does subject himself to a loss early.
Yeah, Frag found it easy. B-side rotations coming in slowly. Machina already up in the Heaven position to split in with his teammates. They have fallen away from that main entrance here. I'm going to rest too far forward. It's just with Machina instead, just extending so far forward. The aggressive faces from him today have been so good. Finds that first, knows exactly where the second player is. Couldn't get Mavera to fall though. He'll double up instead for the Oxygen side. And now Mite's joining him from Heaven 3v3. Seeing some fire being put down by the Melbourne entrance. Spraying blind now. Cypher's going to get information on where the enemies are at. And they have fallen back away. So rotations towards the A site come through. They can secure a spike plant.
Oh, the paranoia slows them down, though, so the rotations can come in safely here from Oxygen. Oh, on the cross, there's Fancy, lining them up just before they make the transition. Toronto trying desperately to get things back. The camera will tag him up, will spot him out, so at least they know and keep track of him for now. But a 2-on-1 now, that's smoke towards Heaven.
Bloody D, so close. Fancy will get that spray together and will secure the second round there for the Cobra's side. Fancy in particular just popping off in that round to line up the sprays together. On that Heaven entrance, the defenders do fall on rotation. It was a good effort though, as you mentioned, that paranoia coming through, dark cover keeping them completely blinded off, so no real opportunities there to push forward. It slowed them down just long enough to get Oxygen in position, but 2 kills came through and that basically shut the whole thing down. And the Cobra is back in the game here. A bit of a weird buy coming out from Oxygen, a half investment, if you will, but most players being on pistols as opposed to the Spectre and the Phantom.
I was almost surprised Machina didn't get more from that position as well. Beat the Cypher trap initially towards B. That could have just been the round over if they didn't honor that he could have gone past it. Hugstar. Nice little set of blast packs to transition into the site, and Oxygen don't have anybody sitting on it, so they can get this spike down very early on, but they're set up in a 5-on-5 retake, the dark cover all that separates them.
Now retake mode here, Gamble start to the mid position for Oxygen. Players will make their way in as they drop down from Heaven, caught in cyber cages, caught as well by fault lines. Turco's going to sit back here, Showstopper coming out for a Hugster. The Cypher will reveal positions now. Nixon there with the kill. Turco with 1 Hugster traded. No idea if the defending players rotating up from the main position. Now one's going to be left in Turco. Sees that spike. Cyber cages again go up, keeping his eyes on. Sees that one player. But Machina will get the kill to secure the lead here for the Cobras.
Yeah, the collapse seemed to work out in terms of getting the initial presence. Just making sure they barrel out, scale the bomb site back into their favor, but it's so difficult when they are able to get into fast flanking positions, fast post plants as well. Given that there was limited ability to spot into the site for Oxygen, they just lose track of where players are positioned so rapidly. Cobras, that fast scaling really works out. And that's the advantage that they'll have bringing in the double duelist. High versatility and high mobility on both of them as well.
They control here for the Cobras side. Much more defined push coming in. I think they realize that they're at the advantage. Machina reading early plays up from the abilities of the defensive line, but no casualties sustained. It's very passive contact. Rolling Thunder will clear out the heaven position, but Machina still gets caught in the cyber cage. Mavera just gets enough time to swing out, get that headshot in, and open up the frag counts here for Oxygen. Meanwhile, that lurk play is going to allow the real hit to come through towards the A site. Mitez thrown away from the main entrances. Will still try and swing out here. Might be able to find a frag back. Teleport will come through towards the main position. He reads it and gets that frag effective immediately to the 5v3.
They still have that lurking presence. A breach coming in late towards the ropes, but oh, Mitez, a rough duel. Hugstar able to overpower and get himself away, but oh, there's another set of duels as they swing out wide from screens, and Zisto finds the final frag. Nixun not able to get that flank activated fast enough. A solid set of frags and a good amount of spacing as well as they made their progression back in towards the site. The defenders, a retake that they'll happily take, keeping 4 up as well. Very, very crucial.
A 3-0 for Oxygen now. Good retake set in. A much more confident retake by the comparisons. I mean, the early kills didn't go the favor of the Cobra's side, so that man advantage and good reads from the backlines in particular. They've been playing that backline position in the screens area so well in the last map up that they faced here on Split. So now set in with a great opportunity to follow suit again on the defensive here for Oxygen.
The light from them.
Buy-ups coming through, of course. Rifles in for the attacking side. Same thing could also be said for the defenders. We've got Showstopper coming out from Ziz2 already. Can't open up the kills just yet. Toronto instead will open with the operator, getting Hugster to fall. Kicking things off towards the B site, cleared out, stack up towards A. They've already got heaven access.
Yeah, and they're actually giving it up. Starting rotations over towards B. Zisto, ooh, going to be able to get one, but Machina's quick. There to trade. Again, a pace breaker. Trying to catch them on the rotations does surprise Mavera, but it finds the kill as well. Through the smoke, through the cage. Mitez still at screen, still holding for them to progress into the site, because for now, there's been no cross. Nixon and Fancy are holding their ground.
Machina aggressing far forward enough, but unable to actually deal the damage for the player advantage. Fancy's now just going to wear down on this Omen. Teleport out, a dodge evades the aftershock. It will do its job, though. It will force him off angle. Now spy cam's going up as a spike plant gets planted for elbow. Nixon's still sat here. They've got the Blaze Storm coming through. It only does damage. The kill goes the way of the attacking side. Now it's 2v2. Turco trades it back, and so little HP for Nixon to work with. 25 points of health, and he gets the advice there. You should run. You should run indeed.
Yeah, the lockdown on top of that as well. Even if he fancied a chance, it would have been a very difficult one with that Killjoy ultimate coming out. So a good choice to save the operator instead. Of course, means that they can bring that forward. They could have been afforded it up on Hugstar, but it would have been a completely lackluster buy. No ability to invest in, well, the abilities. So it would have meant a very immobile raise for the round. A narrow advantage being held now for Oxygen. We saw them try and take a bit more of an aggressive face towards A in the round prior. We'll see if that's, again, the cards. Okay, knives out for Machina, trying to find an advantage early. Oh, another dash in. The flash timing is perfect, but Mitez adapts in time. Toronto, Mitez, they're locking it down. Hugstar only able to get one, but that's via an ability himself. It's just Nixun, all that's left.
And crossfire lockdown by Oxygen. That was perfectly played. Keeping all suppressed towards the main entrance. And now Nixun, I mean, spikes out in the open. They can see that from there. It's called out by Mavera. It's still trying to isolate this kill. I mean, you know, Nixon's got a good idea of where it's coming in from. That boom bot will not see him. He's not going to get the information up. Now it is. And that's going to be the kill from Turco. Fifth of the board of Oxygen, 2 rounds now up in the lead, and the Purple Cobra is going to lose quite a lot out of that round as well. I imagine the buys might not look confident from them. No, actually, they're still going to get Phantoms out. Okay.
Here.
I just have to... I can't help but laugh at what Nixun had to do, just following that boombot around his position, just hoping it doesn't bounce in his direction. Maybe a chance at the 1v3 if it didn't, but hey, very well lined up by Oxygen. Like you said, still see investment coming on through. Of course, down and towards mid. Oh, Toronto adapts quickly to the updraft and is able to get himself away as well. So far, so good here for Oxygen, going unpunished for the aggression that Toronto implements.
Got a tag off from the wall bang. Still the operator peeks in, sees a player unable to land that kill. Showstopper coming in, going to try to get the wall down, but Toronto still gets the point blank shot onto Hugster. So 5v3, Blaze-Storm being brought out, but unable to follow suit with the kill. Nicksoon finally shuts him down, and Vladdy swings out on Mites as he gets Fancies to the trade. It'll be a 3v2. A-site is open for business. They can get the spike plant if they desire, but Cobra's going to play this a bit more carefully.
Yeah, they're playing it core. They're trying to at least threaten both of the sides, make sure they can't get a early stack available. Oh, and Mavera's gone. Oh dear. So it's a 2-on-2, an effective one at that, because I was wondering why the Cypher wasn't moving, and that's because he has no ability to move. He's not connected to the server, so it has to be Xisto to lock things down over towards B as they start to posture up heaven.
He's watching up that back line here. They'll put some dark
30
cover up
seconds
to try and
left.
suppress it. Xisto's got to be the hero of the
enemy
round.
standing.
Sees one, sprays him down, drops that spike, calls it out. Mavera does reconnect in time, but now Nicksoon left alone without the spike control. Needs to go back up to heaven, pick it up. He may be better for a save call. He does have site access. That turret will see him. Now the info's been
10
gained up
seconds
here,
left.
and they can just rotate back here. There's 10 seconds anyway. He hasn't got time to get the spike plant. Too much pressure all around him. Takes some heads as he goes, but Xisto will save it for the defensive side. 6 to the board of Oxygen, and they are doing particularly well against the Cobras. We talk about this map being such a confident one for them, but they have struggled over the course of this first half.
Yeah, this isn't a map that they play all too frequently. You look at the stats for the last month, I think it's 6. They've played 3 times, they win it twice. It is somewhat of an unknown quantity for Oxygen, but coming out the gate swinging, we had that information from Sue as well, the ability to take Summon FC so close on a map that they hold so dear. Concerning. Very concerning for the map pool. And there has to be some sort of an adaptation. We're not seeing that same fragging capacity from Machina. It's a bit more labored, going for these very deep drifts into the sites. Very fast plays that he's trying to get to work. But Oxygen have been sharp. They've been reading into it rather quickly. Every ability that's thrown, of course, they use a jet as well, so they're very conscious of what the options are.
A small pause that was set in there for the Cobra side. I don't know if that, I imagine that'd be tactical in nature.
Endure.
I think they realise that they're not going to be as confident in this map up as of right now, but same for the mid control, of course, with the pistols coming out. Tremors in. Nicksoon will drive the Cypher out, but only temporarily here. I mean, the rifles can continue to play passive if they so desire. It's the pistols that have got to try and isolate these kills. And Hugster will attempt one here towards the B site, not as confident for the kills, just though with the opener. Machina caught in cyber cages, dark cover smokes coming out. We'll try and force forward here. Edge of the smoke, we'll see one. Mavera and Mites quickly cleaning it up. Fancy will get Mavera at the very least, but only one rifle to work with a 4 versus 2 scenario.
A lot of liberties taken. A Cypher and a Killjoy on the defense allows you so much more information. They do spot the alarm bot, holding for the angle. I think they just narrowly spotted Xisto. Gun barrel may have stuck out ever so slightly. They line up for the frag, but oh, they're having to reload out in the open. Not ideal. Xisto does go down. He's able to get away with the Vandal, but not a whole lot of options as to where to go because there's still someone cutting off his escape.
5 points of health as well. There is nothing to work with.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
Cam will go up, try and see if he can spot somebody into the heaven position, but got to land his headshots perfectly and just not looking the right way as Mites swings in, gets the kill, and Oxygen will win the half 7-3. Now to grant a 9-3 at this stage, and with the way that they've been playing, that's a very likely outcome here, Yumi.
Yeah, mustering much of anything towards the tail end of this half where it has just fallen flat. We've seen a couple of close rounds where it's come down to 2 or 3 players surviving on Oxygen, but that's about as close as it ever feels it gets because by and large, they've been keeping these fairly clean. You can look at the credits. I mean, how much money is available there for Oxygen versus how difficult it's been all the way through for Purple Cobras. They need to get some level of success. They're finding minimal effectiveness on the entries. The rounds that they've won have been fully fledged off of either Hugstar getting a lot of distance or Machina.
Shoulder bait does bait out the operator shot in, open things up for the Cobra's side. Sprays through the smokes up. Gonna get themselves up that corner there in that advanced position there for the defensive side. Bloody D. Teleport to that back line here towards the A side. Could find a flank position. He's going to stick it. Yes, he absolutely will. Metez will get fancy. This is the perfect chance to split back in here to the A side. They've got backup rotating passive towards heaven, but as Machina will get Metez to fall. It's a 4v4 with a major positional advantage. They conversion on the site, go for the spike plant. Oxygen be up for the retake.
Oh, Mavera catches them on the cross. Hugstar going to be able to secure at least that spike plant, get into safe enough positions, but these post plants are going to really hurt Machina in the hot seat. Has to be the one to perform, but Mavera, as the smoke blooms, does deal with him. Oh no, the showstopper committed. Hugstar does find an opportunity to bring this one back, and Vladity, Hugstar, they're pulling it all the way through, and they do it. It's a 2-on-4 towards the end there that gets the 4th round on field for Purple Cobras.
Massive position from Hugstar as well to shut down the showstopper before it can even come out and get a shot off or even get access to the site. Brilliant plays from him, the advanced angles that they just weren't ready for on the Oxygen side, and there it is, Purple Cobras. A 4v2 post-plant scenario still brought back. Casualty-less as the spike went down. And Hugstar really is the performer for his team. It's not quite as proficient as someone like Machina was in that last game. You know, 33 kills in the last time they played Split, but, you know, the kills are a lot more balanced here for Cobras, and you know, in the last couple of rounds, they start to step up, start to get this one closer. If they can get 7-5, they can recover on the defensive half.
We'll see them put a bit more focus over towards B. Oh, in through middle, actually. Okay, it surprised Toronto pushed past the dark cover. Now it's a Jet v Jet duel that goes their way. Hugstar finds an entry of his own. Oh no, this B bomb site is falling out of Oxygen hands. They still at least have one player in close proximity, but it's been flawless thus far from the Purple Cobras. Now Rolling Thunder will secure.
Exactly where you are.
At least that plant goes down, but 2 ultimates available. I mean, the last round, they have to go for this, and Oxygen are pulling it back. Wait, how is this crumbled so quickly? What has just happened? Mitez finds 3 kills. Machina brings it to the one-on-one.
Rivera's got the information now on the last player. He knows he's roughly inside that corner. We'll check the spike site itself, but looking away at the wrong moment. Machina will clutch it. What a play from the Oxygen side to get about Metez in particular. But I just can't believe that went down to the wire as it did. Machina clutching it for the Cobras, for the Oxygen side. Oh man, that was... that could have gone many different ways, but I didn't expect it to go that way.
Yeah, you have a 5v2, you get the spike planted, and then suddenly it's a 2v2. What? It's just crumbled so quickly. That is scary stuff, but at least it's 5. We set that half behind us as now we swap on over. This is where the difficulties will lie with having these 2 Sentinel knuckle-down defenders on the side of Oxygen, but we talked about the ability for Killjoy to be a nuisance in the post plants in particular. We'll see if that does come to fruition.
Here we go, playing up initially into the pistol round. It's Oxygen on the attack now. Toronto tapping through, hoping to catch some players off guard. That boom bot's just going to kind of get caught out. No information being gained. They do clear out the main cross position though. And this too opens up the half, takes out Machina. A big player to take out as well. The Purple Cobra's relying on him a lot to get a lot of the entry frags, but Toronto losing his fight against Nixoon will turn it back to a 4-on-4. Metez swinging up with the ghost. The defensive players are going to rotate back. The Nade's on his position will force him back away. 54 HP. That's a great setup in for them as the hit comes through. Spike plant can be secured here towards elbow. Mavera's going to wrap the beginning of the play that's out here towards this corner, and Vladity is not having any of it. Simple kills coming through. Metez lost alive.
Yeah, he suffered so much damage as a result of the paint nade. 30 HP to try and make this feasible, and it's so difficult. 35 seconds. They have swarmed
30 seconds left.
Could get his hands on an ult orb if he really wanted to. Would actually probably be the more consistent of plays, but still wants to go for it. Doesn't want to give that information away. Going to take the angle peeks. Oh, Metez finds 1, down to 4 now, so he's having to gamble his HP for these duels. 14 seconds, a strong crossfire. The ding, but not the kill. Fancy had enough HP to survive. And they do dodge out on that one. A pistol round 1 again here for Purple Cobras. The defensive side has been doing a good job of getting both of those.
Imagine if he had clutched that together, though, like the extra Kevlar aiding them in that respect. So that way the Ghost headshots don't quite connect in full. It's a big round for Cobras to win. Again, bringing it back at the end of that last half. Now starting to get started at the start of this one. Of course, pistols will be out here for the Oxygen Eco, so this should be a clean-up round coming in for the Cobras side. How aggressively and how recklessly do they want to play it? They have got a bit of mid-presence coming in. Toronto will take that face. I believe they know where he is. Keeping their eyes on that corner, and he just ducks down, waiting for backup to rotate in. We've got B long presence there towards the attacking forces. That Spike will make his way up to that position as well, so they'll be ready for backstabs and be ready for a B commitment.
Good set of kills on the SMGs. The Spectre's out. Fancy, even pushing further. Hugstar going to close that distance. So distracted by the boombot, and well... Oh, actually thought he was going to line that one up as well. A couple of casualties felt. Disto able to narrowly get out of dodge, and there's a pathway towards the B site. Okay, could get this planted. Get into an after plan, of course, get the additional point into the ultimate, but no, actually going for a longer con play.
That's risky, but it might have good rewards. Oh no, he's going to heaven. You can find them. Nope. Fancy checks it. Should have gone for the spike plant in the end. I think with the extra money, it probably would have been a more viable option in terms of the long-term game. You know, talk about that consistent play. But for them, it's 7-all. I mean, again, the money would have been nice to have. They could have afforded an operator, perhaps. Even standing on this board, still got Spectres out for the most part here for the Cobras side. They've got pistols in. Not a great setup for the defensive, all things considered. The rifle should be coming in, though.
It looks as though they're going to try and get something going towards A main. There's a lot of presence outside of it here for Oxygen. They throw the Paranoia. Ooh, darting in. There's Machina, and that's an opening frag that Oxygen will happily take. The flash, it's good, but not able to connect. Oh, they even find him.
Zisto does push forward, get Nixon in the end. 5v3, big round start here for Oxygen. The sprays blind from both players come up good for the HP advantage, however. Still heavily tanked on that Omen for the Purple Cobras, though. So definitely not the most cleanest of rounds. And of course, they've already taken those first 2 casualties. They're rotating away Mavera, leaning in towards the A players. You mentioned they were set towards that A main area. The spy cam will get the information if he pops around that corner. If they over-aggress, though, there's the paint nade spray through. Fancy will catch a frag back. So 1 trade to be received, but they need to do a whole lot more to hold this round.
Yeah, dealing with that lurk pressure is going to be a huge weight off their shoulders. Obviously, they still have the camera set up as well, just in case of any approaching players from Heaven or Ropes. Have a deep sight line into the site as well, but now they group up outside of B. The dark cover fades. In with the entry is going to be the pathway in for
30
Zisto,
seconds
clearing
left.
out the bomb site, but not going to be able
One
to
enemy
spot out
remaining.
the man that goes unchecked. Fancy close by, Spectre in hand, first kill found, but Turco doesn't stick the spike. That could have been dangerous had he committed to it, because low HP on Zisto is the one who takes him out.
Good silent play, good luck play there from the Cobras camp. But not to be in the end. 8-7 now on the board for the Oxygen side. They are 5 away from victory. 6 for the Cobras, though. They are not too far behind in what has been a very polarizing map as well. Cobras on the back foot for the majority of it so far, and with all this, you know, added sort of pressure and context around the previous results of these 2 teams, you can imagine if Oxygen do take this map, they're on for the 2-0 series. So Cobras need to turn it around right now.
They cannot let their one opportunity of creating any sort of distance. They'd have to get to the equalizer first, but if they could get a little bit of breathing room, because mistakes cannot be made. I've had it touted, the fear. Just how scary Oxygen can be on this map. A hefty amount of mid-control gain. There is 3 players in close proximity here for Purple Cobras, lining up on the angle. Ooh, they're preparing for the flash, but a cyber cage will be prompted.
Blocking entries from Oxygen towards main at the very least as they lean into this position. That's a pretty decent pickup. Aftershock should catch me. Says no, it doesn't. He gets out of dodge just in time. Fancy will get that kill. Cypher uploads to get positions on the enemy forces. See, the majority of them are leaning in towards that B play, but they go passive to try and outfake them either way. That's a ton of info for the Cobras, and they sit back with these pistols. Hogster in particular, ready for headshots around this corner. Mavera will drop him, so back to a 4-on-4. A-site entry, so they've only got one player left into that backline to hold off against them. Could stall for time as the second player also rotates the positions. Zisto moves forward, checks out one side, looks on for the secondary kill, comes up against Nicksoon, deals with him. Kill on Machina, Fancy there with a trade, and Fancy left towards screens. Can't deny the spike plant, but counts it up for the retake.
One player remaining. 10 seconds
Just
left.
getting pushed around by the blast pack. Zisto does eventually flush him out of the corner, so the spike gets planted safely. Of course, Mavera's low HP, so doesn't want to leave in a compromising spot. They've got the op on Vladidi, but does he even try his hand at it? If he's given an opportunity to start, maybe there's a chance, but Zisto, that first chance that he's given does eliminate him rather rapidly. They can even recover that up because they had a bit of elevation. So solid stuff for Oxygen in the post plant. They hold on to the 3-on-1, that they make sure that there's no isolated duels, and it does mean that pistols have to be on the cards now for Purple Cobras.
Indeed, that's not a good sign. I mean, they've brought down a forced judge here in this round.
Yeah.
And they get those close quarters combat. I mean, we saw them utilize the judge over on the Oxygen defensive over on the A player earlier on in the first half. But how that will be effective for them in this one, a mid-stack will come through. This actually could siphon off the two formations of the players here. They've got Bladestorm from Machina. Will try to look for the frags over towards his position so they can try and bring the round like this back. Mitez will get Vladidi to fall though, and they realize that they're pushing up to that mid-control. Do they realize how many players are realistically here though? Turco will keep that crossfire locked. Spike's not committing at this stage. They're being very careful about this here. The Oxygen side will start to get rotations in as they have to define a hit.
Yeah, they actually committed a lot more into it than I thought they would. They buy up a Phantom, trying to make this round as competitive as possible. You can see they want to keep the round differential close, but like you said, that stack towards mid does mean that the A site is vulnerable, and so Spike can go down rather safely. They begin that rotation in heaven. Screens, that's where they'll take control. Mavera stunned up. Machina does find one with the ultimate.
That Bladestorm chiming in at long last. He gets traded back by Turco, though. Fancy swings as Hogster goes falling. Good flash timing. Mavera's going to get an easy kill. And Nicksoon held towards elbow also gets shut down. Double digits for Oxygen, slowly but surely grinding their way up in this map, upset for a map victory unless Cobras do something, and they're getting desperate now.
Yeah, I don't know what the change has to be here. They've tried putting a little bit more presence towards middle. Of course, they've had limited time to explore the defensive options that they'll have before things start getting a tad too scary to investigate other options. Now that they're onto these rifles, do we see a bit of presence towards B? We saw them attempt it with Machina earlier on, but to no avail. Interested at looking at peaks. It seems as though Toronto will hold the angle for the aggression. That's what was on the cards. That's what the plan was initially for Purple Cobras, but they get nothing from it. Over at A, simultaneously, there's a bit of presence made. Mavera finds a kill on Vladidi.
Oh, the player so close towards that contact as well. Mitez is looking for that contact. Just set. Now Tripwire set up in their own way. He's going to regress as they make their way out. Trip the Tripwire. They'll know about this. Spycam now checks it of its own right, so I think that maybe in a moment they're going to be able to realize that they have aggressed far forward, but the information gain here for the Cobra side is going to be so valuable. A third player rotating to the B here as they make their way out long. A crossfire will locked. A third player going to call support from heaven. This operator of Toronto is hoping to get an opening kill, not going to overextend for it. Dark cover goes up, and now teleports to the back lines here to try and support it. Good flashing will do some damage. Showstopper coming out here. Mavera sprays, blinded by anything. Nicksoon will fall. Information being gained. Hogster taps through. That's a double kill. And that's decimation to the attacking forces. Machina and Hogster. Two more frags back, all left of the Omen. Mitez gets it to a 1v1, but 13 HP. And the Cypher knows exactly where he is, going for the wall bank shot. Going for the kill. That is 8 to the board of Purple Cobras.
The perfect showstopper to slow things down. Fancy Using the camera and the clutch as well, just to spot out the position. Doesn't even have to take a straight up duel. Low HP on Mitez meant all he had to do was bang him out. The off recovered. That's exactly what they need. A strong performance on individual players. Even though it comes down to the one player, the fact that they get a substantial multi-frag before they get anything comfortable going on the Oxygen side makes a world of a difference. Maybe now we'll start to see a different stride. It started off with a few investigative elements from the defensive. They were looking for opening opportunities at B, at A simultaneously, but they leave mid more open, and that's because Oxygen have been majority putting their presence there.
The Cobra is in a real good spot to bring this back, but they need to find a follow-up round. If they get reset now, Oxygen take map point at the very least, if not the map itself. The smokes up towards his mid-control early plays that look pretty standard here and look pretty repetitive. I mean, they've kind of gone with the same strats over and over again with these defaults, and they have been working pretty well for Oxygen. All 5 this time are going to stack up for the actual execute here towards the A play.
Yeah, but they're leaning towards A because they get information very early on. They still hold that line. Oh, Vladidi does catch Toronto just as they're attempting to get into the site, and they commit the showstopper. Fancy finds another.
2 kills untraded. The showstopper got nothing. Finally, Fancy set to fall. 1 player in the backlines, though they haven't checked it, and Vladidi and Machina come back in the backlines. Tarko to clutch it, can't do anything with that. Vladidi with a 3K and a massive opening from him in this round to get Cobra set up with that 9th.
And that's an immediate read. They go and get Hugstar peering into B main, and they see nothing. Typically, when Oxygen have had any sort of presence towards mid or outside of B, they've shown at least a little bit of presence. They've jiggle-peeked the angle, they've thrown something that direction, but he just holds that line, and it means that they can lean and stack in towards that A-sided play, where there was just a lack of presence anywhere on the map for Oxygen. They really wanted to go for a set execute that just ultimately works out working against them.
Look at Zisto pushing up so aggressive, will evade the nades. Boombot right there, gets the info, sprays on towards 1 player. Another nade around the corner from him. Boombot will be able to catch off Paranoia. Keeps him blind for the moment. They're not going to extend so far out, though. They back up. That early B play will suppress the execution, but Mitez catches Machina. 1 player in the corner. And little do they know, Oxygen, that A's completely open. They can walk in, get a spike plant. They're continuing their B campaign. Flash open. Zisto will finally fall. 5 on 4. Oxygen still have a player advantage, but now that rotation is coming in.
Yeah, through the sewers, they'll go back towards A. Hugstar, closest man to it. A difficult one to crack, even if you're just trying a few pings through utility. It's very difficult to get anything going for you. They'll make their way into the site, but the spike is separated. He's not taking the same pathway, so while they have the site in control, the spike has yet to get there.
You should run.
That might get a bit difficult here. We've got lockdown coming through that will suppress players. Here they come. Showstopper out. Hugster getting in. Mitez, Mavera kills back. Operator can't find that. 2 seconds till lockdown ensues, but it doesn't matter because Mavera's cleaned it up. Well played to apply the pressure there for Oxygen. That's 11 to the attacking board.
Yeah, you could see as soon as the lockdown came in, that was their prompt to go. They didn't want to have to wait for the spike to go down because it would just bleed too much time. They'd have to sit so far back that the post plants would get so dangerous for Oxygen. But they don't find the kills. In fact, that late play from Mitez, I was looking at it as more of a critical element, actually works out pretty well because of how prompted they were for an early site retake. Now on the cusp of 12, though, Oxygen have felt like they've dictated the pace for most of this game. Now they'll spread out into a more standardized default spike outside of B, so that may be an indicator of how they'll lean things over.
Well, again, these splits and the 3-2s for Oxygen. 3 players this time towards mid controls. They try and catch off players. Toronto going to get the overextender in Machina, though. He's tried for aggressive plays and made them work so far today, but in this match, not so much so. Zisto with a secondary kill gets flashed and gets back towards Dodge. And Mitez going to get that kill on Nick soon regardless. Mavera against Vladidi next to fall, and they all start to crumble. Fancy in a 1-on-5 now known. Spike plant will come through, will get that 1 frag back. Does get a secondary kill as well, but needs to isolate every single 1v1, and everyone is going to chip away at his health. 45 HP for this 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, and there's a long flank. He's waiting for it, trying to peek just as Mitez goes and pulls the trigger on it, but he doesn't win out. First 2 kills give him the chance, but it's just not enough room, and this is looking dire. Purple Cobras, a 3-round deficit. Now backs against the wall on the map that we all predict is going to be a necessity for them in the series. And maybe it has to come down to some of these gamble stacks. It hasn't... I say gambles, but it has been based off of information that they gather in the early round that Oxygen will subject themselves to if they go for anything outside of a default. And I feel like they'll have to take that risk because that's what's been working the most consistently for this defensive side.
Three rounds to get to OT for the Purple Cobras. The pressure is on. And they realize what's at stake if they lose this as well. We all realize it. Mid control coming in for the Oxygen side. Mavera will peek up. Inside the Omen, the Cypher is right around that corner looking for contact here. Cyber Cage goes up immediately, tries to take that fight inside. It also gets stunned, gets that kill at the very least. Mitez will fall. One recovery back, the Aftershock going to try to drive them away. Turfco will get us to a 4v4, Toronto to 3, and now the pistols start falling apart.
Give me a corpse. I know exactly.
Looking for information as well. They don't want to make any mistakes. This could be the round that brings them that first map advantage. They spot out Hugstar and he gets nothing with the Marshal. Zisto fast on the entry. There's no sightline really in. Still threatened from heaven now.
Left.
Fancy a gander, but not gonna find anything either. Fancy's gone. All falls on to Vladidi. And he's all the way on the other side of the map. I think this may be it. I think we may have to say goodbye to Split rather shortly. We'll see if Vladidi has anything to say.
I don't think he does, although if he pulls off this 1v4 clutch, that would be the most insane play of the tournament so far. Has Toronto isolated in a 1v1 here towards Heaven, just got to win that fight first. Puts a dark cover up, does actually force out a bit of a mistake there. Showstopper comes in, evades that rocket. Time is of the essence, though. Needs to find those kills relatively quickly. Vladidi moving in, checking out the lower position. Sees one player at the back of the site. But Mavera gets that frag, and we're all done for map 1. What a loss for the Purple Cobras to take. What a massive win for Oxygen. Meanwhile, on for this 2-0 series now here, Yumi. The likelihood of that just spiked.
I started to get a little bit worried. When they switched into the attacker side, Oxygen had a few tells that it seemed like I thought Purple Cobras were cluing into, but then at the same time, Oxygen make those adaptations right back. They try a couple of site executes, they try with specific objectives in mind, and they shift dramatically when they start losing those rounds, and that does start to close that door that Purple Cobras thought was slightly ajar.
Yeah, and it just constantly felt like the Purple Cobra side were on the back foot, trying to play catch up to Oxygen. And every single time they got within like a round or two, it was always just be like a good return from Oxygen. Once they lost that early control, I was just like, this is not looking good. And then once they couldn't get back the lead, I mean, they had several opportunities to do so. They always found responses on the Oxygen side. And as a result, like, they're proving that they're the better team right here on one of the favorites for Cobras. I honestly don't think this is going forward and put to a third map here.
Yeah, it is certainly worrying stuff. We talked about it on the desk to death. The fact that Ascent Split was the pick of them does mean that they have to now go into Ascent, which is Oxygen's pick. And we've seen how deadly the Killjoy that they love so much can be on that map. That's where we saw them seeing the most effectiveness throughout this tournament with it.
Purple Cobras did go down to 13-8 to Oxygen when they played in the upper brackets. Let's see whether they can replicate on that result. Potentially even turn it around. They've had enough time to potentially figure out a counter to it. So as we go towards the break, it will be Ascent, our second map of this best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll see who's going to the round of the... see you there. Try that again. We'll see who's going to the grand finals after this break.
welcome back everyone to the epic.31 Logitech G Valorant tournament. It's the lower bracket finals between Oxygen Esports and Purple Cobras, and we're already one map down where Oxygen were just too strong for the Cobras. Joining me are your casters for the game. It's Jay and Yumi. Guys, I feel like Cobras had them for a bit in that game, you know?
I mean, they did, but the problem was that they were always fighting off the back foot. You know, the early game was a bit back and forth, but as soon as like Oxygen got spooled up, they just kind of ran away with it. There was some moments where the Purple Cobras pulled up to like within 2 or 1 rounds of the lead, but they never were actually able to take the lead once the rifles got going. So I feel like, you know, Oxygen just in general knew how to outplay them. They've clearly done their research on this map because, you know, with that map being such a good one for the Purple Cobras, you would have thought they would have been able to take it. We all here had it down as a 2-1 series with the first map going their way, but the fact that that's lost control right there, like, that's a worrying sign for the Purple Cobras, but probably more encouraging for Oxygen because I think they showed some really high level of play.
Well, I think it's encouraging in the way that the Cobras managed to improve from the last time they faced Oxygen on Split, because that game was the game that knocked them down to the lower bracket, and they lost 13-4 versus Oxygen on Split. So I think this is a huge improvement. You know, they definitely should be proud of themselves a little bit, but if you were Oxygen right now, Yumi, is this a time to relax, you know, because you know you're going to be doing so well on that Ascent map, and the upper bracket final is pretty much within their grasp.
Well, you talk about being knocked down to the lower bracket on Split and getting the improvement. The other map that was taken by Oxygen was, well, Ascent, 13 to 8. So if there is improvement, if there is a stable line of progression, maybe there's that way in for Purple Cobras, but it's a tall ask, I think, especially when you go into the series with what we can feel is the contingency, the only real plan for getting the series under your belt, taken away from you very early on, and in a way that, like Jay was saying, you're constantly fighting from behind. It's a very difficult task to now mount that comeback on Ascent, and steal your opponent's map pick where they have been so strong. And it's, I think, largely due with how adamant they are that the Killjoy be a part of this roster.
I mean, we saw them earlier today, Purple Cobras, play with the double AWP setup on Ascent, and it kind of worked for them. Is this a tactic you think they should be taking into Ascent as well? I'll come back to you, Yumi, with that.
I definitely think it can work, especially when you garner that the A side of things can be a very long sight line. There's a multitude of angles that you can fall back on, especially if you're playing the likes of a Jet. So it can be feasible, but especially with how expensive that weapon has become, it's a lot more difficult to get the stability to invest into it, which I think will be the hardest part, because Oxygen were so nefarious about tracking down kills when they had the lead.
Well, Jay, it's not over yet for Purple Cobras. What do they need to do going into this map to make sure that they do take this to a map 3?
I'm going to get a solid start for a start. You know, like the main issue for them was trying to play catch up throughout the course of that entire first map. So I think if they can get a good lead in and start to, you know, get a pistol, get a rifle, then just get that basic sort of like, you know, 4 or 5 rounds in, you know, at the start of the map up to just, you know, bolster themselves so that way they can take the lead above Oxygen, have Oxygen play catch up. Then at that point, you can probably wear them down. I think that's what they kind of need to do. You know, with that being said, though, Oxygen's attacking side is very, very powerful. We saw them go incredibly one-sided on that first half last time they played. So for me, I still think Oxygen are going to take this one. Purple Cobras need to find an absolute mountain in the start of the game for me.
I know the Oxygen fans must be really happy now too, and they're probably waiting eagerly to see if their team can take this a 2-0. But I feel like it would be a shame for the Purple Cobras to go out like this. I have a sneaky feeling that their time is not up yet, but we will have to find out now on Ascent. Take it away, you guys.
Remember, their time isn't up just yet, but I'm not hedging my bets on it at this stage, Yumi. Yes, I think this is probably going to be a 2-0 fashion. I think Oxygen have already got the basis to work off of here. Got a lot of momentum. They're coming in fresh. Purple Cobras have to fight their way through the lower bracket today. And, you know, I think they're starting to feel the hurt at this stage. I think the fatigue is finally setting in.
Yeah, especially with the fact that it felt like when we were on Split, it felt so reliant on the duelists to really open up the sights or even get the ball rolling on the defensive end, which I think is an unhealthy and inconsistent method of getting rounds won under your belt. So I always go back to agent selection. I feel like that's where a lot of the metagame does shift, and the idea that they maybe don't have the diversity of agents to counteract or really supplement those duelists in such a capacity that they get the level of consistency they really need, then that will be the biggest difficulty. So I'm right with you. I've been in the Oxygen camp from the start, even if I have been wrong in some of my predictions. I do think that because they take split, Ascent will be another really tough order. But I hold my that slim line of hope, that room for improvement for Purple Cobras, because it does seem like they have developed. We've seen some great performances from them even just today.
We'll see how those agent selections do look. I mean, there's only really one setup that they ever have run here on this map here, and I do believe that they're actually running it, yep, the exact same sort of set. Sova, Cypher, Raze Breach, and an Omen, exactly the same thing that they've just been running over the course of you know, their 10-map history on Ascent, most of which has actually been pretty decent, but just not against Oxygen Esports here. This setup used by the Oxygen side, I believe this is one that's been used 4 times by them in the past, all times actually through epic.LAN. So, you know, once again, incorporating that Killjoy to set things up in and kick things off, utilize that turret to appropriate effect, try to cut off some backstabs, just go into the offensive half with a chip and an opportunity to quickly dominate this one for the Oxygen side. Pistol round set in A main control. They've only got the Omen to defend against them. We'll try and suppress immediately, but that dark cover's missed.
Well, they'll lead in with the Owl drone. We do spot out and tag a player up, so some information given over. Of course, there's 3 players in close proximity here for the Cobras, so if it is an A-side progression, should be able to deal with it rather succinctly. Cobras, though, with that presence made A, they're investigating towards B main, and I don't think they're spotting anyone. As you can see, Fancy garnering that peek, the information there with the Owl drone as well. Seeing it all from the minimap, but a bit of pressure being applied over towards short. The fact that they have B main control now is a really strong position now for them to be able to hold, but it's still so much pressure mounting at A.
They saw a lot of information towards that mid position. The spy cam saw all those players up top mid, and of course on the catwalk area, Mavera down here. Going to expect the teleportation from the Omen. Gets that one frag here. 2 for 1 overall for the attacking forces. Trade's not quite susceptible here for the Cobras side. Retake already going to get set up here. Fast plays up from Fancy and Co here in heaven. We'll see that Recon Dart come out, reveal both their positions. Now they've got all they've got to work with. Machina is going to go forward. Fancy does see one. Tag him up. Hunkster gets another good kill back. Taps up from Fancy. Comes up with a double kill. And a bit of BM. They get him into the pistol round. Cobras with a fantastic start. And that's exactly what they needed here, Yumi.
I thought that was going to go the other way. The fact that one of their players goes down by the spam and the recon dart, that could have been enough, but it comes down to Hugstar and Fancy to bring things back, finding those kills where needed, and it's Fancy that's under the most pressure to get the double. Good stuff, especially given that they went for that B-side control. They had to commit a player there very early on, and there was very limited resources. They had the initial rotation come through, but they still couldn't stop Oxygen from getting that site and getting that spike planted. So a little bit of additional credits to work with. You can see full Spectre by coming out for Oxygen, the Marshal as well in Toronto's hands, and he's going to look for a peek early on. Recon Dart will give the information that he was fancying that peek. See some shock darts in response. Still a slow round, a slow bit of progress once again from either side. Neither one of them wanting to be the one that prompts the aggression and finds their first misstep.
Kai was finding so much information in these early rounds, you know, with spy cams, recon bolts, owl drones, what have you. Coming up with a good kill on Fancy's part of things. The Marshal taken quickly out of play for Toronto. They win the boombot as well. Mitez has a player there towards short. Isolating towards the corner. The Satchel will get the raise out of the way. You got a spike making its way in from main as they try to split their way in from market, it seems. So, got to get that market in control first, up and foremost. 2 players to defend against them. The recon darts coming out. 1 player will get tagged and spotted. Nixon will come up with that frag, but the DD will fall. Spike drop for the moment, and Nixon is so blind. Turco will come up with that frag. Now can get the plant back to a 3v2 retake.
Spike planted.
The same people in the clutch. Hugstar, Fancy. This time, a Guardian and a Judge. Certainly not the best weapons to get this one going, but the blast pack is available, so he can get some distance, try and close that gap that's created by the site. Fancy, tagged down by the spy cam. They still have a A lot of control here, the ability to swing simultaneously. The spy cam not actually getting spotted out or taken down, so Zisto and Turco are easy enough to be able to clean things out. I'm surprised that we actually saw Fancy posturing up towards A. Typically, we'll see Sovas sort of linger through middle or hold towards outside of B, but instead, he's the one that's the first point of contact at the A site. It felt as though, I mean, just the B bomb site in general, the recon dart is so much stronger.
Again, a lot of information there for the Oxygen side, working in against a Purple Cobra's buy-up, and their force buy works wonderfully for them. They got Spectres and Rifles coming in across their entire board versus just the pistols. As Cobras go for the basic eco, not going to go and force a war of attrition, but they have lost that early start they wanted. Good shock dart timing on from the Sova. Mitez tagged up to 81 already here in the mid position. Looking down range, hoping to catch someone through the archways, but the shock darts evaded, but still placed extremely well here from the Cobra's side.
And they're mounting up for a bit of aggression. Oh, Nixon trying to line up the flash. It's not going to really convert on anybody, so it's a full-on bombardment of pistols, and the SMGs are going to sweep things up. Bavaria been tracking down with the burst at the end, so they were in a great position to deal with that one. The flash not quite hitting the mark there from the breach, but the idea is good. I like the idea of trying to overwhelm where you can. It transfers over nicely from TAC FPS to TAC FPS. And now proper rifles will come out for the Purple Cobras. They get themselves on the operator as well. Not the double up that we were talking about in the pre-show. See how successful Hogstar is with that, whether that can warrant an additional one.
2-1 lead for Oxygen. Purple Cobras passive as anything so far. Not going to try and extend out the B main or A main areas that they were doing in the previous rounds. Now going for a bit more of a different approach, trying to bait in the Oxygen side, but no such force forward will be seen by the attacking forces. We've got Aldrones around the corner here for Mavera. Does he see anybody at all? No one checked towards the wine corner. No one seen on the short rotation, so they can play towards A, so they'll grab the ulti orb. And then they start to back off again. I think it's a B play maybe in order for them. I mean, they're very indecisive about where they want to go right now.
They're playing fully off the information that Purple Cobras are going to give them, and with Mitez holding a strong angle towards market, if they apply initial pressure towards B, that may draw attentions over. That will activate the flank for Mitez. Should that be the play? And, well, we can see the rotations. They are grouping up.
Spray through from Mitez, round to that corner. Hunter's Fury from the attacker side.
30 seconds left.
Ulti brought out, trying to clear out the site. Realizing that there is no one actually on the B side itself. It's Mitez and Zisto clean things up. Teleportation from the Omen to the back lines, double checking to ensure that nobody is there, and indeed nobody is. So Spike Plant can be secured very quickly, and a quick swap from the Oxygen side. One player being low, operator on for Zisto, gets back up. Last player left. Vladdy does come up with a good couple of kills, but turn back on towards a 1v5 is going to be a tough task for him, especially on 21 HP. He's probably just got to save the weapon.
Yeah, that should be the objective, but the operator, maybe he wants it. Oh no, the scan does go out, so they do know where he is. Can get a bit more room, so to close that gap. They want to get this out of his hands. They're actually committing very far forward, so much so that had this door been broken, Vladidi would have had a nice and stable pathway to the site. I don't think they're going to be able to track him down. Yeah, they're deploying a lot of abilities, but he should be able to get away with this one. So he hold on to the rifle. Vladidi, those 2 kills, of course, contributes to the ultimate. That will be nice for him to have, keeping hold of the Vandal as well. But I think Mitez, while it serves that purpose of clearing the back of the bomb site at B, I think it as well was just to prioritize getting him out of that situation, because he got 2 kills from the just outside of market towards Pizza, made sure that he was able to remain elusive, and he ultimates right as they were about to go and commit to the swing and fully flush him out. He survived on very low HP, so rare we see the reposition used in a way that is purely not purely survival, but has that operational advantage as well. But now back into it. Vladidi tagged down low to start, and they know that he's close. They're really committing a lot of abilities his direction.
Paint nades, Toronto. Boombot's downrange. Ladidi eventually does get overwhelmed by Zistu. A bit of an over-aggressive face there from him. A bit of upper cover being gained here by the operator. And he just looked down towards the mid position over that wall. Very carefully, considerately played here from the Cobra's camp. But Mitez again wants to try and aggress them down here with this mid control, this bottom mid area, sprays through, trying to do that damage. Catching off nothing else at this stage. He's going to get forced back for the moment.
An open B site. He can get that spike planted. It's equal numbers for now. They deal with Mitez. He's been a nuisance for them for a couple of rounds now in a row, and we'll see if they can get something going. Do they commit to a B main flank? Because there is somebody lingering by on Toronto. He's holding for any sort of a flank, so if that is going to be the play... Oh, I think he spotted him out with the camera, but Toronto has an op, so it's a difficult one to crack. Turco as well, first to face. Fancy looking for any sort of a duel if he can take it with the
Revealing area.
Sheriff, but it's not looking likely. This is a round that is taking too far gone. There's very few options available. Surely even... I mean, still, even with Sheriffs, you still want to save these over, but they're going to try and contain them into the side, hope that the spike takes them down, but it should go off, but narrowly evading. Yeah, they're all good. They're all safe. So another 4th round for Oxygen. They've been doing really short, making short work of these sides when they've been on this attacker side.
And 4-1, and again for Oxygen, this is the start that I wanted to see. Purple Cobras, though, this is absolutely not the way they need to start off in this map up here. They absolutely need to mount up a mountain, and they haven't seen any of that here. The good first round came through, a couple of contests as of the conversions, but not really anything of any major, contest. They have struggled heavily over the course of this map up so far, and Oxygen has just been wearing them down. Minute and 20 to the clock here in the early round. Again, they are just playing these passive lines, formed up from the defense, formed up from the attack, hoping that someone overextends, but it's going to have to be Oxygen that forced the issue.
If they can hold onto market, keep them contained to middle itself, make sure they don't surpass the archers, that will make things so much easier. These lingering presence, the lingering presence of Mitez has been... mentioned it earlier, just a huge nuisance for them. He's been able to catch rotations, and Nixon, even looking for information over at B, is the one that falls eventually. It's a slow play, as Oxygen have been for these past few. This attacker side has been slow, and they wait for the mistake.
30 seconds left.
Machina ready for contact the operator. Carry main, here comes the showstopper as well. Trying to get that kill, Hugster will get traded back. Hunter's Fury from Fancy, gonna try to do some damage. Gets himself a kill at that respect. Oh, he gets himself 3 through the wall. Toronto, 10 seconds left, finds that one frag. Just gotta grab the spike, get it to the site. At least buy some extra time, and now revealed by a recon bolt. They know what's going on here, and here they come straight around the corner. There's no chance left for him. It's over. Fancy will get that quadra kill. What a round from him.
The commitment of the ultimates, but it works so much better for Purple Cobras. Fancy lines them up just as they attempt the A side execute, and it was perfect. 3 kills with the Hunter's Fury is exactly what you want to see. They don't get that same level of production. We have Toronto showing out the showstopper, but having to deploy it at his own feet just to secure 1 kill, not exactly how you want to trade things out. And they've got ultimates to spare. Purple Cobras can rely on the Cypher, the Breach for retake or mid-round situations. Oxygen, the Cypher and the Killjoy, so Lockdown is going to be available. Once again, mid-control a focus in the early stages. Mavera past the dark cover once again, and oh, Nixon, the Aftershock finds a kill to start.
Here.
Finding an opening frag for the Cobras side. Obviously, following suit off the back of that last round with a big turnaround would be preferable. And they found that opening kill. Mitez.
Cover going out.
Focus fire again, this heavy aggression towards the mid control. The dark cover is coming out to try and siphon them off, so they can't really get in towards that mid-market area. They've just got to go through B main, and all 4 players will stack up. Nixun is ready for this contact on the Vandal. Got a second player right behind him. Trying to join up. There's another kill. Headshot found to the 3v5. Information going to get gained here. Trying to force them back away here, just stall for extra time. They will see some paranoia coming out. I think it caught that one player.
You should
Make their
run.
way
30
up to
seconds left.
position. As well as that, we've got lockdown coming in. They're going to make their way on towards the site right now. Get that plant in, try and force the issue back on the opposition side. They can't back out of here. There's the Killjoy coming out, sees that rocket to go down towards Vadidi, and now getting caught in, now locked down. 1v2 for Toronto, held back to the back line's going to fall away, 52 points of health, and just going to stall for time against these 2 players incoming. Spike Cam will spot him, probably tag out the information. Actually, no, just going to play this very carefully against his own right here. Now seen tag up, there's a frag, removes that recon drone, still takes the firefight, 44 HP, tagged up by the satchel, and Machina is going to get the 3rd round.
Really solid retake there from the last 2 players. Machina being a lot more patient than I think they were expecting on the side of Oxygen. Camera waited to see if he could spot the player out, redeploys it just to make sure the second time round, and the tag is what seals it in. They're closing that gap ever so slightly. Now a 1-round discrepancy. Oxygen got off to a hot start, but now, and it has been off the back of some ultimates to get the ball rolling. They do find a little bit more room to breathe. They're starting to break through to the money of Oxygen as well. They're running a little bit low on funds on a couple of players. Of course, they can still reinvest rather healthily. But the side progressions have been slower. They've been more stagnated. Of course, the early rounds from Oxygen have been slow all around, but when they've committed to the sites, they've been a lot quicker paced in previous rounds. Now they're worried about the choice of abilities that's available for the Purple Cobras. You can see a timeout or a pause has been called just to discuss things further, because it felt like they had the momentum, but that's now begun to shift.
Tactical pause here for Oxygen. They started things off fantastically. Cobra is back on the comeback though.
Here.
And discuss things through and figure things out, because they're still going to be in a bit of a difficulty for
This goes
attacking
here.
force.
So it seems as though they've gone back to the defensive setup they went with earlier on the Purple Cobras. Of course, the Sova and the Breach dedicated towards that site. It does allow the Sova to go for information with the Owl drone late into rounds if they spot zero presence. As well, we've seen some really solid supportive arrows throughout the tournament thus far from that B side to make things a little bit easier for duels at A. But outside of A is where they'll initially set up here on Oxygen. The Spike very separated from them, so they're just fancying a peek, seeing if they can find any sort of a fight dry.
Right fights could get them quite far here. No one's directly, no one's directly facing this entrance, so there's no kill potential right now for the defensive forces.
Shadows traveling.
Pretty undefended towards that short control. Now Paranoia, dark cover, Cyber Cage does go up. Hugster will get this to open things up. Navera back behind the boxes. Machina has got that one on lock. 5v3, Oxygen. Shut down on site. Boombot's going to check dark, see nothing. And Mitez looking on. Hugster still here. The site. These 2 players at point blank takes their fight against Turco, but loses it out. Mitez brings it back to a 3-on-2 scenario. Spike can't yet get committed here. They're going to get the information on at least actually both the players. In fact, tapped up eventually. Now knowing roughly where they are, they can converge in on this retake.
Still just waiting for these shock darts, the lineups to be thrown.
30
Fancy
seconds left.
Odin on the other side, so they may just wait for the recon dart to come off cooldown here before committing to the retake. They have a numbers advantage. Holding on to information will be a crucial point, but now they commit in. Vladidi first to find the face, but Mitez at the back of the site, only good for one. Vladidi shuts it down, gets the defuse for Purple Cobras. They've been so much better on these site holds. They're actually fighting on the sites, and this is something I think we talked about yesterday. It wasn't, it was with alongside Raptros, if I'm not mistaken, but some teams, especially when they're losing in these post plants, when they're finding that they're at disadvantages constantly on these retakes, they have to commit forward to these fights, and it's good that we're seeing that adaptation nice and early on before things get out of control. Oxygen not able to get a substantial lead. Game now tied up at 4-4.
Cobra is doing a better job at sort of like catching up to them here. They don't think they got they couldn't get the equalization in that first map. Now here in the second, they stand and squared up. The opportunity to take the lead away as well. You know, again, Cobras have been really, like, you know, refining their sight holds and their retakes, as you mentioned, obviously. And with an opportunity here again against the Oxygen execution. Fast plays into the B site seems to be the most appropriate thing. They're going to spray through with the LMG, obviously a viable wall bang weapon. Falls to the reload though, they fall back out and now start to take the entryways.
Take flight.
Trying to start things off. Gonna scout out where Asova is positioned. Now they'll try and run him down. They deployed the Rolling Thunder, and oh dear, Mitez still able to track down Nixun. At the back of the site though, there's a lingering presence. Fancy, Odin in hand, takes the fight on Mitez. Good for one at the very least. So the site now taken, and Toronto finds and springs in
where you are.
to cut off those pathways. Cypher ult as well shows and reveals their locations.
The spike plant down. How are Cobras going to approach this retake? They've got two players heavily tagged up. Case in point right there. Toronto can just spam through the wall, get the kill on Hugster. And we'll do the same to the Omen if necessary. The spray's up, but no contact established. Mackina's got a spike cam up looking for players, looking for somebody to find something. Might look for exits at this stage because that seems to be the close plant positions here for the Purple Cobras at side. They will spot that spike cam at the very least. Recon Dart. Getting the info out. Turco starting to find the exit. Spy Cam now sees what's going on. His side's got to get these two kills. Finds that one. Not going to find Turco though. So damage not going to be sustained as heavily here for the Oxygen side. They get 3 away and maintain their lead.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking for Machina. The paranoia was flying out. There was an additional chance for him to get a few more kills on the exit. Try and keep that money contained on the Oxygen side. Not quite able to find the timing. Are the Purple Cobras. So they tie it up. The lead right back into Oxygen's court, but it's narrow. And they've been leaning more towards this A side. Well, it seems like they'll go for it kind of once again, but
And look, if it gets the information, if it gets the play together, I mean, a lot of the executions have been looking pretty consistent here for the Oxygen side. So leaning in towards the A play makes a whole lot of sense. Played out on the defaults for the moment. No major executions coming in early. Position sent out towards the mid control here for Oxygen. It does look like a split into A is plausible. Ladidi has pushed out to try and find something here towards the main positions. The Owl drone will get spotted out. A lot of damage sustained. Actually, the nade of Toronto will get Machina to fall first. So Oxygen forcing their way through. Toronto with a secondary kill. Ladidi, Fancy getting trades back 3 for 2, all in all favor to the Purple Cobras.
yeah, Vladidi takes that position that Mitez has been in all game long. It hasn't been these past few rounds, but seems like that presence just outside of market, just towards middle. That's Omen territory. Purple Cobras, Oxygen or not. They do have firm hold of this A side, and even committing the ultimate.
30 seconds left.
Not quite spotted out, but Zisto does take him down. If he'd stayed alive, not shown his hand so early, not gone for information, there may have been a chance they hold on to that man advantage, but it's now equalized. The spike can go down.
Taking their time with this, setting up in the post-plant positions here. Shutting that door, ensuring they've got to make their way through the short control by forcing their way out and wasting ammo and, of course, giving up on their positions, obviously. Vandal of Fancy will peek forward first. They're pre-firing corners. They're being very noisy about this. Reload in, top up the magazines, and now make their way into sight. Meanwhile, lockdown is going to come into effect. Recon Dart's going to try to look for players. 6 seconds till lockdown ensues. They're going to try and find their way towards main. Get that 1-for-1 trade. Spray through, lockdown destroyed. Fancy knows exactly where Zistu is, but Zistu comes up with the kill regardless, and Oxygen have 6 on the attacking side.
good recognition of what they had to do with the time available. The lockdown would have been a huge impedance, and they knew it. They had to take those fights. They deal with the lockdown, and it comes down to a crucial gunfight that decides the round. Oxygen narrowly get away with another. And that A side being as exposed as it was, after all of that initial presence towards Tree Room, it's a bit of a surprise. That's maybe why we see Vladidi commit the ultimate so early. Just for information, but he gets a bit greedy. Mitez, early kill to start things off. Vladidi just fancy to peek. Gonna get punished for it, and fancy over at B. Oh, Turco shut both of them down. They tried the double aggression, and it doesn't work out. A 5-on-2, now made 4 with the Sheriff of Hugstar. They're just gonna have to hope that they find some easy frags here, because they're gonna try and navigate around these two players. A and B sided. They know where these two are.
Shutting the doors. Muted's going to hear those players rotating back. Going to put some hard cover in. Recon Dark going to look for info. Doesn't catch those players. Rotations actually could work well for Markin.
Surely.
Oh my god. No way he could deny the spike plant. Gonna evade the nades.
Oh my days.
Here they come. Oh, as he misses, gets that one kill. Mavera will find the trade. Oh, so much potential in that corner position. Huckster will get shut down by Mitez as the last player left. Oh, that just, it feels so upsetting because like it was right there.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking at that situation, you're looking at the potential behind that round, and just so much of it gone to waste.
He gets both of those kills. It creates more chaos. They need to clear him out, and that small play with Hugstar pushing through the dark cover could have been enough. That is heartbreaking. They needed a miracle in a round like that, and it almost presents itself. They spot it out of the corner of their eye, but
Cover going out.
when they turn to face it, it's just gone. I've seen them posture up like this many a time before here, Oxygen. Dark cover through the arches. Oh, this time, Mitez not going to investigate or hold outside of it. Instead, stable progress towards short. Outside of Tree Room.
Shadows traveling.
Leaning in towards the second play again on the split. The Aldrone will be seen very early on. The rifle's moving up. I think a shoulder bait almost got spotted there by Fancy. Mitez putting more dark cover up towards that mid-arch position, just ensuring that there's no real way to work in for the defensive forces. They can't see anything unless they have the spy cams up, which they've already placed here towards the A side just to look on for main contact. Mavera putting that spy drone on particular. Here comes the showstopper for Turon. So Hunter's Fury coming through towards the back lines of the site. No info being spotted. They fight up towards Heaven. And Fancy does come up with that kill. Mitez trades back Hogster. Neek soon comes up with 2 frags. Circle with a trade back. Fancy now being expressed towards this corner. Needs to get this next kill to turn back to even standing. And he gets that headshot in of his own right. 2v2. Spike plant not yet secured. Mavera's thinking of a rotation back. Caught off by the spike cam dart. Third tick, tag up, still going to continue. Removes that tracking dart at long last, trying to get out of dodge, but 10 seconds to get the spike down on the B side. And already got a player here. Tripwire's going to stall him for enough time. I think he's out of the round.
Yeah, it came down to the 3-on-1, and it's not looking likely that even he gets away with his life. He's trying to take down the operator of Vladidi, but he'll subject his Vandal to the ether instead. That's it. That's the half. A solid set of rounds for Purple Cobras, but it did feel that same feeling you had on the first map of them having to fight from behind, go for something slightly different to react to what Oxygen were doing, but they were playing so slow that it was very hard to read.
You consider that the scoreline at the turn of the half for Split was 7-5, the same exact scoreline as this one. Favor to the Oxygen side. They were on that defensive line in that last one. Here now going to their defensive in the second half, and I query whether or not there's still a chance left in this one for the Cobras camp. Very defensive heavy for the Oxygen side, so if they can get off a good half in this pistol, or a good start in this pistol, they can be on for a good half in general. Recon darts up early on, trying to look for players. 3 waves, not seeing anybody. They vacated that mid control very deep into the site, particularly on the B defensive.
Do prompt out the shock dart just on the alarm bot, so they know that they're making their way outside of market. Only one player will stop them. Moving into position. Oh, Movera's going to be under a lot of pressure here. Does have a teammate coming to back him up shortly, but the B side is very heavily stacked. There's limited resources available for Oxygen to be able to deal with this one. This almost looks like a straight-up anti-strap because they're running straight towards Vitez, the isolated man over at A, and they're going to be able to get this spike planted rather swiftly. A 4-on-4.
Ladidi is tagged up. Turco will get Fancy to fall, and the spike plot initiated just outside of Dark. Zisto comes up against Ladidi, and now suddenly it's a 4v2 retake up for the Oxygen side. They're at the advantage. Boombot's going to get the info, or not actually. Not even going to detect the player over at Dark. But as Machina goes falling, there can only be one place that Nuke soon can hide from here. Evade the damage. Boombot's going to give away his angle, though, and they're all going to stack in. 3 players fall, face at the same time, and Oxygen have their defensive together. Their retake is on. Spike defuse coming out. 8-5 for the defensive board.
And the strat seems to work. Purple Cobras get, I think, the objective accomplished. They don't get the lurking pressure that they were hoping to as soon as they get CT control. Or defensor side control. But it's very difficult from there on out to get anything done because they were so hot on their heels. Oxygen weren't fully distracted enough with the lurking pressure that they couldn't set up into strong afterplants. That did seem like it might have been an anti-strat. It'd be something that I'd be interested to ask the players about, even if it didn't see too much success. But if that's the anti-strat, if that's the preparation coming into the second map and it still doesn't work, things don't bode well. Like you said, Oxygen getting a healthy start to this defensor side because of that one pistol.
Team mounting up this lead and continue putting more distance between them and the Cobras. 3 rounds the difference, and Zistu already getting the opening frag. Hug start to fall. Spam away from the Sheriffs, hoping to catch someone blind in the backlines, but no kills connect, no shots do damage. Nothing found by the attackers.
Cover going out.
Cover will get set up here towards the window area to ensure that nobody can spot them crossing here. Slight gap to work with, but no one's there to take contact and face. Toronto there with the kills. Zistu comes up with a secondary frag. 2 players, now 1 player standing. Zistu with a triple. 13 HP for Fancy. It's an unlucky number for a reason, because now he's dead. It's a flawless round from Oxygen.
I am preparing myself for what could be a very one-sided defender half. Of course, we haven't seen a proper rifle round yet from Purple Cobras, but we need to start seeing effectiveness out. Oxygen, like you said, a very defensive side on this map. They've got defensive agents that surround it. We saw some stable protocols throughout the tournament from them. On this particular map, on that side, that'll be a tough nut to crack. We'll see similar approaches. Oxygen typically playing a little further back, but especially when you're this far behind, when you know how much this rifle round means to you, taking a risk or two, not something that can be questioned too heavily. A lot of noise being made towards middle. Tree room in particular as well. Machina trying to get any sort of information that he can get going to work off of.
Trying to bait in something out from the defensive side, and Machina blind fires on Toronto, gets that kill. Okay. 5-on-4 scenario. Defenders losing the first. Can Machina get another good kill? Isolated against the likes of the Sova around this corner. Can't establish that contact, can't establish that position, and therefore can't establish the kill. Nick soon will burst out the market door and force rotations. You talked about that noise towards mid. They suspected they might be in for a split out towards the B site. They think that that play was a lurk, and indeed it may well still be here. The spike's making its way up to the mid position, set for the execution. 30 seconds remain to the clock, and they could be walking into the stack up of the defender forces here.
A whole beam main control, so this kill is crucial. Vladidi, 1-for-1, Mitez spotted out. Now the paranoia sails through, but they're trying to cross the site, but Nixun crossed and dotted. Not
10
going to be able to
seconds
get
left.
that spike in his hands. Oh, Hugstar, make sure you don't jump over it, my friend. But he's going to get it down just in the nick of time. But he's not even committing to it. He's trying to do damage instead, trying to win the round on elimination, but he misses the chance. It's so close, just narrowly evading the gaze of Hugstar at the end. A 10th now for Oxygen.
Oh, the Cobras. It would have been a 200 IQ play if they were able to bait them into the A site, but Oxygen read that luck. And again, you know, it looked like it was going to be an actual A play. You know, it looked like the luck was actually coming towards that mid position, but they changed their minds at the last second and fell right in for it. And now a pause to be called, I imagine, tactical for the Purple Cobras, because at this point they kind of need it.
Yeah, credit to Machina and Fancy for coordinating that pincer and that fake, because they commit the owl drone in. I think that we saw that blind kill from Machina. It was because it got tagged up by the owl. He got tagged up by the owl drone just before the cage sprung through. So it seems like a coordinated effort. The idea is there, but Oxygen just having that presence of mind, reading the mid round perfectly. We knew it was going to be the potential for a one-sided affair. We have the history, the 13-8 previously on this map. That at the moment, they haven't even gone close enough to contest that previous scoreline. We talk about learning on the Purple Cobras. There may be some things learned from their previous time as well on Oxygen.
Into the mid control once again. Look at Meters. Look how aggressive he's going to get. That recon drone, or recon spike doesn't come through.
No.
Oh, line up perfectly. Meters and Toronto have already cleaned up the round at this stage. Information being picked up. They now realize what's going on. Tripped on a spike camp dart. Fancy does catch off this two at least. I know where he is though. The doors will get shot past that before they can get there. Machina dealt with by Turco, and that's a decimation round. I know exactly where Fancy is as well, but no chance.
And considering how passively, how defensively Oxygen have been playing so much of this game, to anticipate the aggro peak off of short by Mitez, it can be overlooked, but they're showing a bit more versatility, especially with such a comfortable amount of rounds in separation. That could be a sign of what's to come. Of course, it wasn't the strongest of buys from Purple Cobras. It was up against the pistols, so it was less of a risk to take, but Oxygen have lined up the nail, the hammer, prepared to swing.
Just need 2 more good rounds here on the Oxygen side, and they'll clean this up 2-0. And the Purple Cobras be unable to score 1 here in this half. To get something at least, to try and do some sort of damage. I mean, good usage of the paint nades and the paranoia to catch players off. Force them back a little bit, try and siphon them away from rotating away or pushing forward for that matter, but Cobra still hold their angle. Spike will need to get picked up and rotated into position. They're playing out one player towards that mid position, trying to fire up on short, and he peeks away at the wrong moment. Metez will open up the game.
Oh dear. That singular man lingering through middle. Dealt with early. They have found a pathway into the B side, and Vladidi's found an entry. Toronto, though, as they take contact outside of A, has found Nixun, and they even deploy the showstopper. So that forces them all the way back. But because of that space that's created by Vladidi, maybe they instead go back towards B. And you can see Oxygen, they're not heavily rotating for it as of yet. They're concerned more about the A-sided play. They saw the majority of presence there, but now that time is ticking down, they realize that that lurk has now turned into the intended site.
30 seconds to fast rotate back. They have gone passive on this angle. Slow rotates up from the Omen. We'll try and look onto the back lines, at least get the site cleared. But for the most part, it's all going to be focused on the retake. Plant can be put down by Fancy. They'll make some noise up, and you can already see how the Oxygen side have rotated to position. Spike plant down. Toronto here to enter from main. They will teleport back towards the mid position. Actually, Vladidi in a real good spot. Actually, could backstab the Moon right. Do they realize what's going on? I don't think they do. Recon darts on the try, look for information. He could find so much out of this. This could be a survival play. Gets rid of the tripwire though. Cypher in the back line's gonna win the fight, and it's a miss spray from Vadidi. Fancy gets that kill. Info to be found on those last two players. Spray through. Hunkster gets the kills. This two deals to Fancy. Showstopper coming through. Couldn't fire off. Turco will get the kill, and it will be map and series point for Oxygen.
He tried for the Hail Mary, but there was a Cypher trap in his path. Vladidi could have been that difference maker.
Match point.
Oh, dear. They really need somebody to have a finalizing moment. Something that motivates, brings the morale up, the confidence to compete, and still go blow for blow, because it has to be 7 in a row. There needs to be something that starts it all, a catalyst to what could be a comeback. But I mean, Oxygen have just been in so much control throughout this entire series. It's hard to count out against them. We'll see if anything changes. What's the difference? Who makes that play for now, the Purple Cobras? Because all pressure's on them. They're in the hot seat. They're the ones that have it all to play for.
Back gonna so ready for players to round this corner here. Some information being gained. Does get that kill on Toronto, and again uses the Cypher ultimate to get information. Secondary kill on Zistu as they enter out now, realizing the rotations will be relatively slow, so long as they can flashpoint their way through. Actually, Aftershock instead, but Nixie still gets the plant on the spike here towards the forward corner. 5v2, and actually, as a matter of fact, it's probably a best tool to save their weapons. They'll get Vladidi to fall. But I think Oxygen realize when they're out of the round, and they're out of the round right here.
Yeah, immediately ran himself away. Mavera didn't want to concede another weapon. Of course, understanding that the economy playing the longer game favors them. They have that buffer. And it had to be Machina, of course it was. So impactful in the lower bracket run thus far. Showing that ability on the Cypher as well. Mavera is the only one that should be able to survive here. Machina, ooh, even spamming it, but not fully checking the angle. Thought maybe the spam would have been enough to finish off a kill had he been there, but 3 will stay up for the Purple Cobras. They stay alive a little longer.
Golden Goat spray, I love that. 12-6 now. Halfway back in the game here for the Cobras. The comeback has begun, but will it continue to completion? They need 6 rounds in a row. They lose 1, and Oxygen will be in the grand finals. It's going to be such a tough task for Cobras. I'm wondering if they even have it in them at this stage. I mean, they post up a really good round right there, but they need to repeat that over and over again, essentially. And they've got to rest a lot on Mackin to be able to do the damage at this stage. He will start to take those aggressive faces. Know that a boombot's incoming. Get the information out on one player, but sneaking back towards his cubby position, he could catch off a player overextending.
Yeah, it does get spotted out by the spy cam. And this is a split being lined up here by the Purple Cobras. Got themselves close towards the tree room already, but still separated by the dark cover. There's only a matter of time before they pull the pin on this, but they need to go and recover that spike before they even consider anything. There's no point them taking this side of the map and having to go and retrieve that later on. They have ultimates to work with as well. They have the Rolling Thunder.
There's a lot of potential behind this round. It all comes out to how well they use it. Hunter's Fury to spot information. They went Paranoia down to try blind off players. And of course, Rolling Thunder to clear the site itself. Here it comes. In and out to the back line. Toronto with the opening kill. Hunkster will catch Toronto with a trade back 4v4. Cyber Cage buys some cover for the Cypher as Vladidi makes his way in. Teleports back out position to try and like a flank angle. He gets that wallbang shot onto Zisto. So 4v3 scenario. Flutter spray through from Machina. Sees the last 2 and transfers that spray onto Meathead. Gets a triple with the pistol. And the Cobras spiking in form, spiking in performance, spiking up to the 7th round here.
Machina's trying to drag them through the mud, keep this ball rolling here in the lower bracket. What a set of frags that he finds. One straight through the wall, the other 2 just crisp and collected. He has been a interesting player to develop over time. Seeing the performance that he had earlier on in the day. And now stepping up in a crucial moment, especially being on that Cypher, the impact can be limited somewhat on the attacker side, so playing more of an entry or at least eliminating element for the Purple Cobras, but they slow things down. Holding, just waiting for Oxygen to attempt something more aggressive because it's not the healthiest of buys, and while the Moonbot will spot one out, Mitez goes 1 for 1. They do recover the Vandal on Turco, and they're actually giving up B main control. They've understood that that was the that main objective here for Oxygen.
Round the corner for Toronto, catches Hugster with a shotgun kill. Oxygen take the player advantage back once again. Now Recon darts and Hunter's Fury will come through. Does he see the player? He'll focus fire on short instead. Toronto's going to get Machina as a result. A big player to lose here. 4v2 and a half-hearted hit may force them back. They've got to force their way into the site, and the lockdown's coming in. They're challenging the Sova. Good spray transfer from Fancy. Pistol got to come out to come that frag, and actually Turco goes for the next. Pistol in. Mavera gets it to a 1v1. No player detained by that lockdown. He tries to get back out of dodge, grab a rifle. Spike's got to commit towards the A site. No time to rotate to B, and both players are extremely low.
The reposition, the movement, 12 seconds. It's all on him. He's using the Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant for as long as possible. One of these hits, and it's going to be the round. He's having to reposition, dance around the side just to dodge it out. And Mavera trying to reposition once again. The Hunter's Fury did give his position away, but he double backs.
Just getting that spike down in time there for the attacker. Mavera's going to open up the glass, try and send him on the idea of going towards short, make a bit of noise back here, being relatively quiet with it. And yeah, he's drawing the attention back, looking towards heaven, all down to timing. Checks the angle once again, checks the side, sees the head, but Nick soon gets the frag. A 3K to keep the Purple Cobras alive. The comeback really is on. 4 rounds to go.
They keep finding a small advantage that they just work off of, and it's all sprung on by individuals. There's Nixun and Fancy that felt the pressure. They bring it back, and it's a dancing 1 versus 1 towards the end, but Nixun, I thought he got baited out. I thought he was going to bite down hard on the audio cue, but finds the angle he needs to. They're staying afloat, just barely. It's duct tape on the hull.
They found my wide.
Facing for Machina goes wrong. Mitez gets that kill. He needs to find these openers if he wants to get some confident rounds back on the Cobras. They are barely holding these together. Mitez with a swing. Doesn't expect Fancy to make his way past the dark cover. So a 4-on-4 scenario. Hugster, operator in check. Boombot down will get eliminated by one player out towards the marquee positions. He puts a nade on there as well. Aldrone also clearing out the short control. Realize that nobody else is here for the defensive side. Mavera looks down that mid control, but again, no contact established.
Oh, Nixon gets another, so a small man advantage now. Setting their sights on that A side. Hugstar almost falls into the operator. And instead, Zista will take the swing. She fancied a gander, and Fancy instead will trade things out, so they narrowly hold on to that man advantage. It keeps getting going right back. The showstopper deployed. They're looking to delay, force them into awkward positions, and it's made it so they can't even go towards that A side, but they found the rotate. Turco down from the back line, so that now opens up B instead.
It's the big frag to win as well, playing around the position here. The catch off that turret will stall them for an extra couple of seconds, not do much damage.
10 seconds
Spike
left.
plant towards the back wall. How
Spike
will
planted.
Toronto go for this retake? Will he even go for it at this stage? 100 HP, 50 on the armor set. Knows there's a player back towards that corner, but got nothing to flush him out. We've just got to hope for the peak to come through, and he gives up the angle, but DD wins that fight. 9 now for Cobras. They are continuing to grind this way back from the brink.
Pinned against the wall, backs to it. That's where they're starting to find some, I don't even want to say consistency, but they're getting rounds in a row here on the Purple Cobras. It's come down to clutches. Crucial XVX, sort of 2v2s, 3v2s that they're finding advantages in. And Oxygen, do they change things? Do they go for something a little bit more aggressive? Because Purple Cobras have been slowing things down significantly. Owl drone in towards B, but the recon dart does spot them all out.
Recon darts back from Fancy, hunting for info, but won't be able to get much out of it. Shot dart also set and ready. Hoping to catch some players on rotation, perhaps. No damage being done towards the defensive side here. Oxygen. You can almost feel the tensity in the air at this stage with how important every single one of these rounds are at this stage. Mavera will look out of B main, realize nobody is there, and they'll start to extend the map control, but they also realize that A might be a play. Only one player to defend it. They need rotations to come in.
It depends if they even read into this, because the majority of the presence, like you said, on Oxygen is towards B, and that they're still posturing up for it. In fact, they're going for a B main commitment, looking for a few opening picks. Mitez 1-for-1, so that some information gathered and garnered here for Oxygen. 35 seconds, there's little chances to reposition, because off of short, I think they've got mid control as well. Left. Toronto being dealt with. That now opens up a sightline. They even have a lurking presence in Machina, holding the defender spawn, so he can siphon off these rotates, make sure that that plant can go down safely towards A, because they've read into this. They've recognized the stack.
Yeah, so far pushed up, so much map control gained by the attackers. Here towards
10 seconds left.
The garden area. The sniper will rotate back, try to cover off the solo, rotate again from the short control. 2 coming in to the site itself from heaven. Pistol out from Ziz2, looks on, sees that contact, can't quite get the frag. Didn't get the damage in either. The Sheriff next in for Mavera. Back to a 4-on-3, just looking for info. Eventually Sprayton comes up from Fancy, but he gets Ziz2. And Turco with the Vandal, 1 versus 4. Dealt with for a triple kill. And the Cobras are on double digits. They were on pistols for the Oxygen side, so that's fair enough. But with the rifles that should be coming through here, operator potential for Ziz2 and Toronto. There it is, coming out for Toronto now. So the full sets come in from both sides.
And you can see it on the scoreboard there. 5 in a row to start for Oxygen, and it's been 5 straight to keep them in this for Purple Cobras. Still fighting from behind, whatever they need to do. Even on a round where they keep 4 alive, it's still very nerve-wracking. Get the showstopper up.
Now, I love that from Hugs to play up to make some noise, draw their attention towards the main area, and as you mentioned, get Showstopper in play. That could be a deciding factor, because now Cobras, they have 4 ultimates on standby. When this hit comes through, it could get absolutely manic, pure chaos in the B site. Only 2 players to defend against it. Toronto looking for someone to extend out towards mid. If he gets a shot on, he gets an advantage for his team.
Boombop does force them back. They're beginning to move around this A side. Are they fancying it's going to be another B-sided play instead from the Purple Cobras? Because they're leaning more that direction here on the side of Oxygen. It doesn't seem like they've right into this lurking presence here from Machina. Close and personal to the operator. This duel could decide the round. Machina gets the kill he needs to on Toronto. That's the anchor site player gone. But do they read into the rotation? It's faster from Mitez, but Machina, an adjustment and a half, and he gets the ultimate down. That's information. That's the round surely sealed, because Oxygen are in no state to retake this.
That flick was nuts. Absolutely nuts from Machina. He'll extend, he's hunting for even more kills. He wants to try to take these rifles out of the hands of Oxygen. Spy cam up, will look for info, check those corners and realize that nobody is there. Knows that a turret's there though. Tap through, does take it down in the end. He's hunting for even more. His teammates now gonna go ahead and join him face to that backlines. It's all just to take those rifles out of the hands. Hunter's Fury gonna press them into the site. Recon Bolt will get information back on towards him. Headshot for Machina. 3 frags. Quadra around the corner to the front of the site. Sees that gun barrel. Gets them to fall. Machina is absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts for this side. Secured in the round, secured the majority of the kills. This dude gonna hide in the cyber cage just to protect himself at this point. And the Purple Cobras within 1, now within 1 of the Oxygen map point.
And Machina has entered 5th gear, right when his team needs him. He's taken ownership of so many of these rounds on the attacker side. And you knew, as soon as he got those kills, he goes for the hunt because he knows the money for oxygen is such a crucial resource that they don't have in droves. Had to make a few compromises on the buy, and Machina, again, being left to his own devices, trying to get him into strong enough positions to be a huge nuisance, similar to what Mitez was doing, but far more proactive towards the A side of the map. This could be enough to get them to the overtime, because Oxygen, so far, they haven't found a reaction that works.
And so we're going to go the Ghost here to the main position, trigger that cyber cage, of course, with the Owl drone leaning in towards the A defaults once again. Shock darts. It's going to go towards that main entrance. No aggression from the defensive forces. No one's going to try force their way out and around the corner. 48 seconds. Ladidi is going to back off. Go ahead and join his teammates for the final chance here. Round 24. Will it be overtime for the Purple Cobras? Will it be Oxygen gaining themselves a series victory? Boombot goes out. Recon Dark comes through, does not see any players. They check those corners, check that short control. Get rid of the little trap there. Machina's going to be able to get Sistu for the frag back. They'll close the door as well. 5 on 4. Oxygen at the player disadvantage now, going in for the retake. Rotations are coming in now.
The only ultimate they have to play off of is some... Oh dear, Toronto with the recon dart information, able to spam one down, so it's an equalizer. Mavera moving in as well. They have the Omen ultimate for a bit of information, should they so choose, but not deploying it as of yet, still looking for the recon dart via the Owl drone.
They've seen two. Vladidi sneaks in the back lines, though. Gets Mavera to fall. Here they come. Turco going to get caught by the fault line. Fancy with a frag. Toronto with one to return. 3 on 2 scenario. One player a dog. Can't get dealt with. All left to Turco, and he cannot get it done. 12 all. Oxygen with the most fantastic of leads, but the Purple Cobras not willing to die yet, and they take us to an overtime.
Are these Cobras or Hydras? You cut off so many heads, but they just keep sprawling up with rounds. Into the overtime we go. Wasn't sure we were going to get there when we entered the half because of how well Oxygen looked on their defensive side. They get 5 in a row, but it's 7 straight from Purple Cobras.
Oh, man. What a matchup this has turned out to be. We had it written off for this second map because of the destructive performance of Oxygen.
Yeah.
And now set and ready to try and take us to a third map once again here. We have the default plays into the B main control. Mavera has his Owl drone out. Oh, he tags one through the smoke as well. So that's information being gained here. Oxygen looking to hunt for even more. I know there's players towards that mid control as well.
It's been a while since they've been on attacker side. Some of the play may be lost from the regulation. Mitez flashed up the paranoia as well. They know that there's some presence outside of market. They've got a strong crossfire here to try and deal with it. Owl drone for more information, but they give it up. The nano swarm to flush him out of position. Fancy just trying to delay, allow them a secure exit. Good shock dart to get some damage in though.
Trying to force them back away from the arch position, and they'll do that.
Shock dart.
Shock darts up towards the short entrance. 34 seconds to the clock, leaning in to main.
30 seconds left.
Time ticks away, and the Oxygen side mounts up for an execution. 2 players on rotate will make their way back up. They're still indecisive about how they're going to go about this last second spike rotation. No, Mavera will put this down. Very last second play coming through. Full line catches this toe blind. Flashpoint gets Turco to fall relatively quickly here. After shot comes in, he still gets the kill back onto Nixun. Knows there's a player in the backline, time to take that flank. He's playing Ring of Rosies. Spike plant barely coming through. Zistu gets the kill, and the spike barely goes down. 5v3 now, up for the Cobras retake.
Can they keep this rolling on the defensive end? They had so much success in these XVXs. So difficult. so very difficult to make this one work. Oxygen are suffocating them now in towards this retake, and they're finding frags. Mavera, Toronto, they're the ones that seal round 13, and they would have liked this in regulation, but they have to get it done on the attacker side. Now we swap on over to where Purple Cobras seem to have that roll and that ball running.
Only took them 7 in a row for Oxygen to finally wake up. Get to match point once again. The rifles out in standards, no operators in play, of course.
For reference, coming into this game, on Ascent, both of these sides are defender-sided, yet we've had strong attacker sides instead from them.
Will it be attacker for Cobras to get us to a second OT? I mean, Fancy caught off by the Owl drone at the very least. Going to spot that information initially for the defender forces. And if Oxygen can keep them suppressed at this stage, they will have this matchup 2-0 on the board. Fancy on towards Catwalk. Will start leaning in towards the mid control. They've got one player held back towards the arch corner, but leaning in towards the A play here from the shortened garden positions. Hold on a second. The spike is all the way back. Okay, someone is going to go ahead and get it. I thought for a second they might have forgotten about it, but they will isolate that first kill. Mavera to fall towards mid.
And Machina, once again, same position towards tree. Oh, might get caught with the cam. Just spots the foot, and there's Toronto gone. Fancied the peek. Thought he got the drop on Machina. But he's had the hot hand. He's been the one that's been dragging them through it. Fancy has been finding a couple of kills this round as well. Zistu gone, so this A side exposed. The defensive for Oxygen just isn't working out because Purple Cobra's on attacker. They have really found a second stride, a second win that is bringing them through this.
13 all set for OT to continue. Have to go for this retake, obviously. On the Oxygen side, Mitez is hunting for frags here. Turco will fall though. He gets a good headshot on one player on the wall bank. Flashpoint into that corner, does get the kill back, but an aftershock can catch up some damage. There's the kill. Second OT up to the board here, Yumi. We've hit stalemate. Cobras with this comeback and Oxygen unable to finish the job.
Yeah, both of the attacker sides just that much stronger, it feels like. An 8-0 run on the attacker side for Purple Cobras. They had that blip in the radar for Oxygen. You know, a few rounds go the way of the Cobras when they're on the defensive, so there's maybe that chance if they maintain that consistency that they topple this one, that comeback story. We talk about romanticizing it, but that would certainly be a way to get there.
I think the team that takes the next defensive round is going to be the winner of this matchup, this map up at the very least. Of course, the series is a very different story, but you get the point. Mid control on the catwalk here for the Oxygen side, leaning into that default, trying to lean out towards the market entrance where Mitez and Co. That's going to be a lot of information. That recon dart has seen 3 players total to the defensive.
And without forced rotations, yeah, look how quickly they're trying to progress in towards the side. Machina gonna get some distance. Oh, Hogstar does shut the first, Machina the second, and Machina's doing work over towards the A side, but Mavera still alive and kicking. Mitez as well, chiming through. So it's into a 3-on-2. They have the site, but there's close rotations. They have to be worried now about the approaching players here from Purple Cobras. Oxygen can't get this spike planted.
Being forced back, the isolated kill. Shot dart is gonna get Mitez to fall. Mavera looking for info on the Heaven player. 30 seconds remaining for him. Needs to get this plant in. Needs to force the issue, but with his teammate down, the whole task got a lot more difficult. Going to peek into 2 individuals on the short control. It's going to be as difficult as anything. And Bladini's got the kill. That's the defensive round that the Purple Cobras will need. 14-13. And now Oxygen teetering on the edge of losing all the advantage.
This would be brilliant, but heartbreaking if Oxygen got their defensive round that they so desperately wanted earlier on. Because they need it. It has been attacker-sided in this particular matchup. But the Purple Cobras, they have all the momentum. They're the ones on that comeback story. It's lingering in the back of Oxygen's minds. This was their game to win, and Oxygen, they go for a peek on Sistu, and Fancy's prepared.
To start ready, and the first contact peek in, the kill goes the way of the Cobras, and Machina looking for more in the mid control. He's been so stellar with these entry frags, with these aggressive plays. There's Mites and Toronto though, overwhelming, taking the two players down and dropping that spike. That's a big trade to get them back in the rounds.
And Oxygen's defense has been pretty passive altogether, so they instead take the aggression right to them. Machina trying to take up his staple position that he's had on this attacker side. Does navigate past the window room, looking for some kind of a spawn play, but will he be expecting? There's a player deep spawn holding for it, and he's gonna leave his back exposed. Movera, that's an easy frag for him to line up. Surely not. They get so close. They get the defender round they needed, but Oxygen are doing a much better job of shutting them down. Vladidi in towards the B side. Hugstar there to support and find a frag, but there's still one more to deal with.
Turco swings, sees both, takes one, does get dealt with by the Boombot. Vladidi and the spike on his back, and two players to find. This would be a heroic clutch to get this map up together. Taking damage, 38 HP. 13 seconds to get the spike in, and unfortunately, they're closing in the pincers. Finally, spike plant behind hard cover. So a chance to get these frags in, but they're still forcing the issue. He's got to go for it right now. Paranoid by the omen of the opposing half, and again taking a face, hoping to win this on kills, but Toronto will close it out as we go 14 all. Never mind about the first team winning the defensive rounds. Seems like this will go back and forth, whichever team steps up to the plate.
As soon as one team gets the defensive round, the other's like, yeah, we can do that as well. Okay. I see the game you're playing here. Simon says, great at that as a kid, but my days, they are making this really, really difficult to call. It has to be two straight. Neither of them has been able to get that level of consistency across the sides. But look at the early stack in from Oxygen. Rarely it's a faster B play or a contact play towards B, so this may catch them out. But look at what Purple Cobras have lined up. 3 players positioned.
A minute and 13 into this round. There's going to be a fast play coming out from the Oxygen side. The shock dart trying to do some damage to get rid of that first kill. Vladidi, Fancy, 2 kills to be found. Paranoia will catch Fancy for a bit of blindness here. They'll try and return back to their own right. Recon Bolt dealt with, but this dude's going to give up his position quite consistently here. That Recon Bolt's still on him. They get Mavera, Mites with a trade back, 3 on 2. They're so low in the back of the side. They just have to get these kills back and they'll be able to secure it overall, but a rotation could be inbound. The spike's been dropped to the back lines. They're going to get this kill towards market at the very least and just deal with those 2 players in the back house. They do swing on back and get nothing. 6-2 lines them up, but doesn't get Fancy as well. And Mites leaning in from stairs, 35 seconds, needs that final pick, reposition from the Sova. Fancy set headshot being seen. Mites is all the info to work with, just needs that headshot. He can't land it still, swings out, tries to get the 1 pixel gap he needs, and he'll win the fight for them. 3 kills to clutch it for Oxygen and get match point once again.
They stayed alive for so long in the back of the site. I thought that was it. I thought the round was over. Oxygen just couldn't crack into it safely. But Mites steps up. The rotations were cut off. They were stuck at the back of the site for so long. And after finally breaking the curse, that dry spell on that defensive side, maybe, just maybe, they can chain 2 together. This game almost let slip Purple Cobras. It would be heartbreak if this is where the comeback stops.
The pressure continues to mount. Overwhelming at this stage for most, but not for these 2 teams. 1-for-1 trades. Oxygen coming up good with the 2 trills back over towards the B side play. Now here they make their way into A. Cyber Cage up, they spot that Cypher. Fancy can't make his way forward though. Will shock dart and try and force him further away. A second Cyber Cage will go up, and Mites holding the defensive now. Sees the man, sprays through, gets for DD to fall. 2 left standing for the Purple Cobras, and the most magical comeback may come come to a head. They have to get the trades. They have to hit A.
They don't know which way to go about this. There's pressure towards short, towards tree room, and now the rotations will come through because the recon dart gives up the game. They're doubling up together, seeing if they can siphon this rotate off before committing to anything fancy. Good for the first kill. They get the second on Mitez as well. There's a pathway. They can make it to this B site.
They're going through main as well. No one's coming in from market, so the rotations will just get towards the main entrance over on the CT side as well. Fancy taking contact first. There is a turret there. 15 seconds. No one's watching it flash in. Turret going to catch off the first of Fancy. He'll get that kill. Just let to secure the spike, and the retake is on here. Got to get that plant in, open towards the one entryway in the back house. Shock darts up, excuse me, that's a recon dart, I should be more specific. Hunter's Fury at the right time. Mavera just going to have made it, but Taco will fall. They saw that second player though. Mavera on to keep this going for Oxygen. These two last standers here for the Purple Cobras on defense. Take contact, take tag, shock dart into the back lines and also onto the site, trying to force the issue. No info on that second man. He's playing passive and playing for face. Mavera just can't seem to find what he needs. Puts that shot dart back there, but Nicksoon is going to get the kill. And the Cobras with a last-second recovery. Oxygen had them dead to rights. Dead to rights, but still, somehow, they keep the dream alive.
I can't believe it. That's another 2 versus 4. We had one in regulation as well when we had that initial comeback from the Purple Cobras. This time it's a rotationary play. They fake them out. Oxygen so committed to the idea that they have to go A. Oh my days. 30 kills for Fancy. On the other side, it's Mitez. It's really...
Camera taken out.
Or Vladidi, sorry. So strong from either side. As soon as one may just be out of it, that's where the clutches have been. This has been a game of clutch rounds and calls from either side of the coin.
A game of clutches, a game of thrills, a game of back and forth momentum, overtime picks, and neither team willing to give it up. But Oxygen again on the attacking side, going to try and force this issue onto the short control. Hugster with a trade. Mitez will get him to return. 4v3 now. Fancy up here, covered off by dark cover. Still sneaks through it though. Like this Omen sees him. Mitez gets the kill. A bit too much aggression this time for the Purple Cobras. And now Vladidi stands alone on the B site. His teammates rotating to join him. A site easy for a plant, easy for a retake.
They'll recon dart it just to be safe, but we can see that there's nobody close.
30 seconds left.
Leading the pathway in. They spot nobody, so the spike safely to go down. And it has to be a contest. Every single round in the overtime as crucial as another.
Spike planted.
Can they perform the same heroics once again? Surely not. A 2-on-4 on the defender side, so much more difficult.
What can they do from here? Open up the window for Nicksoon, tapping up, hoping to catch something. Will Aftershock his way into the dark position. His information is going to get revealed. Toronto with that spray through the wall, easy as chips. The operator can't get anything left to save at this stage. I mean, they can't even save a single round at OT. And that's going to be the kill for Toronto. Uses the...
Switching sides.
What's it called? I've forgotten the name now at this stage. Showstopper, there it is. Honestly, like at this stage, all I'm calling out is names, clutches, and kills, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's all we've had to really shout about for these past few rounds. And Oxygen, once again, a match point. How many lifelines do they have left? A cat has 9. It feels like a Cobra has 20.
Revealing area.
I don't even know what to weigh this up as anymore. Like, how long can this keep going? We had a 2018 overtime at one point, if I'm being told correctly about this. I wonder if this will even get close to that matchup. It's already pretty deep as it stands. into the mid control here for the Cobras. Camp got players set towards the A main aggression, no presence seen towards short and the garden area. The lean ups towards the B side also being fruitless. No contact, no kills, no damage.
And again, they have this standardized alarm bot through mid. Makin has not really been in this position too often, but he does clear it out, so they know that there's somebody in this position. They're setting up for a wrapping play and the ability to cut the rotations off once again. Mitez on the other side does spot out the bit of presence, but he's making noise, and Makin, and that's his time to strike. An opening pick, this B bomb site now becomes a lot more exposed. They may pull the trigger now.
My eyes are down.
So passive info up, Cyber Cage up, Ben McKenna does not win the fight on Toronto.
Left.
Mavera with the second kill. Turco now on the site alongside the Sova of Mavera, and they're waiting for more players to feed their way onto them. Toronto gets a kill. Nixon will get that trade back, and again, Fancy holds it. 2-on-2 situation. Spike's making its way in towards A. This is going to be a very last second rotation. I don't think they've got time to kill the Spike powder. Oh, Mavera! Last headshot at the last second, and Oxygen needed to take that play to take this round and take this series on Ascent. 2-0 to their name, but what a fight posted up by the Purple Cobras.
Unbelievable. They almost pull it off again. A fast rotate to the other side. That would have been ridiculous if they'd gotten that to work. And this time they don't fall victim to it. Great recognition at the end from Mavera. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but that's not indicative of what he did there in the overtime. So crucial. Fancy, Mitez, 31 and 32 apiece. It was back and forth all the way through. We said it in the cast. A game of clutches all the way through.
I honestly thought we were going to another OT off the back of those 2 kills coming back in for the attacking side. I'm just so in disbelief that they were even to hold on even at that final hurdle, man. Like, holy crap. I can't even believe that we just saw what we just saw. That was an absolutely insane matchup. Easily the best one that I've covered personally so far here in this tournament. And we'll bring back Yinsu. I hope you are just as on the edge of your seat as we are, because, oh my goodness, what a game.
Oh, I was so close to being able to say, I told you so. This is what Purple Cobras do. They perform under pressure. Like, I don't know what it is about this team, but there are just some teams that like being backed into a corner, you know, a bit like a Cobra, I guess. They bite. That's when they bite back. You got to force them into bad situations, and they were so close. I do feel a little bit heartbroken for them, I'm not gonna lie. Of course, we'd all like to see a map 3, but all the Turkish fans, I'm sure, and all of the Oxygen fans must be delighted with that result. But I feel like, you know, back to the drawing board for Oxygen as well. You know, they've got a bigger match to prepare for in, I guess, 40 minutes at 7 p.m. And they can't play like that against Summon FC. You give Summon FC 8 rounds on T side, that's game over. They're not going to take that into OT, let's be honest. But yeah, what was your takeaway from that game, guys, from the Oxygen side?
I mean, it just seemed like, yeah, I'll start. It just seemed like they got the ball rolling early and then just never changed their setups. It led to a reaction from Purple Cobras where they get aggressive and they're taking far more risks. When, like you said, backed into a corner, that's when they bite back. And we saw just the aggression that Makino was implementing across the rounds. We were saying it. Tree area, that was his domain. Constantly applying pressure there, and they just didn't know how to react off of it.
Yeah,
No.
Jay, you had something to say.
I was basically going to say a similar sort of thing. I think they got really complacent, so they stopped sort of bringing the elevation to the table. They stopped fighting to catch off the Cobra's side. They stopped fighting to adjust against them. They constantly had the same setups, the same positions, that everything, you know, all the same. It felt like towards the end of it, and you know, the aggression that came through from the Cobra's side, especially from Makina, man. Like, I don't know how he does it, but the number of times he can push forward and just get kills on attacking forces, like, you should not be allowed to do that. Like, someone had to shut him down for the Oxygen side, and the reason why they got so close, because I think no one tried to mark him off, no one tried to close him down.
I mean, yeah, I just think there's a lot of positives we can take away from Purple Cobras, of course, like you guys have just mentioned. I don't think they should be disappointed with the performance they put on, albeit split, they do have to work on, but, you know, Ascent was not the map that we anticipated them winning, and they took Oxygen to literally down to the wire. I believe this is probably the longest OT we've seen at epic.LAN so far in this tournament. From the other results I've seen, I haven't seen anything nearly as long as that. 15-17 the final score was. I think we've had a couple that went to 15-13. But yeah, 15-17 is a long one. Yeah, back to my original question, I guess. Oxygen going forward, what do they need to work on? They've got a bit of a break now to maybe regroup, and I suspect they would have to play on Ascent again versus Summon in a best of 5, not a best of 3 now. What does that make you guys feel a little bit less confident in Oxygen, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about that one as well.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a teeth either. I definitely believe that they weren't showing us the same style of play that they had in earlier lower bracket games or earlier games within the bracket stage, just because it felt as though they, like we've touched on already, but they got complacent. They didn't play a style that was unpredictable. We saw it at the early stages of the defensive half, and then when Purple Cobras start to answer back with rounds, it's almost like they turtle up, they turtle in and just don't take any of those risks, because I think they begin to feel that the game slips away. So if they get put into those high pressure situations again, I don't doubt that they'll make some really solid mid-round reads, but I think the initial setups are really what strikes them as being a weakness.
What do you think, Jay?
I think that there was a level, again, of complacency against the Purple Cobras because Oxygen had beaten them before. So for me, on the flip side of that coin, I don't think they'll be as complacent against a team like Summon FC. I think that they know how good those guys are. They obviously lost to them in the upper bracket finals, but they also took a map away, so they know what it's like, and they know how to beat that team. They know what they need to do in order to make magic, essentially, in this grand final. So, like, while I feel like there's a possibility that yes, they could do, especially if they get a good confident map in, say, to start off the series, I don't think that it will be nearly as complacent as they are. They won't rest on their laurels like they did on the last map of this Purple Cobra series. I think that they're really gonna drive it home. They're gonna have to do some preparation in the next 40 minutes or so. But Oxygen, I think, are gonna put up a decent fight at the very least.
Before we dive a bit deeper into that grand final, I just wanted to get your sort of impressions on what you made of Purple Cobras this tournament. You know, their roster, I think, formed around 3 weeks ago. The team, the brand, has been around for a while, and I think that consisted originally of Hugstar and Fancy, and they obviously rebuilt with this new team. So I do believe this is their second, maybe third. I think it's their second tournament they've entered as this 5 roster. How have you made their performances, and have they impressed you? I'll come to you first, Yumi.
Yeah, Hugstar always seemed to be in strong enough places to perform the role he was getting at. Obviously, it didn't feel as though the ability usage was the strongest of suits, but primarily scaling bomb sites, it was really a strength for them. So carrying that was fantastic. The same could be said for Fancy. The ability to use I say the same could be said, but I prioritize the ability usage on Fancy so much more, especially playing a role like Sova, primarily because we saw fantastic Hunter's Fury, some good lineups as well for when they were trying to break into those sites. So I am impressed with how they played individually. Obviously, every player needs to work on certain individual things, but it didn't seem like there was anything that stood out as being a poor performance at all from either of them, especially with Fancy getting so many kills in that particular game when they needed him to step into those clutcher 2v4 moments. That's where he really shone bright.
Jay, what's been your favorite thing about this roster?
Honestly, how much of an improvement it is upon the last Purple Cobras roster, actually, because I remember seeing that roster in the previous, in the last Ignition Series qualifier. I believe it was Allied Odyssey, and seeing those guys, how they sort of capitulated whenever they faced off resistance, and especially amongst the likes of BBL when they fell in the semi-finals. You know, seeing those guys sort of like, you know, fall apart when they had challenges of their own right, but comparing it to this roster, where when they were faced against a really hard task in the Oxygen side, they came alive and they were able to channel their inner firepower to really like drive home a potential like third map. You know, so for me, like just comparing it, seeing they already won their first tournament they played in the Rix Cup, you know, seeing them come up against top tier European opposition, like I think they've had a really stellar time so far, and I'm really excited to see what the future of this roster has for them, because there's so much potential in this 5 map.
And Jay, all three of us have watched this roster play this over this weekend in the last 3 days. Is there any advice you'd give these guys? You know, you casted their games now. You've given a bit of insight into them. They're still very fresh, and of course, they're definitely going to be having their eyes on First Strike, which is going to be coming up soon. So, yeah, what advice would you give to these guys going forward?
I'd say try and support Machina, especially for Machina as well. Try get a bit more consistent because, like, I think if you can constantly get those entries and get straight into to sites on the attacking forces and do that damage as you were doing in the course of the series is today, like, you know, like the main issue for him is the fact that he wasn't consistent. So I think some supportive elements to get him to be as a star of a fragger as he really is, and of course the setup to you know just pop off with 30 kills a map up could actually be a brilliant way in and a brilliant little improvement point for them.
What about you, Yumi? Any last words for these guys?
Yeah, I would definitely say confidence. The big thing with facing an opponent against Oxygen, especially towards the end there, is that it seemed to be that they were a lot more confident in the fights that they were taking, the risks that they were willing to take. A game like Valorant, a game like Counter-Strike, similar in their veins, it has to come down to whether you think you're going to win the fight before you take it. And it feels like when they went into it, especially with Oxygen mustering so many rounds on the defender side, and then they get into attacker, and it's just, oh, maybe we're down and out. Maybe this is it. That's where you need those players to step up, and that's where I agree with Jay. Supplementing and implementing somebody to support players like Machina or Fancy, who had some great performances from them, could be a really good win condition for them moving forward.
That's a really good advice, guys. I hope some of the players who might still be watching in stream and chat are listening to this and definitely take that away. And again, guys, don't be too sad. We all loved having you in this tournament, and it was great to see how you were able to perform. But before we say goodbye to these guys, we do have an interview with their, I believe, captain, Vlad Ade. Vlad, are you there? Hello?
Hello, I was
Hey!
Hello,
Hello, Vlad. Well, I interviewed you the last time, I think 3 weeks ago when your roster had just formed, and I'm so happy I get to catch up with you again this time. So, I'm so sorry that your epic.LAN journey has come to an end. How was the tournament for you? What was your takeaway from this?
I'm kind of disappointed a bit, and I'm so tired because it was a long tournament since this morning, 10 a.m. It was like, oh, but yeah, we are happy about our performance, but kind disappointed about this loss, mainly on Ascent after this comeback, like 8 or 9 run in T side, and we finally lost. Yeah, it was kind sadness, you know.
Well, if there's anything I know about your team is that I know you guys spend a lot of time on the server. You spend a lot of time perfecting your strats and your maps. Did you watch any of the Oxygen games going into this? I know you played them already before, so you probably had some balls to go over. Was there any sort of anti-stratting going on this Ascent map particularly?
We already played against them on Prague and on Official 2, but their game style with Cypher and Killjoy is like so boring. Like you can't go. You have to check everywhere, every corner, you shoot everyone on the floor. You know, okay, one trap, camera, destroy, boom, blood. This it's like it's after one best of 3 against them, you are like dead.
Yeah, I don't think you're the only player that complains about that. I think a lot of players that play against them do find that extremely frustrating. But outside of that, are there any positives you take away? Because the last time I spoke to you, you know, you only had 3 days, I think you told me, before an official tournament, and you went on to win it. This time you came so close. You know, it was just one more map separating you and the grand final, but you've had a bit more time to prepare now. How strong is your team now, in your point of view?
So there's 2 different phases of our team, because on Prague, the past week on Prague was just a disaster. We just I don't know, we just lost every round. We don't practice, but on the tournament, I'm so proud of my teammate because we show another mentality. And when we lost, we are here, well, we can win. Let's go come back, we know. And no, I'm very happy about our performance during the tournament, but we need it during all the time, you know, Prague and tournament. So we need to fix it and work on it to improve faster.
One thing I wanted to speak to you about is that ninja defuse from Machina in the tournament. You know,
Yeah,
he was the last person left alive. I think it
yeah,
was a 1v4 or 1v5.
1v5.
Yeah, 1v5. What was the comms like in that scenario? Was that his choice to go for the ninja defuse? And did you guys sort of just let him do it, or were you giving him instructions?
There is no word on TeamSpeak. When guys died, we never speak because you are died, so can't speak. But like when I see the Sova pushing front of him short and don't check the corner, I said, yeah, there is one possibility to win this round. And yeah, it's happening. So it was like we just laughing on TeamSpeak, like what the fuck, how it can be possible? It was like, yeah, it was like, I think it's the first Ninja Diffuse like this. Like it's impressive because
Yeah, I mean, it was the first. I think that was probably the best ninja defuse I've seen in Valorant. I haven't seen many, if any, but that was really enjoyable for us to watch. And of course, he's had a tremendous tournament. You know, everyone here is very, very complimentary of the way that he's been able to play. And of course, I know you and him sort of decided to rebuild, you know, this Purple Cobras roster, and it's definitely working out pretty well for you guys. So are you happy about that? And what's it like to play with a player who's so talented?
yeah, I'm happy to play with them and to take back the Cobra story, you know, back on the scene. But we need to improve and win each tournament, or at least be in final and beat the big organization like G2 or NIP, like because we never play in official against them, just only in Prague. So we need to prove above for everyone because just a tournament without G2 or NIP or you know FPX is not like the same, you know, I think.
Last time I spoke to you, you said that you thought Summon FC looked a little bit scary as a team. I don't know if you've managed to watch any of their games. I know you guys didn't end up facing them in an official, but what do you make of their chances in this final? Which team are you backing, Oxygen or Summon FC?
I think Smud because his booster is the bro, so yeah, Smud will win for sure. I think so, yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And before we say goodbye to you, I'd like to just open this up to Jay and Yumi. Do you guys have any questions for Vladede?
Yeah, I've got one. I want to go back to Ascent very quickly for you guys because obviously that map was absolutely mad. Honestly, like we were having so much fun watching you guys constantly come back. But you were down at 12-5 at one point. I want to know what happened for you guys because that we had you written off. Like you were dead to rights to the Oxygen side. They should have beaten you right there and then. How did you guys bring that comeback?
We do a break, I think, and we discuss about how they're playing because we need to find a solution in T side to how we can go on site and when it's Killjoy or Cypher against you without dying, like with Molotov or Trap or everything. So we discuss about it and we find a solution just to take our time to take A main, B main, and try to do a lot of pressure on A to back the guy on for the guy on B back on A. I have timing so on B I can do something, you know. After I do something on B, we can do something on A because it's like this when you play against Cypher or Killjoy or from the team, you know, to switch bomb site and just find the timing, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't ever want to play against a Cypher Killjoy either. Yeah, you have to, as a team, you have to really, really back that sort of play style for that to work. And yeah, I guess it did work for Oxygen. Yumi, do you have any questions for Vladede?
Yeah, to sort of touch on the same thing as Jay, when you're in that position and you get yourself into so many clutches, say it's Fancy and Nixun, I know that they were in a couple. Are the comms flooded? Is one of them taking leadership? What's the sort of atmosphere in the voice communications? Is there somebody that really takes the charge and leads you in a direction?
When the guy will have Iron Clutch, we doesn't talk, just like be careful, they have ults or important information, you know. The guy die just can speak only if I can give good information for the guy alive. So no, all the people are playing alone their clutch, or we can just advise maybe, you know, fight together or take this area because there is a timing or something like that. But yeah, Fancy was like impressive me for this tournament. It was like crazy with his Sova. It's like wow. Yeah, Fancy stepped up a lot of and I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, we're a big fan of him here, of course. UK boy, we have to support him. Great to see him do well. Well, that's all the time we have with you, Vlad. Thank you so much for
Thanks
the
to you
interview.
again.
It's always great to speak to you, and thank you, of course, to your team for participating in this tournament. It was great to have you.
I'm gonna to sleep now.
Have a good sleep.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye, Vlad. Have
Cheers,
a good
thank
sleep.
Good luck.
Now, of course, like I said, we had to say goodbye to Purple Cobras, but we have an incredible grand final coming up between Summon FC and Oxygen. Please, please, please do not go anywhere, guys. There's more of Valorant after this. welcome to the grand finals of the epic31 Logitech G Valorant tournament. It's been 3 days full of jam-packed Valorant tournament action, and we are down to just 2 teams. It's a Summon FC and Oxygen Esports. One of these teams at the end of our best of 5 will go take away the epic31 title, as well as a cut of the prize pool. I am joined by, as you can see, Raptros and Rook. Guys, we've been through a lot together. We've even casted and worked together on a lot of finals. How excited are you guys for this final showdown?
This is going to be absolutely brilliant, especially if we get very similar maps to what we saw, what was last up on the stream with that map 2 with Oxygen and the Purple Cobras. If we get that for this grand final, that would be absolutely fantastic. Both teams have an extortionate amount of talent on their roster here in the European scene, and this is going to be a titanic battle between the two.
Rook, this has got to be up there, right? As one of the, I think, the best Valorant finals that the 3 of us at least have worked on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really excited to see these teams go at it. We've already had a little bit of a sneak preview, as we said before, in the upper finals. This is a rematch for Oxygen, and they're really looking to stake their claim on that title. And Summon FC have looked, well, definitely fallible over this tournament, but when it comes down to those relevant matches and to the clutch, they've looked so darn good as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the thing that's going to push them over the edge if the game is going to go that way. You know, they are so organized. I think we've spoken about this before. They're very organized, they're very structured, and they have a good game plan. And if there's anything I know about these guys is they would have definitely spent a decent amount of time looking over their last game, their VODs, looking over what Oxygen do, and especially given the fact that Oxygen gave them 17 rounds of Ascent to watch last game. So I think they're going to be pretty prepared, but of course, on the other side, Oxygen are also a team that are very structured. I'd almost say that they have quite similar play styles. Yeah, so what are you guys most looking forward to? I know that, Raptros, you said that you want, you know, maps that we've seen before, but, you know, realistically, how do you think this is going to go down?
I mean, we potentially might get to see all 4 maps that Valorant has to offer in this particular patch. So, you know, that is certainly a very real possibility. The important thing here is going to be the order of those maps, which might play a very crucial role, because if we get to something like an Ascent, for example, Summon FC don't tend to play that map. They've only played it twice in officials over their existence.
100% win rate, though. 100% win rate.
100% win rate. They can't be too well practiced on it unless it's a pocket pick that they can bring out here. Like you've already mentioned, they got a lot of information from that previous game about how Oxygen plays Ascent. So they might be coming into this a little bit more prepared than they perhaps would have been if they didn't get all that information. But again, this has the potential to be a close one. These two went to 3 maps when they had their best of 3 earlier on in the upper bracket. I think we can see a similarly close game here today. I wouldn't be surprised if we go all 5.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And before I move on to you, Rook, I just wanted to explain that because it is a best of 5, and because Summon FC are the team that breezed all the way through the upper bracket, and they are the team that secured that spot first, they will be getting a 1 map advantage in this best of 5, which means they will be starting with a 1-0. It's a pretty standard common practice. I think this is probably the best way to go about a competition like this, when especially you don't have 5 maps yet. But of course, that's going to change in a couple of weeks. So this means that they'll get to choose whether they pick the first map or not. And I suspect they will, because like I can't imagine any team wouldn't want that kind of advantage. But as you said, Raptros, they can't avoid Ascent this time round, because Oxygen will pick Ascent. And I would be extremely surprised if that isn't their second pick right off the bat after Summon's pick. So Rook, you know, if we do get to see something like the Split first, which is a map that Summon are very strong on, albeit they did lose to Oxygen the last time they played Split, and then having to play that Ascent, how much of an advantage is that 1 map sort of being given to them ahead of the game?
Well, I think if you have that, you're able to kind of try and catch up with someone where you can. Honestly, I think Split can really go either way. As much as Oxygen beat them on it last time, Summon are a strong team. They have a lot of history on Split. They've done very well. And I look at Ascent, and as much as I, again, look at Oxygen and go, very strong team, impressive stuff. And in that last game, they did manage to clutch it out. But you say 100% win rate, but a little bit of a worrying performance in that last game. So they're really going to have to prove to us that they can perform so darn well on Ascent. Otherwise, I really think Summon FC might still take that one. They're going to have to fight for every single map they want to take.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I say that like 100% losing because they played it twice. And I don't think they've played it with TSAC on the roster. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have played it with TSAC on the roster, but with Dinks on the roster, I remember them playing it twice and winning twice, and it was very much not their pick. So I don't think it's a big secret that Oxygen will definitely try and exploit that. And they haven't actually played each other on Ascent before. These are two teams that have never played each other before on Ascent, so I think it's going to be quite interesting. One thing I kind of want to address is that in this tournament, you know, we've seen some really high quality Valorant. We've had the highest of the highs, you know, with teams like these two, and also some mixes down below, you know, some uni scene, some just like random players, I think, sort of wanted to sign up to prove themselves. But there is a disparity I've noticed between sort of teams that have been signed with orgs and teams haven't. I don't want to say anything like bad about Rick's GG, but for a team that's on salary, they're salary to play Valorant, they have an org. For them to sort of not make it as far as a team like Purple Cobras, who don't have an org, they haven't found a home yet. Sort of tells us something, I think, about the scene right now. And in this final, Oxygen have an org, they have a backing, and Summon FC have come up, they've done this independently with no support. So I feel like there's a story here, you know, between a team that is like has a lot of backing, has a lot of fans. You just have to look at Twitch chat to see how many fans Oxygen have. And then Summon, who I think in that aspect are sort of underdogs. So yeah, what do you guys make of this dynamic, I guess? I'll come to you first, Raptros.
Well, it kind of depends because some of these mixed teams or some of these unsigned teams, to reference a team that we had early on, they are waiting more for an org that will be able to give them more support than some bedroom org, as we call them. These small orgs that you know, sort of pick up these very lower tier players and try to make something happen at the very grassroots level. They want a more professional organization, maybe a big name in esports to pick them up. So that might be what a team like Summon is waiting for a big name to pick them up rather than just going with any random org. But at least for Ricks, you do bring them up there. I think they kind of we're relying more on their star power, more on their name brand when it comes to the players coming from Counter-Strike. They're very, very potent UK Counter-Strike players, and unfortunately, they didn't really turn up here today or in this tournament, and didn't go quite as far as perhaps we expected them to. Didn't expect them to go into the finals, but expected them to give it a little bit of a better run than they did. But yeah, I really do want to see these Summon guys get signed by some org at some point in the future. I mean, whether they win or lose today, I think they really well and truly deserve it.
What do you think, Brooke? Do you think, you know, there's definitely a few teams in this tournament that maybe deserve to get a look by some of the orgs out there?
I mean, honestly, if you're looking for teams like that, Vandal only had a really great showing against Summon themselves, and also through the rest of this tournament. Definitely some teams that I'd really look to pick up, and I think Vandal only, Summon FC are ones that jump out at me and look really, really good on the day.
I feel like this could honestly be one of the last big tournaments before we go into First Strike. I know a lot of teams don't want to play anymore than they have to before First Strike, because that opens you up to potentially being anti-stratted. That opens you up to being potentially in a difficult position where you have to grind more, and it's sort of like giving you a mental strain. So, I mean, I don't want to say it, but I feel like this could, you know, be the last time before First Strike. I think is about a month's time before we see the likes of Summon or Purple Cobras or Oxygen sort of play and participate in a tournament again. So I don't know if that changes anything for you guys, how you feel about this grand final. For me, I'm a little bit sentimental about it because I feel like it's definitely going to be a while until we see some top tier Valorant sort of showing. But looking at First Strike, you know, how big of an indication is this tournament going into a tournament like First Strike? Because we know the likes of G2 and FPX and Team Liquid, they'll be there. You know, there's 4 qualifiers. Yes, maybe one of them might get an upset at some point, but they're expected to be there. That leaves 5 so 8 teams altogether. So that leaves 5 more slots. How likely do you think those will be taken up by the teams we've seen in this tournament?
They can definitely give it a good shot. Both of these teams actually coming into the First Strike tournament. If you look at the VLR rankings, they're ranked 4th and 6th respectively in Europe. So they should have a decent chance of getting at least into the early stages of that first strike tournament. They definitely can qualify, but maybe there are some unknown teams, sort of further down the order that might be able to rise to stardom when it comes to that competition. There's still, a decent amount of time before we get the qualifier started. So, yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting one. But I hope to see both of these teams really rise to the top as far as Europe is concerned.
What do you think, Rook? I know you mentioned Vandal only out there just now, and I definitely think people should be keeping an eye on them as well. But yeah, how do you think these teams offend going into a tournament as big as First Strike?
I mean, we still have a little bit of time before then, and you'd be surprised the amount of difference that can really come. But I definitely think that teams like Oxygen, like Summon, as Raptros said, have a massive advantage going on in there, and they are strong for a reason. There's a reason why they're in these finals, and I think both of these guys, as we said, referring to the power rankings, looking super strong. And I wouldn't be surprised if they really just absolutely snatch those spots away. But as I said before, keep an eye on those young upstart teams, on the players who you weren't necessarily expecting to see here. Vandal only are my sleeper pick to potentially make it into First Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely keeping an eye on them as well, and Unsigned too. They've been great in this tournament, and we finally have the vetoes in, and I think this is going to be a huge shock to all of us. I'm kind of stunned at how the vetoes have gone. So Summon FC picked Haven first. I don't remember any time these guys played Haven first on any best of 3, best of 5 series, and then of course Oxygen have to pick that Ascent. We expected that. I personally would have thought it's an easy split pick next for Summon, given that Bind they had they sort of struggled. It was a bit tricky for them against Vandal only, but they picked Bind and left Split last. Split is their statistically best performing map. They lost. I guess they have lost to Oxygen before in that split, but that's not enough for them to then leave that last. I can't wait to ask Boaster after this game as to why they decided to go with this. But does this change anything for you guys? How do you think this will play out? Now we have to play Haven first, which is a bit more puggy for both of these teams, and then of course that Ascent.
I think Oxygen scared them in that series with their performance on Split, so that they're just going to leave it until the very last moment. They want to try and close this one out before it even gets to that point, and to front load with your 2 better maps that you had in that series going to be beneficial for them. But this could really backfire in some circumstances if Oxygen really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, what do you think, Baruch? I mean, I'm a little bit speechless right now. Speechless. I've watched every Summon FC game pretty much since the day they formed, and I've never seen a veto process like this.
I mean, it's a little bit strange. I don't think the Haven first is that weird, especially because we're just looking at that game from yesterday. They picked it first. They took them 13-8. It makes complete sense to me that they try and pick this Haven again. It looked like a good map for them. And as we said, recency bias, a lot of people kind of are knocking it, but this is a very recent match. It was literally yesterday and they lost 13-10. It makes sense to me that Summon FC would want to leave Split till maybe last and maybe trying to redouble themselves there, or maybe never let it get to that point where Oxygen can play a map where they're just so darn comfortable on. Whereas you're looking at it, Haven and Bind, Summon FC took them out 13-8. That is a pretty good scoreline for them.
What I will say is, I know we had Vladede on here for an interview earlier, and he was kind of fed up with teams that play Cypher and Killjoy at the same time on that Ascent. He was completely deflated over that, and I know that some of the Summon players, I think Boaster is one of those people that feel that way as well. So I feel like that Ascent could be very, very interesting on see how they deal with the Cypher and Killjoy compared to how Purple Cobra's dealt with it, because again, like you said, Summon FC have played Ascent twice. They've never played Ascent with TSAC. I know TSAC is an exceptional Cypher player, so it'd be interesting to see if he's going to play Cypher on Ascent, or maybe Summon FC go, we're just going to beat you at your own game. We're going to put TSAC on that Killjoy and sort of serve you a little bit of your taste and how that will go. Because Purple Cobras didn't do that. But of course, Machina on that Cypher was also really strong. So I guess if, Summon FC maybe shake it up a bit. And like I said, these two have never played each other on Ascent. And how sort of does that wider or heighten their chance of maybe taking that Ascent home? And if they do take that Ascent home, I think it's going to make it a whole lot easier for them.
Well, it's very difficult to say. I'll return to what I said before, though. Summon FC were able to watch that previous VODs and try and figure out in limited time, yes, figure out what Oxygen were doing on Ascent. Maybe Oxygen are going to be aware of that and start to change things up. That is also an option out there, but Ascent's going to be the big battleground. It's going to be our map too. We've got Haven before we even get to that point, and I just can't wait to get this thing started. I'm seeing the R's in the lobby chat right now, so we are not too far away.
Yeah, I know we're not too far away. I'm definitely really hyped for this, and I hope you guys are as well. It's the best of 5. We should really have all 4 maps, bringing all 4 maps to you. But first, we are going to be going to that Haven. This is the grand finals of the epic31 Logitech G Valorant tournament, and I will let your lovely casters take you guys through Haven.
Thank you very much, Sue. We will indeed spam that shoe as the chat lights up with that one. But we are about to head into our first map here of the grand final of epic31 Online. Our first ever Valorant tournament here at epic.LAN, presented to you by Logitech G. I'm just rubbing my hands together, Rook, because this is going to be fantastic.
Oh, it absolutely is. You couldn't ask for 2 better teams. They played each other. The game went the full way. The series went the full way. Here in a best of 5, exactly expecting the same thing. I am so darn excited. Oxygen are so hyped to watch, and Summon FC bring out some of the best strats I've seen from EU Valorant. So I am absolutely ecstatic to get this one underway, and what a better place to start than Haven.
And the players will know the pressure that is on their shoulders. Some players crack under that sort of pressure. They don't turn up sometimes to games like this, but others, they relish in it, they bathe in it, they want that encouragement to go forward and try to take fights, take duels, pull off clutches, which is why this game potentially is going to be so fantastic. We are loading into Haven right now, so we're just a couple of moments away from getting ourselves into game here, Rook. It's just about to get started. Our first ever grand final for Valorant here at epic.LAN. Oh, there we go. We're actually into the pistol rounds then. So let's get the game on screen. It's grand final time here at epic31 as Oxygen starts off on the defense, Summon on the offense, and we get a look at the agents.
And here is the Killjoy coming out for Turco. Not running the Cypher like we've seen historically on this, and like Sack is for his team. It's interesting to see Oxygen really playing around with this and bringing a couple of different things, but it's no surprise to see double Sova and double Breach coming out here as Toronto picks up that Jet, and that belies a little bit of that operator play coming through.
Yeah, here we go. What's the setup like for Summon then in this round? Looks like they're all crowded out outside of A. The caution pings have already been sent out there as now we get ourselves underway for the first round of this grand final. Summon all still stacked up here outside of window, not committed to anything just yet. Oxygen looking to try and take some early control from A. There's a big wide peak there from that Sova from the site, but no further aggression just yet. So Summon group up and move forward silently. They'll have to try and wrestle long control away from Oxygen here, but it looks like Oxygen has just given that one up for now, so someone can try to take some territory. Slowly does it then on this pistol round. Someone's still yet to take control of A short here, where two Oxygen players reside. It's going to be a big old brawl here towards short in just a couple of moments' time. The smoke's already out from that Omen as T-Sack opens up the grand final with a great little headshot into Existu. And now there's the trade, but those are the entries here for Summon FC as they secure control of the A bomb site. But Oxygen has so quick retakes.
They do. Toronto's coming on in, dashes right on through to their demise, and Mo will be able to take him out. It's 2 players now looking for this retake against 4. This is going to be difficult for Oxygen here.
Yep, it is. Spike taking down away. 2 players left here for Oxygen. They've used the buddy system. They work their way in, but they go straight into the crosshair of Mo. Double headshot to finish off the first round of the grand final. Summon FC take the early advantage here in the first map. They already have the early advantage in terms of the series due to coming from the upper bracket, but that's the confidence boosting start that they need.
Yeah, a fantastic way to start off for Summon FC. Picking up those SMGs and looking to flex on Oxygen early on in this map. They want to be able to get that advantage early, and that's why they're even picking up these Phantoms in some of these positions, as Doma is going to lead the charge.
I mean, he's exploring towards the C side. Summon. Well, Doma just trying to tap away with that Ghost for the moment. Sends the paint shells in, but the Oxygen player really got himself out of that situation. So now he's with the smoke here. Look at this push from Oxygen, but the smoke fades, and it just allows the kills to come through from the Summon players. So Oxygen trying an aggressive play there on their eco, but it hasn't exactly worked out for them. Just tagging Mo down to low HP. Summon, the A site is the objective here in this one, and Oxygen, they don't have much to try and defend this.
I like the Moxie there from Oxygen. You need to make something happen. You need to try and use that element of surprise to your advantage to actually take control of these rounds where you are down in weaponry. But once you lose that element of surprise, once you have to make the attack onto the site, well, things aren't looking so good. It's going to be very difficult for them to really take this. They might be able to find a couple of frags, though, and that's exactly what they're looking for as Mavera pushes up.
Mavera, he can find maybe a low HP player here if he steps out a little bit. Well, if he's given the opportunity from Cubby there. The shock dart is also available, so it could be an easy kill for him here. The flash, though, from Meatez, well, in the Meatez's face is not going to be the plan, but that's a great little kill there. That spike's still ticking down too far away, so the retake here is impossible for Oxygen, but net themselves a kill, try and keep that Summon economy in check, and deny them the 3 frags at the end of the round.
Yeah, nice stuff from them to pick up at least one there. But it is going to be that buying up of rifles for both sides now. Going to be a rifle in the hands of Doma. They are really going to be the point man for this team, most likely. But you're going to see full rifles coming out from Oxygen. They are looking to take control of this. And the economy damage that they're going to get off of it, if they win this round, because they killed off Doma in that previous one, means that he won't really be able to buy up in the same way that the rest of their team will, and continue to give them an opening into the rest of these rounds. So this would normally be a bonus round, but if they lose this for Summon FC, it doesn't look as comfortable as you normally would in such a position.
Yeah, absolutely. So they do have to be careful here. They still need to take this round convincingly to keep their economy in check here. Another aggressive position for Oxygen on this A side of the map. They've had the jet push all the way through here, sitting behind the smoke, and someone will respect it for now, playing very passively at the moment, waiting for those pushes to just get a little bit too far ahead of themselves. Toronto has the angle here, spots out the Owl Drone, has to fall back off of this one, though, since he will be peeked from outside window, falls all the way back more towards the site there. But Summon FC good with these microaggressions right now. They got the smoke down towards the window. There's an opening here towards the C site. The paranoia to try and delay those rotations coming in. This should be a C site plant here for Summon, and a 5-man retake for Oxygen.
Yeah, now they have to push into these SMGs. These SMGs' value increases tenfold. They're going to be in such a great position, and managing to muscle their way on in without losing a player, is what I was going to say until they lose Mystic, was such a maneuver for them.
It really was, and now Summon trying to hold on to this post plant, but Toronto is paying dividends with that Vandal. Toronto flashed up still, but going forward despite the flash, with the help of his team, has been able to clear out players inside the site, and now Summon FC, they're trying to readjust just as that defuse is being held for the moment. There's nothing really that the IGL, Mr. Boaster, can do in this situation. Just one frag, and he's going to be able to get the hell out of there. But Oxygen, first round on the board.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Oxygen, dealing that damage to the economy of Summon FC, and you're going to see Boaster sticking on that SMG as a result of that pick that they got in the prior round. So this is now, again, an opportunity for Oxygen to just keep on piling the pressure on. And as much as you can have fantastic attacking sides on Haven, you still have to be ever so careful. When the opposing side has that weapons advantage, they could just flex on you. And with aimers like Oxygen have, like Toronto, you have to be scared.
A little bit of a faster play this time around from Summon, taking firm control, at least partially, towards this A side, and now they're looking to try and take the heads up duel with the breach to flash through the wall. The dodge, though, from Doma is now able to find the head of Existo as he tried to swing off the back of his flash, but it hasn't worked out. There's the trade for Mo, as Summon FC have the man advantage in this round. Mavera pushing up here, trying to retake these advantages. Lines up 2 under A, and now it's Oxygen Esports' round to win.
Absolutely is.
Deploying
Drone comes
drone.
out from Mavera, and it might be a little bit of an awkward timing as Doma takes that one to the bank as they get the spray down onto Turco too. Doma with some really nice play there, just about managing to keep things even. Only one more player remaining on the map for Oxygen. You have to be so careful and really big heads up play here from Summon FC. They don't commit to that A site, even though they have a player on it. They back off. They don't want to mess with Mites. They know that this man is a mean shot if they let him get it off.
30 seconds
and
left.
You can see Summon FC rotating all the way towards the C site. The turret will give the game up though, and causes the Omen to rotate all the way through the defender spawn. Mites, 1 versus 2 situation. Has 2 smokes to use, has the shadow step to try and gain a positioning advantage in this one as well. Deploys the smoke. He might even push his own smoke here in this situation. There we go. He's getting tempted by it, pushing all the way through. He might catch the Cypher on the rotation towards long. He doesn't manage to find the shot required, and now his chances in this round are dwindling. The spy cam dart is going to make things so much more complicated as he tries to find these players, both inside the long cubby. Lines up one. There's the trade required for T-Sack as he gets Summon's round.
Yeah, good stuff there from T-Sack, knowing that in the post plant, that camera is so darn effective. And it's very difficult for Mystic to really, sorry, not Mystic, Mites to do anything in that round. He knows that it's going to be hard. Still manages to get the 1 frag, some damage done, but they're back on pistols, and they're going to have to play more passive this round, or try and get one of those cheeky frags done in, and pick up a rifle and play from that.
This tournament, of course, brought to you by Logitech G. You can win a Logitech G Pro X wireless Lightspeed gaming headset if you head to epic.LAN.UK/Logitech here, as the concussion misses its mark there from Oxygen as they stack 3 players towards this A side on this map, on this particular round. And Hunter's Fury here from Mavera might be able to net a kill. It just does some decent damage instead, as Summon FC have been cut down in terms of their numbers early here in round number 5 of this first map. Mystic working his way in, still prodding and probing, and there's still players to find here for him inside of this site. Mavera is here, and the spike carrier's down. Existo with the push really finds a lot of information for his team there. Oxygen still in the driving seat as far as this round goes, but Summon, they still have options.
They absolutely do, but keep in mind, there's very little power in terms of weaponry from this team. Right now, even though they got those kills, they weren't able to turn them into rifles. So they don't have much, but the fact that you see players like Mystic being on 33 HP means they can still take these frags. If you don't see him being careful, watch out at the stairs. There he comes. This is a big opportunity
30 seconds
for Mavera,
left.
but Mystic has just about managed to slip over and under.
Yeah, absolutely.
One enemy
Mavera doesn't know this, but Mites does. As Mystic goes down and it leaves T-Sack all alone up against 3. At least he's able to commit to the spike plant, but it'll be a massive clutch play for him to be able to get anything out of this. The recon bot tagging him up. He doesn't know where that is at all, so it's an easy kill for Mavera in the end. An easy defuse for Oxygen as they narrow the gap to 1.
And that was really nice, honestly, from Oxygen. They forced up a little bit, got those SMGs, got a little bit of something else, and then used those ultimates in order to supplement the play that they were looking for that round. Used both the Jet ultimate and also that Hunter's Fury coming out from Mavera. Sure didn't actually find any kills, but the chaos it wrought and also the damage it found. You see why Mavera has 4 assists, and that is a huge part of it. Really set them up for this game, for this round, and just allowed them to take a round over what was superior weaponry.
Someone down onto a scrappy buy. Sheriffs, pieces of shield here and there. A free B bomb site though, but they do have to contend with the Killjoy utility that has been deployed on the front side of that site. They'll send their own utility in here and look to try and find the plant, but they gotta be so careful of things like that Nano Swarm, which has been popped. Doma has been able to find his way in here though to give a little bit of cover to his team as they execute the plan.
They have the showstopper as well, so they really can deal with many of these players if they don't respect that position. But Mavera, knowing there's probably going to be someone there, really doesn't want to expose himself to it.
Oh, there's the first kill though. It goes Mites' way. There's the trade though. Toronto getting this retake in full swing. Boaster here ready. He's got a rolling thunder if so required. This could be an absolutely clutch one if he decides to go for it. The spike taking down the way. The rolling thunder comes through. How many does it tag up? And can someone commit off the back of this? The Hunter's Fury is active here for Mo. He's just shooting inside the site. Let's see if he can get it done here. He's the only player left alive with Sheriff in hand. Swings out, takes out Toronto, but the spike was being held with the defuse as Oxygen find the round and draw us level.
Really nice stuff done from Avera, knowing when they have to stick it. Oxygen Summon FC trying to do what Oxygen did prior. Use that utility, use those ultimates to be able to claw around back. But it wasn't enough. They went for that B site, and it could be so difficult to hold. In spite of Mystic's brilliant play there, they weren't quite able to convert it, even after investing those ultimates. And Oxygen, as a result, take it to even and look as though they might be able to take it to the lead, as they've also got an operator in tow now for Toronto.
Oh, Toronto, you won't be able to find anything here due to the cage securing the cross for those players. Teleport from the shadows up into heaven here for Mystic to give this A approach a multi-pronged nature, and there was no one inside of heaven there to try and send him back. And now Doma's been able to secure control of the site. He even spots one towards heaven, which will be shortly dealt with by Boaster. Toronto with the response, with the op though, as the spike plant is in progress. The paranoia through blinds up Boaster as he sends his own flashes in, and now has to fight man on man inside the site. 2 kills for Boaster as he's brought the chance for Summon FC. Here goes Vincent! Triple spray down to give his team the lead.
That was beautiful there from Mitez. I really thought Summon FC had managed to clutch it back. Found that round after some brilliant opening play, honestly. Boaster finding a 3K there, but it's down to your boy Mitez. Oxygen needing that breath of fresh air, and he is totally bringing it here as he rips Summon FC open and picks up that round for their team, taking the advantage and absolutely seizing it for their team because of the economic damage dealt as a result of that. Solid stuff from Oxygen.
That was absolutely incredible. Boaster with the amazing sequence, but Mitez, anything you can do, I can do better, and it gets the 3K, 1 versus 3 to secure the round. That is absolutely exemplary there. It just goes to show the talent on both sides here. 4th and 6th in the VLR rankings for Europe, and they're showing that they certainly will remain inside those top couple of positions at the end of this event. 4-3. Oxygen have the advantage on the defense here, and they've taken some aggression towards C with that jet. So what does someone do off the back of this then? It looks like it's going to be attempted B play here if they hang around for much longer.
It will be. Well, it's starting to push up with the rest of the team, but they're going to have to play around these points of power and the weaponry that they have. And they're still walking towards this B site that can be so difficult to push it on into because of this Killjoy utility that's just sitting and waiting there. Mystic wants to look for an opportunity, but the paranoia just completely denies him a push on in.
Yeah, he was just getting ready for the shadow step forwards. He might... He is going to push this smoke here, but Turco is all over it. That Killjoy finds him, but it was a little bit of a ruse there towards B as Summon execute on the A site here. 4 versus 4 situation. Another post plant here on towards A. Boaster is even second guessing the plant at the moment. He's so scared to put that spike down and commit it here. As Mitez looking from up above. Great little shot there onto Doma. He gets stunned up, so he's neutralized for now as the rest of Oxygen prepare to work their way in. And Turco certainly has started things off here with a great couple of kills. And now it is T-Sack all alone versus 3. Sheriff in hand, and neural theft to use if he finds the first kill here as he lurks inside the smoke, waits for that sound cue, but he's just off the mark. He readjusts onto the defuser. Can T-Sec play for more time here? Can he find the heads? The answer to that is no. The Blade Fury is up for Toronto, and he cuts him down.
He takes down Mitez there, honestly. Really nice shot, but unfortunately ignores the more pressing threat of Toronto standing right in front of him. Oxygen pick up another round where the plant goes down, but they just can't hold it. The lack of weaponry seeming to really affect them here. And this rifle round needs to be an opportunity for them to try and put another on the board, because right now, Summon FC getting rocked in some of these rounds by just some really superior play coming out from the likes of Mitez.
If there was a time to turn up, it would be the first map of a grand final, wouldn't it? Especially on your opponent's map pick here, at least to start us off. on Haven. Oxygen. Brilliant stuff here in this one. And Summon, well, it certainly can still respond. They're only two rounds behind at the moment here on this attacking side. Certainly very recoverable as they decide that a C-focused approach is going to be the order of the day here in this particular round. Garage control has been gained. Here comes the rolling thunder. Stuns up at least one player on that C site, but the response here from Avera has been great to try and delay the push and to make Summon second guess themselves.
Oxygen knowing exactly how Summon FC are going to move on in here. That's an easy shutdown from Avera, but they don't expect that Doma is just waiting on the backside. Do you know why they gave him this name? Because he hits those shots into the head, takes down Zisto, and takes site control for their team, even after some masterful play by Avera early on.
Spike planted.
4 versus 2 now. Summon in very, well, particularly strong post-spam positions. They got some presence here towards long. I think the call might be for Oxygen here just to keep hold of their guns, and it doesn't look like they're going to be in a rush to try and retake this site. So Summon FC will narrow the gap to 1 after this round is done, but we've seen so many pivotal moments in this series already, and we're still on map number 1. I can't quite believe it, but we were hyping up this game, and it seems to have delivered already.
Keep on looking for this. Oxygen really just trying to get some exit frags where they can. But you can see that Sack is really looking to get that frag, take that operator out of their hands, but Toronto going to get nowhere near and won't even let them do that. Avera, a little bit worried, probably has just enough time to be able to survive here. Yeah, keeps that rifle, and that's important to still be able to have. The rest of the team can still buy up, and, well, Oxygen not looking too bad, even after a loss.
Yeah, they can... Well, it would be a weak buy on Turco and Existo in this instance, but yeah, keeping those rifles in hand, keeping the operator in Toronto's hands as well, could really help in a round like this. Looks like they are going to force up at least the Bulldog onto one of those players there. So still, well, 4 primary guns into this round: the AWP and the 3 rifles. Now Summon FC. Early control of A long here. No numbers under there, but they're not required. Both kills are found here on the entry to A, and Oxygen, the instant response here with the rotations. Mites able to, well, looking to try and get up into heaven, and he has. He's committed that ultimate now, and it looks like Zone FC, after realizing that Omen ultimate had been popped, they decide to reassess their options. Maybe even just delay this A push for a moment, just to send some Oxygen players back towards B and C.
And this is honestly one of the things Summons are really good at. Reading the flow of the map. They're just going to go straight back towards the site, but giving the time to sow the seeds of doubt into Oxygen's mind. They know they invested the ultimate and are probably expecting a push towards C, but because they have the Killjoy utility there, they know that it isn't quite coming. With that smoke, they've already baited them back, and that'll be enough time to push on in. The ally Killjoy goes down, and they're looking to try and catch some of these players off guard. That isn't an ally Killjoy, sorry. Ignore me on that. They're going to be able to destroy it with the Hunter's Fury, and this is a great opportunity for someone to just hold after they get that spike plant.
Yeah, Riot, please fix some of the spectator issues. But yeah, Summon FC going to end up winning this round. Is another save call here for Oxygen. So they're trying to keep their hands desperately on that operator, and you can see why. This sort of rounds, this sort of retake would be very, very difficult for them to manage despite the talent on their side. So they will allow Summon FC the rounds. They will allow them to tie this map 5-5 here. Very back and forth affair. String of rounds in the, well, a couple of rounds ago for Oxygen, but now Summon FC getting some wind in their sails now as the advantage switches.
They do. Really nice stuff there from Oxygen to not over-aggress. They lost out a little bit early, and some great spray downs down A long are exactly what Summon FC need to put themselves ahead. But not overextending, not getting rid of that operator means they can still put a somewhat threatening buy on the board here.
Yeah, they can. So for Summon FC, it's 5 Vandals into this. For Oxygen, it looks a little different. We even see a Guardian onto Mavera there. So very... a specialized tool for the job. You need to be so clinical with finding the heads with that weapon. And, well, let's see if we can get anything done here. Doma, quick push through. Catches Mites out, but Mites still able to readjust. Mites finding another one while completely and utterly blind. He's so greedy and swings for more, but Existo is there to back him up with the trade. The concussion coming through. Both of these Summon FC players avoid it, but Oxygen have done so well to hold on to that one. Mitez especially finding that second kill while blinded up by the breach. That is brilliant.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to Zisto as well. That's the big reason why they were actually able to take that position in the first place. The flashback coming on through, so ready to provide it as that breach, and a great support player for this Oxygen side.
Toronto might be able to cut them off here if they decide to rotate off this, but Mo with the Owl Drone spots it out, so they won't be baited by that. They can even try and potentially they can heads up deal with this op, but they don't have any utility to try and force Toronto off any angle, so they're just going to be picking him dry. But there is the Omen Smoke just as it gets refreshed, so that's the advantages of the Omen Smoke. You do, if the round goes long enough,
30
you
seconds
get
left.
a couple more.
It's always nice to try and get that extra utility out of it. And look, you can see the majority of us, Summon FC, trying to push still back on into the site. They're happy to try and invest here. Maybe look for a couple of those extra frags. Watch out, just on the left here. Mavera is waiting. He tries to find the shot. Takes a little bit more damage than he's probably bargained for. Mo finds his way on in, but Zisto holds strong. And definitely the MVP of that round for me. Really nice stuff there from Oxygen.
Last round before the hash.
Yeah, really great work by Zisto. 3K in the rounds. Oxygen, they could potentially lead here coming into the second half, and that advantage coming onto the attacking side is going to be particularly useful. Summon FC, though, they've still had a very good half, no matter which way this round is going to go. They would, of course, prefer to lead into the second half, but well, sometimes it just doesn't go your way in that respect. Boaster waiting for a peek here through towards lower A, short A, whatever you want to call it, and you might be gifted it. The Toronto just steps out straight into the scope of Boaster as the aggressiveness is punished.
Doma looking up towards the A site. This time, lot of that Killjoy utility stacked on the A site. Normally, they put it towards the C to maybe try and deny any attempts at pushing on in. But this time, Oxygen going, well, Summon FC, when push comes to shove, they push A. We're going to put our utility on A, and, well, we'll see how they deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Mystic's being caught out there. He was the player that was sort of on the list for Summon FC. Here comes the showstopper out then from Doma, and he's able to net one kill with it and hasn't been responded to, hasn't been punished. So now he can take up position here just outside of the defender spawn entrance. And Mavera ready with the recons out. And he's got the Odin as well, just as Mavera tries to fall away due to the rolling thunder. Mavera's going ham here with the Odin. 2 frags in the round and has to find 2 more to be able to clutch this one out for Oxygen. He has the shock dust to use. He has the recon ball out as well, which will get destroyed. He knows there's information one towards short, but does he know that breach is inside the cubby? That's the question. He needs to be so smart. He trades up for the Vandal instead, but Boaster with the op shuts him down before clutch mode can be engaged, and we're all level coming into the second half.
Sides.
The one thing I want to talk about quickly there is Boaster on this operator. Now, Boaster isn't your crazy pop-off operator player. He's very functional in the way he plays it. He holds angles, he hits the shots. That's all he really needs to do. And he provides such a fantastic strategic niche for this team in just being able to shut down those positions, which you know someone's going to be pushing. Boaster just waiting for that aggressive push there at the start of that round and takes their head clean off, setting them ahead early and grabbing the tempo of the game. And once Summon FC have the tempo of the round, it takes miracle plays and great individual gunfighting to be able to wrest them off of it. And it has been Mitez and Mavera who've really been able to put that in. But for the most part, you see Summon FC just clinically close out these rounds. And Oxygen are going to need a really good attacking half to pull this one back.
Look at this pistol round setup, though. A good push coming through C for Summon. Gets the information early on. So now Summon can readjust their setup based on that fact. Oxygen have committed all 5 players here towards this A site here immediately. 120 on the clock, and they're already looking to enter the site here. And Summon FC, what is the response? Heaven has been smoked off, so that Cypher is neutralized. Toronto helping out by smoking off the other entrance. So Summon FC have a pretty, Oxygen, have a pretty clear plant here, and Spike has been planted, so it's a 5 versus 5 retake for Summon. here in this second pistol round of the game. They're just going to wait out the smokes for now, deploy their own if required. Boaster has 2 flashes here now, so he can really help out on this retake. Zoma ready with the paint shells if so required, as well as now, here's the go time for Summon FC as they attempt the retake, but Turco responds in kind. He's got 2 frags, so has Zisto, and now T-Sack up against 2 in another clutch situation. He hasn't been able to find it so far, and won't find it in this round as Turco goes for 3 kills and Oxygen take the second pistol.
Yeah, great pistoling there from Turco. Great usage of the classic in particular, and sets them up for a pretty solid round there. Nice stuff from Oxygen, taking the tempo early, smoking off, and just playing their game from there on out. Going to buy up these weapons and continue to play their game, and it's really going to be down to Summon FC to find these cheeky picks and to find those openings that Oxygen may potentially give them.
Oh, Summon FC are hedging their bets here. They're going with a stack towards the seaside. I don't mean by the beach, the seaside. Mavera, Aldrone through. Oxygen, they can play this more methodically. They're not going to rush too fast into things. They don't want to just run into a stack, which can happen on rounds like this. It just so happens the site they're trying to attack has absolutely no players on it. So they have chosen the correct site here. So it's only going to be a matter of time before that spike goes down, unless they want to back off with this. I don't see why they should, though. They found no presence here towards A, and Mita is going to be the first point of contact out, and he gives the all clear.
Here they have, and well, sticking all on that C site doesn't seem very clever now. If they walked in, would have been great, but nothing of the sort. Complete control from Oxygen here. Summon FC don't even really contest them. Now, maybe a Boaster finds a frag here onto Toronto, but it's very unlikely. With this SMG in positions like this, they're in such a good spot. Toronto shuts down 3 in a row, and, well, they're on 10 HP. They're still looking for that little bit more. Because of the cover coming from the rest of their team, they don't even go down, and Mavera just cleans that one up. Such a brilliant round there from Oxygen, and a pretty easy one to pick up for them too.
Very simple indeed, and well, that'll give them a little bit of confidence, and they can take these SMGs in as a bonus into this next round. But it's good to cleanly gain rounds like that, because you cannot afford, literally with the creds, to take so many losses up against an eco. But they survive with all 5 players left alive at the end of the round, so that's great for them. 5 SMGs versus 5, well, not quite 5 Vandals. There's a Phantom out there for Boaster, so spoiling the symmetry here. So Sue can probably smack him for that one. But now, Toronto pushing through with his team. Another, well, fast A play in this instance for Oxygen, trying to close the distance here with the SMGs, but they meet with a hail of lead from those Vandals inside of a site. They've been quite comprehensively shut down here on their initial push. And, well, this is a bonus round, we do have to remind everyone, but a very clean round with the rifles for Summon FC.
No bonus points for you, Oxygen. Summon FC, they don't buy into any of that. They shut the round down and force Oxygen onto those rifles. And Oxygen, most likely, all too happy to comply. I think they're really deciding whether they want to pick up the operator here. They decide with that handle, not feeling like it's quite time to rip that one out yet. So, Oxygen, now back on the push again. Where are we really looking for them to play? Because so far, it's just been A.
Yeah, it has. That's been where the vast majority of the action that there's been so far here on Haven. Been some intrigue towards B and C, but no very full commitments just yet, or big brawls towards those sites. Oxygen, though, teasing with the prospect of garage control. And they might just secure it. They do, well, the Oxygen, well, excuse me, Boaster is in this left-hand cubby as they head through the short tunnel. Can be a big position for that breach. Doesn't have his rolling thunder active, but can send up some neat flashes and, of course, get that concussion through as well. Existo might be able to force Boaster out into the open, and it'll be an easy frag for the rest of the Oxygen roster here. Instead, he sends the flash through, and Boaster's been unsighted, so Toronto's going to get deleted in the back. Boaster's gone massive here in this round with the 3 kills, and Mita's left all alone in the 1 versus 4. But Boaster, unchecked at the tight angle, gains Summon FC the round.
I really loved that as well, because Zisto was looking through his plethora of utility going, what will be perfect for this little cubby here? Chooses to flash, assuming that no one would be in that position, and absolutely incorrect there. Boaster, watching and waiting, catches 3 players off guard as they push it on in, and completely shuts down that push. And Existo must be kicking themselves, but there's no way to know. I think the safe decision is always to try and get rid of the player there, but that flash, they wanted to execute quickly and get on the site. They didn't want to leave time for rotates.
Yeah, if that was an aftershock, we might be talking about a different story and a different ending to that round. That's just how these small decisions can affect things here. We will have a pause come through, it looks like, though. But 8-8, nothing to separate these teams in map 1 of the grand final. That is absolutely what we love to see. Summon FC on this defense. And might have a decent time in this next round, considering the buy that Oxygen will be able to try to muster together. It'll just be pistols in amongst that Vandal. But again, this map still very much hangs in the balance.
Really does. Not going to be much in terms of the weaponry, obviously, on Oxygen right now, but that's fine by them. They can buy up in the coming rounds. They still have a lot of time to work with. And, well, this is looking a lot better than the last time they played this map. Last time they played the map 13-8 for the Summon FC side. And the fact that they've managed to bring it a lot closer really bodes well for them. I think they must be happy with this start to the series, honestly. As much as this is a puggy map and I think is definitely more suited to them than it is to Summon, I think the fact that they've managed to make improvement already, that looks really good.
Blade Storm out for Toronto as he's going to push forward here towards this B site, but Crossfire is in effect here for Summon FC. So Toronto might just be dashing himself into death if he does decide to go for this, unless he's able to pull out a nutty play. Oxygen, though, still grouped out outside of A-Long here in this round, so really taking things very, very carefully. Toronto now starts to get a little bit more explorative here towards the B site, but it's all about the timing here on this one. And is he able to find the kill? Spots one up towards the elevated position, gets greedy with the Cypher Cage as well. Oh, the Cyber Cage, as he's able to get away with his life. Lucky too as well. But now, Summon FC are going to have to defend an A-site push here. Oxygen looking to try and execute, but Mo is here with the help of T-Sack. Turco there for the trade. Boaster, Rolling Thunder inside the site. That means it's an easy kill for Doma as Summon FC stamp their authority here in this round. But Toronto's worked their way into the back lines, might be able to catch rotations off, but they're expecting it. Booster has the angle, and Turco's the only one left versus 4.
And they know they don't have to peek him. They can just wait the timer out and just play it around that. Turco is fully aware of this. I think he's just looking to save this rifle now and maybe grab one of those exit frags as they push up on him aggressively. He finds the kill onto Doma, but maybe he doesn't know exactly who's waiting for him. He does, and manages to dodge Mystic right at the end here, saving that rifle and dealing some damage to Summon FC in the meantime.
So, Summon FC, 9 rounds to 8 here. 3 rounds in a row here in their defensive half. Second half of this map. They hold the series 1-0 due to coming through the upper bracket. So they gain a one series point advantage. But we do have to, well, if required, we will have to play all 4 maps here that Valorant has to offer, unless unless one of these teams has a complete blowout, if I'm being completely honest. But we'll see that. It's been so close here. Toronto taking contact early on, sprays down 2. Summon FC sprays down 3 there. Oxygen taking this game, taking this round by the horns here, and Toronto has done all the work.
And that's exact reason why we're not expecting to see this get absolutely blown out. Great stuff there, honestly, from Oxygen, taking all of these names, but Mystic is now on the flank, and he's looking to rectify the mistakes that happened early on for his team.
The paranoia forces them off. And now, he can't quite take the fight. Not quite good enough with the aim, and now T-Sack, 1 versus 4. And Zestisto just pushing through the smoke. The complete and utter disrespect of that. Finds the shots to the head of the Cypher, and we're all tied up once again, 9-9. It's as close as you like.
Yeah, Oxygen keep on saying, you're not going anywhere, Summon FC. We are going to continue to keep the pressure on and take you even to even. Rifle versus rifle now, but it's the operator in the hands of a boaster that could be that difference maker. Look at where he's sitting. He's expecting this push from players like Mitez exactly where they are. Oh no, I think he swapped off of the operator.
Shadows traveling.
As Rolling Thunder is available here for Oxygen. So is the Hunter's Fury, so is the Killjoy Ultimate as well. The Owl Drone in towards B will reveal no players reside here. So in FC, they've taken a bit of aggression here towards A, but the B site left completely open here. Mo has the cross and has been able to find Mitez's head. So that's a great little find there for Summon FC, but it's still a post plant that they'll have to deal with. The Hunter's Fury comes through, tags up 2 players, but can he complete the kill onto one of them? Yes, he can. Existo goes down. So it makes it a little bit easier here for Summon FC. 2 more players left to find, 2 players in the clutch here for Oxygen with that spike plant ticking it down away. Summon FC methodical with checking these angles, but both of those Oxygen players reside in mid behind this dark cover. It's basically a duel behind the smoke. Yeah, here comes the Hunter's Fury though. For Maveri gets tagged down. T-Sac was just waiting for it, and now it's Turco. Killjoy can't quite get anything done. Does get the defuser, but not the round, as Summon FC will regain the lead.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Being able to pick up that round. And I really thought that potentially Turco could stop that one. But unfortunately, too many players coming from too many angles. As much as they took down the diffuser, there were still just loads of players waiting and ready to just take them down. So nice attempt there. But after that initial set of plays by Mo to pick up those frags, it looked so good for Summon FC. Great usage of the Hunter's Fury, finding those tags onto multiple players, and even finishing with one before they even make that retake push.
And an early frag there from Doma. The operator rings out across Haven and takes out one of the Oxygen players. So they're down to 4 very early on here, which is a huge disadvantage for them. This Summon FC pushed all the way up. There's the aggression then from Mo. So Oxygen falling 1 by 1, but the early aggressive plays in this round, and this is what they can't afford to do. Mystic will be tempted to take some aggression of his own as he swings out on towards that Sova, but Mavera's good enough to deal with it and at least finds a frag for Oxygen, but there's still a 3 versus 4.
Still is Oxygen. They're down players, but they still have a couple of ultimates if they want to invest them here. They have a way on in. And they also have the numbers advantage if they push onto, say, site. As you can also see Doma maybe thinking about moving away. But it looks like the rest of the team is poking around for information, trying to find something here. And they're going to move off the site exactly as this push is coming on in.
Oh, it's all about the timing here. Oxygen looking to try and find a free plant at least, but they have lots of pressure.
30 seconds
short.
left.
I think that Jet is just watching right now. 27 seconds left on the clock. In fact, that push is going to go all the way around. So Summon FC has some positioning here towards long, and I don't think Oxygen are going to expect this. The flash through doesn't quite do what was expected of that Oxygen team. Now 4 versus 4 retake here. 2 players on either side of the site here for Summon FC to work their way in. Existo has touched down. T-Sac swings onto Boaster. He's down, and now it's a 2 versus 2. There's the Rolling Thunder. There's the showstopper. The Rolling Thunder finding more success, and now it's the Sova of Summon FC left to try and clutch this one out. Mo, he can't get it done. Existo with 3 frags. It's 10 to 10 as we are still in a stalemate.
The Rolling Thunder does so much work there. Great stuff by Existo to move on in for their team. Honestly, can't believe they made that back. I said it was possible, but I didn't quite believe they'd make it. So really great gunplay there from Oxygen to be able to take that one down. And in a round where if you're Summon FC there, you were pretty much counting that as yours. You had such an advantage, but they can't quite convert it. And as a result, we're still stuck. Even Stevens and Summon FC cannot part from the pressure that Oxygen are putting on them.
Triple stack here inside of C sites. Dark cover forcing them back for the moment, but Oxygen might be tempted to aggress that smoke. Nope, that Omen's just going to sit in the corner, and the shock dart does come through. Doesn't quite connect, though, onto the player for Summon FC, excuse me, as they're on the defense. 10 to 10. And nothing Well, they're starting to play a little bit more scared, a little bit further back in this instance. None of those aggressive plays this time around from the defensive side like we've seen on previous occasions. They know how close this game is. They know one mistake can ruin it at this point for their team. You don't want to be that guy, do you?
You never want to be that guy. It's so heartbreaking to be the mistake, but Boaster is going to start to back off for that exact reason. Doesn't want to let their team down and be the first player to go down in this round, because that is going to make such a difference here. Mitez is going to put those smokes down as their team's going to push on into this B site, and they're about to get bombarded with utility.
30 seconds left.
They really are. Spike plan still not committed to just yet. Oxygen securing control of B site, but they're still afraid to give the sound cue of that spike plan. There are flanks coming in left, right, and center here for Summon FC that might be able to find them the round here. Mystic's already found one on the retake. There's the response there from Mavera, but there's still multiple angles of attack as far as this retake goes here for Summon FC. Boaster swinging round. Boaster takes out two with the Vandal and gives his team the advantage and gives his team the round. They're up to 11 as they march closer to going 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, great setup there. Forces the players out and just runs them down and through with that gun. Really nice stuff there from Boaster yet again. Not only, I want to bring up the score board for a second, is he fragging out? I'm waiting for it to come up, but unfortunately, you'll look at his assists and constantly providing stuff for their team. 12 assists, most in the server, also putting up a decent amount of frags. Great play from this guy, and the IGL as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love fragging IGLs. It's like they can guide their team, they can coach them through difficult situations, but they can also step up to the plate themselves if the Call of Duty is there. And it's just brilliant to see Boaster performing in this championship. Oxygen, though, they'll take a foothold towards C, and they might have found the gap in Summon FC's armor here early on in this round. Summon FC will have to play for retake here, but the Spike is in no position to try and capitalize on this. It was still outside a window, so there's going to be a long transition here, and Mitez, if he can find an angle behind them, this can be so clutch here. Mitez in the back lines, and this will be a huge issue for Summon.
It really is. Mitez is going to wreak havoc in these coming parts of the round. You can see that the team is also split up, so these rotates are going to be even harder to pull off, but he might have timed badly. No. Cypher backs up. Zach will still manage to take down Turtle. I don't know if they're expecting anyone to be to the right here. The shots ring out. Mitez does take down Boaster, but now they know exactly where he is. This should be much easier to deal with, but he still takes down Zach, and that means that this Hunter's Fury can come through from Rivera and continue to pile on that pressure. The ultimate's expended as Mitez ports into Cubby here. 2 versus 3, but Mitez might just have the drop on them. This could be so key for this defense as Mystic pushes on in.
Meters has the power here along Cubby, but Toronto is being able to find the frag. Mystic 1 versus 3 almost readjusts onto the next dark cover out to allow him the positioning, but Toronto just disrespects it with the Marshall and finds 3 kills. We're level again here in this first map. 11-11. Oh, this is getting a little bit too spicy for my liking, and I like spicy food, Rook.
The last game went so darn long before actually concluding. Will we have a very similar thing? Honestly, if you're looking at Oxygen here, are they going to get tired? I can't blame them. They've already had a best of 3. Sure, they 2-0'd it, but that last game was so darn exhilarating, and it must have tucked them out somewhat. So if we're going to see these games all go in a similar fashion, fatigue is going to be a real problem.
It really is. This is a long tournament, a long weekend for some of these teams. Summon, though, coming through the upper bracket, have actually played less games than Oxygen, but Oxygen, they had a decent upper bracket run themselves as well, so it's not like either of these teams have had to run the gauntlet through the lower bracket too much. But it has been a longer day for Oxygen, a more intense day for them as well in their lower bracket final match against Purple Cobras. A very tense affair on Ascent, and we'll get that up next no matter what happens in this game. Mitez pushing on through towards Garage. Through the double doors he goes. Doma is there with paint shells in hand to try and do some decent splash damage onto these players as they're pressing in on him.
This would be a great time for it, and there it finally comes. Finds a little bit of damage and forces them back for a bit of time here, buying them all that time off the clock that they need. 2 players right now on this C site and ready to try and thwart this push. As you see the camera comes on through, they're going to start to make the moves as
30
Toronto dashes
seconds
in.
left.
Yeah, absolutely. Toronto trying to find the head of T-Sack, but T-Sack has been able to respond in kind and finds 2 frags. And now Summon FC, they have a great advantage, and Doma has domed 2 more as they are able to get themselves map points here. It's
Match
either
point.
Summon FC 2-0 or we go to overtime.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here from Summon FC to pick up that round. But there is no broken economy from Oxygen here. They can 100% force up, trying to get something on the board. Will Toronto bring out this operator? Has more than enough money to do so? That's the question I'm really asking here, because that could be a deal breaker for whether they pick up this round. They're not committing yet, but Oxygen, they want to take this to overtime. They're going to take it and look to stick it to Summon FC as the fight continues on right now. As they shoot out the dart, they know it's coming, but Doma takes down Toronto with those paint shells, and that is a terrible start for Oxygen.
It's terrible that there's the response. Mites finding the entry on towards Mo, but there's nothing they can commit off the back of here. 2 players still remaining towards that A site as they'll still try to control short A, but there's an idea in the minds of Oxygen that they'll want to head back, and they definitely will now with Booster popping off with the op.
Oh my god, right now, Boaster looking to move into position, getting ready to shut down these angles. You can see Mavera looking for a way on in, maybe trying to bait or rotate back away. There's only 2 players on this site anyway. It looks like they're going to keep them here as the 3 remaining Oxygen players looking for a way on in, making sure they don't get flanked.
Oxygen still have that Killjoy ultimate to use. It's a long time before it pops once it's put down, but it could be the key to this round. And Turco's gonna... Oh, he was tempted to go for it there. If he places it there, he'd be able to also catch a portion of B's site as well. So
30 seconds left.
In Summon FC's minds about what site that actually it's going to be for. But
You should
smokes
run.
towards A will give them all the clues
Revealing
that
area.
they need. Here they go. Spots out 1 towards the right-hand angle. Doma trying to take some aggression, but he goes down. There's the trade, though, from Avera, and it's a great start here for Oxygen. But 14 seconds left remaining. They have to run to the
10 seconds left.
plant spot and get that spike down. Mavera's on 1 HP
Spike planted.
here as he puts down the spike. Mystic from up above. The first point of contact here for Summon FC is their Cypher is on the way in as well. Mystic can't find any angles here, and now he just falls back and maybe tries to play the buddy system and the trades with his Cypher as they work in from the same position. But Oxygen on the 2 players, 1 HP on that Sova. Can they get this done? And now it's 1 HP in a dream in the 1 versus 2 here for Oxygen to stay in this map, and it's not going to happen. Mystic is able to secure the 2nd series point here for Summon FC. They go 2-0, 13-11.
Defenders win.
Brilliant stuff there, honestly. Great knowledge as well. Call-outs. They knew he was 1 HP. It was easy pickings. Jumps around the corner with the classic, gets the right click, and Haven is over. But I want to point out for Oxygen, you can't be too worried about that. Sure, you dropped a map, but that is such a great showing for you. Last time you played this map, 13-8. You're now going into Ascent, which, I mean, should be more your style. This is looking great for you. You can still make this comeback in the series, and you've shown you've definitely got the firepower to do so. Oxygen fans, don't be disheartened. Your team is still well within a chance.
It was a much closer affair this time in the grand final compared to Haven in one of the upper bracket matches that these guys had together earlier on in the competition. It was 13-8 in that instance. It was 13-11 this time around. Oxygen are here to play, but they have to play from behind, and we'll have the map of Ascent coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the epic.31 Logitech G Valorant tournament. We are one map down in our best of 5. Summon FC just edged out Oxygen on Haven, and they will be going into Ascent next. I'm joined by your casters, Rook and Raptros. Guys, I said this yesterday, but epic.31 is just a tournament of bangers. We've got bangers after bangers after bangers. I mean, that game really, really came down to the wire. What did you guys make of it?
But Sue, do we have any match to go with it? That's the thing. So it's who's going to be the match here? It looks like my camera is frozen. I have to work on that. But I'm still here. Don't worry. You'll just have to deal with my beautiful frozen thing.
Yeah,
I'm
you look very.
I'm not beautiful by any means.
You look very serious about that. I just want to say, you know, spam this coaster to help out Boaster. I'm definitely a bit guilty of doing that in chat, but it's great to see fans from both sides in this. I think it's probably like a bit of an equal footing on here. Rook, have you been won over by Summon FC after that game?
I mean, they looked really good in that game, but I have to say, there's a lot of Oxygen fans in chat, and, well, Oxygen, maybe they didn't pick up that game, but it was darn close. I really don't think you can count them out at all. The last time they played this map as well, 8-13, the fact that they've been able to actually come back from this and bring a closer scoreline there, we're going into Ascent, which really should be their map. There's a lot of things they can really do about this. Sure, Summon FC are already 2-0 up, and if this map goes the wrong way, Oxygen are out of it. But I really don't think this map will go the wrong way. Oxygen really can take this series. There's a real chance of that happening.
I think what really sort of scared me, at least from that last map, is that almost every single player on that Oxygen roster can shoot. Yes. My gosh. The aim on those players, I mean, like, sometimes it's one of those things, like, if you blink, you'll miss it. There are not that many times that, at least, you know, we've seen the sort of POV of those players. Not that many times that we've just, like, switched over to Oxygen POVs and you're sort of standing there watching their crosshair spray. They just go down. They drop those players. And I think that's so frightening because, you know, most teams you have that one carry potential. You have maybe 2 or 3 players that can do that, but for me, like, if you're caught in a situation, a 1v1 or even a 2v1 situation with any of those Oxygen players, it is not a 50-50 whether you get out of that or not. So I feel like if Summons slip up on this Ascent map, and like we've been discussing, that this is kind of Oxygen's playground, and if Summon do slip up, if they miss position, I feel like it could, like Rook said, it definitely could go Oxygen's way, and I think it might even be a bit brutal if they're not sort of focused and on guard like 24/7 essentially. Yeah, Raptors, what are we going to expect on Ascent? We've seen plenty of Oxygen games on Ascent, but not so much Summon.
Look, we saw in that Cobras versus Oxygen game where the individuals really came out to play with the clutches. And exactly like you said with Summon FC there, Sue, it's those individuals on Summon FC that are so good. If any of them are in the clutch, you still rate their chances, no matter who it is. You know, because in that particular match, for example, most frags in the game was Mo at 19, and Mystic, who is the bottom fragger on Summon FC, 15 frags. There's only 4 frags separating top from bottom, so that they can all put in some fantastic effort, and they can really give Oxygen a run for their money. But Oxygen are going to be much better prepared here on Ascent, and should, at least in my mind, come away with it. But Summon FC, you can never count them out, especially with their individual plays.
I think before we move on to that game, I feel like what we need to talk about is some of the weaknesses Summon FC also showed. I know they won that map, but I feel like they made it so hard for themselves. They lost 2 eco rounds they shouldn't have lost. They lost a 1v3 really early on, and then in the second half, they lost a 2v4. You know, you shouldn't be doing that. And if you're going to lose that kind of those rounds against a team like Oxygen, especially on Ascent, I don't see that being a particularly close match like we did on Haven. What do you think, Rick?
I mean, absolutely. I think that was actually less down to real mistakes from Summon FC. I think it was just really nice dynamic play coming out from Oxygen. They're looking to make these aggressive opportunities for themselves and catch players off guard. Because, again, as I've said many a time, you're not really going to win those rounds where you have inferior weapons unless you make something happen, unless you go aggressive and do something a little bit cheeky. and take those frags away. And that is exactly what Oxygen are happy to do. They know that they have individual fragging power on every player. That's why they can make those comebacks and take those rounds where they really shouldn't be able to make them. And as you said, if they can't clean that up, Summon FC, Oxygen are just going to take ascent so darn easily.
Of course, of course. I believe the players are ready. We are already one map down in this best of 5. Summon FC are leading 2-0, but Oxygen are not out of this race by any means. But now I'm going to pass this over to your casters, Brooke and Raptros, to take you through Ascent.
Thank you very much, Sue. We are just about to load up into Ascent, which is Oxygen's map pick here, and a map where they have tended to do well in previous games, but they will run close on this exact map with Purple Cobras in that lower bracket final. It could potentially all end here, though, if Summon FC get a good run and take this grand final by its throat and go 3-0. This is Oxygen's best chance to get a map on the board.
A cornered Cobra bites the attacker, and I don't know if the same can be said for football players. Then again, I'm pretty sure Suarez did exactly that. So there's definitely an opportunity here for Summon FC to try and take this map, but Oxygen coming in as the heavy favorites with such fantastic fraggers and really dynamic, aggressive play.
Yeah, absolutely. Early on, it looks like for Oxygen, well, spike position towards A, but the vast complement of players focused towards B. Mavera with the Owl drone through to check those close angles outside of the A bomb site. Still no commitment just yet. Summon FC going to take some aggression here. Boaster is heading his way through towards Catwalk at the moment, and he can spot towards top of mid as well. He knows absolutely nothing lies in wait inside of mid there. So great little bit of information gained here for Summon FC. They'll do nothing off the back of it, or rather they can just not be concerned about behind them inside a tree room there, as Oxygen slowly but surely start to push in here in this situation. Benitez will be able to put down the smokes, and with the positioning from the Summon FC players, there probably isn't that much they can do about this. They'll just let the Killjoy utility do its work in trying to delay, but it'll be a free spike plan here for Oxygen.
Spike planted.
Well, Oxygen now with site control, they should be able to set this one up. Toronto's even kind of trying to run delay on those players in heaven. There's even going to be a boombot sent right back at them, and they're trying to force out players so they can actually wedge their way on into this site. Summon FC looking for their plays now as the paranoia and the smokes come on in, but they are forced off base momentarily by those arrows. Blinding!
Yeah, stunned up Boaster flashing through, but the thing is, he's blind by the paranoia. Yeah, he's still able to find a frag. Summon FC trying their best here on this retake. Boaster caught in a cypher cage in the tripwire, but somehow his team has been able to manage this retake with 3 players left remaining. Oxygen collapsed on the post plant.
Not your day, is it?
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from someone to just drop down on them like a ton of bricks, and Oxygen couldn't quite find their footing. Great usage of utility and just hitting those heads. Exactly the kind of someone we need to see if they're going to take this map, because otherwise Oxygen are going to really be able to match them in these duels later on once they have those rifles.
Let's have a look at this then. SMGs out there for Summon FC. Just the pistols for Oxygen. It's what you expect to see here as far as a second round goes. But having a look at the setup then from Oxygen again, it's going to be another A focus perhaps here in this one, as they slowly but surely again be methodical about trying to clear out these close angles here towards A. Toronto pushed up all the way into Cubby. Still no response though from Summon FC. They can just wait for those pistols to come to them and spray them down easily with the SMG. Trying to take these long-range fights though, that isn't exactly ideal with the SMGs though. You're wanting to close the distance with those. Same with the pistols, but still, it's a bit of a Existo, hello, direct to the head of T-Sack. And that's a great pickup. Picks up the SMG as well. Domo with the paint shells and can do a decent amount of damage. He's already taken out his opposite rays. But Oxygen still with the numbers here as Mystic pushes through. And Oxygen, they're not going to commit to this A site here. They're trying to fall off on this. But Mystic has the read. He has the frags to find as well. With the help of Doma, Existo is the only player left here for Oxygen to try and clutch this one out. 35 seconds left on the clock, so still plenty of time. And the spike is under his control as well, but he's so paranoid about this short position.
I have retrieved the spike.
Yeah, really expecting that push to come on in. 1 HP for the Omen there. Mystic just about managing to make it out, and now redoubling their efforts with their teammate, and they are going to head towards this B site to try and catch Zisto out. They won't stop them from getting that spike down. They're just looking for that
10
retake.
seconds left.
2 versus 1 should be a big opportunity for them, but into this Spectre, I was about to say it might not be enough, but Doma just blows him up. Again, fantastic nade placement, knowing exactly how to get it in behind that box.
Yeah, and leaving the other half of the defuse to his teammate as well. Great around there for Summon FC, but it could have collapsed oh so quickly. Those good picks there for Oxygen, up close and personal with the pistols and the utility to flush out Booster as well, as he took a bit of an overzealous fight, I should say, from the site towards that A main position. But Summon FC, they're able to stabilize. They're able to recover. They take a couple of losses, but they have the round in the bag. Now it gets a little bit more interesting with Oxygen on the rifles. 4 Vandals, 1 Phantom up against the Vandal and 4 SMGs. So this one looks like it might end up going the way of Oxygen, or at least it should if you look on paper.
Yeah, and when you have these abilities to just absolutely destroy people in gunfights with these rifles, this is where Oxygen have looked so good historically. Now they're looking to try and flex that muscle and move on up, taking mid control where they can.
One spotted out towards mid as Oxygen have taken firm control of that position. Aldon through will reveal no players up close here through mid, but Toronto finds an entry towards A. That was inside a tree room, so the defense is weakened here, but is it really with Booster still on the server and ready to frag out? Spots out a couple of players, sends in the aftershock to force them back as well. That's a great job there for Booster. Even though he doesn't get any frags, just to hold strong in that situation just allows Summon FC a bit of breathing space.
Absolutely does. Great stuff to be able to buy them that time. After that first player going down, it really looked like a big opportunity. Toronto holding strong even with that flash. I really thought a lot of other players would have tried to run away there, but holds their metal and continues to push on in. Mavera is going to get onto site and just look for the spike.
Well, he's not committed to the spike plant. He wants the frag, but Photomo will steal those away from him for the moment. Great little entry there for Oxygen to try and secure the A site. Now it's a 3 versus 3 post plant situation here. Oxygen looking for their first round, but Boaster has made an impact once again. Takes out the raid. Mavera looking for a bust up position. Finds Boaster. There's the trade though from Tasak, and now Mitez all alone. 1 versus 2. The turret is out there as well to try and spot out for the Summon FC side as they work their way in, but Mitez is hoping that he gets one-on-ones here to try and take out these 2 players. Finds the head of Tasak, and now 1 more left to find as he might be in a position to find Oxygen's first round. He does it, never doubt Mitez.
Yeah, great stuff from Mitez finding those rounds. This guy does not miss. He's clutched out so many times for Oxygen and just provided so much value for the team on the whole.
But that was, well, it was meant to be a decent round for Oxygen. It was. They got it over the line, but they were up against the slightly weaker guns in the SMGs, and now they're up against weaker guns again. Here, as Summon FC have to go down onto the pistols. The eco play in this one, no shields at all on the Summon FC side. So, perhaps struggle in this one. They've committed a lot of numbers early on towards that A side with the aggressive push through A main as well. So, Oxygen playing this more like a normal round here. Toronto's waiting for this push through, but they won't go any further. Summon FC won't overstep the mark just yet.
Summon definitely know their limits and don't like to overstay when they aren't welcome.
Out of charges.
Oxygen, however, they like to push for these aggressive plays and make something happen. I love that playmaking style of theirs, but Mitez doesn't quite find the frag and instead gets a nade sent as parting guest.
Smoke off that angle as well. He might be best served to watch this smoke to wait for any aggressive plays, because that's exactly what his opposite Omen is thinking about. Ready and waiting to push through that one, and they're definitely well aware of it. They're just watching it. They even pinged it out. Be careful of this smoke, because this is something that they can abuse, especially on the pistols. A 2K for Mystic with the Sheriff, and might have given Summon FC a lifeline in this round that they're so unlikely to win.
Yeah, this was a perfect opportunity for them, and now they have that player advantage. Even though they're down weapons, they have an angle which they can push to try and wrest control of this round back. But leaving the A site open, that could be a deadly mistake here as Oxygen, they're just looking to push on into the open site.
Yeah, A has been left completely open here.
Cover.
The Killjoy utility still towards long, so
Spike planted.
do have to be careful. If they want to fall back into that position, they'll be going straight into the utility. But Spike has been planted now. Post-plant situation here inside the A site. 4 players for Summon FC, as looks like Oxygen is just going to continue to push up a double stack here towards the platform. Poster finds it, but Doma sorts it out. Methodical retake, great heads-up duels there for Summon FC to be able to find the rounds, but it shouldn't really have been that close.
Oh, really shouldn't have. Great stuff from Mystic to find those 2 frags in mid, and then an over-aggression from the Omen of Oxygen, who just gets picked off by the pistols, and then it's down to 4 versus 2, pushing in like that. As you said, with the heads-up duels, it's just so darn easy from there. Summon, lock it out, pick up the round, and when they have an advantage, they're not a team that you can really sniff at. They manage to convert them so darn often.
Yeah, don't sleep on Summon FC. Don't sleep on their ecos either, because that can happen. Mystic opening things up for that team with the sweet double kill with the Sheriff inside of mid. And Summon FC now have a 2-round advantage in this game. Oxygen, though, still have time to recover. Still early doors as far as this round goes. Toronto looking for an entry here towards A. I mean, we can't do so much with the Classic, but he does have the Showstopper to use if so required. Maybe won't be too eager to activate it in a round like an Eco, which is this one. But Existo also has his Neural Theft up as well. So if Oxygen are able to find a couple of frags here, then they're in a good spot in terms of the ultimate. Mystic gets synced for his problems, but still is able to find the frag. Mita is able to trade. Boaster is there to recover from Summon FC, and Boaster once again fragging out. Doma able to contribute in terms of securing this round, and Summon FC deal with pistols quite admirably.
Yeah, Summon FC with some really solid stuff there, knowing exactly how they got to clear out these players, and doing so pretty aptly. Doma on 12 frags, absolutely leading the pack, as he's basically been finding 2Ks plus in every single round. I want to point out, as round 5, they have a greater than 2 KPR. That is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, Doma absolutely enthralling so far this game. But he needs that to keep that momentum up, because Oxygen can just very much answer back here in this situation. And
right here,
well, they did a lot better on their attacking sides versus Purple Cobras. The defense just kind of collapsed when they were on that, which allowed the attempted comeback from Cobras in that map. So if that carries over to this and their defense is more lackluster, then this might potentially be a blowout. But still plenty of time to recover in this attacking half.
He is. Barrett looking for some sort of information here as they want to make that play. The door is closed. An interesting take from the defensive sides. The Killjoy goes down, and they're starting to make their plays. There is a Hunter's Fury. No, there isn't a Hunter's Fury up. They can't just take that Killjoy out. They're going to have to deal with its effects. And this is a big opportunity for Oxygen to just push on in.
Yeah, waiting for the Killjoy ultimately. Those 0 players have been detained, but they know that no one is inside the circle once that popped. Now 40 seconds left on the clock. Meatez able to find a frag. Here comes the Showstopper then from Toronto, and he forces those Summon FC players back. They're so scared about the big old rocket launcher here. Showstopper versus Showstopper, but none of them connect there with the 2 raises missing their mark. And Summon FC have found a kill on the retake here. It is still possible for them, but time is ticking down the away at the moment. The smoke's down. Doma, another frag to add to his already insane tally in this game. For Summon FC, now time is going to be of the essence here. Toronto up inside the dark cover, pushing its way through, finds the back of Mystic's head, and that's a great sequence for Oxygen.
Yeah, absolutely stellar from them there. Great stuff to keep things up. And honestly, really off of the back of Turco and Toronto playing so aggressively forward and pushing through those smokes, not letting the entire team of Summon FC set up for their pushes, because when you do let them do that, that's when they excel. This team is great and really well coordinated, but if you can catch them before that, that's such an opening. And when it comes down to aim versus aim, I mean, other than maybe Doma in this game, who's been absolutely popping off, Oxygen have what it takes to win out those duels very consistent.
Oxygen, 3 ultimates up in this round. Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury from the shadows, all available to find their third. Walking up catwalk, the Roomba to clear out these close angles. Not quite going to make it into tree room. The flash from Boaster caused him a bit of concern. Mavera with the Aldrone through Mystic, and Boaster holding down short so damn well. Oxygen just completely collapsed under the spray, and another flash to force the Oxygen players back, and a concussion as well. It's just an assault of utility from the IGL, from the Breach, from Boaster, as Oxygen finally secure control of tree room, but they're definitely not safe.
Honestly, Oxygen trying to stop the flames that is honestly this attacking side right now. But when you add Oxygen to a fight, do you know what happens?
It gets worse.
It does get worse. And Turco doesn't even manage to find that frag. Zac will shut him down. Boaster does finally fall, but Mavera can't even push in properly. Summon FC taking round after round here, looking really strong on this defense and continuing to have some very clean rounds as well. They're not losing all too many players, and they've been great at pushing through it. They've still got ultimates ready and have a lot to work with. Really key ultimates as well, like the Killjoy ultimate, and also that Rolling Thunder for Boaster, which we've seen him use well.
Yeah, he's really come up clutch in a couple of rounds so far this series with that ultimate. And some Breaches, you know, they're a little bit too over-eager to deploy their Rolling Thunder, and sometimes they miss the mark. But Boaster has been so clinical in where he places that massive ability. And it's netted Summon FC a couple of rounds in this series already. And Boaster, handiwork with the op as well to add to his already impressive CV. The flash forces Zisto to just think about things for a second, but it's still pistols here for Oxygen. They're not looking at all likely to be able to get this round, but ecos have gone the way that we don't expect before, but with Boaster playing like this, it's going to be a massive trouble.
It is. Zac finding that shot onto Turco, taking him right down. Very few players left on Oxygen, and honestly, how do you push on in here? You don't have the weapons. You don't have, well, we have a little bit of utility, you have the ultimates, but it's so hard to use them. You can't find those initial picks. It's so clean from Summon FC that you're just not able to find that little thing to dig away with and make your opportunity.
Here we go then. In towards
30 seconds left.
The very end of the round. 30 seconds left remaining, and well, Mavera just going to hide away, cower away with the spike on his back. It's a secure round for Summon FC. They'll get up to 6 after this one. Oxygen, they haven't been able to string rounds together at all in this one. Still remain on
10 seconds left.
That they've been able to gather. And Mavera might not be long for the server if Doma decided to push all the way through there, but time will expire. And Summon FC, they'll see their rounds counter tick up by 1. Mavera on the ghost. I mean, you don't often see a player just to try to save the ghost, but it's happened now.
Yeah, but what do they get out of that save? Just so very little. Oxygen struggling for avenues to play through here, and Mo picks up the Odin as well. They're looking for some cheeky plays. Summon looking like they know Ascent, much better than we'd initially believed, and Oxygen looking lost here. This is not what we expect from them. This is their map. This is their time to shine. They need to show up now or never.
Yeah, this map could very quickly slip through their fingers, and that's what we didn't expect for them coming into this one. Mavera Aldrone through. No one available to be spotted out by it. Clears out those close mid angles. Spots out the alarm bot as well. So, there we go. Sometimes the Aldrone still has a lot of value, even if you don't spot out players, but obviously that information wasn't relayed to Mites there. And now, again, mid-control for Oxygen. At least they have this bit of map control, but the Aldrone has come through from someone towards the B main side, so they can just not really pay too much attention to that position, but they will have to in a couple of moments as Oxygen decides that's where they want to go. The Sova on the angle. Falls back off for that one now, as he has the Odin in hand. A well-timed spam through could really work out here, but he doesn't have any information to be able to start that.
Absolutely don't. Vera and the gang looking for the opportunity to move up, and that mid control could be really important in a bit, but he needs to find his opportunity, his way to move on in. You can see the Hunter's Fury coming through. Mavera wants to find something here.
30 seconds left.
Spots out players. Mo able to cut one down with the Odin, though. So it looks so good. It looks so impressive from Summon FC on this hold here. They've been able to cut down all the players before they even make an impact. And now Mavera's left all alone. 14 seconds left on the clock, and Boosters just has a free frag. That's basically it. Got caught up with my words there, but Summon FC, they're definitely not caught up with their plays.
It's just, honestly, this is such a good look for Summon FC. They are rolling through this defensive half and just showing us highlight play after highlight play. It's a little bit sad to see Doma not adding too many frags to their kills. Since round 6, they've only had 1 kill, but still keeping up with a fantastic score, and the rest of their team is stepping up too. So every single player on that team is positive or better, and just continuing to put so much pressure on Mo. Great Odin usage that round, and a great defense on B, where normally some teams look a little bit lackluster. You see them struggle to hold it, but Summon FC, they don't care. They know exactly what they're doing and how to coordinate. The rotates come in at the right time, and Oxygen can't even find their way onto the site anyway.
No, they can't. They've really been struggling here on the attack. Whether or not that will change and their fortunes will favor them a little bit more on the defense, that still remains to be seen here. But Summon FC in a very good position to take this grand final 3-0. We were expecting things to be a little bit more competitive, but still time left in this map for Oxygen to show up to this one and really take the fight to Summon. They're on the bad end of a comeback versus Purple Cobras, but they're able to get across the line. Now they have to make a comeback of their own here, Rook.
If they need to do it, Oxygen certainly can. These guys are awesome, to say the least. Toronto looking for some kind of play there, but no one is contesting his position right now, and Turco is able to open up some of the utility on mid as they're going to start to move on up. But the concussion continuing to force them back. The utility usage again from Summon FC is on point and denies a lot of these pushes as you see the smoke dissipate, and they can't be sure. They can't be safe in that position anymore. They're going to have to change things up.
Yeah, 56 seconds left remaining. Oxygen has been a fan of these long, drawn-out rounds here on the attack, and it hasn't worked out for them. Maybe they do need a bit of a change of pace here in the gun rounds. Of course, this isn't eco for the moment. 4 players stacked up inside of mid. That raised towards A for Oxygen. Just waiting for Summon FC to overstep the mark, but they just simply never have. And Oxygen haven't been in the right position.
30 seconds left.
If they've gone for a microaggression to be able to punish. So it's such a frustrating one for Oxygen when you're expecting players to be making plays. They just haven't been. But at least Oxygen have gotten 1 frag in this game, and the aftershock. Yeah, Existo is not long for this server.
Yeah, sure, Mo goes down, but got a double spray down with the Odin. The push was completely thwarted. Summon started putting that rotate on in. They tried to bait out something on A, maybe to catch a player off guard. But Summon just don't care. They know how to play safe. They don't have to commit to any of these options and continually shutting it down. Even Boaster knows that that player is just going to be there. Puts it in and forces them out. Even though they didn't push out, they got taken down, and Summon just looking so darn clean right now with such a massive advantage in this defensive half. Unless Oxygen really start to turn up now, they might just be too far behind.
It is getting to that point, isn't it? Aldrone through Mavera, this time coming up through towards Tree Room. And just about spots out Boaster and knows he has an op as well. So he saw the barrel, saw the character model. So they know the danger that resides inside of A short now to Oxygen. Ultimates available. Killjoy ultimate in particular might help them out here as they set up for the A site. Someone Omen though sitting at the tight angle. Mystic can come up huge here. He's not checked. They didn't check right here, Rook. That is an absolute misplay, but somehow they're able to recover there and still try and attempt to get this A site take going. But Booster is here, and the flash is so damn brilliant, and he adjusts onto Turco. That is a nutty shot from Booster. The trade is available though. Oxygen is just making it so much more difficult than it needs to be. Doma does go down, so it might end up being a round for Oxygen here, but it's a scrappy one at best, as someone looks to try and get this 1v3 going. But with an Odin, not probably going to happen.
No way he's going to really be able to pick this up unless something absolutely fantastic happens. Recon Bolt doesn't spot him out, but he's trying to find that spray through the bottom there. The Harrow will force out, even finds the frag onto Zisto there. But Mo, unlikely to be able to find this round, gets taken down. Someone could still buy up, but that's such a key round for Oxygen, putting a halt to Summon's advance through this half. And maybe with that, they'll be able to put up together another buy and really contest them here in this final round. They really want to pick this up because otherwise Oxygen are just down so much.
Hey, Oxygen, they just need to go back to basics, these basic angle clears. They had 2 players push through A main before they realized that no one had tabs on that right side, and Mystic was able to at least find 1 player, but he could have found so much more in that position as well, so he didn't quite capitalize on the opportunity given to him. But still, it's those sorts of errors here for Oxygen that Summon can really abuse. And it's put them in a bit of an awkward spot. Look at this crossfire, though, inside of B main from Summon. Oxygen perhaps not going to expect this. They're going to be slow about this. Doma trying to line up the headshots, but can't get anything done. There's the double entry then for Oxygen. This is more like it then, Rook. A more clinical take, this time towards B.
I really thought they wouldn't check for Mystic there, but they absolutely do. And Oxygen just push on through. This is the kind of Oxygen I wanted to see before. Mo just gets that straight on through. What do you even do about that, man? They're going to try and shoot them down with the Hunter's Fury, but not all too much damage lines. Oxygen take a little bit on to their raise, but it's not going to quite finish anyone off. The raise waiting in the wings to try and pick up someone as they push on in. And they are fully aware that this push is going to come. Oxygen, with that man advantage, just looking to make it now as you see them drop on down into these positions.
Definitely gonna go for this one. They have the money in the bank to go for it, but Turco will deny. Good recovery here for Oxygen. As
Switching sides.
We quickly have the first half draw to a close. Those are 2 rounds at the end of that half that Oxygen really needed to try and give them a shred of hope on the defense.
Yeah, and that is a positive sign for Oxygen. They started to find those footing those last 2 rounds. It wasn't just that they picked up the rounds, right? Because you know what? Scrappy rounds look kind of bad. Someone actually lost those rounds pretty handily. Oxygen got on, played a good close point, and looked exactly like we wanted them to look. This is what we saw in game 1 that made me so excited for this map. And if someone are now coming awake, we might well if Oxygen are now awake, we very well might have a very similar situation to the final map of their last series. But this time, the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, Summon FC looking to try to push their way in now. Well, not just yet here on the pistol rounds, but
right here.
Continue to try and reassess their options. They hold the heavy advantage in terms of rounds, but if they drop the pistol, then Oxygen definitely have a chance to work their way back into this map and back into this series. But that's a great start there for Summon SC, punishing the push that Mavero tried through towards B main. And now Summon FC on this particular round, man advantage with the pistols as they focus on mid.
Mid control is, obviously super important here on this map.
I have the
Allows
spike.
you to make those pushes onto B, stop the rotates as well, wherever you're going.
Swarm grenade out.
It looks like they're focusing on this A site as they take it down the turret. Well, no, actually, they don't quite finish it off, but Sak is just going to move into position and almost take down 2. Turco does go down finally, and this is go time.
Yeah, to Sak, to be able to get into that position, that was
30 seconds left.
absolutely
One
impressive.
player
No one was
standing.
watching it at all. Summon FC is just collapsing on this A bomb site, finding all the frags. Oxygen, they need to cover these angles for each other, otherwise something like that can just so easily happen. Toronto looking for the 1 versus 4 clutch, finds one now down to 22 HP, so his chances in this round are slim. Recovers the ghost, however, the charge through, King Shells towards the long position, but Doma inside the site takes out his fellow agent. As Summon SC find the second pistol round, and well, Oxygen, it's gonna have to be a comeback from this point forwards.
Yeah, Oxygen, I feel like they really needed that pistol round. They
Right
wanted
there.
to get the economy going, the cash flowing, and
there.
honestly, just gain some tempo here. They got those 2 rounds. They really could have strung it together, but Summon, they know how to take
Right
rounds
there.
when it really counts, and crushing that momentum
there.
could be exactly what they needed to do, as they are going to keep on having fantastic opportunities to push on in. And with these Spectres, I consider that they're going to really keep on going.
Oxygen looking to try and have a little push inside the tree room. I mean, it was a thought in their minds, but Mo with the owl drone through spots 1. Able to land the bolt as well. Spike hand dart on towards Mo. He'll have to take the time to try and pull that one out. Just gifts a little bit of time here to Oxygen as they rotate in on this defense. Summon FC, though, have been able to find the entry inside the site. They closed the door as well, just to make sure they're a little safer. Spike in progress there for Mystic, but Meat from up above has done a good job to find that kill onto Boaster, and now it's even in terms of the numbers here in this retake. Summon FC, they have 2 players here towards Long, and Mystic makes sure that Oxygen have 2 players left for the retake. Mystic again, another one, but Turco, 1 versus 3 becomes a 1 versus 2 now, as he tries to secure this retake, picks up the Spectre, heads his way in, gets tagged up by the charge, and T-Sack's there as he tries to turn tail.
Yeah, Telco trying to make something happen, pushing aggressively, trying to find those frags, but you know, Summon FC just back off. They don't want any part of it. They don't have to play that way. They are just playing in the passive manner that they need to win out rounds, and it works for them so darn well. So few deaths, especially on these top fragging players, just consistently bringing such clean play to the board that it's really difficult for Oxygen to find their opportunities. Unlike in Game 1, Ascent has just been a clinic for Summon FC here.
And it's the map that we didn't think was going to be a clinic for Summon FC. Yeah. But well, Oxygen just haven't turned up to their own map pick here. This could have worked out in their favor. They had a better attacking side, then, well, we could be a little bit more optimistic about their chances, but a gun round here will give them a little hope and a little positivity about things to come. But if Summon FC take this one, I think the series is basically done. But Toronto, make sure it isn't.
Yeah, wants to continue to try and contribute to their team. They are off a player, but they took a bit of damage as they have to back on now. Toronto and Mita is already down pretty low. Almost going down there. Toronto so darn close, as you see that they're just going to push on into this. Sack getting Toronto, but at what cost does Mavera and Zisto find those frags?
Yeah, Oxygen, they're looking a little bit better here with the guns. Mo has found a gap in the smoke here, and I don't think... he will expect it, will Meatez, but he isn't good enough to land the shots. Now Mo able to trade up into the Vandal. Still a man advantage here for Oxygen, but Summon FC have been given a lifeline thanks to Mo. As he looks for these angles inside a tree room, continues to push forward. There's the Cypher camera inside of a site, and Summon FC have to commit to this. There's only 10 seconds left remaining on the clock, and the Sack working his way towards the site now. No one to deny him here. Oxygen is just preoccupied with that tree room, and they'll allow the spike plant to happen. And now they can try to swarm onto Mo, but Mo is standing tall for the moment. Takes down the Cypher, looks for more, gets traded out, and now it is to Sack in this 1 versus 2 to secure the round for Summon FC, and he lines them both up for the clutch.
Yeah, Sack is one hell of a player and lands those shots when it counts the most right there. That is going to break down Oxygen's morale. That was such a good opportunity for them. They had all the chances to play for that one, but they can't turn it into that W. They have so little time left. Oxygen need to get their stuff together now, otherwise it is just over.
How can you get your stuff together when you're considering an eco on this round? They actually went with a Bulldog on one of those players, so a slight investment here for Oxygen, but Summon FC have just completely steamrolled them in this map on the defensive half and now on the attacking half. It's a fast play here towards B for Summon FC to try and get themselves map, series, and championship point. Doma pushing all the way through, completely unsighted, able to land the shots onto Zisto as they continue to try and hound this B site. But Oxygen is somehow able to hold on to a shred of hope. Toronto has the showstopper, takes one out. Mystic with the trade. Zach committing to the plan, but Mavera's played the time so well. He's played very patiently in this round and looks to try to close it out. He has a teammate in support as well. Mystic penned in towards the backer site here as he'll pull out the Vandal now. Smoked off, plays inside the smoke here, tries to fake the teleport out and put the question mark in the mind of those Oxygen players. But Mystic, if he can find the timing and find the angles here, this might be a 1 versus 2 clutch to put his team on championship points. Still plenty of time left on the clock to be able to make this one work, but Oxygen just content to remain with this crossfire in front of the backer site. So if Mystic steps out here and takes fights of his own accord, he will go down, and there we go. It's sealed. Mavera has the frag. Oxygen still in this.
Oxygen with a great thrifty round there, picking up the frags, using that stinger. That thing is an absolute beast in the right scenario, and that's exactly what Mavera let it do. He positioned himself well and let the stinger do the talking. Takes down 2 there, and it sets them up to still stay in this game. They don't have a lot to work with, but they still have enough, and they are going to keep themselves up for now. This is going to be a more eco-focused round for Summon FC for the first time in a while. But you have to be careful. These sheriffs, these marshals can find those heads and take players right off the map in an instant.
There was some aggression through short there from Oxygen, and well, Mites goes down. There's a trade from Toronto and Turco. So they've stabilized here for Oxygen. They spot one towards top of middle as well, as Oxygen all collapse here on this position and tries to take those fights, and they're being successful at it at the moment. So they've done a good job. Mo, optimistic shot with the Marshal. Mystic has one of his own, and well, Turco 4K in the round for the Killjoy. So that's a clean round for Oxygen, and they haven't had a clean round in what feels like an eternity.
Yeah, it was that first half right at the end where they got some of those clean rounds in, and it feels like an eternity because it's been loss after loss after loss prior to these last couple of rounds that have been between now and then. Turco with some absolutely stupendous aim there, managing to win out all those duels. Sure, it was against kind of subpar weaponry, but still just peeking, tapping, and finding those heads.
Oxygen, they do have the capabilities to win rounds yet. They've proven it already, but they need to string so many together right here, right now, on Ascent, on their own map pit. That's a great bit of aggression there from Mites. Doesn't push quite far enough to spot out where the spike has been dropped, but he can just work the man advantage now for the rest of his team around the rest of the map. That's a great little pick there for Oxygen.
Certainly is. And what could have been a great opportunity for Summon FC. They had a decent amount of mid control. They really could have set up for it. But now that they don't have the smoke, the Omen is down, it's going to be a very difficult, very different situation to try and properly play for that.
Rolling Thunder's available, though, for Boaster, and we know how perfectly he places those every single time he gets it. Doma, first point of contact as the duelist, heading his way through inside the tree room. He might be able to get on towards platform as well. He's going for the same play as a couple of rounds ago that T-Sac was able to pull off. But Doma's been caught out this time around. Just to try and take the fight here. Great little spray down with the Phantom, and that's another good round, another clean round for Oxygen. They are slowly but surely chipping away at that lead.
Comeback is real. Oxygen fans, I need your support in the chat if they're going to take it, because right now they have not just an opportunity, a real chance to take it. They've got good economy, they've got good guns, they still have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of one round before they have that overtime play. They really can make it, and absolutely, on the defensive ascent, you can lock them out. That absolutely can happen. If you get the attacker's number, they're done for.
This little push then from Oxygen once again towards A, and they're finding the lion's share of the frags here. Mites finds the double here against the Eco. And aggression once again pays off this time for Oxygen, but to Sack, the only player left, has been able to recover the spike, sends in the Nano Swarm to do some decent damage and forces the 1v1 with Mitez. So that's a great little kill there from the Sack, and let's see if he's able to find some more in this round. 1 versus 3, it's unlikely, but still inside the realms of possibility. The Sova, though, looking for the very long flank, but that won't come into effect just yet.
Yeah, it's Sack trying to push up alone, but it's going to be hard to push on in, especially with this weaponry, because you can't try and do those cross spray downs. You have to be tapping for basically everything. You just want to get those tap headshots, and unfortunately, he's not going to find a thing. Zisto is watching the angle, and well, what looked disastrous is now only a 3-round lead for Summon FC. Oxygen are closing the gap ever so rapid.
This is going to be the crucial round, because Summon FC, they will be able to get rifles out there. If Oxygen can find this round in particular, then the game is blown wide open, as far as I'm concerned. Oxygen, definitely with the chance at recovering. 4 rounds on the bounce so far. Need a couple more to inspire some more confidence from both myself and, of course, many people viewing the stream here today. Thank you very much for joining us, by the way. This grand final still might have a lot to deliver.
Yeah, and Oxygen certainly aren't ones to back down from a fight. They want to take this the whole way. They want to go to those last couple of maps. The very last one is so much in their favor, but when Boaster finds frags like that, Oxygen already down a little bit, and someone are going to start to clinically close out this round unless Oxygen do something fast. Doma takes out Zisto, and it's already looking bad. They get the refrag, and that's stemming the bleeding for Oxygen right now.
Yeah, it's important for Mitez to respond there. And Summon FC might be tempted to go B here. The Killjoy is lying in wait at an off angle. The Hunter's Fury is activated. Formavera just finds the attempts to find the information. There are the frags, though, for Oxygen. They've brought this back to a level pegging now. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. Summon FC are just going to run towards A to try and secure that spike plant. But Mavera is here. He hears the spike plant in progress, but doesn't commit too much. He's just going to work with his Killjoy now to try and secure this short position where Boaster is lying in wait. He's down to 30 HP. The Killjoy ultimate has been deployed. Boaster to flash them back. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, for Mo that can still pen them in, but it hasn't quite connected as well as he thought. There it is. Boaster's down. Now it is Mo to try and secure championship points here for Summon FC. Finds Turco. Just one more to go and he's done it. It's series point, championship point for Summon FC.
Match point.
Mo brings it back for the team. Fantastic stuff there. I thought Boaster goes down. They use the ultimate to stop that Killjoy, but absolutely stellar stuff there, playing around that little box and manages to pick it up. They are on match point, but it will be rifles versus rifles, and Sack is only on that Bulldog, and there's an operator in the hands of Zisto. On this defense, they still have a massive chance to lock it down. Oxygen are playing for overtime here, and they are not giving up.
You can't give up. There's still so much to play for in this round.
Enemy tagged.
Eldron through, spouts out a lot of players there towards the short side of A. Summon FC gaining a little information off the back of that. Oxygen might be tempted to try and push through, but it's going to be straight into the Vandal. Oh, Mo, he tries to predict it, but he's preoccupied with the camera, and he's gotten himself killed there. Mitez, Toronto, Mavera, they're giving Oxygen the lifeline that they so desperately need to keep themselves in this series and this championship.
Pump it directly into my lungs. This is exactly the kind of Oxygen play that I wanted to see.
Placing swarm grenade
They
out.
are well on their way
Swarm
to make
grenade
this
out.
comeback. They have a massive advantage on this defense. This round is looking so darn good for them. If they take this, I think they can put a massive dent in the economy of Summon FC. Doma still has the ultimate ready, though.
The camera bait was absolutely perfect. It completely hook, line, and sinkered that Summon FC Omen. My words.
One enemy remaining.
No, again, another great little frag
30 seconds
from
left.
Toronto. It is Doma left versus 5. Oxygen live to fight another day. We will go at least one more here. Oxygen have been able to secure control for the spike, so there's absolutely no chance that Doma will be able to do anything. He's just looking for the damage, trying to rip a couple of rifles out of the hands. 10 seconds left remaining. Oxygen just content to surround him right now. And get themselves up to 9. There we go. All 5 stay alive for Oxygen and 3 ultimates still available.
Yeah, great round for Oxygen. Exactly where they want to be.
Right there.
And again, look at that economy. That is a very weak version of Summon FC that we are looking at right now. This is exactly where Oxygen want them. Going to be a little bit of a buy-up. Boaster buying the SMG surprises me somewhat, but hey, if you're looking to make these aggressive plays, just go for it, man.
Yeah, Oxygen just really just hanging on to that last shred of hope. But they need to get the ball rolling now. They need to get subsequent rounds. They need 3 more to bring it to overtime. They are certainly very capable, and this might be one of the easier ones, but I'm so cautious in saying that, Rook.
It feels like a little bit of the caster's curse. This should be an easy and good round for them, but who really knows? It absolutely could go all down the drain. We've seen players just open up for this team. And Mystic having this one, okay, he's not actually buying up on that rifle. Having that opening in the Sheriffs, they can find these frags and pick up rifles, and then it all snowballs from there. You cannot look at them and feel relaxed. They don't let you relax for a second.
They really don't. First place prize up for grabs here today in this match. It could end early. It could end right here, right now in this round if Summon FC is able to pull it out the bag in the eco. But all pointers show us that Oxygen might be able to survive. But it requires capitalizing on the better weaponry. Summon FC, all crowded, well, mostly crowded at side of B at the moment. Doma just waiting for aggression, looking to try and find ahead with that Sheriff, but Oxygen still aren't overstepping the mark for the moment. 1 player inside a Cubby, 1 inside a Market. Doma missing the shots there. Oxygen are able to get away. Still 3 players looking to try and defend this site here. The Roomba. Oh, Doma! That is embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Oh, the paint shells as well.
All this utility coming on through, chunking them out before the round even really begins for them. 50 seconds on the clock, and there's very little they can do here.
The Nano Swarm just adds insult to injury there. So much damage done to those Summon FC players, especially Doma. 36 HP. You think you can run away from the Roomba, but you simply aren't likely to do so. The charge in tags him down. The second charge will finish him off. Toronto finds the frag, and now Summon FC with 3 players remaining, and the Recons are tagging them up as well. This looks like it's going to be Oxygen's round, especially with the way Toronto has played in this one. Now it is the IGL, it's Boaster, but with 10 seconds left remaining, it's impossible here from this point forwards. Oxygen up to double digits and close the gap to 2.
Yeah, and that was a stranglehold on that round. Oxygen give nothing away. Most of the time, they're barely even using bullets. All of that utility coming through, especially from Toronto and Turco, to just rip apart that offense. They were down 3 players before they even bloody saw one of them. Great stuff there from Oxygen, and exactly what I want to see again. I'm so excited right now. Oxygen could definitely take us to this 3rd map.
It's certainly inside the realms of possibility. Showstopper available for Oxygen here. Same with the From the Shadows and the Neural Thefts. A couple of ultimates available for Summon FC as well. But a gun round that has to decide these 2. And look at that opening pick then from Metez. It was a peek from short through the smoke that has caught the top mid player off guard as Summon FC look to try and find the gap in the armor. It looks like B has been left completely open here. Oxygen, that's a little bit of an oversight. They have to get the 5-man retake in now. They have a showstopper of their own. They have the From the Shadows and the Neural Theft, but can they deploy them to great effect?
No charges.
If they haven't, you could see the entirety of this Summon FC side just completely spread out across the B side. They are taking these aggressive picks, and they take down Mitez. It is now 4 versus 4. Will the ultimates come out from the other side? You have to see something happen here from Oxygen. They don't have any time to play around.
Yeah, Zach might be able to find the frag here. He does. The Sova is preoccupied with the arrow, and he can't trade. But Zach has done brilliantly here. Is there still 1 versus 4 with the op to try and keep Oxygen's chance is alive. He pushes forward, but it's not going to happen. Summon FC take the grand final 3-0. They win the Epic 2031 Logitech G Valorant tournament here. epic31 champions.
And what a hell of a series it was. 2-0 in terms of maps and already coming in with that one win from being above. They are, as you said, your epic.LAN 31 Logitech G Valorant tournament champions. Stellar stuff across the board. But that second map got so darn close for a second there.
Yeah, it got so close. Oxygen, they tried to repeat exactly what Purple Grubers did to them to try and bring it to overtime, but they just didn't quite have the staying power. The retake B situation there inside of that final round, leaving that open despite getting the early advantage with the frag. It was a bit of a struggle from that point forwards. It was certainly possible they could have gotten the retake going, but the trade wasn't available inside of B main. We could have been talking about a very different round if they just worked together with that buddy system inside of that position.
Buddy system. So what did you think about that game? It was an absolute corker and almost the big comeback we were really looking for from Oxygen.
Oh my goodness, Summon FC are their own worst enemies. Honestly, I feel like the rounds they lose and also the maps they lose and by extension the games they lose, they are sort of in control of their destiny. They're one of those teams, like you guys said in the cast, they looked so clean in their CT side and you know, they had it all in their hands, but they very nearly let that slip. And yeah, like I said, they're just one of those teams that if they snowball when they're winning, and they also snowball when they're losing. We saw that the last time they lost to Oxygen on that split. They had it in the beginning, and then they sort of just quickly snowballed into, which eventually led to a loss on that map. But luckily for them, I guess, this time around, they managed to clinch it. And to all three of our surprises, still 100% win rate on Ascend, by the way, Raptros. 3 maps out of 3. So I feel like this maybe is a pocket pick. Maybe they sort of got lucky on that. But either way, it was a really great match. But, you know, Oxygen also brought everything. Like you guys said, they were coming back. They were sort of getting into the motion of things, but couldn't quite get there in the end. And also on Haven, it was so close. This was by no means, you know, on the surface it looks like it's a 3-0, but this by no means was a stomp. It was by no means like how the scoreline has reflected. And just speaking of Oxygen, you know, this was their last game of the tournament, but they sort of went down swinging. What did you guys make of their performance overall?
Well, both teams had a great performance in this grand final, and like you said, it doesn't look like that on paper. If you show them if you show someone a 3-0 at the end of the series, they're going to say, "Wait, Summon FC just completely blew Oxygen out of the water." That wasn't the case. Oxygen had signs of life in that game, and it just so happens that Summon FC were just that little bit better in the maps that were played.
What do you think, Rook?
I mean, we saw it. Fantastic fragging power from Oxygen and the determination to try and win in dire circumstances. Summon FC just don't let them get a word in edgeways. That's the real issue there. Getting those openings and closing them out properly when you have such fantastic clutch players like Boaster, like Mo, who find those frags in situations where you really don't feel like they'd really be able to. That's the problem for them, because Oxygen showed us throughout the tournament that they are one hell of a team to be reckoned with, and only really Summon FC could put them down.
Well, earlier I was talking about, you know, these teams sort of chances in first strike, and now Oxygen have rounded off their tournament. How confident are you guys in terms of how good they are and where they sort of stand in Europe? I know they haven't played against the likes of G2 or actually they FPX, and they took a map off of FPX too. So can we now confidently say that they are up there?
I think we can. That's for sure. It's you know, there's still room for improvement, but I think in this early stage you can really say that about any team, probably except for G2 in Europe. Let's just say that. Yeah. Every other team, you know, still has its own flaws, and some FC have their own, but they've certainly shown that they can compete with teams on their level, but whether they can compete with the likes of FPS, with FPX, G2, Team Liquid, that still remains to be seen. But I'm very excited about this roster, and I hope they get signed.
Before we bring Boaster in for an interview, I just wanted to really quickly go over MVP. You know, we're doing an MVP for the tournament. Of course, we didn't get to watch every single map that was played, but I think it'd be fair to give it to one of the Summon players. We have seen enough from them. I mean, my personal vote was towards Mo. I think, you know, whilst it's very, very easy to give it to just the person with the highest frags, we saw what Mo can do in situations. He wins situations that are just unwinnable. He did this over and over again. He did this, I believe, on the bind map as well yesterday against Oxygen when they were 1-1, 1-1 as in like in terms of maps series. So they were on their third map, and Mo was the one that was sort of bringing them back. And also, while he doesn't top frag every single game, he's incredibly consistent. Like, there are not very many situations where Mo doesn't have an impact whatsoever or has a bad game. So that's kind of my case. And I just want to say that whoever wins the MVP, I believe we are going to send them a Logitech headset. And so, yeah, whoever we pick. So I hope that they can enjoy this. And yeah, it'll be easy for Mo because Mo lives in the UK. Mo lives in Bolton, I believe. So that's not a difficult headset to send to. That's why I'm not giving it to TSAC. Greece is way too far away.
Yeah, the shipping costs maybe a little bit too much. We gave all our money away as part of the prize pool, so we don't actually have that to be able to pay for the costs. But I do agree with Mo is a fantastic utility player in the rounds that tend to go well, but put into the position where he's able to bring the round back in his favor in those clutches. That is such an important asset to have. I will say though, Boaster, in terms of utility player and clutch potential, is incredible. Boaster is one of the better breach players that I've seen in the European scene, and for me, he gets my MVP vote. So I guess the tiebreaker is Rook.
Oh, I mean, Rook is gonna now go for TSAC, so we're completely screwed.
I'm gonna sit with you, Sue. I'm gonna go with Mo because Mo is one of those rocks on which Summon FC is founded. Really solid, as you said, throughout the entirety of it, and I highly rate that. Sure, I love watching these very exciting players, but when you have someone who is consistently there, able to frag out, and also is an exciting player like Mo, able to very much, as we saw it in the last map, win those unwinnable situations, quite as you said, and continue to provide utility throughout so many of those rounds. It's not like he's playing someone who gets all up in your face and has a lot of stuff to work with. He's playing Sova. He has to put those recon arrows and find out information with the team, but he's still able to put in those numbers. That speaks volumes, honestly, that how darn good this player is. So I am going to agree with you and go for Mo.
Well, congratulations, Mo, if you are watching. You are our MVP of the tournament, our first ever epic.LAN Valorant tournament MVP. This is a historical moment that will always be remembered, I'm sure. And now we have the runner-up for MVP, which was Raptros's pick, Boaster, joining us for an interview. Hi, Boaster, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't quite see you yet. So, oh, here we go. I see you.
You see me?
Yeah.
There
Oh,
we go.
lovely,
How are you doing?
Lovely background.
Thank you.
Really dig that Star Wars calendar. Looks very familiar.
I love Star Wars.
Well, congratulations on your epic31 Logitech G Valorant tournament win. I know epic.LAN means a lot to you. You've been here countless times as a Counter-Strike player, and this is your first epic.LAN as a Valorant player. So where does this sit on, you know, all of your other epic.LAN appearances?
I think it's the best. Only because like you know, generic epic.LANs, it's mainly UK people, but this one had some European talent as well, and there were some games that were like super tight, super close, like versus Vandal only. Oh my goodness, that was stressful. So it's a really nice win when you can get through all those best of threes and then take the W in a quite swift fashion, if I say so myself.
Well, I mean, we were saying this earlier on broadcast. It's actually a lot closer than it looks. I mean, a 3-0 on paper is like, whoa, it was a stomp. But of course, this final was a close one. Between the three of us, me, Rook, and Raptros, we had a few question marks looming over your Ascent map as a team, because obviously, since TSAC joining, you guys haven't actually played Ascent in an official, and it was quite to see you guys pull out the Killjoy because TSAC is so solid on that cipher. So talk us through how you prepared for this Ascent game and how confident you were going into this one.
So we've had about months of practice on Ascent. No, we didn't. We just literally, I think we just watched the Oxygen game back, and I just went on the server with the boys. We're just like, I had a pistol strat in my head that I made up, and I was like, this pistol strat is gonna win us a round. I'm for sure of it. And then we did it, and then I was like, from then on, we'll just kind of wing it and hopefully like just take the W. And there wasn't a lot of pressure on us for Ascent because obviously, even though we got 100% win rate on it against some like decent teams as well, there wasn't a lot of pressure because we knew that we'd still have chances on bind and split to really conclude the win, like secure the win. That's the word.
I know you're quite self-critical sometimes, even when you do win. You guys love sort of going over VODs, and you know your goal is to improve, right? You can never do too much to sort of reach your goals. How would you assess your personal and also your team's performances today?
Personal, I'm definitely MVP of this tournament. No, I joke. No, I'd say I just do the dirty work. As long as like my strats work and my defaults and my calling is like working, then I'm happy. But I'd say essentially I've just got a class team. My boys are really crisp. Like they come up big in some rounds where like we call it the G2 aspect, where sometimes you might be down like 4-3 or like 5-3 and somehow you can pull it back just through individual brilliance. So I forgot the question, but I'm just saying my boys, big up my boys, and big up Mo, Mystic, Doma, Mini Coach, and T-Sack. Yes, I remembered everyone.
I just want to say, yeah, I mean, Mini was actually a curse because Mini came into the Twitch chat earlier and you immediately lost 4 rounds in a row. I had to tell him to get out of it because, you know, he never really watches your games. You know, like, I don't want to put Mini out to dry or anything, but he does get quite nervous, and also obviously at the moment we don't know how the coach role is working in Valorant. You know, Riot haven't given us too much of information, so he wants to sort of like steer clear and do everything properly. And speaking of Mini, I don't think he gets enough credit sometimes, and I don't think people know as much about him as they know the other players. So tell us, you know, what Mini does and how much of an impact he has on the team.
Mini just tells me off all the time. That's what he does. No, so what happened was, so we go onto a server. Let's say we have a bad day of prac, and Mini's watching our games, and he's like, "Look, Boaster, you can't be going first as breach. You got a flash for people. You can't be doing this. You need to be doing this. This is really good. Keep this up." And then we're like, okay, so we go and practice that. But then say we need a fresh revamp of a map. Mini will come up with like some CT setups, and then like I'll run by CT setups with him, he'll run by with me, and we kind of just like we're generally on the same wavelength when it comes to like T side and CT side and how the game should be played. And obviously we take like inspiration from FPX or Vision Strikers from Korea, a bit of Jupiter. We take mainly inspiration from those sort of teams, like the nerdy teams, because I'm a big nerd, so I like to know the best flashes, know the best smokes, and Mini is good for just helping me tone me down a bit. Like sometimes he likes it to keep it simple in strats. Meanwhile, I'm like, we have Viper, we throw a wall there, we throw a smoke there, toxin. But no, we're back to Brimstone Breach. So the lovely time.
I'll let you keep the lid on Viper because you know don't want to give away too many of your strats.
No, I don't have any.
You know, at Epic, we spoke about this all the way through the weekend. There are so many former CSGO players in this tournament and just in the scene in general. But the team that took first place, you know, you and T-Sack are, you know, ex-CSGO players. Mini as well, you have tons of experience in CSGO. But your other 3 team members didn't actually come from CSGO. So I think it's a good time to sort of maybe debunk some of that stigma we get of players moving from other games. I feel like Sinatra is one of those great examples. People initially thought he wasn't going to adapt very well and they had doubts, but now he's like one of the best players in the world. And I think your players definitely showed today that, you know, whilst they do need that game sense, maybe some experience in CSGO, that's not like crucial now for Valorant. Would you agree? And I guess what's it like to play with 3 players who didn't come from CSGO?
I think the main thing is having people that are hungry to learn and without egos. Now, I'm not saying that the UK scene has egos, obviously, but what I'm saying is I think when people come from CSGO to Valorant, they might have the basics, kind of like bad basics, or they forget the basics. Whereas these guys that come from the Battle Royale, like Mo, Doma, and Mystic, they come in like hungry to learn this new game, and like they're very open-minded to like a lot of things. So like if I'm telling them like come on, boys, we need to be 5v3 situation. Don't throw it like just maybe one guy go for info or something. Or this is a setup. Like make sure you crossfires, play with each other, comms and stuff. And like the comms that the boys do, yeah, it can be hectic at times, but some of the comms are like quite good, and I think like you don't need CS experience to be able to talk or to be able to frag. And I think what carries our team is our individual prowess in terms of like aim. Like the boys have crisp aim and they love playing the game, so like put them together and the team is only going to get better and better over time. We just need to make sure that we are focusing on the kind of like the bad stuff. That's it.
We won't talk about that right now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
and
no. 3-0, baby.
Oh my God. Last couple of questions for me. Well, it's one question, but it's in two folds. First, you had a lot of fans today supporting you in chat. I think spam that coaster to help out Boaster.
Love that one.
And my favorite was spam that rack, as in a raccoon, to help out T-Sac.
What about spam that dick to Gromo's? No, I did it wrong. Tick to Gromo's dick.
Is that
was a good
one.
Boaster! I can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. My bad.
This is the first time and the last time we're gonna have a Boaster here on Epic stream.
My bad,
Apologize to everyone, but it's okay.
Sorry,
It's your brand. But my last question is, one, what would you like to say to all your fans out there? And two, what would you like to say to people who still don't really know you guys and maybe have doubts about if you are a team that can actually progress further, especially at First Strike?
Okay. Well, thanks to the fans that are supporting us and following us. Like I do notice I am constantly like having a little check in the old Twitch chat arena after the games and like seeing people like spamming stuff. And I do watch the VODs back and I do see Twitter stuff and etc. etc. So thanks for the fans that follow us and do support us. I really appreciate it. And what was the other question? Sorry, I forgot.
And what would you like to say to people who don't know you too well and feel like this win might just be like, a bit of a fluke and might have doubts about how far you can progress?
Okay. We're Summon FC. You'll probably see us at First Strike. And we're going to put up a good fight, I got a feeling. Like, we're training to get the consistency down. Once we get that down, we are a team to be reckoned with. Watch out, G2, FPX, and I guess Liquid and Bonk. I just did the top four in the thing, so yeah, we're coming for you.
Love that.
That's all I got.
Raptros and Brooke, do you have any questions for Boaster?
Yeah, the one question for me is, obviously it's a bit more hypothetical. I wanted to ask about the Viper strats, but obviously you said those don't exist, so I won't ask about them. The big question for me is, if you're making it back to Split in this finals, how did you feel about that? Because obviously you lost that map the last time you played against Oxygen.
Well, actually, I was an idiot and I forgot to record the VOD of my POV, so I couldn't watch it back. So that was a bit annoying. However, I do remember particular rounds where they do that cheesy comp with, I say cheesy, I love cheesy comps, but Killjoy and Cypher, oh my goodness, on Split as well. It's like, it's really difficult to work around, especially like if you have specific stuff, or when they only have Cypher on one side of the map or a Killjoy. You have to kind of find out where they are first. But I'd say the way I was going into it was definitely get Haven out of the way first, because I did have that VOD, so I watched that back and I was like, okay, like we only lost a few rounds, we just made things difficult in our rounds. So I knew that when it came to Split, and I knew that we should just leave it for Split to last, so then we could choose the side, and we'd choose CT side, obviously, to start and get the momentum going, because we're like I'd say as an IGL, I'm quite a momentum caller. When I get the momentum, I can like string rounds together, and hopefully like with the boys like shooting, we can win those rounds too. So when it came to Split, I think we would have just played the same game and I would have IGL'd better. That was my plan. I had a goal in mind. I won't say what it was, but I had a plan in mind for Split that I forgot some strats. I have my notes here, but I forgot my strats that I could have done to secure us that game, especially on CT anti. So yeah. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. That was.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Would have been very funny if you just rambled all that. We just sat here and nodded at you and
Yeah, I
pretended
know.
like we could hear you. Yeah. Well, Raptros, any questions for Boaster?
I've got no questions but a statement. I hope you guys do well when it comes to that First Strike tournament. You got to do the UK boys proud. It's not just one team at the top of EU Valorant, but there's going to be 2 teams, I feel.
Love that. I completely
Thanks.
agree.
Same. No, joking.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Boaster, for joining us for the interview. Congratulations once again to your win. Hope you guys spend your money wisely.
I'm gonna get that new Phantom skin because I don't buy skins, but I definitely need skins because I'm asking Mystic to drop me the Elder Drake Vandal every time. So, like, yeah, you definitely need skins to win this game.
Love that. Love
Yeah,
that. Well, we can't wait to see your Elder Flame Vandal skin in First Strike. And that was Boaster, everybody. Thank you once again. Well, everyone, we have come to the very end of our tournament. It's been an amazing 3 days. I'm so thankful to have worked with everyone that's been involved with this, and also especially to you guys at home watching and the teams, of course. Raptros and Rook, any last words before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I've got... Well, it's just an impressive showing. I think this tournament went about as well, if not way better than we hoped for, you know, because it was looking to be a small tournament coming into this one. We had to increase the limit of teams coming into this because we didn't expect the influx of teams wanting to show up, even from European teams. We had a couple of French teams. We had the Turkish team of Oxygen Esports as well, wanting to get themselves involved, and it's great to see that amount of support. And this first tournament that epic.LAN has done for Valorant has been absolutely incredible.
Rook, any last words?
Thank you for having me. It's been a great weekend, and I've really enjoyed pretty much all the games that we've had on, apart from that one 13-1 of Oxygen over JFL.
Yeah, I forgot that happened. But yeah, no, I completely agree as well. It's been an amazing tournament. I can't believe how fast it went, and I can't believe how many amazing matches and series we had. I'd like to give a massive thank you to our production team. You've been incredible. We could not have done this without you, and to every single caster, which was quite a few we had on the stream. You were all amazing and made our viewing experience super enjoyable. Of course, to Raptros and Rook, always great to see you guys, work with you, and hopefully we can do more Valorant stuff with epic.LAN. And lastly, I would love to also thank Logitech. Of course, this was the epic31 Logitech G Valorant tournament. Never would have happened without them. So yeah, guys, don't forget to also, I believe you can still enter the giveaway, so definitely go still to do that if you want a Logitech headset. That is all from me, Raptros and Rook. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching this weekend, and we'll see you next time.